At dusk, a boy of about 11 or 12 stood before the clan leader's mansion of the Uchiha district in Konoha village. Behind him knelt two figures in Konoha police force uniforms. After a moment of deliberation, the boy, Uchiha Natsume, asked coldly how many are willing to leave. Just over half, 426 in total, one of them quickly answered. Half. It seems the clan is truly tired of Konoha, Natsume murmured. Lord, all preparations for evacuation are ready. Good, then let's begin. Watch for my signal. When the time comes, organize everyone to withdraw immediately. Do not linger for a second. Yes. Also take that girl Izumi and her family with us by force. Surprise flickered in the eyes of the two men behind Natsume, but they obeyed without hesitation. As you command. Go. Natsume waved his hand, and the two figures disappeared swiftly. He alone raised his head, slightly glancing back at the vast Konoha village, and whispered, "It's been 10 years since I came to this world," without realizing it. Prejudice in people's hearts is like an unclimbable mountain no matter the world. Konoha, since you still can't tolerate the Uchiha, don't blame me for being ruthless. Tonight I'll rewrite history. He withdrew his gaze, stepped forward, and pushed open the large door of the clan leader's mansion. Inside the mansion, the front yard was empty. The figure Natsume sought was already standing on the steps of the main hall, as if waiting for him. Uchiha Fugaku, the current clan leader and captain of the Konoha police force, opened his eyes, a sharp glint fixed on Natsume. You're here. Truly deserving of the title Fierce Eye Fugaku. It seems the clan leader already knows what I'm about to do. Natsume smiled faintly, having expected this. As the Uchiha clan leader and head of the Konoha police force, Fugaku held considerable power. It wasn't difficult for him to discern Natsume's activities of rallying clansmen and plotting defection. Yet as Natsume expected, Fugaku neither stopped him nor reported him. Instead, he had quietly covered up many loopholes. Otherwise, the defection plan might have been discovered by Konoha's higher-ups long ago. Your plan is too crude. I cannot allow you to lead half the Uchiha clan to destruction, Fugaku said, staring at Natsume, each word heavy. I must stop you. Natsume sneered, then will in action save the entire Uchiha clan like you do. We cannot match all of Konoha now. We need to wait for an opportunity. Fugaku retorted, a hint of struggle flickering in his eyes. No one understood the gap between a single clan and the entire village better than Fugaku. A reckless defection, even if successful, would be ground to dust under Konoha's relentless pursuit. Only careful planning and surprise might grant a sliver of hope. That was why he had sent Itachi into the Umbu as a spy, to gather intelligence, wait for the right moment, and then stage a coup. Can we ever match them later? Or is your plan just relying on Itachi in the Umbu? Maybe you don't know yet. Your son Uchiha Itachi has likely received orders from Root and is on his way here right now. His order: annihilate the entire Uchiha clan to spare his younger brother Sasuke's life. Do you think this is fair? Trading hundreds of clan lives for one. Should we just offer our necks to the blade for Itachi and his brother? Natsume roared, directly challenging Fugaku. Hearing this, Fugaku's body trembled, shocked at Itachi's decision and angered at the village's coldness in issuing such a harsh and mad command. A brief silence fell. The gentle Uchiha Mikoto appeared beside Fugaku, placing both hands on her husband's shoulders to share the burden. If this is Itachi's decision, I choose to support him. Fugaku let out a long sigh, gripping his wife's hand, his voice low but firm. No one knew Itachi's talent better than Fugaku. If Itachi had made this choice, it must have been, after excruciating struggle, the best possible option. Even if it was for young Sasuke, as a father, he could only compromise and support his son. Clan leader, I'm not here to ask for your opinion. Whether you agree or not, you cannot stop this. I am Uchiha Natsume, a member of the Uchiha clan, not a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. I will never offer my neck to the blade. If you insist on stopping me, I will have to eliminate you first. Natsume shouted, his chakra surging as he struck without warning. Fugaku's brow furrowed. He too struck out. He wanted to see how this young nephew compared to Itachi, how he had rallied so many clansmen and plotted defection and now dared to attack him. Fire release, great fireball technique. Two enormous fireballs, each the size of a building, shot forth and collided. Boom. A tremendous explosion roared, sending countless sparks flying. The blinding light illuminated a good part of Konoha village. The fierce battle alerted most of Konoha. Many Umbu ninja and village higher-ups rushed toward the sword. At the center of the battle, Fugaku was secretly astonished. He never expected his nephew Natsume's great fireball to be so powerful, no weaker than his own. At 40 years old, Fugaku's skills, chakra, and experience far surpassed most ninja in Konoha. Yet this boy, barely in his teens, could wield the great fireball at this level. How immense must his chakra reserves be? How deep his understanding and application of techniques. What a monster. And this brat had remained silent, concealing his talent all along. Such heavy scheming. Such deep ambition. Yet even in his astonishment, Fugaku did not hold back. As the Uchiha clan leader who had survived 2 great ninja wars, his strength was extraordinary. Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix Flower Technique, Phoenix Flower Claw, Red, Great Fire Annihilation. Countless fire release techniques came from his hands, overwhelming and unending, bombarding Natsume from all directions. The brilliant flames covered nearly half of the Uchiha district. The mere sight made one's scalp tingle. Natsume, on the other hand, used no tricks. Only one great fireball after another, big, numerous, fast. One by one they collided with Fugaku's varied techniques, canceling each other out. Elsewhere, multiple techniques might have created an advantage, but here Natsume proved that a single sufficiently powerful technique could break them all. Like the clan ancestor Madara, whose great fire annihilation could overwhelm countless water techniques. The fierce battle continued. Countless fire techniques dyed half the sky red. Within just a minute or two, dozens of Uchiha clan residences were engulfed in an inferno. Meanwhile, Umbu ninja and high-ranking officials arrived on the scene. Seeing the blazing battlefield with fireballs flying everywhere, they were stunned. They had assumed it was an invasion, but instead found Uchiha clan leader Fugaku battling a young Uchiha boy. Each fire strike rivaled the full force of an elite jonin. What was happening? Internal sparring. A clan split. Yet why would a child lead it? But more importantly, no one knew whom to help. Help Fugaku quell a revolt that might lead to a coup, or help the boy attack the police force captain. Either was problematic. Moreover, the fight was so intense that ordinary Umbu would only die if they intervened. So even as more arrived, they hesitated, merely watching and containing stray sparks. Seeing the gathered crowd, including many Umbu tasked with monitoring the Uchiha Natsume, since the time was right. His great fireball was powerful, but his chakra reserves couldn't match Fugaku's cage-level stamina. A prolonged fight would disadvantage him. He had to burst. Clan leader, show me your real strength. Go all out. Don't disappoint me. Tonight, let Konoha feel pain once more. Natsume activated his Mangekyō Sharingan. Susanoo. In the next instant, darkness and light inverted. Surging dojutsu power howled forth. An extreme crimson light burst from Natsume's eyes. Then a scarlet skeletal Susanoo rose from the ground, towering like a demon god, intimidating all directions. Is that the Mangekyō Sharingan? Is this the legendary divine power, Susanoo? How could this be? I remember that's Uchiha Natsume, Fugaku's nephew. Isn't he only 10 years old? Yet he has awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. How is this possible? As the towering Susanoo divine form manifested. In an instant, all the surrounding ninjas were utterly astounded. There was no helping it. When this divine power, which only existed in historical scrolls, was revealed to the world for the first time, the shock it brought was truly unparalleled. Although it was only the first state of Susanoo, merely a huge half-body skeleton, the wild chakra aura combined with the over 10-meter tall skeletal phantom still exuded extreme intimidation. It made all the Umbu ninjas tremble with fear. Moreover, such power surpassing elite jonin was manifested by a mere 10-year-old Uchiha boy. That was even more unbelievable, like a dream. At this moment, seeing Natsume activate the Mangekyō Sharingan and unleash the divine power Susanoo, Uchiha Fugaku was also greatly shocked. When did you awaken the Mangekyō? You've even mastered the third power. So this is your confidence. He had never imagined that someone could awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan at such a young age. He had thought Itachi, who awakened it at 13, was outstanding enough. Unexpectedly, this kid was even more outrageous. This kid had hidden his power far too deeply. If only he had known earlier, then his coup would have had a much greater chance of success. Pity this kid possessed such immense power, yet did not think of rebellion. Instead, he decided to lead more than half of the clan to defect. What utter foolishness. Natsume, stop now. Even if you have the Mangekyō Sharingan and Susanoo, you will never succeed. We can. Huh. Enough talk, die. Natsume sneered coldly, without a word of nonsense. He directly controlled Susanoo and attacked Fugaku. The huge skeletal fist roared in, stirring up circles of violent wind. Just as it was about to hit Fugaku, or rather when everyone thought the great Uchiha clan leader would be smashed into a meat patty. In an instant, a dark purple chakra burst out, quickly solidifying into another equally tall skeletal Susanoo, which forcefully caught that fist. Bang! A huge dull sound exploded. A powerful shockwave swept over Fugaku, raging and dispersing. It directly shredded the clan leader's entire residence into pieces, leaving large, deep dents on the ground. Such power was truly terrifying. It was like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of the onlookers, making the few ninjas who had intended to intervene halt in their steps, afraid of being turned into a meat patty themselves. Seeing this, a glint of surprise rose in Natsume's eyes. Although he had long known that Fugaku, the great clan leader, had hidden considerable strength. But now witnessing him activate the Mangekyō and perform Susanoo, his heart still gave a sudden jolt. Such a clan head skilled in forbearance, such a strong man who had survived 2 ninja world wars. In the end, he willingly died at his own son's hands. Such a tragedy. And Konoha, which would destroy the Uchiha clan like this, cutting off its own arms. It was rotten to the core. Choosing to defect from Konoha to leave this den of demons was indeed the right decision. Natsume sighed in his heart. But in battle he showed no mercy. He continued to control Susanoo, attacking Fugaku's Black Susanoo. Soon the two demonic gods were locked in battle again. Meanwhile, in a dim alley far from the battlefield, witnessing the two powerful figures locked in battle within his own home, the boy, wearing a fox mask, stood there stunned. Father, Cousin Natsume, how could this be? He had already made up his mind to stain his hands with blood and bear all sins. But why did this accident erupt at this moment? And Cousin Natsume, wasn't he always the dead last at the ninja? How could he possess such terrifying power? He even awakened the Mangekyō and is fighting to this extent with father. Countless questions rose in Itachi's heart. But he who should have rushed out first to stop this fierce battle did not act. Instead, he remained hidden in darkness, continuing to watch the direction of the battle. After all tasked with the clan's extermination, he could not reveal himself now. The fierce battle between the two Susanoo gods was far too violent. Every clash, every exchange, the shockwaves were enough to instantly collapse surrounding buildings. In just tens of seconds, over half of the Uchiha compound, dozens of residences were shattered by the aftermath of the battle. Many bewildered Uchiha clan members fled from their homes. They watched this fierce battle utterly dumbfounded. No one knew why their respected clan leader had suddenly started a fight of this scale with his own nephew. On the other side, as the battle grew intense, swish, 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 soon sounds of air being cut. The Hyuga clan, Aburame clan, Inazuka clan, Nara clan, Yamanaka clan, and so on. Plus the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, root leader Shimura Danzo. One after another Konoha high officials and clan leaders arrived. But at this moment all were shocked by the battle between those two towering Susanoo gods. Amazing. Well, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Who is Fugaku fighting? An invader? Careful, the wind from the battle is too strong, don't get blown away. Several high-status clan leaders exclaimed. Even the usually calm third Hokage Hiruzen was amazed. Is this the legendary Susanoo? Only Uchiha who have awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan can master this divine power. Unexpected. That Fugaku actually hid such strength. For in the entire history of the Uchiha clan, the number of strong ones who could awaken the Mangekyō and perform Susanoo could be counted on one hand. Who would have thought that Fugaku had quietly achieved it too? No wonder he had the guts to plan a coup 2 years ago. But what about that boy? When did the Uchiha clan hide such a prodigy? He can fight Fugaku to a standstill. Hiruzen clicked his tongue in amazement. To be honest, even he if caught off guard might not be a match for Susanoo. Report 3rd Hokage-sama. That boy's name is Uchiha Natsume, Captain Fugaku's nephew. He is currently still enrolled in the Ninja Academy, Anbu Ninja hurriedly reported. A student of the Ninja Academy. Not even a genin. Bullshit. Looking at that, even elite jonin can't withstand one punch from him. Such a wildly discrepant information undoubtedly shocked everyone again. So much so that beside Hiruzen, the gloomy-faced Danzo, when looking at the boy's figure fighting Fugaku, grew even more wary. A 10-year-old Uchiha boy has actually awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan and unlocked the divine power Susanoo. This kid's talent probably surpasses even Shursui and Itachi. Such a prodigy must be eliminated. If he keeps growing, he will definitely become the biggest obstacle to my becoming Hokage. 3rd Hokage-sama, if we let them keep fighting, it will eventually spread to other areas. Should we intervene? Nara Shikaku, as the strategist, asked with concern. Not yet. First, order the Umbu and Jonin to prioritize evacuating innocent civilians nearby. Then set up a quarantine zone and have the barrier team make preparations. Once the battle continues to expand, activate the barrier to stop them. Until then, avoid engaging in battle as much as possible to avoid being caught up. Hiruzen quickly gave the order in a deep voice. Thanks to the experience of the Ninetales attack, the village had deliberately strengthened its response training, so at present things were relatively orderly. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan compound was far from the village center. Even with the fierce battle, it did not overly affect the village's course, still within manageable range. Of course, the most important reason was that Hiruzen himself did not know how to stop this fierce battle. If they rushed and recklessly, let alone the Umbu ninjas. Even he himself could not withstand the iron fists of two Susanoo gods. At the same time, upon hearing that Hiruzen intended to continue observing, Danzo, beside him, grew anxious. He quickly shouted, "We cannot wait. The Uchiha clan's internal conflict has spread to the village, harming so many people. This shows their heartless nature with no thought for the village. Their rebellious intent is as clear as day. Moreover, such ninjutsu must be extremely demanding on chakra. Now is the perfect opportunity to defeat them both and seize the entire Uchiha clan in one fell swoop. The situation is urgent. Are you going to continue indulging the Uchiha?" Hiruzen frowned. "We know too little about Susanoo. Rushing in will only cause more casualties. Just a mere Susanoo. If we all rush together and combine forces, we can surely kill these two traitors. Danzo pulled out a kunai and called out. He made a show of being the first to attack, calling on everyone around to charge together, using this chance to eliminate Fugaku and that terrifying Uchiha boy. But the next moment, Danzo, who had feigned an attack, was stunned in place. Because aside from a few root ninjas, no one else prepared to move. Everyone stared at him as if he were a fool. Clearly, in the presence of the third Hokage, it was not his place, the root leader, to command a crowd. Moreover, who would be foolish enough to charge Hiruzen against those terrifying Susanoo gods, especially with only a single kunai as a weapon? For a moment, Danzo, clutching his kunai, was utterly embarrassed, his face turning white with anger. But after hesitating again and again, he ultimately did not dare to take a step and launch an attack. At this moment, the night veil was as dark as ink, shrouded in pitch-black obscurity. Before the edifice of the Konoha military police force, the very fabric of space suddenly rippled, and a figure adorned with a swirling orange tiger-striped mask materialized. The Konoha military police force. A mocking laugh escaped his lips. What a joke! This farce shall meet its end tonight. With a disdainful sneer, Obito flickered and vanished. He charged into the military police force building before him. Yet in the next moment, he realized that this brightly lit edifice was utterly devoid of human presence. The dozens of elite Uchiha who should have been stationed here were all absent. How could this be? Had the Uchiha clan already launched their coup? Had the elite clansmen here already mobilized? Impossible. Such an operation could not possibly have eluded Konoha's notice. Then where had all these people gone? Just as Obito was perplexed, a thunderous explosion and collision echoed from afar. Instantly activating Kimui, he teleported himself to the rooftop of the building, following the direction of the fierce battle sounds. The next moment, witnessing two towering Susanoo deities rise from the Uchiha compound, he too could not help but shudder in awe. How is this possible? That is Susanoo. Is it Itachi? No, that is not his aura. Could it be that the Uchiha clan harbored two Mangekyō wielders all along, hiding them so? It seems one of them must be Fugaku. Has this useless clan head finally decided to reveal his true power? Has an internal conflict erupted? Is he suppressing dissent, fawning and hesitating before outsiders, yet striking ruthlessly with no mercy within? Obito scoffed inwardly. However, he chose not to approach recklessly, for most of Konoha's elite forces were converging there. If he rashly drew near and was exposed, the consequences would be dire. It was better to observe from a distance. Meanwhile, around the battlefield, under Hiruzen's directive, the other Konoha shinobi refrained from joining the fray. Instead, they methodically evacuated civilians and cordoned off the area. They sought to confine the battle zone as much as possible. At the center of the battlefield, Natsume, while controlling his Susanoo in fierce combat, also divided his attention to observe his surroundings. Seeing that Hiruzen, Danzo, and all the others had arrived, he knew the moment was ripe. He ceased holding back and erupted with his full power. His ocular power and chakra surged forth like a torrent, driving his Mangekyō Sharingan to elevate the Susanoo from its first form to the second form. In an instant, countless chakra solidified sinews and flesh burst forth, wildly wrapping the entire Susanoo skeleton in a coat-like form. In this state, the Susanoo's offensive and defensive capabilities were vastly enhanced. Moreover, it could even wield its unique weapons and ninjutsu. Its power far surpassed the initial and first forms of Susanoo. However, the chakra consumption in this state multiplied exponentially, placing an immense burden on the Mangekyō Sharingan. Its power far surpassed the initial and first forms of Susanoo. However, the chakra consumption in this state multiplied exponentially, placing an immense burden on the Mangekyō Sharingan. More terrifying. Fugaku's eyes bulged as he exclaimed in astonishment. Within the span of a few minutes, this once unknown nephew of his had brought him and all of Konoha too many shocks. Had it not been for the fact that this boy was only 2 or 3 years old 7 years ago, he would have suspected that this very person was the one who controlled the Ninetales to attack Konoha back then. But time did not allow him to marvel. The next moment, Natsume's Susanoo reached out and grasped a chakra blade nearly 20 meters long. It twirled the blade in the air, a dazzling flourish of swordsmanship carrying an earth-shattering momentum. It slashed fiercely at Fugaku's Susanoo. An extreme sense of danger exploded across Fugaku's scalp. In that instant, he too hastened to activate his Mangekyō Sharingan, striving to transform his Susanoo into the second form he had never mastered, forcing the transition. But Natsume's strike was too swift, too ferocious. Before Fugaku's Susanoo could fully form its chakra flesh, the blade tore through the flesh and split the skeletal structure. A second strike. A third strike. Each blow was more ruthless than the last. It stirred up boundless winds, breaking the clouds, and rivers incomparable in its might. Crack. Fugaku's Susanoo shattered under the surging blade onslaught, collapsing entirely. He himself was sent flying backward, spitting blood. After crashing through several buildings, he finally collapsed in a heap of rubble dozens of meters away. In 3 moves, he had thoroughly defeated a bona fide cage-level powerhouse. Such a shocking spectacle left the surrounding shinobi utterly speechless, their faces filled with dread and awe. Such overwhelming power was truly disconcerting. Meanwhile, Danzo, concealed beside Hiruzen, glanced at the Susanoo wielding the massive blade, then at the small kunai in his own hand. Ultimately, he discreetly and quietly withdrew the kunai. It seemed he would never again entertain the absurd notion of stabbing a Susanoo with a mere kunai. After defeating Fugaku in 3 moves, Natsume felt considerably strained. His chakra reserves were mostly depleted, and his Mangekyō Sharingan, drained of ocular power, throbbed with a burning pain. It even forced Natsume to deactivate the second form of Susanoo, regressing to its initial state, leaving only a 3-meter skeletal ribcage for defense. But Natsume understood well that his objective had been achieved. He had not sought out clan head Fugaku for a fight out of sheer boredom before defecting. For one, this fierce battle would draw the attention of most Konoha shinobi, reducing the difficulty for other clansmen to escape. Secondly, it allowed him to display his power without restraint, making potential threats who might scheme against them in the future think twice. After all, if he did not exhibit intimidating strength, even if he successfully led half the clan to flee, what would follow would be nothing but endless pursuit from Konoha. In this cruel shinobi world, only power was the measure of all things. Only then would one inspire fear. It seemed the effect was quite satisfactory. This outburst of his had clearly shaken many. By now the other half or more of the clansmen willing to defect had likely succeeded in escaping. He only needed to escape from Konoha himself. With that thought, Natsume wasted no words. He bent his knees and sprang, leaping dozens of meters away, swiftly fleeing toward the outskirts of Konoha. He would not emulate those foolish rebels. Before leaving, they would stupidly hurl a few harsh words, drawing more hatred, as if they feared they wouldn't be killed. With that time, would it not be better to cover a few hundred more meters? As the battle ended with Fugaku's defeat, and Natsume showed signs of fatigue, his chakra running low, and he leaped to escape. The impatient Danzo could no longer contain himself. He shouted urgently at Hiruzen, "Hiruzen, act now. This is our last chance. Do you want to let such a great menace escape the village? You have seen his power, and he is still far too young. Given time to grow, who is to say he will not become a second Uchiha Madara? Do you think Konoha can withstand his vengeance then?" Hearing this, a flicker of hesitation passed through Hiruzen. Unless absolutely necessary, he truly did not wish to take up arms against the Uchiha clan. Yet Danzo's words were not without merit. As the Hokage, he had to consider the village's interests. He could not allow such a potential catastrophe to escape Konoha. After a brief pause, Hiruzen swiftly made his decision. Hear my command. S-class priority mission: intercept the defector Uchiha Natsume. Attempt to capture him alive. If necessary, permission to kill. Yes. At Hiruzen's order, the shinobi acknowledged and swiftly pursued Natsume. Even the heads of the major clans exchanged glances and silently acquiesced to this decision. After all, from the standpoint of Konoha and their own clans, no one wished to see another Uchiha Madara emerge from the Uchiha clan. At the same time, Danzo, having obtained the authorization to hunt, curled his lips into a faint smile. He swiftly led a few rude operatives and vanished into the night. For him, those precious Mangekyō Sharingan were an absolute must-have prize. Shadow Clone Technique. Breaking out of the encirclement, Natsume immediately cast the Shadow Clone Technique, splitting into 5 figures that fled in multiple directions. Don't underestimate this branch Shadow Clone Technique. Created by the second Hokage Tobirama to counter the Uchiha clan, it differs from many other clone techniques. It can create tangible clones using chakra so realistic that even the Sharingan struggles to see through them. At this moment, it proved remarkably effective for escape. It easily lured away most of the pursuers behind Natsume. Then crack, crack, 2 sounds. Using the exclusive ability of his left Mangekyō Sharingan, Natsume effortlessly eliminated 2 pursuer ninjas. In ninja combat, the most crucial elements are surprise and intelligence. The unique ability of his Mangekyō Sharingan was one of Natsume's most important trump cards. Thus he struck to kill with a single blow. Natsume would never let anyone who witnessed his eye's exclusive abilities live to reveal them. Unlike some reckless fool, flaunting his eye abilities at every opportunity, yet failing to kill a single person. This was precisely why in the earlier battle, he had only displayed Susanoo without using his eye's exclusive abilities. At that time, with so many eyes watching, Natsume couldn't kill everyone. Moreover, from a visual perspective, Susanoo was far more inspiring. After dispatching the 2 pursuers, Natsume continued his flight. Since the Uchiha clan's compound was already near the village's edge, it took only moments for Natsume to tear through the encirclement, dash out of the village, and plunge into a dense forest. Simultaneously, the burning pain rising in his eyes forced Natsume to deactivate Susanoo. Coupled with nearly depleted chakra and an exhausted body, Undoubtedly Natsume was now at the end of his rope. Yet since he dared to defect openly, how could he be without preparation? Soon Natsume slipped into a pre-selected large tree, concealing himself among the dense foliage. He sat down cross-legged, intending to recover some chakra. Turning his right hand, 3 glowing pills appeared in Natsume's palm. These were gifts obtained from the system's gacha draws. Ingesting them rapidly restored chakra and healed bodily injuries. Quite similar to the pills of the Otsutsuki clan, they were also the reason Natsume dared to go all out and confront Fugaku Hiden. Soon 3 pills were swallowed. In just over 10 seconds Natsume's chakra had recovered more than half, truly lightning fast. Moreover, they had no side effects far superior to the bland and unpalatable military ration pills. After recovering considerable stamina and mental energy, Natsume did not leave immediately. Instead, he released another shadow clone to continue fleeing along this path. As for his real body, he remained hidden in the dense woods, waiting for the right moment. According to his speculation that old villain Danzo would inevitably covet his Mangekyō Sharingan and pursue him relentlessly, then that would be the perfect chance to eliminate this root of all evil. Thanks to him, Natsume and the entire Uchiha clan had lived in Konoha for 10 years, in constant torment and suffering. Therefore, if an opportunity arose, he would definitely try to cut down that bastard with one strike. Time ticked by minute by minute. Within just 1 minute, Natsume witnessed 3 separate squads of Umbu ninjas rush past, chasing after his shadow clone. Finally, over 10 seconds later, 2 ninjas dressed as Root approached from afar. One of them was leading an exceptionally keen-nosed ninja dog. It seemed they were relying on the dog's abilities to track Natsume precisely. Soon the pair halted beneath the tree as if they had discovered something. The next moment, several sharp whistles cut through the air. 3 kunai shot into the leafy branches where Natsume was hiding, forcing him to leap out and reveal himself. Natsume landed unsteadily, panting and pale, appearing utterly drained. He quickly drew a kunai, fixed his gaze on the 2 Root ninjas, and wore a grave expression, vividly portraying a picture of being at death's door. Just then, from the shadows behind the trees, a figure leaning on a cane with narrowed eyes slowly emerged. Danzo! Natsume roared, his eyes burning with intense hatred. What a cunning little brat. Using shadow clones to draw away most pursuers while hiding your real body here. But unfortunately, I saw through it. Danzo sneered, a hint of delight in his voice. In his eyes, this self-styled clever little brat was still far too green. Moreover, drawing away the other Umbu ninjas only made it easier for him to kill Natsume. He just needed to take the boy's eyes and then dispose of the corpse. How did you find me? Natsume panted, frowning, feigning surprise. That's not for you to know. Though your talent far exceeds my imagination, even surpassing Itachi's. Opening the Mangekyō and possessing the power of a god at such a young age. But unfortunately, you are still too young. You fought so fiercely against Fugaku that now your chakra and eye power are both depleted, aren't they? In that case, I'll take your Sharingan for myself. Danzo grinned, ferociously, brimming with confidence. At the same time, he quickly issued a cold command with no hesitation. Attack! But don't damage those The next instant, the 2 Root ninjas shot forward, charging at Natsume. Both were elite within Root, their strength among the top jounin. Of course, their power was far beneath that of a clan head like Fugaku. Not to mention the divine power, but capturing or killing a 10-year-old boy with depleted chakra was more than sufficient. Unfortunately, this time, both had chosen the wrong opponent. Just as they were about to reach Natsume, Jinjutsu, Bringer of Darkness technique. Instantly, this high-level Jinjutsu was unleashed. Centered on Natsume, it enveloped the entire area within 10 meters, forcibly depriving the 2 Root ninjas of their sight. Then, Mangekyō Sharingan, Left Eye Shun. Second stage, quadruple speed boost. Activate. In the darkness. With his left Mangekyō's exclusive ability activated, Natsume's speed surged fourfold, nearly matching a high-level body flicker technique. Kunai in hand, he flashed like a streak of light, crossing over 10 meters in an instant. Meanwhile, the 2 Root jounin, panicked by the Bringer of Darkness technique that had stolen their vision, only felt their necks turn cold. Then they collapsed heavily to the ground, losing their lives. Instant throat slash, one-strike death. Seeing the light in a vast area ahead being instantly devoured by a dark curtain, Tuanzang was also startled. Having grown old and cunning, he naturally recognized this ninjutsu at once. A rank forbidden jutsu, dark projection technique. This is a forbidden jutsu invented specifically by the second Hokage Chinsho Feijin to counter the Yuzhibo clan, a family known for their ocular powers. How could a mere brat from the Yuzhibo clan have learned it? How foolish. Do you really think you can win with a mere Jinjutsu? This forbidden jutsu consumes a great deal of chakra. It must have drained the last bit of chakra in his body. After all, he's just a kid, too naive. After a moment of shock, Tuanzang sneered with contempt. In his eyes, Shamu was merely putting up a futile fight, a beast at bay struggling for survival. That Mangekyō Sharingan would eventually be his. However, the battle within the dark curtain seemed to end very quickly, within just 2 or 3 seconds. Then the large curtain created by the dark projection technique was suddenly torn open. The next moment, a vast crimson light burst forth like dawn, unleashing a violent torrent of chakra. A giant dark red Susanoo suddenly appeared, and it was already in the second semi-transformed state, with flesh and blood clad in armor and wielding a weapon. Seeing this, Tuanzang was instantly shocked. How can this be? Wasn't this brat completely drained? How can he still use Susanoo? Just earlier when Shimu escaped, Tuanzang was quite certain that the brat had nearly exhausted his ocular power and chakra. But now looking at this solid Susanoo figure and this intimidating chakra fluctuation, there is no sign of chakra depletion at all. He's even stronger than if he had taken drugs. Even a soldier pill couldn't produce such an effect. This is truly bizarre. However, Shimu didn't give Tuanzang any time to be stunned. Tuanzang, didn't you say that this mere Susanoo is nothing to fear? Then let you try it. With a resounding roar, a dark red chakra greatsword more than 10 meters long whistled out, slashing horizontally from the right, sweeping through the wind and clouds with the momentum to split the heavens. This strike executed by Susanoo was far too fast. So fast that Tuanzang couldn't possibly evade it. The massive blade was already inches away. The powerful chakra pressure and wind pressure generated by the blade pinned Tuanzang down, sealing off his escape route. It aimed to kill with one strike. This was the true killing move. Shimu had lingered here for lying in ambush for Tuanzang. Earth release, earth-style wall. Wind release, vacuum wave. At the critical moment, the life-threatening crisis squeezed out all of Tuanzang's potential, forcing him to disregard chakra backlash and forcibly unleash jutsu. He erected 3 earth walls on his right side for defense. At the same time, he forcefully spat a large mass of wind release air wave downward, trying to use the recoil to break through Zaimis' blade wind pressure and dodge this strike. The 3 earth walls, nearly a meter thick, were astonishingly defensive. But before Zaimis' Susanoo greatsword, they were no harder than butter. The blade cut through them like a knife, through tofu, continuing to slash toward Tuanzang. Tuanzang, who had just leaped half a meter thanks to the wind release recoil, could only watch helplessly as his earth release defense was breached and the massive blade sliced horizontally straight at him. Terrified, his eyes wide and soul scattered, he let out a roar, "No!" The next moment, the blade swept through the air and blood splattered. Both of Tuanzang's legs were cleanly severed and fell to the ground. His upper body was flung by the airwave, crashing heavily more than 10 meters away. For a moment, the excruciating pain of his severed legs, the sudden humiliation of defeat, and a strong sense of absurdity all piled together. At this moment, it nearly broke the leader of Root, the deepest darkness of Konoha. How can this be? My legs. This is impossible. Tuanzang lost his usual gloomy composure and screamed with a twisted face. Having dominated Konoha for so many years, he would never have imagined that he could be defeated in a single blow by a 10-year-old Yuzhibo brat. This was a sheer disgrace. On the other side, seeing that one strike didn't kill Tuanzang, Shimu clicked his tongue. "TSK. Dodge the fatal blow. Then I'll give you another." He pursed his lips. Without any hesitation, he controlled the Susanoo to swing the sword again, chopping down from above precisely toward Tuanzang. This strike was 3 times more ferocious, as if it would split the earth. It didn't give Tuanzang any chance to react, arriving in a flash. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. This earth-shattering strike carved a deep trench nearly 30 meters long in the ground. The shockwave it stirred up felled dozens of surrounding trees, terrifying in power. Such a heavy blow, let alone a ninja of flesh and blood. Even a thick-skinned summoning beast would find it impossible to endure. Shimu couldn't believe that bastard Tuanzang could withstand such a blow. At this moment, the intense battle fluctuations, powerful chakra aura, and towering Susanoo figure quickly drew the attention of many pursuing Konoha ninjas nearby. Presumably someone would soon arrive. It was also time for Shimu to leave. However, just as he prepared to depart, beside the deep sword trench, a phantom figure gradually materialized into solid form. It was that old villain Tuanzang. Tuanzang was lying on the muddy ground in extreme disgrace, both legs severed, mouth full of blood, barely propping himself up, with one left arm staring at Shimu with intense hatred and resentment. Zaimis' first strike was too fierce. It had nearly cut Tuanzang in half. But even so, Tuanzang, with his legs severed, was still severely injured and could only barely use chakra to stop the bleeding from his leg wounds. However, given this injury, if he did not receive timely treatment, once the effect of Izanagi wore off, he would still probably die. At the same time, seeing Tuanzang revive, Zaimis' pupils contracted and his brows furrowed. As a member of the Yuzhibo clan, how could he not understand? That bastard Tuanzang must have used the Yuzhibo clan's ultimate ocular jutsu, Izanagi. With this forbidden jutsu, he distorted reality and illusion. He physically reverted the fatal attack he had just received to the state recorded by the Sharingan. thus evading Zayama's fatal blow. Damn. So this is the ultimate ocular jutsu, Izanagi. Though it cost the Sharingan's permanent loss of light. But its effect is truly akin to a miracle. Previously Shimu had feigned weakness to lure the enemy. It was all to make Tuanzang lower his guard. Then he struck fiercely, each blow faster than the last, precisely to prevent Tuanzang from using this forbidden jutsu. Unexpectedly, in that instant the bastard still managed to activate it. Alas, he could only blame his own ancestors for being too brilliant creating such an ultimate ocular jutsu. Moreover, that old scoundrel Tuanzang was too shameless. He even stole this ultimate ocular jutsu and seized the Sharingan of Ji Shuei and other clan. Forbidden technique, Izanagi. Danzo, your wretched life is indeed as stubborn and foul as a dung beetle. Shimu stared at Danzo, fury blazing in his eyes, and cursed through gritted teeth. Cough. Cough. A dung beetle? What is that? Danzo coughed, blood his brows furrowed in confusion. He could not comprehend how. How could that brat Shimu, already completely spent, recover so swiftly and unleash such terrifying power? If he had known the boy could still summon Susanoo, he would never have recklessly revealed himself. Regrettably, it was too late for regrets now. That cunning brat had indeed gained the upper hand, forcing him to pay the grievous price of his legs. Mercifully, he still had a hidden trump card, a Sharingan he had seized from Shursui, and he had secretly obtained the forbidden technique Izanagi from the Uchiha clan. Thus he had saved his own life. Otherwise he would have been cleaved into a bloody pulp just like the deep ravine. How terrifying! Danzo, barely alive, dared not hesitate. He struggled and tore off the bandage wrapped around his right arm with his teeth, revealing the entire arm, a transplant of would-release cells created by Orochimaru, and 2 fresh Sharingan. The vivid eyeballs embedded in the arm twisted grotesquely, making one's scalp crawl at a single glance. How Danzo managed to sleep at night was beyond comprehension. Sharingan, would-release cells, beast. Shimu deliberately feigned ignorance with a roar of anger. Danzo paid no heed to Zayama's insults, whether it was vile or sinful, as long as he could gain power, to make himself stronger, to ascend to the Hokage seat more splendidly, and to lead Konoha to glory. What did it matter? Moreover, without the transplanted Sharingan and the knowledge of Izanagi, he would have died just moments ago. Brat, you didn't expect this. Cough. You lost. Danzo taunted with effort, brandishing his Sharingan right arm. He prepared to activate Izanagi again at any moment, wary of the enemy attacking during the technique's interval. Obviously, as the leader of Root, coupled with the brutal Third Shinobi World War and the high casualty rates of dangerous, it was not difficult for him to secretly seize several bodies of Uchiha clan members and acquire their Sharingan. It was likely that after initially transplanting these Sharingan and tasting the power and allure of this Kekiai, he had become relentless enough to strike against Shursui and spare no effort in covertly pushing forward the plan to annihilate the Uchiha clan. With 2 Sharingan plus Shizui's right eye, the old man Danzo possessed a total of 3 Sharingan. That meant he could activate Izanagi at least 3 times, maintaining it for 3 minutes each. Could he survive 3 minutes? Of course he could. Without Izanagi, he wouldn't need 3 seconds to obliterate Danzo once more. But the 3-minute invincibility granted by Izanagi was troublesome. At this moment, not even 3 minutes. Every additional minute he delayed would let countless Konoha ninjas descend upon them. By then he would be trapped like a turtle in a jar. Of course the ambush had not been fruitless. At the very least, it had gravely wounded Danzo, crippled his legs, forced him to use Izanagi, and wasted Shizui's precious Mangekyō Sharingan. That was one major threat eliminated. After all, the Mangekyō Sharingan ability of Shursui, Koto Tsukumi, was truly terrifying. If he was not careful, he could be controlled by it, and that would be the end. In any case, it was not a loss. Besides, a living Danzo could harm and weaken Konoha far more than a dead one. Lost. A failure like you dares to judge others. Don't you want to become Hokage? Already crippled and now without legs. How can you become Hokage? So afraid of death, yet you vie for the Hokage position. Zayama's mockery instantly enraged Danzo. Missing out on the Hokage seat due to a momentary lapse over 20 years ago had always been the most painful knot in his heart. Moreover, being mocked by a 10-year-old Uchiha brat about his lifelong aspiration and pursuit truly infuriated him and made it unbearable. You, brat, enjoy your arrogance while you can. Soon I will flay you alive and make your life worse. Danzo's face darkened with deep resentment as he uttered the curse. Having held a high position in the shadows for years, he had cultivated considerable composure. Though fury burned within him, he did not lose his reason. He continued maintaining the forbidden technique Izanagi to ensure his immortality. After all, in just a moment, a host of Konoha ninjas would gather and surround the brat. In the end, victory would still be his. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. In no time, many Umbu ninjas arrived, quickly shielding Danzo, yet under the intimidation of the giant Susanoo deity, no one dared to assault. Simultaneously not far away, third Hokage Hiruzen swiftly arrived with several clan heads. Danzo. Lord Danzo. How could this be? Seeing the devastation and Danzo's near-death state, everyone who arrived was utterly shocked, unable to imagine that Danzo, that old schemer, could be defeated by a 10-year-old boy who should have been at his last gasp. And he had lost so miserably. At the same time, seeing the Konoha reinforcements, Shimou realized he could no longer kill Danzo. He had no choice but to retract Susanoo and prepare to leave. After all, though powerful, he was not yet capable of matching the entire Konoha village. Moreover, Hiruzen was still around. The reason he had not chosen to fight Konoha Hiden was precisely because of that old man. Although Hiruzen was old and frail, much weaker than his prime, the title professor of ninjutsu was not for nothing. His overall strength was at least mid-Tupperkage level. Most importantly, he had mastered the bug-like sealing technique, Dead Demon, consuming seal, a move that could be called ultimate one-for-one exchange. Had not that eerie snake, like Orochimaru, fallen to it, Shimou did not want to be suddenly grabbed by the death god summoned by Hiruzen in the middle of a fight and die without understanding why. That was the fundamental reason Shimou chose to lead the clan in defecting from Konoha. Otherwise, with just him and Fugaku, two Susanoo mecha, they could have rampaged through Konoha 7 times over. Hiruzen looked at the miserable Danzo, a hint of sorrow and anger rising within him. Danzo might have many flaws and ambition, but he was still an old comrade and acquaintance. Over the years, he had contributed much to Konoha's development and shouldered many sins. Thus, Hiruzen had repeatedly indulged and shielded him. Notify the medical unit. Begin treatment immediately. He quickly ordered. Several ninjas quickly took Danzo away. Then Hiruzen turned his gaze to Shimou, in the distance, a trace of anger in his eyes. Uchiha. Shimou. Is it? What exactly are you trying to do? Leave Konoha. Of course, in your eyes it's defection. Shimou admitted frankly. Why, oi? Third Hokage, how can you ask why? You tacitly approved the decision to annihilate the Uchiha clan, didn't you? Or do you expect me to stay in the village and wait for death? Shimou questioned with contempt and sharpness. You? Hiruzen started angrily, but was at a loss for justification. After all, as Hokage, he had vaguely known of Danzo's threat to have Itachi exterminate the Uchiha clan. Moreover, Itachi and Obito alone could hardly slaughter the hundreds of Uchiha in such a short time. The hidden Umbu and root ninjas poised to strike were the real main force. Itachi was merely a convenient scapegoat. Sigh. Shimou, surrender. If you give yourself up, the village may consider leniency. After a pause, Hiruzen could only try to persuade him. Unlike Danzo, he knew very well that if this monstrous Uchiha boy resisted to the death, he would inflict immense casualties on Konoha. Perhaps even claim dozens of precious Umbu ninja lives. The village will consider leniency. How ridiculous. Third Hokage, what exactly is the village? Is it wherever the Hokage is? Hiruzen quickly denied. Of course not. The village is composed of the people. The villagers who inherit the will of fire are the true Hidden Leaf village. Then aren't we Uchiha a part of the village? You are, but... Hiruzen was again silenced. It came down to the same point. The Uchiha annihilation plan, decided by Konoha's high command, was hardly honorable, depriving others of life under the guise of justice. Is this the will of fire you speak of? Is this the legacy you inherited from the first and second Hokage? The Konoha of today is rotten to its core. Shimou denounced loudly. Then he sighed faintly. Enough, no more nonsense. From this day on, I, Uchiha Shimou, together with half the Uchiha clan, formally defect from Konoha. If you have the ability, come and kill me. They'll be waiting. Shimou gave a long cry, his sharp gaze sweeping over all the Konoha ninjas around. The Umbu ninjas shivered and stepped back half a pace. Then, reverse summoning technique, activate. Bam! A burst of white smoke exploded. In an instant, Shimou vanished from the spot and reappeared at the predetermined rendezvous point over 100 miles. At this moment, within the Hidden Leaf village, in the compound of the Uchiha clan, a large number of Uchiha members stood amidst the smoke-dusted ruins, their faces frozen in stunned bewilderment. From the onset of the fierce battle to the defeat of their clan leader to the defection of that Natsume clansman, barely 10 minutes had passed from start to finish. Most of the buildings within the Uchiha clan compound had been reduced to rubble. How absurd was that? But soon these clansmen discovered something else. Many familiar faces within the compound were missing. Roughly estimating, at least half of them were gone. Where had those clansmen gone? Could it be that they had truly defected? Many of the remaining Uchiha whispered in shock, making their guesses. After all, some within the clan had recently sounded them out about leaving the village. The remaining clansmen had declined for various reasons, or dismissed it as a joke. But now it was clearly known they had really defected. Damn it. If only they had known it was real, they would have fled too. For a moment, many who had just realized the truth sank into deep regret. Meanwhile, amid the vast blackened ruins, a figure of modest height sprinted swiftly, leaping across debris. Soon Itachi crossed the layers of wreckage. He reached the spot where his father Fugaku had been struck down. But before he could dig through the debris, Uchiha Fugaku, dusty yet spirited, rose from a pile of shattered wood. "Itachi, you're here. Father, are you all right?" Seeing his father alive, Itachi felt a slight relief. Though tonight he had originally intended to break ties with his father and the entire Uchiha clan. That boy Natsume still held back some of his strength otherwise. Fugaku brushed the dust off his clothes, but he immediately realized he had spoken too much and clamped his mouth shut. The fact that he had been fighting with Natsume as a ruse must not be known to the village. Well, they really had fought for real. Look, they'd collapsed so many houses. What a great loss. Father, you and cousin Natsume. Itachi, who had a vague suspicion, finally voiced his doubt. Natsume, that boy led more than half of the clan in defecting from the village. I tried to stop him, but failed. Fugaku lamented, though his eyes remained sharp, devoid of any regret. How could he? Isn't that suicidal? Even if he successfully led half the clan to defect, they couldn't withstand the village's relentless pursuit. And by defecting like this, the remaining clansmen will bear severe punishment. Itachi was shocked. He couldn't understand why his cousin Natsume would do something so crazy and foolish. He must have his own considerations and countermeasures. But for him, staying in the village and waiting for death would be even more worthless. Everyone has the right to choose their own future. Itachi, you chose to oppose the clan for the sake of the village and Sasuke. That's not wrong. Natsume chose to oppose the village for himself and the clan. That's not wrong either. Though your thoughts differ, both of you are outstanding prodigies of the Uchiha. What the future holds is for you to create. Fugaku spoke with rare emotion. He lifted his gaze slightly toward the starry sky. He could no longer discern the future of the Uchiha clan. So, father, you already knew. Itachi's heart trembled. He didn't know how to justify himself. No matter how many reasons he had, his betrayal of the clan and his decision to stain his hands with blood were indisputable sins. Don't blame yourself. With such a major incident, your mission should be postponed. Go check on your mother and Sasuke first. They should be fine. All right. At the mention of Sasuke, Itachi perked up slightly. He hurriedly prepared to see his younger brother. However, with a whoosh, another figure clad in the Konoha military police uniform suddenly appeared beside them. Clan leader young master Itachi, forgive my intrusion. Uchiha Yashiro, with gray hair and a gaunt face, quickly greeted them. Yashiro, why are you here? It was young master Natsume's entrustment. Yashiro? I never expected you to side with that boy too. Fugaku was slightly startled. After all, the 45-year-old Yashiro, with his rich experience and outstanding skill, was a solid pillar of the Uchiha clan. He was also Fugaku's right-hand man in the Konoha military police, one he greatly admired and relied upon. Yet to think that even Yashiro had joined Natsume's side. Yashiro sighed softly and said frankly, Clan leader, I too simply wish to change the current state of the clan. Compared to young master Natsume, you after all have been too conservative. Fugaku coughed and waved his hand dismissively. Cough. Enough, say no more. That boy is indeed monstrously talented with terrifying strength. Serving him is not a bad thing. This time Fugaku truly felt his age. It seemed the clan's future must be left to the younger generation, Natsume Itachi, to strive for. He would just exert his remaining energy to support them. Did that boy give you any further instructions? Yes, young master Natsume left some words for young master. Yashiro stated his purpose. For Itachi. Fugaku was slightly puzzled. Even Itachi, standing nearby, was taken aback. He wondered what words his incredibly strong and deeply hidden cousin Natsume could have left for him. The next moment, Yashiro handed over a scroll. Itachi took the scroll and, with his father Fugaku's permission, opened and read it. Moments later, after finishing the scroll, Itachi trembled violently, his eyes shining. His heart, which had been cold and dead, suddenly came alive. Not for any other reason, but because the method recorded on the scroll might just save the remaining Uchiha in Konoha from disaster. No need for genocide, no need to clash with the village to the death. So this is cousin Natsume's contingency plan. It's certainly worth a try. Itachi sighed with emotion and quickly made his decision. Meanwhile, on the other side, 100 miles north of Konoha, in a secluded forest, a large group of Uchiha clansmen gathered there. Young and old, strong and beautiful. Altogether there were over 400 people. Clearly they were all Uchiha clansmen who had defected from Konoha. At that moment, under the leadership of several skilled clansmen, they were resting, quietly waiting. Soon in the center of the crowd, the palm-sized summoning beast panda on the grass received an instruction. It quickly extended its two round paws, forming hand seals. The next moment, the reverse summoning technique activated, directly summoning Natsume, who was 100 miles away, to this place. After all, the summoning technique was a form of space-time ninjutsu theoretically capable of reverse summon. And this was one of the assurances that allowed Natsume to stay behind in Konoha alone and cause a big uproar. Otherwise, escaping from the village's tight encirclement would not have been easy. I'm back. Is everyone all right? Within the white mist, Natsume called out, greeting the clansmen. Seeing Natsume return safely, the hundreds of Uchiha clansmen around burst into excited cheers. Young Master Natsume. Young clan leader. Great, the young clan leader is back. We finally escaped Konoha. Countless cheers rose and fell, one wave after another, brimming with joy. Clearly, these Uchiha clansmen who had long been ostracized and harassed by the village. Having escaped to safety, they finally shed their burdens and felt at ease. After all, Natsume was now the pillar of support for all of them. He was the guiding light leading them toward a brilliant future. Nothing could be more uplifting than the safe return of their new young clan leader. Likewise, looking around at the joy on his clansmen's faces and feeling the relief of leaving Konoha, Natsume rarely allowed a smile to curl at the corners of his mouth, thoroughly delighted. After a brief celebration, Shimu began to attend to serious matters. Though they had initially escaped from my danger still loomed, it was not yet time to relax. Rieo, how many have escaped? What are the casualties? Including you, the young clan leader, a total of 419 have escaped so far. During the escape, 3 clansmen died in battle and 5 were captured. This young Uchiha Rieo was one of the outstanding aides Shimu had recruited. He was only 17 this year and had just joined the My Police force. With the strength of a special jonin, he was decisive and meticulous in his actions, earning trust. Shimu frowned slightly, deeply discontent. Although his fierce battle with Fuyue had drawn away the vast majority of my ninjas, it was indeed no easy feat for over 400 people to escape completely unscathed. 8 casualties. Those my ninjas truly held nothing back. Leave this matter aside for now. I will devise a way to rescue the captured clansmen later. Tung, was that matter successful? Shimu looked to another clansman on his right and asked gravely. Yes, young clan leader, it succeeded. Inside here are the silver looted from Yui's treasury. As per your instructions, we only took half, totaling 78 million taels. This Uchiha Tung hurriedly opened the backpack on his body, revealing a large number of space scrolls. There were over a dozen. Each scroll was filled with silver looted from Yui's treasury. I probably never imagined that the Uchiha defectors would dare to raid the treasury. Consequently, the guards outside the treasury were truly no match for the Uchiha ninjas skilled in Jinjutsu. Seeing this, Shimu couldn't help but rejoice. This huge sum of silver was the real treasure. In fact, taking advantage of the upheaval to raid Mui's treasury was also one of Zaima's plans. After all, he had led over 400 clansmen in defection. Once they settled and built a village in the future, everything, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, would cost money, an abyss of endless expenses. Not to mention that building a village itself required enormous funds. He had led the clan to defect from Mai to pursue a richer and better life. He wasn't about to take a group of people to become savages. Moreover, as my renegade ninjas for the near future, they would surely find it difficult to accept major country missions and earn rewards. Therefore, this large sum of capital looted from Yui's treasury was their starting funds. 78 million taels. Compared to the 5 great shinobi countries, it was truly not much. But for them, it was more than enough. The reason they only looted half and not all was to avoid my acting desperately like a cornered dog. If they had taken everything, causing Mui's economic chain to break and plunge into crisis, Yuan Fei and others would surely lead the entire village to hunt them down. Well done. With this money, our clan will surely achieve new glory. It's all thanks to the young clan lord's brilliant sagacity and strategic foresight. Uchiha Tung grinned, laughing excitedly in praise. After all, looting Mui's treasury was something he had never even dreamed of. In over 20 years of his life, he had never done anything so exhilarating. All right, stop flattering. Notify everyone, prepare for 1 minute. Then we continue onward. Target, Tian country. I've already arranged personnel there. They will receive and settle the clansmen well, so they need not worry. Shimu quickly issued orders without any delay. Understood. After preparations, you go ahead. I need to meet someone. I'll catch up soon. Yes. A few minutes later, under orderly organization, the over 400 Uchiha clansmen there once again set off on their journey. They headed towards Tian country. Tian country borders Huo country to the north. At the speed of an ordinary ninja, it would take just over a day to get there. However, among these over 400 clansmen, more than half were the elderly, women and children, not ninjas. Their mobility and stamina were quite weak. Reaching Tian country would take at least 3 days. During this period, they would also have to erase their tracks, fend off my pursuers, solve food and water issues, and many other problems. This was no small task. Any slight mistake could lead to irreversible disaster. Of course, these were matters to consider later. At this moment, another difficult problem demanded his attention. Come out. Stop hiding. Xiaomu gave a soft shout. He reached down and picked up the backpack at his feet, stroking the numerous space scrolls inside. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained 782 value points. May I ask, do you want to recharge 782 value points in exchange for 7820 gold coins? Recharge successful. Congratulations. You have received 7820 gold coins. Current balance 7828 gold coins. Watching the system notifications in his mind. With this sudden influx of enormous wealth, Xiaomu was overjoyed. After all, he had saved 10 years worth of New Year money in Mai. From the age of 7, he had worked countless part-time jobs. He even used knowledge from his past life to secretly earn money. Only then had he managed to scrape together 10 million taels, recharge 1,000 gold coins in exchange for the Mangekyō Sharingan. Now in just a moment he had obtained nearly 8,000 gold coins. Truly a windfall. From now on, those expensive exchange abilities in the system were no longer out of reach. Flying Thunder God Sage Mode, 8 Gates Rinnegan Heavy Particle Mode. I want them all. Indeed, being an employee. Nothing beats robbery for quick cash. Thus the sudden near 8,000 gold coins gave Xiaomu abundant confidence. He felt much more composed in the face of the powerful enemy about to appear. Of course, compared to Mui's strategic treasury, the Mai administrative department had far more paper money stored, at least over 1 billion in reserve. But those paper notes could not be exchanged for gold coins, and the Hokage building's administrative department was more heavily guarded. That was why Xiaomu didn't order an attack there. As Zayama's shout echoed, soon not far behind him a blurry figure gradually solidified into visibility. Without a doubt it was Dai-Tu who had been tracking them all the way. Possessing Kamui, his travel speed far exceeded ordinary ninjas. I didn't expect you to detect me. Dai-Tu jumped down from a branch facing Xiaomu, his eyes flickering with surprise and wariness. He had guessed correctly. The Uchiha clan always managed to produce geniuses from time to time. In the past, Jishui, now you, and this Xiaomu before him. All were monstrous geniuses. When he was this guy's age, he was just a dead last. Yet this brat could already activate the third power Susanoo. He even led the clan to successfully defect, manipulating the vast Mai like a toy. Such a prodigy cannot be allowed to live. Otherwise he might interfere with my Moon Eye plan. Dai-Tu resolved inwardly. In his eyes, any threat that might prevent him from building a new world for Lin must be eliminated. Sharingan, are you also a member of the Uchiha clan? Or did you steal those eyes? Xiaomu asked. He did not rashly expose Dai-Tu's identity and plans. If he did, Brother 2 would very likely be forced into a deadly battle with him. Although he was very strong, killing a slippery ninja like Brother 2, who possessed Kamui, was no easy task. Not to mention destroying the entire Akatsuki Hiden. That would be extremely difficult. Especially Changman, he didn't have invincible Taknijutsu. Therefore, it wasn't advisable to form a mortal enmity with Akatsuki. The best approach was to beat Dai-Tu soundly, making him retreat, buying more time for development. You don't need to know. Soon you'll be a dead man. Don't worry, you'll catch up to those fleeing clansmen later and finish them all off. Dai-Tu declared coldly. Except for Lin, he had little goodwill towards the entire Uchiha clan. Moreover, they were living in such a war-torn and distorted world. As for this Xiaomu, though monstrous and talented, he had just endured a fierce battle with Fuyue, and must be greatly exhausted. This was the perfect chance to kill him. He had come tonight with the goal of annihilating the Uchiha clan and collecting Sharingan. At this moment, Dai-Tu showed no mercy. Come on, I hope you can take more hits than that old dog Tuanzong. Xiaomu wasted no words. With a cold laugh, he struck out fiercely. A fierce battle erupted instantly. Apart from that Kid Mingren's talk no jutsu, there is no more powerful form of communication between ninjas than combat. Boom boom. Explosions erupted one after another. The great fireball technique, nearly maxed out in skill points, cascaded from Zayama's mouth, as if it cost nothing. One after another they hurtled forth, surging toward Obito. Yet without exception, these ferocious fireballs effortlessly passed through Obito's form, slamming into the dense forest around him. They inflicted no harm upon Obito whatsoever. One had to admit, the exclusive ability of the Mangekyō Sharingan Kamui was indeed extremely troublesome. Especially since Obito's right eye, enhanced by Hashirama's cells, activated its intangible ability with almost no side effects. It was practically a passive skill. Thus it rendered all physical attacks and the vast majority of ninjutsu attacks ineffective. The only limitation was a duration of at most 5 minutes. But across the entire shinobi world, the only female tycoon who could produce 600 billion exploding tags and sustain a bombardment for over 10 minutes was probably just one person, Sister Conan. At least Xiaomu was certain he didn't have that many exploding tags. Even if he did, he couldn't bear to squander them so recklessly. Therefore, dealing with Brother Tuzi was no easy task. Of course, aside from an uninterrupted attack lasting over 5 minutes. Another ability could also counter Kamui. That was sufficient speed, as long as you were fast enough. So fast that even the Sharingan struggled to lock onto you like a certain rakage. Thus you could naturally ignore the devouring of Kamui. Did Shimu possess a physique and speed comparable to the Raikage? Of course not. If he did, why bother deploying the Susanoo? He would have just rushed forward and pummeled Danzo with his fists. But if his physique was insufficient, chakra and ninjutsu could make up for it, using a massive amount of chakra to perform the body flicker technique, or spatial ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God. All could grant a shinobi extreme speed. As for Shimu himself, while he didn't have the vast chakra reserves of a tailed beast, nor had he learned spatial jutsu like Flying Thunder God. However, like Obito, his own pair of Mangekyō's exclusive abilities were also a form of spatial ninjutsu, enough to allow him to unleash explosive speed. But to hit Obito, he still needed an opportunity. Fire-style Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Fire-style Blast Wave Wild Dance. While evading Zayama's fireballs, Obito deftly unleashed offensive jutsu, blanketing the area in all directions. Having possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan himself, he was keenly aware of the terror of this bloodline limit. Moreover, each pair of Mangekyō Sharingan had different abilities. To be cautious before uncovering Zayama's exclusive ability, he had no intention of engaging that brat in close combat. Ranged attrition was far more prudent. But how does this brat still have so much chakra? Wasn't he nearly exhausted? Obito wondered in secret. He couldn't fathom why the brat still had so much chakra to squander. Could it be that this kid like Kisame could absorb others' chakra to replenish himself? Shadow Clone Technique. Great Fireball Technique. Shimu split into 3 clones surrounding himself as they repeatedly spewed great fireballs. They almost rivaled 3 artillery turrets. With just a single fireball technique, they blocked all of Obito's ninjutsu attacks, and forced him to keep his distance, unable to use Kamui to approach. Obito was in no hurry. After all, Zayama's attacks couldn't harm him, so he didn't mind a prolonged exchange. He even taunted while phasing his form. It's useless. Useless. Your great fireball technique is impressive, but it can never hit me. Give up. If you're willing to submit to me, I might spare your life. Faced with Obito's temptation to surrender, Shimu remained utterly unmoved. Ridiculous. Join Obito. Join the Akatsuki. Then be toyed with by that filial son Black Zetsu living in the illusion of the Eye of the Moon plan. Should he rely on others for his future rather than fight for it himself, placing hope in an unending dream? Don't be foolish. Seen this way, the idealistic brother Tuzi was somewhat pitiable. Of course, pity was pity, but he still needed a beating. With that thought, Shimu began to act. Snake, hare, boar, rabbit, dog, rat, bird, horse, snake. Surrounded by 3 clones, Zayama's original swiftly formed hand seals, while raising a corner of his mouth and asking loudly, "Do you recognize this jutsu? This hand seal sequence. It's the forbidden technique, Dead Demon Consuming Seal, eh? Oh, I didn't expect you to actually recognize this jutsu." Shimu feigned astonishment. Are you insane? Obito's expression twisted as he cried out in disbelief. Although he didn't know the technique himself, he had witnessed firsthand the power of this Uzumaki clan's forbidden sealing jutsu. Back then, even the mighty Ninetales seemed feeble as a pet under his teacher Minato Namikaze's Dead Demon Consuming Seal. With a whoosh, its soul was ripped out and sealed. That alone testified to the terror of this forbidden technique. Thus Obito never imagined that this brat Shimu would actually know such a forbidden technique. And without a word, he would immediately resort to a suicidal art. Was this brat insane? Seeing this, Obito dared not gamble. After all, who knew if his Kamui intangibility could withstand the soul-grabbing of Dead Demon Consuming Seal? What if it couldn't? Wouldn't he be done for? No, I must stop him. I cannot let this brat succeed. Sensing the lethal threat, Obito roared inwardly. The next moment, without a shred of hesitation, he phased his body wove through the massive fireballs and charged straight at Zayama's original, determined to interrupt the brat's technique. Seeing Obito rush toward him, Shimu, however, rejoiced inwardly. Just as I thought, threatened by the Dead Demon Consuming Seal, this brother Tuzi finally couldn't hold back. But did he actually know Dead Demon Consuming Seal? Of course not. While he could exchange for it in the system shop, the price was too high. All the gold coins Shimu had saved were used to exchange for the Mangekyō Sharingan. How could he afford this useless ultimate one-for-one forbidden technique? Though he hadn't purchased it, at least he was an old fan who had binge-watched the entire Naruto series in his past life. He had long memorized the hand seal sequence for the Dead Demon Consuming Seal by heart. At this moment, he was just forming seals, putting on a show to scare Obito. Making him take the initiative to attack was Zayama's true goal. Then while Obito was physically attacking him, he could launch a counterattack. Shinobi. If they didn't use tactic, could they even be called shinobi? As Shimu finished his seals, a hazy, icy gray phantom gradually emerged behind him. This terrified Obito into accelerating his assault. He recklessly rushed at Shimu, quickly tossing several shurikens that sliced through the air. The sharp shurikens were blocked by one of Zayama's clones. It was clear the brat's taijutsu was decent. He could easily deflect shurikens with a kunai. Taking advantage of the gap, Obito easily passed through the other two clones and arrived before Zaima's original. Foolish brat, you've lost. Obito instantly deactivated his intangibility, his right hand already touching Zaima's body. At this range, he could completely suck the brat into his Kimui dimension, interrupting the dead demon consuming seal. Clearly he had won. But at that moment, Obito suddenly noticed the brat's lips curl into a smile, as if mocking him. How arrogant. Not knowing death is at your door. Obito sneered in his heart, and instantly activated Kimui, stirring spatial ripples preparing to suck the brat before him into the Kimui dimension. Bam! With a crisp sound, the original Shamu in front of Obito suddenly burst into a cloud of white smoke. What? It's a shadow clone. But if this is a shadow clone, how could it possibly perform a forbidden technique like dead demon consuming seal? In an instant, Obito was horrified and suddenly realized. Crap, I've been tricked. Obito exclaimed in panic, hurriedly trying to activate his intangibility again. But Shamu would never give him that chance. Mangekyō Sharingan left, Ishuna. Third stage 8 times speed boost, activate. On Obito's right, the real Shamu, who should have been just a shadow clone, struck instantly. He directly activated his left Mangekyō's exclusive ability, accelerating his own time. In the blink of an eye, under the influence of temporal power, the blood flow within Zaima's body surged wildly. Hemoglobin burned at breakneck speed, muscle and bone traction doubled, as if he had completely broken away from the normal flow of time. With a faster passage of time, he burst forth with speed and power far beyond normal. He attained a full 8 times speed boost, the highest boost he could currently manage. The next moment, he threw a punch. In 0.2 seconds of extreme speed, so fast that Obito couldn't even phase himself. Bam! Zaima's fist slammed violently into the right side of Obito's face. The immense force shattered his mask and fractured his cheekbone. Obito, like a sandbag, was sent flying dozens of meters, smashing through several large trees before crashing to the ground. In the end, Obito had fallen for the trick. Otherwise, with just an 8 times boost, Shamu would never have landed a hit. But Obito had proactively closed in and deactivated his intangibility, giving Shamu the chance to strike. Just as Minato had hit him with a Rinnegan all those years ago. Shinobi battles were always full of schemes. After that initial strike, Shamu did not relent. Leveraging the 8x speed boost of Shun instant, he surged forward once more. His entire form transformed into a streak of light, catching up to Dai-2 and mounting him, raining down punch after punch. From Shamu's perspective, only a thorough beating, one that left an indelible mark, could awaken this misguided brother Tuzi who had been led astray by Ban and Heiju. Thus Shamu continued his relentless assault. Had his body not been small and underdeveloped at the age of 10, a single adult-sized fist could have beaten Dai-2 half to death. Of course, empowered by Shun, Shamu's fists remained swift and forceful, battering down like a raging storm. Moreover, each punch wrapped in Shamu's chakra invaded Dai-2's body, disrupting his chakra and preventing brother Tuzi from channeling his dojutsu to activate intangibility or evade Shamu's blows. Besides, that very first punch had nearly stunned Dai-2 out of his wits. Now subjected to this baptism of love, brother Tuzi might have even forgotten who he was. How could he muster any strength to resist? In no time, Dai-2's once fairly handsome face was battered into a pig's head, bruised, swollen, and utterly pathetic. Of course, Shamu relished the beating, a good catharsis. Before long, the intense pain in his face and the overwhelming sense of humiliation ignited Dai-2's fury. Seizing an opening, he endured the backlash of his dojutsu and forcibly activated his Mangekyō Sharingan, unleashing Kimui to suck Shamu, who was still atop him, into the Kimui dimension. Whoosh! Sensing the spatial distortion, Shamu did not linger. He swiftly withdrew his fists and with the 8x speed boost of Shun, his velocity now rivaled that of a ninja who had opened the first 4 inner gates. He instantly evaded the absorption range of Kimui, leaving Dai-2 grasping at nothing. After all, absorbing others with Kimui was inherently slower than its passive phasing. Seeing his capture fail, Dai-2 had no choice but to change his target. He sucked himself into the Kimui dimension and promptly reappeared on a tree trunk tens of meters away. Having escaped death, Dai-2, his face throbbing with pain, leaned against the trunk, panting with bitter resentment. Each breath tugged at his swollen facial muscles, causing excruciating pain and forcing him to grimace involuntarily. Since awakening his Mangekyō, he had never suffered such a crushing defeat. Beaten by a 10-year-old brat, mounted and pummeled into a pig's head. If word got out, he would die of shame. Even during the Ninetales attack, when he lost to his sensei, Shuei-min, he had never been so humiliated. This brat was truly despicable. And how did he know the hand seals for Shiki Fujin, dead demon consuming seal? Why was he so familiar with Kimui? How could he instantly multiply his speed several times? One question after another arose in Dai-Tu's mind, making him increasingly unable to see through this young clansman and more wary of the brat. Such power, such cunning, such scheming. Could this really be a 10-year-old youth? At such a young age his heart is already so dirty. What will he be like when he grows up? Dai-Tu stared at the distant Xiamu silently, venting his rage. If he could, he would have torn the brat apart that very moment. Seeing Dai-Tu escape far away, Xiamu realized it would be almost impossible to catch him again. Still, he had enjoyed the beating, so he magnanimously overlooked Brother Tuzi's offense. Thus, Xiamu deactivated Shun and closed his Mangekyō Sharingan. After all, forcibly activating the third level of Shun had drained his dojutsu heavily, making it unwise to continue the battle. Had enough. Want to keep going. Did you think you could kill me? Xiamu glanced at Dai-Tu, taunting slightly. Brat, don't be too... Dai-Tu, clenching his teeth through his swelling face, roared out with slurred, angry words, utterly ludicrous to behold. Judging by that cloak, you've joined the Akatsuki, right? I know there are plenty of capable fighters in the Akatsuki. Feel free to bring them to gang up on me and show them how I pummeled you. Or you could target the Uchiha clansmen I led to escape while I'm away. Honestly, with your abilities, I can't protect my clansmen every moment. But if you dare lay a hand on them, I will reveal your identity to Konoha. To Kakashi. You can try. Xiamu raised an eyebrow, his expression stern and threatening. Compared to raw power, his knowledge of the entire Naruto world was an invaluable asset, which he could leverage at times like this. Of course, Xiamu wasn't foolish enough to blurt out that the Eye of the Moon plan was all a lie. Without evidence, the other party wouldn't believe him anyway. Moreover, Brother Tuzi regarded this plan as his very faith to strive for. Imagine you abruptly time-traveled back to World War II and with no evidence told a certain Führer that fascism was doomed and Germany would fall. Would he believe you? Would he not put a bullet in you? You know my identity. Dai-Tu was startled to shock, even scattering much of his anger. After all, aside from a select few, no one in Konoha should possibly know who he was. We're both from the Uchiha clan, and we've both awakened the Mangekyō. Do you think I can't sense that your Sharingan has the same chakra signature as that guy Kakashi? Xiamu offered a reasonably plausible guess. It made Dai-Tu involuntarily believe him. After all, the fact that he could point out the connection between him and Kakashi already explained a great deal. You. What exactly are you trying to do? Dai-Tu asked, darkly clenching his fists with a deeply aggrieved. Having his true identity exposed was incredibly discomforting, and if it reached Konoha, it would only complicate his future plans. Fortunately, this kid probably didn't know about the Eye of the Moon plan. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Just don't come after me anymore. If you do, I will kill you. Xiamu didn't mince words. He shot Dai-Tu a cold glare, leaving a stern warning. It seemed his threat had taken effect. In all likelihood, Dai-Tu wouldn't want to expose his identity at this point. And Xiamu himself didn't want innocent clansmen to be decimated. The scales of leverage and concern were balanced. Brother Tuzi would likely make the right choice. With that, Xiamu bent his knees and leaped onto a branch heading after the main group. He quickly vanished into the dense forest, leaving only a severely battered Dai-Tu standing there silently seething. Yet he had to admit, Xiamu was simply too strong. Continuing to clash with him was not a wise choice. For now, he would let continuing to advance his Eye of the Moon plan was the real priority. Dai-Tu darkened his face and had no choice but to compromise. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, the news that Uchiha Xiamu had routed clan head Fugaku, gravely wounded root leader Danzo, fought his way out, and fled with half the Uchiha clan burst like a deep-sea bomb, rocking the seemingly peaceful village. That night, the entire village was in an uproar. Countless ninjas scurried about frantically, trying to manage the aftermath. That night was destined to be sleepless. At this moment in the dead of night, the Hokage building in Konoha was brightly lit and bustling with activity. The aftermath of the fierce Uchiha defection battle left countless matters demanding attention. Medical treatment for the wounded, house repairs, loss assessment, information blackouts, public appeasement. All these tasks kept the ninjas of Konoha overwhelmed and frantic. Meanwhile, inside the Hokage's office, several of Konoha's high-ranking officials were engaged in a tense discussion. The atmosphere was heavy. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, senior advisors Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu, along with Shimura Danzo, the assistant Hokage, who lay in a hospital bed and was absent. These individuals constituted the highest decision-making echelon of Konoha. Hiruzen, how is Danzo's injury? Mitokado Hamura inquired. He is receiving treatment from the medical unit. His life is no longer in danger, but his legs may not be saved. The third Hokage sighed. He felt deep compassion for Danzo's plight. The Uchiha clan has indeed rebelled. I told you we should have treated them as traitors and executed them immediately. Uchiha Koharu interjected coldly, seething with anger. Koharu, wasn't it precisely this kind of discrimination that drove the Uchiha to this point? It was the Uchiha clan's own choice. They are traitors. Mitokado Hamura quickly intervened. Hiruzen, Koharu, do not argue. Now is not the time for this. Let us first discuss how to handle the situation. With so many Uchiha defectors, if we cannot manage this properly, it will surely damage the village's reputation and that of the Land of Fire. And we must place the remaining Uchiha in the village under strict control, preferably execute them all. Only this can truly consolidate the village's authority. And we must place the remaining Uchiha in the village under strict control, preferably execute them all. Only this can truly consolidate the village's authority. Hearing this, Hiruzen immediately retorted, no. The Uchiha are naturally skilled in combat, especially with that prodigy Uchiha Natsume. To capture or eliminate them all, we would need at least half the village's ninja force, and there is still the risk of total annihilation. If we fail, Konoha's defensive strength will be severely crippled, inviting covetous eyes from other great villages. Hiruzen had personally witnessed the divine might of Susanoo. Before such immense power, ordinary Unbeatable ninjas were utterly defenseless. Look at that sly old fox Danzo. Even with his strength, he nearly died. That was enough to demonstrate the terror of that Uchiha youth. Sending out pursuit forces rashly might mean sending them to their deaths. Konoha had already lost too many combatants tonight. It could not afford further risks. Are you willing to let them succeed in defecting and disregard the village's prestige? I am the Hokage, I must prioritize the village's safety. Furthermore, a large-scale pursuit would consume substantial resources, weapon supplies for the ninjas, none of which are trivial. The village has finally achieved prosperity. Would dragging it into war be a good thing? Also, I do not endorse using force against the remaining Uchiha in the village. They are also victims of this defection. Hiruzen argued vehemently. As Hokage, he cared more about the village than chasing the fugitives. Soon the discussion turned into a stalemate. But because of the night's events, both senior advisors Uchiha Koharu and Mitokado Hamura leaned toward heavy punishment for the Uchiha. Only Hiruzen advocated a more moderate approach. If Danzo had been present, he would likely have chosen a radical strategy and agreed to dispose of the Uchiha. As the argument wore on, even Hiruzen had to concede a little. Just then, an unexpected figure requested an audience outside the office. Seeing that the visitor was Uchiha Itachi, a member of the rebellious clan, Uchiha Koharu immediately snapped, Uchiha Itachi. As a member of the traitor clan, how dare you come here? Koharu, watch your words. Itachi is an Unbeatable ninja. He is separate from his clan. Moreover, it was Itachi who originally reported the clan's rebellious intent. Uchiha Koharu snorted coldly and said no more. Itachi, why are you here? Hiruzen looked at him gently. He held this talented ninja who had the village's interests at heart and knew right from wrong in high regard. Even more so, a ninja willing to betray his own family for the sake of the village and justice, bearing the weight of sin, was rare and commendable. I came to report my father's proposal. Oh, what does Fugaku want to say? Hiruzen grew curious. After all, Fugaku had been a key participant in the battle tonight. Itachi lowered his head and began reciting the instructions left by his cousin Natsume. Father says, as the clan head and captain of the police force, he failed to foresee the defection within the clan and to prevent Uchiha Natsume and others from fleeing. He takes full responsibility. It was his dereliction of duty. He requests punishment from Konoha. Also, he will announce in his capacity as clan head that this was an internal conflict within the Uchiha clan. It was entirely the clan's own problem, unrelated to Konoha. On the contrary, Konoha helped suppress the internal strife and protected the Uchiha. Finally, he guarantees that he will do everything in his power to capture or kill all the defectors. He requests the village's permission. Hearing this, Hiruzen and the other two brightened. Itachi's report perfectly resolved the two issues that had first, as long as the Uchiha clan declared this an internal conflict rather than a defection and took the blame, it would protect Konoha's reputation and prestige. It might even add a veneer of fairness. Second, having the remaining Uchiha pursue the fugitives would save Konoha a great deal of manpower. Even if not all were captured and casualties occurred, they would diminish the Uchiha's strength. A double gain for Konoha with no downside. This was far better than dispatching a large number of Konoha ninjas to hunt them down. The three fell silent, weighing the proposal's pros and cons. But no matter how they considered it, adopting the proposal was overwhelmingly beneficial. After a moment, Hiruzen spoke first. How is Fugaku's injury? Father is somewhat seriously wounded. It may take several days to recover. Itachi, from Konoha's standpoint, what do you think? My father's words should be true. He was mostly incited by the radicals within the clan. He did not wish to Now that most of those radicals have fled, he can act without restraint. Moreover, most importantly, apart from my father, few in the entire village can withstand Natsume's Susanoo, Itachi narrated methodically. Clearly, he had prepared his words well. If he could not convince the Konoha leadership here, the remaining Uchiha in the village would be in grave danger. Hiruzen nodded again. It was the same reasoning. The power displayed by that young Uchiha Natsume was too formidable, filling Hiruzen with deep wariness. If possible, he truly did not want to sacrifice Konoha ninjas in a pursuit, sending them to their deaths. Kohara, what do you think? This proposal is not bad, but how can we be sure the Uchiha sent to hunt traitors won't also defect? Itachi paused, then continued with an explanation. We need only keep the families of the remaining Uchiha ninjas in the village. Then they will not dare to act recklessly, and will faithfully hunt down the traitors for the village. Itachi is right. This is indeed a good strategy. Mitokado Hamura also endorsed the proposal. Such a strategy beneficial to the village, and causing the Uchiha to turn on each other was one they had no reason to reject. Before long, Hiruzen made his decision. Very well, Itachi. We will seriously consider this proposal. You may go back now. Remember, keep an eye on the remaining Uchiha, and do not let them cause more trouble. Also set aside Danzo's instructions for now. Understood. Itachi nodded in acknowledgement. Inwardly he rejoiced. He understood that this essentially meant the Konoha leadership had adopted the proposal. Thus the remaining Uchiha in the village were temporarily safe. Father, Mother, Sasuke, they were all safe. At the same time, Itachi marveled in secret. So this is the contingency plan left by my cousin Natsume. With just one proposal, he resolved the crisis for the remaining clansmen and made the village willingly employ them. Could it be that he foresaw this step, even predicting the third's decision? Cousin Natsume, just how deep do you hide? 3 days later. In the northern border of the Fire Country, within a sparse pine forest, several figures lurked among the dense foliage, keeping constant vigilance. In truth, to protect the clansmen who fled together, Natsume, as the young clan leader, had naturally devised a countermeasure. He dispersed the group into smaller teams. The elderly women and children too frail for travel were arranged in batches into merchant caravans heading to the Rice Country, vanishing without a trace. The younger ninjas with greater stamina took treacherous paths through dense forests and rocky terrain. They left traces while also misleading the pursuing ninjas from Konoha. He even personally led several elite jonin to stay behind as rear guard. He sought to leave nothing to chance. This place was one of the main routes from the Fire Country to the Rice Country. If the Konoha ninjas came in pursuit, they would most likely pass through here and be detected by the Uchiha ninjas lying in ambush. At this moment, Natsume was lurking here with 3 capable Uchiha jonin. They were on the final watch. Young clan leader, how much longer do we have to stay here? About another hour and a half. I estimate that the last batch of clansmen will cross the border of the Fire Country and reach the Rice Country. By then, even the ninjas of Konoha won't find it easy to act recklessly in a foreign country. They should be safe. Natsume made a rough estimate and gave his answer. Speaking of which, apart from a few low-level Konoha scout ninjas, we haven't encountered any large-scale pursuit. I thought Konoha would be chasing us like mad. Uchiha Tobi sighed and chuckled. Back then, most of the radicals in the clan had not chosen to defect, largely because they feared Konoha's pursuit. After all, no one wanted to live a life of endless flight. No need to ask. They must have been terrified by the young clan leader's immense strength. How dare they pursue us? Beside him, Uchiha Jin, also young, only 16, and who saw Natsume as his idol, immediately boasted cheerfully. He couldn't help it. 3 months ago, when the young clan leader had just awakened his Mangekyō, he had chosen Jin as his sparring partner. That battle left the genius Uchiha Jin, who had earned the rank of Jonin at 16, with psychological trauma. Now in his eyes, no ninja could surpass the young clan leader. Of course, Natsume did not indulge in such. I guess the measures I left behind worked. As expected, Itachi is reliable. For now, Konoha shouldn't send large numbers of ninjas after us anytime soon. We should have a relatively stable period for development. However, later on, the ones who come after us might be our other clansmen left in Konoha. Then we'll have to fight our own kin. Those damned Konoha bastards. How vicious. Uchiha Jin cursed angrily. Don't worry. I have a plan. I won't put you all in a difficult position. Natsume's eyes flickered as he spoke in a low voice. Clearly, he had already thought of a solution. By the way, young clan leader, I have a question. Why did we flee to the Rice Country? The Rice Country is a small nation far weaker than the Fire Country. If Konoha pressures the Rice Country through the Fire Country in the future, this small country might sell us outright. Why not flee to one of the other 4 great nations? Natsume glanced at Uchiha Hinata beside him. This young man has great potential. A good question. The complexities of power struggles among great nations go far beyond what an ordinary ninja village can imagine. Moreover, the 5 great hidden villages check and balance each other. The slightest disturbance could break this equilibrium. To maintain this balance and to avoid other villages harboring their own defectors like us from Konoha, if we sought refuge with another great nation, would most likely be rejected. Even more radical hidden villages might annihilate us all and return our bodies to Konoha, which is not impossible. That way they could both tarnish Konoha's reputation and put Konoha in their debt. It's a Tilbert's with an Estone situation. It's hard for other villages to resist such temptation. Moreover, the Uchiha clan is different from other ninja families. our Sharingan, our bloodline limit. In the eyes of any village, we are a treasure, a mobile gold. Tell me, would the other 4 great hidden villages give up such a fat piece of meat delivered right to their doorstep? I see. Uchiha Hinata suddenly understood, grasping the pros and cons. Similarly, the other 2 also gasped in admiration, their eyes shining. Clearly, Natsume's analysis of the great power dynamics left them in awe. It was hard to imagine that their young clan leader, only 10 years old, was so far-sighted and resourceful. Truly, following the young clan leader promised boundless prospects. But why not choose a small country farther from Konoha? This rice country is too close to Konoha, isn't it? The reason I chose the rice country is... Wait, I'll explain another time. We have a guest arriving. You 3 go ahead and protect the last batch of clansmen leaving the country. I need to have a chat with this future good neighbor. Natsume's explanation came to an abrupt halt as he gave orders to the 3 beside him. Without a moment of hesitation, they followed his instructions implicitly. After exchanging glances, they quickly leaped up and dashed toward the direction where the clansmen were leaving the country. No sooner had the 3 left than in the next moment, behind Natsume from within a massive tree trunk, a snake-like figure gradually emerged. Orochimaru, your entrance is as disgusting as ever. TCH. Natsume-kun, this is only our 3rd meeting. How can you say as ever? The pale-faced snake lady extended her unnaturally long tongue, licking her lips as she let out a sinister laugh. She couldn't help it. The young boy's body before her was far too tempting. Only 10 years old with immense chakra. The perfect Mangekyō bloodline limit. For Orochimaru, it was a uniquely perfect vessel for possession. Countless days and nights, she had longed to take over this youthful, vibrant body. But unfortunately, she couldn't defeat him. Natsume glanced at Orochimaru. He couldn't very well say that in his past life he had grown tired of seeing the snake lattice twisted form. He quickly changed the subject. You're here, which means everything in the rice country is arranged, right? Of course. My subordinates have already received your clansmen. They are leading them to the place you selected. The initial huts are already built. Squeezing together, they can hold a few hundred people without any problem. Orochimaru slithered her body, stretching into a long line, circling Natsume as she replied. Sometimes she too marveled at the vast chasm between one person and another. 2 months ago, when this 10-year-old Uchiha kid sought her out and proposed an alliance to defect from Konoha, she thought the brat had gone mad. Yet tonight, everything turned into reality. This kid had single-handedly led so many clansmen out of Konoha. Utterly insane. Was this kid really only 10 years old? Stay away from me. I do not like cold snakes. If you rub against me again, do not blame me for activating my shuzwa and giving you a thorough massage. Xiaomu raised his eyebrow, slightly took a deep breath, and warned in a low voice. Do not be so cold. We are partners after all. And now we are both rogue ninjas from Muyi. No, you still harbor Muyi in your heart, do you not? The Shiwan was momentarily stunned. He then quickly laughed. How could that be? I am fully preparing for revenge against Muyi. That place deserves destruction. Xiaomu rolled his eyes at Da Shiwan and sneered inwardly. Bah. Your so-called Muyi collapse plan. After all that fighting, not a single important figure was killed. Instead, in the end, you helped Muyi eliminate the 4th Kazekage, provided training for a bunch of young ninjas, and allowed Muyi to extort a huge compensation from the Shine village. You are like a proud, arrogant, Chinibu neurotic elite student trying to prove yourself before a clownish teacher. If you had not gone too far and lost your hands to Yuan Fei, who knows how it would have ended. Of course, Xiaomu did not expose him. After all, he and Shiwan were indeed in a cooperative relationship. And later, when they built their village, they would indeed need Shiwan and the Tian country's assistance. In short, it was not yet time to break relations. Moreover, to achieve this cooperation, he had paid many conditions, and he could not waste them. Let us talk business. Within 3 days, I need the ruler of the Tian country to officially announce to all nations that they accept the Uchiha clan. Xiaomu stated his demand. Thus, once formally accepted by a nation, it would undoubtedly add another layer of protection for the Uchiha clan. At that time, other ninja villages, including Muyi, would have to consider the national alliance, and could not launch large-scale attacks in the open, only sending small secret squads. It was precisely because of this that the hidden village established by Shiwan and recognized by the Tian country could exist openly. Otherwise, Muyi would have already sent a large force to destroy the hidden village. Of course, this might also be due to the ongoing mutually beneficial cooperation between Shiwan and Tuanzong. But it was enough to prove that this layer of national recognition was quite important. Oh, that is no simple matter. The Shiwan raised an eyebrow, ready to bargain. Stop it. The ruler of the Tian country has long been under your control, has he not? Otherwise, would your shabby hidden village have been recognized? Xiaomu, you are quite well informed. Fine, I will arrange it as soon as possible. The Shiwan squinted and gave his reply. This brat was truly troublesome. He was making him feel like a subordinate. If not for coveting this kid's strength and the promised conditions, he would not be working so hard. Also, how is the preparation of the Hashirama cells I requested? Your ambition is not small. Are you really determined to transplant that thing? If you cannot withstand it, you will die. Deshiwan stared at Xiaomu. It was hard to imagine that this mere 10-year-old brat would disregard danger and willingly experiment on himself with such forbidden cellular transplantation. What madness! I am confident I will not die. That man Tuanzong survived the transplant of your right arm. Surely, I am not worse than an old man. Besides, if I really die, would that not suit you? Moreover, compared to before, your technique for transplanting Hashirama cells has improved, has it not? In truth, from the very first day he arrived in this world, Xiaomu had been eyeing this all-purpose Hashirama cell. Now, having defected from Mu Yi and arrived at the hidden village of the Tian country free from Mu Ye's surveillance and restrictions, it was indeed time to advance the matter of having Shiwan transplant the Hashirama cells. After all, to leave the ninja world's foremost scientist and used was itself a great waste. Furthermore, his own and his clan's current situation was not exactly safe. Mu Yi, other hidden villages, the Shao organization, all might come to take a lick at this big piece of fat test. If he overused his Mangekyō and lost his eyesight, it would be troublesome. Also, although the system shop could exchange for the eternal Mangekyō the price of 10,000 gold coins was too expensive, even Xiaomu, now dripping with wealth, could not afford it. So he had to settle for the second best and have Shiwan transplant the Hashirama cells. Though such a transplant might have some side effects, Xiaomu was confident he could suppress them. After all, people like He Tuanzong and Dai Tu had succeeded, there was no reason he would fail. Even if he failed, he had the system to save his life, so there was no need to fear. And once he succeeded, he could use Mangekyō's abilities without restraint, just like Tuzi, without worrying about blindness. At that time, his overall strength would skyrocket. Huh, what a greedy fellow. But I like it. By the way, do not forget what you promised. If you die, your pair of Mangekyō will belong to me. Deshiwan laughed hard. To be honest, he liked this kind of fearless lunatic. He was also eager to see what brilliance would burst forth when the Hashirama cells combined with this kid. No problem, Xiaomu said calmly. When a person dies, it is like a lamp going out. If he really died, who cared who got his eyes? Moreover, if he could not even protect his own life, how could he talk about dominating the ninja world? Can you prepare it within 5 days? Yes, Deshiwan confirmed. For this transplant experiment, he was even more impatient than Xiaomu himself. Naturally, he would not make Xiaomu wait long. Soon the two chatted in detail about the specifics of the Hashirama cell transplant for quite a while before finalizing the subsequent arrangements. At the same time, Xiaomu quietly noticed the Kong ring on Shiwan's hand. He then recalled that originally Shiwan was supposed to try to seize Yu's body as a reincarnation vessel after Yu joined the Shao organization. He had failed, and later, due to differing goals from the Shao organization, he eventually left it. That is to say, Shiwan should still be within the Shao organization now. Good news. This point could indeed. After all, there were quite a few good things in the Shao organization: the Rinnegan, the ghetto statue, various talents, the 600 billion explosive tags. All could be schemed for to some extent. Indeed, Snake Annie was the best. There was a kind of warm feeling like home. You could do anything free and no longer like in Mu Yi, where he was ostracized and monitored every day. Of course, these thoughts all required careful planning. At present, there was another matter that needed priority. Deshiwan, you have been in cooperation with Tuanzong all along, have you not? Upon hearing this, Shiwan's pupils constricted, and he became uncharacteristically serious. After all, ever since he defected from Mu Yi, his connection and cooperation with Tuanzong had been conducted in secret. It should not have been exposed. How did this brat Xiaomu know this? How deep was his intelligence network hidden within Mu Yi? Of course, he could not possibly know that although Xiaomu did not have a formidable intelligence network, the memories from his past life were countless times more powerful than any hidden village's spy network, encompassing almost all the secrets of the ninja world. Unexpected, Xiaomu, that you even know this. No need to worry. Cooperation is merely for each party's benefit. Given that old bastard Tuanzang's status in Mu Yi, perhaps in the future I will also cooperate with him. Xiaomu did not care about the cooperation between Tuanzong and Shiwan. It was nothing more than mutual benefit. Moreover, when necessary, both of them were the type to betray each other without hesitation. No need for concern. Enough, let's get down to business. Recently, Tuanzong should have given you a new mission or transaction, right? Xiaomu stared at Shiwan and asked quietly. Why did Natsume defect? In simple terms, aside from the threat of the Uchiha clan massacre night itself, it was ultimately because Konoha was too dark, making him feel uncomfortable staying there. Any ninja of the Uchiha clan would be watched while shopping, watched while eating a bowl of noodles. Even buying clothes would be watched. Not to mention the discrimination and isolation that Uchiha clan children suffered within the Ninja Academy. This was also why radicals repeatedly emerged within the clan, even uniting to pressure the clan head Fugaku into launching a coup. Prejudice in people's hearts is like an insurmountable mountain. Moreover, discrimination is even more terrifying than prejudice. In Natsume's past life, look at the beautiful country, the United States. For over 100 years, countless laws were enacted and countless wars fought, yet racial discrimination remains uneliminated. Natsume had enough. Most of the Uchiha clan had enough. This prompted the defection, and the reason Natsume led so many clansmen to flee together. First, many clansmen had shown him kindness. His parents in this life had both died in the Third Shinobi World War, and young Natsume had survived largely through the clan's aid. Naturally, he could not forget his roots. Second, only by leading enough people to defect would he have the capital to establish a new village and stride toward a happy life. Right? What is a happy life? The so-called happy life is being able to indulge in various delicacies at will when eating, being able to buy whatever one desires without restraint when shopping, being able to enjoy meticulous service from beautiful young ladies when soaking in a bath, and having a foot massage, a complete developed commercial service chain. This is the true reason Natsume led everyone to defect. If it were just himself alone, he would have already slaughtered his way through Konoha and escaped easily. But what could he do by escaping alone? Live on wild fruits in the forest every day? What's the point of living like a savage? For that he must build a village, he must develop the village. Turn this place into a wonderful paradise solely for himself and the Uchiha. Of course, protecting this paradise also requires sufficient strength. Natsume set the location for the new village on a modest hill in the southwestern part of the land of rice fields, several dozen li to the right of the hidden Sound village. Surrounded by a vast dense forest with a long small river behind the hill, it could be considered a favorable location with mountains and water. Of course, in the shinobi world, a village's advantageous location only makes daily life a bit more convenient for its residents. As for defense, it's basically negligible. If war truly broke out, if someone used a planetary devastation, or Shinra Tensei, on them, they would either withstand it or not. If they couldn't withstand it, building the village on a cliff would still be useless. At this moment, as agreed, Orochimaru had indeed dispatched personnel in advance to set up over 100 simple wooden houses here. Enough to temporarily accommodate all the clansmen. Of course, this was only the beginning. To establish a complete village, there were still many infrastructure projects to build. 1. Energy system. 2. Transportation system. 3. Food supply system. 4. Residential environment system. 5. Water resources and drainage system. 6. Disaster prevention and combat readiness system. 7. Medical and education system, and so on. Clearly, establishing a complete village is not something that can be accomplished in a day or two by a snap decision. Fortunately, because the Uchiha clan had long been marginalized to the outskirts of the village, they had essentially formed their own social system. Although only a little over half of the Uchiha clansmen were brought out this time, with only about 50 or 60 ninjas who could be considered combatants. However, the remaining clansmen were involved in various trades with diverse skills and unique specialties. With a little effort and proper planning, slowly building a complete town was still feasible. As for how to build the village's infrastructure, Natsume entrusted these matters to several respected elders. These elders were all nearly 60 or 70 years old and had witnessed the rise and fall of Konoha. Naturally, they had ample experience in building a village. In any case, they were far more experienced than Natsume. Each has their own expertise. Meddling in areas he was unfamiliar with would only cause chaos. Of course, Natsume could delegate civil rights like these, but he firmly held military and political power in his. The entire new village would have only one leader. Himself. Only his voice would be heard. Call it autocracy or dictatorship. In any case, Natsume would not foolishly decentralize power like Konoha, allowing schemers like Danzo to stir up trouble. What? You want to seize power? Fine. Defeat me then. Huh. Can't beat me. Then go back to work obediently. In short, in Natsume's view, true centralization of power would better contribute to the village's development in this cruel shinobi world. Soon, basic construction tasks were arranged in an orderly manner. After breaking free from Konoha's constraints, these clansmen burst forth with unprecedented enthusiasm. After all, on one side was working for the Konoha that ostracized them, and on the other was striving to build their own beautiful village. Comparing the two, it goes without saying which sparked more passion. Moreover, with the young clan leader's formidable strength as a guarantee, these clansmen felt much more at ease and could wholeheartedly devote themselves to the construction of the new village. On the other hand, the naming of their new village also attracted much attention. That evening, several respected elders and young jonin from the clan came to Natsume, seeking the young clan leader's opinion on the naming. Young clan leader, what should we name our new village? Do you have any suggestions? I have an idea. How about the Hidden Eyes Village? It perfectly matches our Kekkei Jinkai. It's okay, but it doesn't sound imposing enough. How about Hidden Uchiha Village? Sounds weird. TCH. Then you come up with a better one. How about Hidden Light Village? It signifies our clan's bright future. Even weirder. Watching the laughter and disputes among the crowd, Natsume was quite delighted. Of course, as the young clan leader, he ultimately made the final decision. Our clan excels in fire release, so let's call it Hidden Flame Village. Fire upon fire makes flame, perfectly trampling Konoha and the Hokage underfoot. Natsume declared firmly. The surrounding Uchiha clansmen's eyes lit up with joy. After all, the character flame truly suited their clan's characteristics. Moreover, most of these clansmen who were willing to defect from Konoha had suffered discrimination and harassment there. Naturally, they highly praised and welcomed a name that could trample on Konoha and the Hokage. Soon the naming of the new village was finalized. 3 days later, the land of rice fields would publicly announce its acceptance of the Uchiha clan. At the same time, the name of the newly built Uchiha Hidden Flame Village would make its initial debut on the Shinobi World stage. Hopefully, Konoha wouldn't be so furious as to cough up blood. Meanwhile, considering the speed of information propagation and the reaction time of various countries and villages, the Hidden Flame Village should be safe for the next 5 days. Taking advantage of this time, Natsume also planned to sort out and enhance his strength. After all this time, he had looted Konoha's treasury and obtained such a large sum of premium gold coins. It was time to splurge freely in the system and redeem more new abilities. Soon his consciousness sank. Natsume opened the system's personal panel in his mind. Host Natsume. Attributes Fire Wind In. Chakra 6 Ka 1 Ka approximately equals the total chakra of an elite jonin. Ninjutsu Bringer Off Darkness Technique rank Illusion Shadow Clone Technique rank Clone Great Fireball Technique Crank Fire Release Phoenix Flower Fire Technique Crank Fire Release Transformation Technique rank Substitution Technique rank Kekkei Genkai Sharingan Mangekyō Taijutsu 1000 Years of Death Leaf Whirlwind Special Skill Chakra Extraction Method. Current balance 7828 gold coins. Evidently, this was all the abilities Natsume currently possessed. Previously, in order to accumulate gold coins and purchase the powerful Mangekyō Sharingan, Natsume did not covet too many ninjutsu techniques. He only diligently honed and refined the most practical techniques: Bringer Off Darkness Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, and Great Fireball Technique, striving for mastery. Thus, he had elevated the Great Fireball Technique to a devastating power comparable to a mobile artillery platform. Now, having escaped Konoha and established the new Hidden Flame Village, his future battles and situations would inevitably become more complex. As the young clan leader, Natsume naturally needed to acquire a broader range of ninjutsu to be prepared for any contingency. Of course, ninjutsu above rank were not easy to learn, except for those prodigiously talented shinobi. For an ordinary ninja, mastering a single technique required extensive practice and training over a long time. Just like Naruto, who with the aid of numerous shadow clones still took an entire week to barely learn the Rinnegan, a testament to its difficulty. However, these posed no problem for Natsume. Any technique exchanged or drawn from the system could be instantly mastered, saving him a tremendous amount of learning time. This exclusive Super Krypton Gold system of his had two main functions. One was to exchange gold coins for various precious ninjutsu bloodlines, special abilities, and more from the system shop. The other was the Krypton Gold Lottery module. 100 gold coins for a single draw, 888 gold coins for a 10 consecutive draw. The former was costly but clearly priced with no deception. The latter was slightly cheaper, but offered random rewards, a pure gamble on luck. Having been unlucky in his past life, Natsume dared not gamble on fortune. So over the past 10 years, he had faithfully accumulated gold coins and gradually exchanged for the Mangekyō Sharingan from the system shop. He had no choice. He had searched the entire system shop and found this bloodline to be the most cost-effective. Other bloodlines of the same level required at least 2,000 gold coins. Only the Mangekyō Sharingan, which matched him perfectly, cost 1,000 gold coins. Moreover, exchanging for it granted 3 powerful abilities, the exclusive powers of both left and right eyes and Susanoo. How could it not be a bargain? Now Natsume, with a fortune of 7828 gold coins, swiftly entered the system shop and began spending lavishly. He activated the bye-bye mode. Water Release Water Formation Wall Break, 200 gold coins. Lightning Release Lightning Shadow Clone Break, 200 gold coins. Earth Release Earth Style Wall Break, 200 gold coins. Fire Release Great Fire Annihilation Break, 200 gold coins. Ninja Art Word Bind Technique Break, 200 gold coins. Summoning Triple Rashomon rank, 800 gold coins. Ninja Art Shadow Shuriken Technique rank, 800 gold coins. Taijutsu 8 Gates Formation rank, 200 gold coins. Soul Ninjutsu Spirit Transformation Technique rank, 200 gold coins. Soon Natsume exchanged for a total of 9 ninjutsu of various types. Ranging from rank to rank, they covered attack, defense, control, perception, burst, and more. quite diverse. In short, this should be sufficient to handle various combat situations in the short term. Of course, with his Sharingan, Natsume could theoretically copy most techniques with ease. However, without the corresponding elemental chakra, he could not perform them. Hence, Natsume deliberately exchanged for one technique each from Water Lightning and Earth First. Because by exchanging for a single attribute technique from the system, not only could he master it instantly, but he would also directly gain the corresponding chakra nature. Spending just 600 gold coins to instantly acquire 3 more chakra natures was an absolute steal. This was also why Natsume was eager to exchange for such ordinary techniques. The other techniques also had special uses, being those that ordinary ninjas could not easily copy. In particular, the 2 strength techniques, Taijutsu and Soul Ninjutsu, had been long coveted by him. The power of the former, the 8 gates, needed no elaboration. When the 8th gate was opened, even the 6 paths Madara could not stop it. The latter was one of the most mysterious soul ninjutsu in the entire shinobi world. Once activated, it allowed one to transform into a living spirit, leaving the body to travel across distances and kill enemies, control others' bodies, enter their mental world, and even sense other souls, serving as a sensory technique. Truly boundless in its utility. Especially after mastering this technique, the next time he faced an elusive enemy like Obito, he would no longer be so passive. He could use his spirit form to attack Obito. Surely when they met again, he could thoroughly intimidate that guy. Spending money feels great, spending all the money feels great, but after spending you're doomed. It was indeed very pleasurable to spend money. But after spending, pain began. Counting carefully, these 9 techniques cost Natsume a total of 6600 gold coins, equivalent to a staggering 66 million ryo. So only 1228 gold coins remained. The pain made Natsume's heart bleed. Yet desire once aroused was hard to suppress. Tempted by the system, Natsume glanced at his balance and then at the lottery module. In the end, he reached for the sinful lottery chest and performed a long-awaited 10 consecutive draw. Would you like to pay 888 gold coins to start the 10 consecutive draw? Confirm. Whoosh. 888 gold coins vanished like flowing water. The wicked treasure chest emitted a dazzling radiance. Whether he was lucky or unlucky was about to be revealed. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained 1 chakra recovery pill. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained 1 chakra recovery pill. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained 1 intermediate healing pill. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained 1 intermediate space scroll. One by one, the glowing treasure chests were opened in succession. This string of cheap prizes twisted Zaima's tender face with exasperation. Though he was born with the fate of a non-lucky dog, it was still a 10 consecutive draw. Spent 888 gold coins of mine. There's no way it's this stingy, right? Not a single good item. Damn system, don't force me to wreck you. Shamu cursed angrily in his heart. Soon, whether his curses had taken effect or the damn system had a change of heart remained unknown. When the 9th chest was opened, a dazzling golden light suddenly soared, illuminating Zaima's mental consciousness with radiant brilliance, auspicious and joyful. Jackpot! Zaima's spirit instantly jolted with elation. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained 1 strength spacetime ninjutsu flying thunder god technique. A scroll of golden light rose slowly from the chest, then swiftly transformed into a beam of light that merged into Zaima's mind. In just a moment, Shamu mastered this formidable strength spacetime ninjutsu. It was nothing short of a miracle. After all, this was the rare strength technique invented by the 2nd Hokage Fujian that was not classified as a forbidden jutsu. In theory, any senior member of Konoha or direct disciple of the Hokage had the opportunity to access and learn this technique. Yet from the 2nd's death up to the present day, over so many years, only Minato Namikaze had managed to master it. This alone demonstrated how absurdly difficult the Flying Thunder God technique was to learn. Moreover, even if one barely managed to learn it, that was merely crossing a threshold. To wield the Flying Thunder God technique flexibly not only required the user to possess an immense amount of chakra, but also extraordinary reaction speed. Only by possessing both could one truly showcase the Flying Thunder God technique. Chakra went without saying. For non-cheat ninjas, using it twice would leave them exhausted. And an exceptionally high reaction speed and spatial awareness were even rarer. An ordinary ninja would take ages to form hand seals for a jutsu. If they teleported right in front of an enemy, they'd likely be killed before launching their attack. From these 2 points alone, it was evident how outstanding the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze truly was. Of course, these difficulties were nothing to Shimo. Insufficient chakra. He could keep spending money to increase his chakra limit and even rapidly replenish it with insufficient reaction speed. He could use his Mangekyō's left eye ability moment to compress his own time, lengthening his reaction window to launch attacks. Tisk tisk tsk. If in battle, he activated moment, opened the 8 gates, boosted his speed by several dozen times, and then coordinated with the Flying Thunder God technique for teleportation strikes. Within 1 second, he could strike dozens of times. Taking down an entire army single-handedly wouldn't be a problem, right? Just the thought of it was thrilling. However good as the idea was, truly achieving that step would require long-term practice and coordination. In any case, drawing this powerful Flying Thunder God technique was already a huge win. After all, Xiaomu had checked the system shop. To exchange for this Flying Thunder God technique would cost a full 3,000 gold coins. Far exceeding the 888 gold coins for a 10 consecutive draw, it was definitely a huge win. After a bout of ecstasy, Xiaomu finally calmed his excited mind. After all, there was still one last chest to open, since the little hussy called Lady Luck had already lifted her skirt for him once. Perhaps she would favor him again. The next moment, the final chest of the 10 consecutive draw opened. Instantly, an even more brilliant golden light burst forth, nearly blinding Xiaomu. Undoubtedly, he had hit another jackpot. A solid golden legend. Lady Luck, you little hussy, I absolutely adore you. Xiaomu leaped with excitement. He quickly looked into the chest. As the golden light flared, the prize inside slowly rose. It was a finely crafted weapon, a straight sword resembling a Tang Dynasty saber. The blade was 1 foot long, the hilt 1 inch wide. The blade was crimson, glowing with a halo with flowing water-like patterns of bloodstains on both sides. Its aura was extraordinarily sharp, and just looking at it betrayed its extraordinary nature. Xiaomu quickly entered the system shop and began to look up the information on this divine blade. Kunwu blade mount. Kunwu abounds with red copper, red as fire, forged into a blade. It cuts jade like slicing mud. Additional abilities: 1. Ultimate sharpness. 2. Heaven Earth resonance. 3. Kunwu beast soul. 4. Spirit weapon transformation. Exchange price 5,000 gold coins. Holy shit. Xiaomu let out a shocked exclamation. The first 2 descriptions left him dazed, but the last line, the exchange price, he saw very clearly. Good heavens, a whopping 5,000 gold coins. That's more than double the price of Enshrank ninjutsu. This is way too extravagant. At this price, this Kunwu blade must be a genuine divine artifact. 1 10 consecutive draw in Enshrank space-time ninjutsu, and a divine Kunwu blade. A total win. Ha ha ha. A hearty laugh suddenly rang out in the night sky, leaving the few guards outside the young clan leader's quarters utterly bewildered. They almost thought their young clan leader had gone mad. A flash of ruby light, and the Kunwu divine blade appeared in Zyma's hand. Xiaomu gripped the hilt firmly. The blade was warm, and a stream of heat flowed from the hilt, as if it had just been taken from the forge that crafted it. The flowing water patterns on the blade shimmered faintly, pulsing with blazing heat, as if the blade were alive. Xiaomu beamed with joy, holding the blade and twirling a flourish. He swung it at the wooden table beside him. The next moment, a flash of light passed, and the table split in two. Xiaomu felt no resistance at all, as if cutting through air. Truly worthy of ultimate sharpness. It lived up to the name of a divine Chinese blade. I wonder if it can cut through Snake Lattice Kusanagi sword. Maybe I should find a chance to try. But if I really cut his Kusanagi sword, would Orochimaru come after me? Gazing at the divine blade in his hand, Xiaomu couldn't help but worry joyfully. Moreover, this Kunwu divine blade could be spirit weaponized. That meant after activating Susanoo, he could still use it. It was practically tailor-made for him. From now on, when he activated Susanoo, he would never lack a suitable weapon. Besides ultimate sharpness and spirit weapon transformation, the blade's other two special abilities, Heaven Earth Resonance and Kunwu Beast Soul, also left Xiaomu spellbound, and he couldn't resist trying them out. A few minutes later, Natsume wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, enduring the backlash. With a look of exhilaration and delight, he put away the Kunwu divine blade. After the recent test, he had more or less figured out the other two abilities of the divine blade. It was extremely domineering and splendid. However, at his current stage, he still couldn't fully master it. It was difficult to use for extended periods, so he had to keep it as a trump card. With that, he suppressed the surging blood energy within him and sheathed the divine blade. Natsume began to organize the gains of the night. The 9 ninjutsu he had exchanged earlier needed no further mention. As for this 10 consecutive draw of incredible luck, it had brought Natsume a total of 3 chakra recovery pills, 2 intermediate healing pills, 2 intermediate space scrolls, 1 basic healing pill, 1 strength time-space, ninjutsu, flying thunder god technique, 1 divine artifact Kunwu blade. Finally, Natsume then used 300 gold coins to exchange for a chakra capacity of 3 cards, raising his total chakra to 9 cards. Consequently, he was left with a pitiful 40 gold coins. Indeed, gold coins are just too easy to spend. He had thought that with nearly 8,000 gold coins he could be considered a sudden rich man. Unexpectedly, he was back to square one overnight. Of course, the abundant gains tonight were still very reassuring. Overall, Natsume was certain that his current self, even without using the Mangekyō Sharingan, was more than capable of fighting his former self. If combined with the Mangekyō Sharingan, his overall strength had increased at least threefold or more. Even against the current 5 Kaguya, he could likely win. After sorting out his gains, Natsume sat cross-legged in the room meditating calmly. Slowly he recovered his chakra. Soon it was midnight. Natsume's chakra had returned to its peak. "Rieo," he called softly. Moments later a figure darted into the room and knelt on one knee before Natsume. "Young clan leader, I am here. I plan to leave for a while. At the earliest 2 days, at the latest 5, I will return. During this time you stay here. Refuse all visitors. Say that I am researching new ninjutsu to enhance my strength. While I'm away, I will leave a summon. Once a major incident occurs in the village or it is invaded, you immediately have Uebing reverse summon me back." "Understood." Uchiha Rieo nodded heavily in agreement. Although he was somewhat curious why the young clan leader would leave at this moment, he supposed it must be something important. Moreover, if any incident occurred, the young clan leader could instantly reverse summon him back through the summon. Therefore, security was not a major concern for now. He just needed to fulfill his duty diligently. Summoning tech. Natsume quickly formed hand seals and summoned. With a boom, a small adorable miniature panda appeared. "Uebing'll trouble you again this time." Uebing helplessly waved its paw somewhat, regretting forming a contract with this brat. It was the third leader of the mighty summoning Mo Beast clan. How had it become a tool bear that this kid bossed around as he pleased? But in the end, tempted by 20 portions of fresh bamboo shoots, it reluctantly agreed to Natsume's request, promising to help in times of crisis. Thus, after basically arranging the security matters within the village, Natsume flashed out, taking advantage of the night, and dashed out of his own hidden village. He did not let too many clan members know. After all, on the surface, his staying in the village would reassure the clan. Soon, just outside the village, the figure of Orochimaru gradually emerged from the distant darkness. "Very punctual. How would I dare to neglect your commission, Natsume-kun?" Orochimaru twisted his waist and grinned eerily. At the same time, in an instant, his gaze was drawn to the weapon hanging at Natsume's waist. With his keen soul perception, even from this distance, the blade gave him an extremely sharp sense of tearing, as if even the soul would be torn apart by it. Such a sharp aura. How can there be such a precious divine artifact in this world? Orochimaru exclaimed in awe. He who prided himself on extensive knowledge could not even recognize the prototype of that divine blade. But he was absolutely certain that it was no ordinary item. 9 times out of 10 it was also a divine artifact. "What? Want to try it with your Kusanagi sword?" Natsume smiled disdainfully, placing his hand on the sword hilt, and directly asked. Hearing this, Orochimaru was even more shocked. He quickly waved his hand, and said with a hint of teasing smile to appease no. "I dare not contend with Natsume-kun. By the way, are you going alone for this operation, Natsume-san? I thought you would bring a few Uchiha guards." Orochimaru deliberately inquired with concern. In his view, this trip to the Iwa hidden village would not be smooth sailing. If Natsume brought 2 guards who had awakened the Sharingan, and if they happened to die in battle, wouldn't he be able to pick up a Sharingan or 2 along the way? He had so many experiments waiting to be attempted with the Sharingan. No need, I alone am enough. You should also leave those people behind. Bringing too many useless people will only hinder my efficiency. Natsume glanced behind Orochimaru, his crimson Threetomo Sharingan gleaming with a terrifying light in the night. The sound for hiding dozens of meters behind Orochimaru were all startled, their scalps tingling. Anyway, from Natsume's current strength, the sound for were no different from chicks, the kind he could crush with his eyes closed. Taking these useless ones would only slow him down. "Very well, all as you say, Natsume-sama." Orochimaru nodded in agreement. He quickly waved his hand, dismissing the sound for behind him. To be honest, in the face of absolute power, these little ninjas he had trained were still too green. As for the improved ninja art, 4 Violet Flames formation, it still lacked some maturity. Forget it, let them stay behind in the hidden sound village. After a brief exchange, Natsume and Orochimaru, they began heading toward the hidden stone village. According to Natsume's past life memories at this time, it should be the time when Danzo gave orders to Do, who was undercover in the hidden stone village, and the orphanage director, the wandering shrine, maiden Yakushi Nono, to orchestrate their mutual slaughter. And Danzo had assigned Orochimaru the task of eliminating the survivor to prevent information leaks. As for what benefits Danzo promised Orochimaru, Natsume didn't care at all. What he cared about were Do and Yakushi Nono, these 2 rare medical ninjas. In fact, to be fair, that kid Do was indeed one of the later villain bosses. But at this period he was not evil at heart. He was still a naive boy eager to save the orphanage and the director. His subsequent fall to darkness was purely because he mistakenly killed the director and was broken by it. Therefore, being able to prevent this tragedy and trick 2 precious medical ninjas into his newly built hidden village was very worthwhile. After all, as the Uchiha clan descended from Indra, they almost had no young attribute ninjas, not to mention producing medical ninjas. Natsume certainly didn't want to see such a large village without a single medical clinic. That would be too pathetic. Of course, saving people was the main business. As for whether he could take a detour to the treasury of the Hidden Stone Village during the rescue and bring back some souvenirs, that was another matter. At nightfall, outside the Tsuchikage's office in the Hidden Rock Village of the Land of Earth, a burly man pushed open the door and strode in. "Father, you summoned me?" Huang Tu asked in his deep, resonant voice. Inside the office, Dayemu, who had been massaging his aching back, quickly stopped and turned to face him. "Ahem. Yes, there is a critical mission that requires your completion. Speak." A spy eavesdropped on the village's high-level meeting just now. Although the guards discovered him midway, he managed to escape. Based on timing, he shouldn't have gotten far. "I need you to lead a team to capture him," Dayemu said grimly. It was indeed embarrassing that such an important meeting had been bugged by a spy from another village. "Understood. So did the spy acquire any vital intelligence? Should we attempt to take him alive, or try for alive? When necessary, eliminate him," Dayemu decided. "In fact, have you heard the news from the Hidden Leaf Village about the Uchiha clan's rebellion and defection a couple of days ago?" "I've heard. They say the leader of the defectors is just a 10-year-old Uchiha boy. Sounds utterly ridiculous." Huang Tu gave his opinion. In his view, even if the boy were a prodigy, it was impossible for him to defy the entire ninja village and lead his clan to flee. "It's no rumor. According to our spies in the Leaf, fierce fighting erupted in the village that night. Dozens of buildings collapsed, numerous Leaf ninjas were mobilized, and even the third Hokage joined the fray. The Uchiha defection is not unfounded." "Is that true?" Dayemu nodded, continuing. "This defection has inflicted considerable damage on the Leaf. Moreover, rumor has it that the Leaf dispatched many ninjas in pursuit. Thus at present the Leaf's internal defenses are at their weakest. The village's high-level meeting decided to exploit this opportunity and launch a strong assault on the Leaf." "What a... Father, have you all gone mad? Are you about to start another war?" Huang Tu exclaimed in shock. "This isn't my decision alone. The three advisors, the Prime Minister, and the Daimyo's representative all agreed. Don't forget, many of their children fell in the Third Great Ninja War and in the conflict with the Leaf 5 years ago." Dayemu slammed the table, revealing the full truth. "They, alas." Huang Tu sighed. Truly the hardest thing to resolve remained hatred. "So that spy overheard this secret?" "Yes. We can't yet determine which village he's from. But if he escapes, our plan to ambush the Leaf will be exposed. I cannot allow that. Therefore, for the village Huang Tu, this mission is yours." I understand. He'll complete it." Huang Tu paused, then clenched his fist and gave a solemn promise. He quickly left the Tsuchikage's office, gathered his men, and sped off in pursuit of the spy's trail. At 9 in the evening, over 10 miles southeast of the Hidden Rock Village in a dark ravine, a young figure in black hid stealthily behind a rock face. Pant. Do gasped for breath, stealing a glance outside. Bad, him surrounded. He muttered, drew back, and slowly pulled out a pocket watch. Gazing at its face, he sighed with nostalgia. If not for what happened back then, it would be time for bed now. It's been 5 years since I left the orphanage. How I wish I could see the director and everyone again. It was precisely the longing for the director and his friends that had sustained Do through 5 grueling years as a spy in an enemy village. Tonight he had finally overheard a great secret. The Hidden Rock Village planned to launch a surprise attack on the Leaf, seizing the opportunity of the Uchiha defection. If he could bring back this intelligence, he would earn a great merit. Enough even to save the director from the dark. Perhaps it was possible. Unfortunately, his eavesdropping had been exposed, and he was now facing a desperate manhunt by the Rock Village, surrounded on all sides. Escaping would not be easy. Yet for the orphanage, he must succeed in delivering the message. Do took a deep breath, ready to find another escape route. But just then he heard several cries from outside the canyon. "Who goes there? Stop! Opt!" Thuds followed as bodies hit the ground, then the steady footsteps of 2 people approaching. Footsteps drawing closer. "Am I already exposed? Damn, it'll fight then." Do gritted his teeth, charged out from behind the rock, and looked ahead only to find the Rock Village ninjas. Before him stood only 2 figures in red cloud robes advancing toward him. "Xiao Mukun, your transformation jutsu is remarkably lifelike." Deshiwan smirked as he walked, teasing. "Please call me a Fei." Xiaomu, clad in a red cloud robe and a spiral orange mask, replied seriously. Today, accompanying De Shiwan to the Hidden Rock Village, he was merely a Fei of the Akatsuki organization. There was absolutely no Uchiha Xiaomu from the Hidden Flame Village. "All right, a Fei." De Shiwan shook his head, speechless at the boy's antics. This kid was far too crafty. He insisted on disguising as an Akatsuki member. With his power, he could storm the Rock Village, kill his way out, and still not be detained. While Do was hiding behind that rock there. I've had people watching him, and no. That boy has talent. Young as he is, he has already mastered the rank medical jutsu chakra scalpel. But it seems we arrived a bit early. The splendid spectacle of mutual slaughter hasn't begun yet. Deshiwan pointed toward the shadowy rock area, speaking with interest. As long as we're in time. Xiaomu felt somewhat relieved. He didn't want to arrive only to find a darkened caboose. Hey, the kid's coming out. Who are you? Do emerged looking at the two. He held a kunai in his left hand while his right hand concealed behind his back was wrapped in chakra to form a sharp chakra scalpel, ever vigilant. Someone who came to save you. Xiaomu smiled slightly. But to Do it looked no different from a devil's lure. He wouldn't easily trust these mysterious strangers. Wait. Didn't the person on the right look like she won the rogue ninja from the leaf? You? What exactly do you want? Don't be so tense. Put away your jutsu. If I attack you might not survive. Xiaomu warned softly. To be honest, after learning so many new abilities and gaining a surge in power, he was quite eager to stretch his limbs. He just feared that if he didn't control his strength, he might accidentally kill Do. Don't joke around. I need to leave here. Don't stop me. Do shouted emotionally. Even if that was Shiwan, he wouldn't casually come into close contact with a leaf rogue ninja. He had to get the information back quickly and earn his merit. But just as he prepared to break out, two kunai whistled down from above the canyon, and a figure leaped down lunging straight at Do. At the same time, a figure suddenly leaped down lunging straight at Do. Attack from above. Pursuers from Rinnegan village. Do was startled in his heart. Yet his body nimbly performed a backflip and sidestepped, easily dodging those several kunai. At the same time, he swung his sharp chakra scalpel, which was wrapped in chakra straight, towards the shadowy figure charging at him from the cliff face. But Do's chakra scalpel had only swung halfway, when he suddenly realized his entire body could not move. It was as if he were frozen in place, unable to budge an inch. What's happening? What's wrong with my body? Why can't I move? Who immobilized me? In panic, Do quickly glanced sideways towards the Shiwan. It was then he realized that the one who had cast the technique to immobilize him was none other than the strange man, wearing a spiral mask in the distance. At that moment, on the other side, the figure that had leaped from the cliff also landed steadily. And brandishing a kunai, she thrust it towards Do once more. The next moment, ninja art word binding technique control. From afar, Xiaomu casually activated the ninja technique again, swiftly writing the character control in the air. Of course it was the character for control. In an instant, the distant shadowy figure was also suddenly immobilized by the character control. The entire person froze in place exactly like Do. Watching Xiaomu wave his hand and effortlessly control the two people in the distance, Shiwan also grew somewhat curious about such a mysterious ninja technique. What technique is this? A type of control technique that can easily control enemies weaker than oneself or slightly restrain those stronger. Shiwan's eyes lit up. There is such a marvelous secret technique. It seems even more exquisite than the mind-body disturbance technique of the Yamanaka clan of Konoha. It's not really a secret technique, it's only useful for bullying the weak. Strong chakra and an extraordinary physique can easily break through the word-binding technique's control. Moreover, for someone like you who has layers upon layers and can shed skin to escape, it's not very useful. Xiaomu replied casually. This kind of supplementary ninja technique was never meant to be used against the strong. Only the blade in one's hand and one's own true strength are the real capital to defeat the strong. However, one had to admit that at times like this the word-binding technique was quite convenient. It wasn't a waste to have exchanged for this technique. Snake Uncle pursed his lips, but was not overly wary. After all, apart from mysterious soul-based tech, there were almost no techniques in this world that could kill him. He was more curious about where this brat Xiaomu had learned all these strange and peculiar techniques. He had almost seen all the techniques and forbidden techniques in Konoha, yet he had never seen such techniques. Shiwan, where did you learn this technique? Xiaomu in a dream. Shiwan. After a moment, Xiaomu lightly tapped his toes and easily leaped to the front of Do and Yinayu. I told you to calm down, why don't you listen? After a sigh, Xiaomu then released the bindings around the head area of the two, restoring their ability to speak. Uchiha Sharingan. You are from the Uchiha clan. What do you want exactly? Staring at the Uchiha right eye under the mysterious man's mask, Do braced himself and demanded. Too powerful. The mere hint of aura this guy exuded made his scalp tingle and his legs tremble. Why would such a strong person target him specifically? At the same time, on the other side, a crisp female voice suddenly rang out. You are from Uchiha. You. Do was startled and looked at the killer, who was also immobilized opposite him. This voice sounds so familiar. You. At that moment, gradually the soft moonlight shone over, illuminating the figure of the director, who was in the shadows. And when Do saw that the attacker's face was actually his own director, the wandering priestess Yinayu, he was even more shocked, unable to believe it. Dear director. How is this possible? Why are you here? Yinayu was also stunned. Who are you exactly? Why do you recognize me? After all, not many people knew she was the director of the orphanage. Moreover, the other party was the target that Konoha's root had ordered her to assassinate. And the mission report said the target was merely a spy from Rinnegan village, so she shouldn't know him. Director, you gave me that name. How can you not remember me? Why? Why do you want to kill me? Yinayu stared at Do full of disbelief. Do doesn't look like this, you are not him. Clearly this wandering priestess still didn't know that she had been deceived. The photo Root had sent her about Do had long been swapped for a different appearance. Hence she could not recognize Do. Alright, the issues between you two can be explained slowly when we get back. More guests are coming. Although this sentimental drama was quite amusing. Unfortunately, the pursuers from Rinnegan village in the distance were rapidly approaching. Time was pressing, so Xiaomu had to interrupt their reunion. Then Xiaomu looked at Da Shiwan, pointed at the two, and instructed Da Shiwan, "I'll leave these two to you. Remember to bring them back safely. Well, don't get any ideas about these two. If they die, I'll destroy all the test subjects in your lab. You can try." In an instant, the three-tomo Sharingan revealed under Xiaomu's mask transformed directly into Mangekyō Sharingan. A vast surge of spiritual power burst forth, pressing down on Da Shiwan as if it could freeze a person's soul. Da Shiwan quickly averted his gaze and shuddered, fearing that the Sharingan's Jinjutsu might affect his mind. This brat really knows how to grab one's weak spot. Although this Do had strong potential and was worth cultivating compared to his many test subjects, he was still slightly inferior. In any case, it wasn't worth completely falling out with Xiaomu over a single Do. As for this Yinayu, she was even more dispensable. However, this wandering priestess has quite a nice figure and face. Could this brat Xiaomu have a thing for that? I heard that precocious children often lack maternal love. It's hard to say. TSK. Da Shiwan secretly mused in his heart. Of course it was just a joke. He would not dare to underestimate this ruthless and cold-blooded Xiaomu brat. What a bossy kid. Don't worry, leave it to me. He'll bring them back safely. Da Shiwan curled the corners of his mouth and gave a sinister chuckle. His hands quickly transformed into two snake-like appendages, directly entangling both Do and Yinayu. The next moment he leaped into the distance carrying the two. They quickly vanished into the night. After a while, two ninjas from Rinnegan village pursued to this spot. The leader was none other than Huang Tu, who had been ordered to hunt down the spy. Only one person. Just now I sensed 3 or 4 auras here. It seems that spy has already— Wait, this person's attire. Is he from the Akatsuki? Huang Tu and his companion landed, staring at Xiaomu, who stood alone in the distance. He couldn't help murmuring in confusion. According to the records of Rinnegan village, only members of the Akatsuki organization would dress like this. This rogue ninja organization called Akatsuki had gradually become active over the past few years. Their silhouettes could be faintly seen in many assassination missions. However, they seem never to have directly confronted the 5 great hidden villages. Hence, in the eyes of the major ninja villages, their threat level was not high. Yet unexpectedly, they had encountered the other party here tonight, and alone at that. Could it be that he was the one who had taken the spy? Xiaomu stood in place, loosening his muscles, while waiting for Huang Tu to approach. Others might not know, but Xiaomu was well aware. In fact, this unremarkable-looking Huang Tu possessed quite formidable strength. It was just right for him to stretch his muscles and test his current abilities. Who are you? Why are you here? Did you do all this? Huang Tu barked. He also noticed the several IWA ninja lying around, his expression turning grave as he warily prepared himself. Just then, the masked figure opposite suddenly opened his right eye, staring at the two of them. It's the Mangekyō. No good. Don't look into his eyes. Huang Tu roared, hastily warning his companion beside him. But it was already too late. Although Xiaomu's Mangekyō Sharingan was far inferior in Jinjutsu to Itachi's Mangekyō, which specialized in Tsukuyomi. However, the Jinjutsu ability of any Mangekyō Sharingan was naturally not weak. With a direct gaze, it was certainly enough to briefly control an ordinary Jonin. As a result, the IWA ninja, who was only at Jonin level, was instantly dominated by Xiaomu's mind control. He flipped his hand and drew a kunai, stabbing it toward Huang Tu beside him. In the nick of time, the powerful Huang Tu reacted swiftly. Earth-style fist rock. Huang Tu's right hand quickly transformed into a hardened rock fist, greatly increasing its hardness and weight. He delivered a fierce blow. It directly snapped his comrade's kunai and sent him flying with a single punch, crashing heavily into the distance. One must know that the force of his punch could even send a tailed beast Jinchuriki flying. Now he had obviously held back most of his strength. Earth-style Earth Prison Dome. Next, as his comrade just landed, Huang Tu released another Earth-style barrier jutsu. Using earth walls to form an earthen prison, he perfectly sealed his Jinjutsu-captured teammate inside. In just a few seconds and 2 exchanges, Huang Tu had swiftly defeated a Jonin comrade and captured him alive. This sufficiently demonstrated his formidable strength. In fact, it was precisely because he did not want to provoke war, hoping that the spy could escape and prevent IWA from continuing their plan to attack Konoha, thus sparking conflict. So in the original storyline, Huang Tu had thus let Kabuto off lightly. Otherwise, given Kabuto's strength and state at the time, how could he possibly have escaped from the powerful Huang Tu, who could even momentarily suppress the demonic statue of the outer path? Not bad. You've got some skill. Awakens deliberately downplayed your presence to hide your true strength, Xiaomu said with a faint smile hitting the mark. This Huang Tu undoubtedly possessed cage-level strength. What exactly do you want to do? Huang Tu frowned and bellowed. At the same time, he struck out fiercely again. In his view, since this man had attacked them first, he was definitely an enemy, not a friend. Pummel him first, then talk. Earth-style tectonic shift. Earth-style rock pillar spear. Facing a powerful enemy with the Mangekyō Sharingan, Huang Tu dared not show the slightest contempt. He effortlessly performed various earth-style techniques, casting them one after another. In moments, the ground around Xiaomu swelled up sharply and unevenly, as if the entire earth was roaring. At the same time, countless sharp rock spears shot out from the churning earth, aiming for Xiaomu with formidable offensive power. To unleash an earth style of this scale, you must have impressive chakra. But unfortunately, your attacks are still too slow. Xiaomu chuckled softly. Relying on his agile taijutsu, he nimbly dodged among the constantly shifting rock formations, moving with elegance. Moreover, the earth spears thrusting toward him rarely found their mark. After all, earth style was heavy and sluggish. Compared to wine style, lightning style, and other techniques, it lacked agility and was difficult to hit a taijutsu expert. Seeing the enemy so casual only fueled Huang Tu's anger. He abruptly intensified his chakra output. Earth style earth spear. Earth style golem technique. In an instant, dozens of rock spears, even more powerful, shot out explosively. They completely sealed off all of Xiaomu's escape routes. At the same time, two massive clay golems summoned by the golem technique roared forth, leaping into the air. From above, they swung their fists, smashing down towards Xiaomu. Thus, even if the enemy somehow managed to withstand the earth spears, the crushing blows from those two clay golems would surely flatten him into a meat patty. Clearly, Huang Tu was now fighting in earnest. Faced with such a torrential barrage, Xiaomu showed no panic whatsoever. Instead, he calmly gripped the hilt of the divine sword at his waist. The next moment, crimson light burst forth. The sharp Kunwu divine sword was drawn with a resonant sound. No slash, no swing. Xiaomu merely flicked his finger lightly against the blade. Hum. An invisible, wondrous, resonant tone spread outward from the blade. Time, space, everything around seemed to vibrate with this resonance like ripples stirred on water. Nothing could obstruct the spread of this sonic force. Simultaneously, the powerful sonic vibration also acted upon Xiaomu himself. It caused his muscles, bones, blood, and qi, everything, to seethe as if struck by a massive hammer. The boiling blood and qi evaporated through his pores, forming a halo of blazing sunlight around his body, rising as misty vapor. With just one heavenly resonance, Xiaomu was nearly shaken into coughing blood from the backlash. And at this moment, even Xiaomu, the user of the Kunwu sword, was affected to such a degree. Needless to say, the rock spears and earth blocks around him fared far worse. As that circle of resonant sound expanded, those dozens of rock spears were instantly shattered, reduced to clouds of fine dust. And the two clay golems that had leaped down from above also disintegrated on the spot. Their massive forms cracked into countless clods of earth raining down. Even the chakra contained within the golems was completely dispersed. Furthermore, Huang Tu himself, who had been attacking from dozens of meters away, was also disrupted by this mysterious resonance of heaven and earth, breaking his jutsu. Forced back 3 steps, clutching his seething chest, a trace of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. What kind of jutsu is this? How can it have such power? Is it wind style? No, not quite. It seems related to that weapon in his hand. Could it be a divine artifact? Huang Tu was horrified, unable to help speculating. While suppressing his surging chakra and blood, he wiped the blood from his lips. At this moment, his expression was more solemn than ever before, because he felt he had encountered the most formidable opponent of his entire life. Huff. Xiaomu stood with the blade horizontal, exhaling a long breath of seething turbid air. No wonder it was a divine artifact worth 500 gold coins. With just a slight display of its edge, it had effortlessly shattered Huang Tu's concentrated assault. In the future, wielding this Kunwu divine sword against enemies in close combat, probably a few strikes would suffice to blast an enemy's blood and qi into explosion, shattering their internal organs. But his own physique was still somewhat lacking. It seemed that in his spare time, he must use this divine sword more often to temper his body. Otherwise, in battle, he might end up coughing blood himself before even killing the enemy. After testing the divine sword's power, Xiaomu decided not to delay any longer. Hefting the blade, he bent his knees and leaped, charging swiftly toward Huang Tu. At the same moment, seeing the enemy charging, Huang Tu's alarm bells rang loudly, his eyes bulging. He dared not hold back any further. He drained over half of his vast chakra reserves and unleashed his most proud jutsu, his trump card. Earth-style mountain earth technique. The next moment the earth roared, stone and soil thundered. Countless masses of earth surged upward, rapidly forming two massive hemispherical structures over 100 meters in size, closing in on Xiaomu from both sides. The earth release mountain earth technique is a rank ninjutsu with a relatively easy learning curve. By its name and rank, it seems like a rather ordinary earth release technique. It certainly cannot be compared to those powerful rank or strength ninjutsu, right? Yet under the hands of a powerhouse like Huang Tu, this very technique manifests tremendous might. It proves effective not only against ninjas, but can even suppress colossal creatures at the tail beast level. It is truly a top-tier technique for halting actions. Its power is nearly on par with the might of the great fire destruction in the hands of Madara. Once during a rampage, the Jinchuriki from a Wagakure transformed into a tailed beast. Huang Tu managed to suppress it single-handedly using this ninjutsu. If an ordinary ninja were caught in this technique, they would likely be crushed under the terrifying pressure. Its strength is even comparable to that of the standard version of the Earth Explosion Star. Clearly, the fact that Huang Tu had to resort to such a trump card indicates he has been pushed into a corner by Natsume. At this moment, the majestic 50-meter Earth hemisphere envelopes him. The power it exudes is indeed astonishing. A mere upper ninja from a Wagakure can suppress a tailed beast with this technique, holding off the outer path's golems for a moment. Indeed remarkable. Moreover, once such a massive stone is covered, there's no time to evade. It's no wonder a Wagakure has kept Huang Tu hidden so deeply. If other ninja villages knew that a Wagakure had such a fierce character capable of suppressing tailed beasts, they would surely be on edge. Of course, while this ninjutsu is domineering, it is not difficult for Natsume to deal with in the present. Techniques like the 8 gates of opening and flying thunder god technique are sufficient to break through or evade this ninjutsu. Yet feeling invigorated, Natsume still chose to face it head-on. The next moment, boom. 2 massive earth spheres crashed together, unleashing a sound that echoed for several kilometers. Huff huff. In the distance, Huang Tu, who had completed the technique, was panting heavily. Releasing such a large-scale ninjutsu at once was quite taxing for him. But fortunately, he had finally trapped his enemy. However, he was unsure if he had flattened his opponent into a pit. This enemy possesses terrifying strength and wields an artifact. He shouldn't perish so easily. But as long as he is ensnared by my mountain earth technique, even a tailed beast should find it impossible to escape for the time being. Huang Tu let out a sigh of relief, slightly relaxing his tense nerves. However, the next moment, before he could catch his breath, another loud sound of breaking air resounded. Swish! A brilliant sharp azure light suddenly erupted from the massive earth sphere ahead. From the inside out, it sliced through fiercely. The incredibly tough earth sphere under this dazzling blade light appeared as fragile as tofu. With a gentle tear, it was cut in half. In the next moment, an even more radiant blue light erupted from the fissure of the giant sphere, followed by the sudden appearance of a towering, muscular azure demonic figure holding a massive blade. Clearly, Natsume had anticipated this. He had deliberately disguised his Susanoo to resemble a certain toad, camouflaging himself. Swish, swish, swish. The spirit artifact, the Kunlun blade, swung in Susanoo's hands like an apocalyptic blade from the heavens. In an instant, it sliced the earth sphere into countless pieces. Huang Tu, watching from afar, was dumbfounded as if caught in a dream. Is that Susanoo? How could this be? Doesn't he only have one Sharingan? Moreover, where did this Susanoo get its weapon? In the distance, countless massive stone fragments fell to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Meanwhile, Natsume, wielding Susanoo, crashed heavily to the ground, like an unstoppable demonic god descending from the sky. This Kunlun blade, once transformed into a spirit artifact, is simply amazing. It's far sharper than the long blade formed from chakra I used before. Susanoo combined with an artifact is indeed a perfect match. Alright, it's time to end this farce. Natsume focused his mind and stepped forward. The towering Susanoo, wielding the massive divine blade, surged forth once more, cleaving horizontally towards the distant Huang Tu. In an instant, the boundless wind generated by the massive blade was enough to make Huang Tu feel the chill down his spine, his heart gripped with fear. Earth release, earth flow wall. Earth release, quake core. Earth release, hardening technique. Huang Tu hurriedly performed his ninjutsu, extending multiple layers of rocky defenses at his side, nearly exhausting his limited chakra. However, this instantaneous rise of over 10 earthen walls in terms of defensive strength was far superior to the defenses constructed by Danzo, who was not adept at earth release. Had Natsume used the previous chakra blade, he might not have been able to slice through them all in one strike. Unfortunately, this time, these heavy earth release defenses were utterly incapable of withstanding the might of Susanoo and the edge of the Kunlun blade. They were effortlessly sliced apart on the spot. It was even smoother than cutting through butter. Just as the blade was about to hit Huang Tu, Natsume swiftly adjusted, missing the fatal strike, and instead hitting Huang Tu with the blade's side. He did not directly kill Huang Tu. After all, there is a vast difference between severely injuring someone and killing them. This guy is after all the son of the third Tsuchikage. If he truly killed him, it would create a deadly feud with Awakens. Although he is not afraid of Awakens currently, his own Ankakure has just been established, and his greatest enemy remains Konoha. Before he eradicates Konoha, forming deadly enmities with other ninja villages is not wise. Moreover, Huang Tu's strength is considerable. If he later incites him to attack Konoha, it would undoubtedly bring a great surprise to Konoha. Of course, this heavy earth-shattering blow struck Huang Tu. While it did not take his life directly, it left him dazed, breaking several bones, and sending him flying dozens of meters before he crashed heavily to the ground. He had activated the hardening technique, solidifying his body to be harder than rock, significantly reducing physical attack damage. Yet he was still left with only half his life, which speaks volumes about the ferocity of that strike. Seeing Huang Tu faint, he completely lost his combat ability. Natsume then dispelled Susanoo and sheathed the divine blade, rubbing his slightly sore eyes while smiling. At this moment, he could almost confirm that with Susanoo activated and holding the divine blade, he could be considered a nearly invincible presence. Once he has the Hashirama cells transplanted and gains unlimited stamina, he would be able to roam across a large part of the ninja world. Indeed, the feeling of possessing absolute power is simply wonderful. Soon, after enjoying himself, Natsume recalled the matter at hand. He then performed another ninjutsu. Word-binding technique explosion. Boom. The earthen prison shattered, revealing a dazed Awakens ninja inside. Having broken free from the illusion, he stared at the terrifying battlefield in disarray and the defeated, unconscious Huang Tu, bewildered. "Hey, you Awakens ninja over there. Huang Tu has been defeated. Hurry back and get help. Tell Inoki I'll be waiting here. When he arrives, I'll smash his head," Natsume shouted, arrogantly radiating a murder. Seeing that the powerful team leader Huang Tu had been defeated, the Awakens ninja did not dare to hesitate. He hurriedly scrambled out of the earthen prison and fled towards Awakens, preparing to seek reinforcements. Watching the Iwanin flee, Xiaomu finally arrived beside Huang Tu. After a quick check, he confirmed that this thick-skinned fellow wouldn't kick the bucket anytime soon. In truth, Xiaomu hadn't pummeled Huang Tu out of sheer boredom. The reasons were as follows. First, he wanted to stretch his limbs, gauge his current strength, and test the might of the Kunwa blade. Second, if he didn't beat the sun down, how could he lure out that old man Inoki from the Hidden Rock village? And without luring the old geezer out, how could he conveniently pay a visit to the village's treasury? In plain words, this was merely a lure the tiger away from the mountain. It was both a scheme and an open ploy. Even if Inoki saw through it, he would have no choice but to come. A powerhouse like Huang Tu, capable of suppressing tailed beasts, was of immense significance to the Hidden Rock village. Moreover, he was the old man's own son. There was no fear he wouldn't yield. Shadow clone technique. With a bang, white smoke burst, and Xiaomu split off a shadow clone that remained on the spot. Meanwhile, his original body glanced back over his shoulder. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Then he set off at once, sneaking toward the Hidden Rock village. As for the spot Xiaomu had just glanced at, a pure white snake was hiding in a crevice, trembling as it covertly peeked. Clearly that old schemer Orochimaru wouldn't miss such a thrilling fight that could also reveal Xiaomu's true power. He had left behind a white snake clone hidden there. Xiaomu didn't mind. At this stage, the stronger he appeared, the more wary Orochimaru would become. It only benefited the cooperation between his own Hidden Flame village and the Hidden Sound village. After all, iron must be forged while it's hot. On the other side, the frantically fleeing Iwanin managed to return to the village in less than 10 minutes. He delivered the explosive news. Enemy invasion, Huang Tu defeated and on the brink of death, to the third Tsuchikage. Hearing that his own son had been defeated and his life was in enemy hands, Inoki grew anxious. He knew his son Huang Tu's strength well. Across the entire Hidden Rock village, aside from himself, almost no one could match Huang Tu. How could he have been so easily beaten by a rogue ninja from the Akatsuki? And why had the Akatsuki appeared here just in time to rescue that spy? Countless doubts rose in Inoki's mind, but this wasn't the time to ponder such matters. Huang Tu's life hung by a thread. Kuratsuchi was still young. He couldn't let the girl lose her father now. At that thought, Inoki wasted no time. He quickly led his guard unit, charged out of the village, and rushed toward the scene. Within moments of Inoki's departure, another short figure slipped into the village under cover of night, evading the guards, and making his way toward the treasury behind the Tsuchikage's office building. The treasury's security was lax, guarded only by 2 chunin as a formality. After all, this was the heart of the Hidden Rock village, right next to the Tsuchikage's tower. If someone could defeat the Tsuchikage and storm this place, the entire Hidden Rock village would be on the verge of ruin. At this moment, the lurking figure seemed quite familiar with the surrounding architecture and terrain. He hid behind a dark wall corner, carefully observing the guard situation on the treasury's upper floor. Within seconds, he had formulated a plan and was about to act. But just then a slender little hand suddenly shot out from behind and patted his shoulder. It scared him half to death. "Brother, what are you doing here?" Deidara spun around, and upon seeing his junior sister Kuratsuchi behind him, breathed a sigh of relief. "Hey Kuratsuchi, you scared me to death. Why did you sneak into the village again? If Grandpa finds out, he's bound to get angry." Though only 8 years old, Kuratsuchi already had quite a personality. She crossed her arms and scolded her mischievous senior brother with a serious face. In fact, it was precisely because he often caused trouble in the village and tested his clay bombs, resulting in considerable damage, that 9-year-old Deidara had been forced to move out of the village last year, living on the outskirts. Without Inoki's orders, he was not allowed to enter the village freely. "Can't sleep, so I just came for a stroll." Deidara gave an awkward smile. Of course, he wouldn't admit that he had noticed the old man Inoki suddenly leave the village and seize the opportunity to grab some loot. After all, he had been researching new jutsu lately and was running short on funds. "Brother, could you at least make up a decent lie? I knew you were up to no good again." Kuratsuchi cursed angrily, wishing she could strangle her troublesome. Unfortunately, although he was a scoundrel, he was exceptionally talented in ninjutsu, often praised by their grand. He constantly compared him to her, which made Kuratsuchi want to punch him. "Chill. Keep it down. And you, what are you doing here?" Deidara covered Kuratsuki's mouth and whispered, "This evening my dad was called out by Grandpa and hasn't come home yet. Mom sent me to the Tsuchikage Tower to ask Grandpa, hoping to get Dad home early." Kuratsuchi explained. She had no idea where her father had gone. So late and still not back. When they got home, her angry mother would probably make Dad kneel on a washboard again. "Brother, tell me the truth. Are you after the treasury?" "Chill. Don't say that." Deidara panicked and quickly defended. "Share half with me." "Huh? If you don't split it with me, you'll scream right now and you'll get nothing." The young Kuratsuchi revealed an innocent, wicked grin and threatened without mercy. Although she wasn't as talented in ninjutsu as her senior brother, she had picked up some of Grandpa Inoki's negotiation and intimidation tactics. "Kuratsuchi, you in or out? If not, I'll call someone." "Fine." Deidara gritted his teeth and agreed to cooperate. Then the two of them poked their heads out again to scout the treasury's defenses. "Kuratsuchi, you'll break through first and knock out the 2 guards. Climb up from the edge of the treasury's upper floor and keep watch for me. If someone comes, alert me immediately." Deidara began arranging the tactics. "Got it. Ready, 3, 2, 1, go." Deidara darted out first, using the darkness blind spots to close in on the 2 guards. At the same time, he flipped his hands, and several clay spiders laced with paralytic toxin shot out, lunging at the guards. With this unexpected assault, the skilled Deidara easily knocked out both guards. He quickly pushed open the door and slipped into the treasury, his face brimming with excitement. Behind him, the petite Kuratsuchi hurriedly followed on her nimble legs, pitter-pattering along. She leaped up. Grabbing the railing of the treasury's 2nd floor, she prepared to climb over. If she didn't hurry, her idiot senior brother would likely embezzle more than half of her share. However, just as she climbed onto the 2nd floor, her right shoe slipped off. Forced to jump back to the 1st floor, Kuratsuchi pouted with indignation. She fumbled for her shoe in the dim light. After finally retrieving it, she looked up and suddenly discovered an unfamiliar figure standing before her. The figure wore a mask, was not tall, and had a restrained aura that made it impossible to judge his intentions. But strangely, in his hands he held several pairs of smooth stockings. With an enticing tone, he smiled and asked, "Oh, future lady legs, did you drop this pair of black stockings? Or this pair of white stockings? Or this pair of fishnets?" Kuratsuchi was utterly bewildered. Haida blinked her bright eyes, her face filled with confusion. After a while, she suddenly realized, "You are not a ninja from Awakens. Who are you? What do you want?" Haida quickly shouted, trying to mask the fear in her heart. After all, she was just an 80-year-old girl. Natsume smiled lightly. Upon arriving here, he noticed this future shadow of legs fumbling about on the ground. This piqued his interest, and he couldn't resist making a joke. He teased the other party. Rest assured, he hadn't yet devolved to the point of harming even young girls. No matter what, he would wait for her to mature a few more years. "Don't be agitated, I'm not here to kill anyone today. Don't worry." At that moment, inside the treasury attic, Deidara seemed to hear the strange noises from outside. "Hey, junior sister, what's that sound? Who are you talking to?" "Brother, there's an enemy, come out quickly." Haida jumped in shock. While retreating, she shouted loudly. But before she could finish her words, the figure in front of her suddenly swayed, and then she felt a numbness in her neck and fainted on the spot. Clearly, this little girl, while quite strong, was still too weak for Natsume at the moment. Not even at the level of a Chunin, she was easily knocked out in one move. The next moment, Natsume placed Haida on the ground. In the treasury, an anxious Deidara rushed out. However, before he could see what was happening outside, his vision was enveloped by a pair of crimson Sharingan. Time became chaotic, space distorted, and consciousness sank. Unbeknownst to him, before he could even unleash his clay bombs, Deidara fell deeply asleep, controlled by the genjutsu of the Sharingan. This kid really isn't good at dealing with illusions, he mused. At such a young age he's already set his sights on his own village's treasury. He's quite the talent. Looking at Deidara, who was asleep on the ground, Natsume sighed softly. Then he excitedly stepped into the treasury of Awakens. He intended to casually take some souvenirs back with him. Upon entering the treasury, a wave of monetary aroma greeted him, making his breath a bit easier and igniting a fire in his heart. Despite the geographically isolated and commerce-averse nature of Awakens' treasury's reserves certainly couldn't compare to Konoha's. However, as one of the 5 great hidden villages, it still held a significant amount of wealth. Looking around, there were easily close to 100 million ryo. It seemed he was in for a big haul. The next moment, without hesitation, Natsume pulled out several prepared space scrolls. He began to sweep through the 2 full floors of riches. It appeared that these space scrolls drawn from the system were quite useful. A mid-level scroll could hold 20 million ryo, and they were light and portable, far more convenient than carrying several large bags of money. Soon Natsume filled 2 mid-level and 6 low-level space scrolls, nearly sweeping away more than half of the treasury's wealth, totaling a whopping 70 million ryo. This only left Awakens with just over 20 million ryo. It would be interesting to see if Anoki would be furious upon discovering this. Well, that was no longer his concern. At least he left some behind for Awakens. It wasn't too excessive, right? As he organized the scrolls ready to leave with a full load, Natsume suddenly recalled something. He quickly took out a kunai and left his Flying Thunder God technique mark on it. Then with a gentle leap, he hid the kunai behind the beam above the treasury. Since he had come all this way, he ought to leave a gift. If this marked kunai were to be discovered, it wouldn't matter. If it remained unnoticed, he could come back any time in the future to visit. Surely the hospitable Awakens would not refuse his kind visit, right? Having left a good mark, Natsume didn't linger any longer. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and following the mark he had left, vanished in an instant from the treasury, as if he had never been there. Of course, aside from the treasury that was nearly emptied at this moment, just over 5 minutes had passed since Anoki received the news. The anxious third Tsuchikage had rushed over, having covered more than 10 minutes of distance to the place where Natsume had just battled against Haito. Sure enough, he saw a masked figure in a red cloud cloak waiting there. The next moment, he saw his son covered in injuries lying unconscious on the ground. Furious, Anoki didn't waste a single word. He launched an attack directly against Natsume's clone. Various Earth-style jutsu surged out like a tidal wave, truly horrifying. As expected of an old war survivor from the Warring States period, although his Earth-style techniques were not as powerful as Haito's overall, Anoki's control over ninjutsu release speed and flexibility greatly surpassed that of Haito. Even without his so-called strongest spear dust release, this guy's overall strength was above average among the leaders of the 5 great hidden villages. One Earth-style technique after another, their multitude dazzling and overwhelming. Coupled with his unique ability to fly, he hovered in the air, relentlessly bombarding Natsume's clone with ninjutsu. Ninjas without long-range attack capabilities found it nearly impossible to deal with him, making Anoki seem almost invincible. Of course, this was mainly because Natsume's clone had just fought a fierce battle with Haito, leaving him with very little chakra, just above 2 cards. Moreover, the main body had taken away the kunai, and various abilities and jutsu that would easily expose his identity were inconvenient to use. As a result, he was rendered helpless, completely suppressed by Anoki. Otherwise, if the main body were here, he would have directly activated Susanoo and wielded the Divine Blade. Then Anoki would likely have been chased and beaten up. Damn it! A mere rogue ninja from the Akatsuki organization dares to oppose Iwagakure. You're seeking death. Anoki shouted angrily, his eyes filled with intense fury. The speed of his hand seals increased by 3-fold, and his offensive power rose correspondingly. During this period, the 5 great hidden villages did not take rogue ninja organizations like Akatsuki seriously. Of course, as the third Tsuchikage, having experienced 3 ninja world wars, and with rich experience, Anoki was not consumed by rage. Instead, he attacked while searching for the enemy's weaknesses and flaws. After all, the enemy before him was indeed powerful. He had already fought for dozens of rounds, and was barely holding the upper hand. This person's strength was certainly not beneath that of the Kage. Across the entire ninja world, he had never heard of any rogue ninja so formidable. Moreover, the opponent's signature bloodline limit, the Sharingan, had yet to be used, which made Anoki even more wary and on guard. After a long struggle, Natsume's clone, having almost exhausted his remaining chakra, realized the timing. In the next moment, to Anoki's shock, he suddenly gave up resisting, allowing the numerous rock spears that erupted from the ground to pierce him. How could this be? Why did he give up resisting? Could it really be because he exhausted his chakra? Anoki was taken aback, unable to believe his eyes as he watched the enemy get pierced. However, in the next instant the enemy's figure exploded into a cloud of white mist, vanishing without a trace. Is this shadow clone technique? Anoki exclaimed in shock, staring at the distance with wide eyes, nearly popping his eyeballs out. He had seen many shadow clone techniques from Konoha, and they were indeed very intricate and hard to discern. But he never expected that the enemy who had fought him for so long and made the world spin was merely a shadow. This is infuriating. But if the clone is this strong, how terrifying must the opponent's main— Wait! If the other party only left a clone here to delay me, then his main body. Not good. The opponent's target is our village. Realizing the truth, Anoki's heart sank in horror, regretting it was too late. How could he who bore the title of 2 Scales, and was the highest ranking among the current 5 Kage, not see through this little trick? It was truly because he was too anxious to save people that he was blinded. Damn it. I hope the village is safe. Anoki cursed angrily, grabbing the fallen Haitu and hurriedly preparing to retreat back to the hidden village. Yo, Daima, tired from fighting. Natsume shook the backpack behind him containing 70 million. He laughed and called out to Damu, who was about to leave in the distance. Had to admit, even setting aside combat, this flying thunder god technique was exceptionally effective for travel. A distance of over 10 kilometers was covered in an instant. Greatly saved time. But the chakra consumption was a bit high. Based on his current chakra reserves, 2 or 3 round trips would drain him dry. It seemed he needed to increase his chakra limit further. On the other side, hearing the taunt from behind, Daimyo abruptly turned around. Only then did he realize that the very body of the enemy he had been fighting had suddenly appeared. Is this body flicker? No, just now there was clearly no one around. Even the fastest body flicker couldn't instantly cross 1,000 meters. Arriving in an instant. Wait, what is that under his feet? Kanai. Could it be? Is it the flying thunder god technique? Daimyo suddenly exclaimed. Even though nearly 10 years had passed, he still could not forget that image of Konoha's yellow flash emerging and dominating an entire era. With the extreme speed brought by the flying thunder god technique, he was virtually invincible. During the entire Third Shinobi World War, the number of Iwanin killed by that guy alone was no less than 100. Among them were IWA elites like Dong Siren and Emoji. It was precisely because of that great war that the unresolved hatred between IWA and Konoha was forged. Moreover, it was because of the existence of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, that forced Daimyo himself to stay in the Hidden Stone Village and not dare to go out to fight. He feared that the enemy would directly use Flying Thunder God to steal his home base. This was enough to show the threat posed by a ninja who mastered such a powerful rank space-time ninjutsu. That was definitely the nightmare of all enemies. And now, after 8 years, could it be that Konoha had produced another terrifying ninja who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique? Daimyo dared not think further. But seeing that speed, 9 times out of 10, it was indeed the Flying Thunder God technique. If that opponent truly was a Konoha ninja, then he would probably be the future 5th Hokage. At that time, the entire shinobi world would be suppressed by him again. Such a great enemy must be eliminated early. If I launch an unexpected dust release, there might be a chance to kill him in one blow. In an instant, Daima's wrinkled old face changed expression several times. His heart was struggling and weighing heavily. No matter what, he did not want to see another yellow flash emerge in the shinobi world, especially one that might be from Konoha. Who exactly are you? Daimyo roared angrily, secretly preparing a killing blow. Old man, you're thinking about how to kill me right now, aren't you? Don't waste your efforts. I'm leaving. Farewell if fate allows. Oh, I forgot to mention. Your granddaughter very smooth. Your village's treasury even smoother. Ha ha. Shimu laughed heartily. Without hesitation, he shook his body and activated the Flying Thunder God technique again, instantly leaving the spot. He had done what needed to be done. He didn't want to stay and face Daima's dust release, even though that thing had a 90 chance of not hitting him. Watching the enemy vanish in an instant, yet he was powerless to stop it. Daimyo was even more frustrated and had to stop the ninjutsu in his hand. At the same time, he remembered what the other had said before leaving. Not good. Over at the village Hei-Tu and the treasury, could they have been harmed? Daima's face changed instantly. He hurriedly carried Huang-Tu on his back and flew towards the village, not daring to stay a moment. Both his granddaughter Hei-Tu and the village treasury were his heart and could not be lost. And so, 20 minutes later, the Tsuchikage's personal guard followed Daima's scent, circled around outside the village for a long time, and finally returned inside the village, and discovered Daimyo at the door of the village's treasury attic. At this moment, the 3rd Tsuchikage was holding his granddaughter Hei-Tu with one hand while pressing his old waist. His eyes empty, his face dull, leaning against the gate. And before him was his own treasury, nearly emptied. Fortunately, only the treasury was stolen. His granddaughter Hei-Tu seemed unharmed. Otherwise, this 3rd Tsuchikage would have been infuriated to death tonight. But even so, the entire Hidden Stone Village suffered no small loss tonight. especially the treasury theft with most of the silver stolen. If this news got out, the village's already fragile economy would likely plummet by several percent. Therefore, exerting his last bit of energy, Daimyo had to quickly order the guard to seal the treasury and the news, and took Huang Tuhei, 2D Dala, and others for medical treatment. The night grew darker. Fortunately, most of the battle took place outside the village. It did not cause many casualties inside the Hidden Stone village. The village was still relatively quiet. Of course, many informed high-level ninjas began a night of busy work. And so, an hour later, after a short rest, Daimyo once again summoned the village's high-ranking members. He hurriedly narrated the series of major events that occurred tonight. Huang Tu, Little Hei Tu, how are their injuries? Daima's face darkened. Huang Tu is seriously injured with multiple bone fractures and extensive, but fortunately his life is not in danger. He'll need at least a month or two to recover. Hei Tu and the others are not injured, just unconscious. Did the intruder go easy on them? A consultant pressed further. Daimyo nodded. It should be so, but it could also be intentional. After all, killing them would only further provoke our Hidden Stone village. Unexpected. Not only did the spy escape, but the village treasury was also stolen. Third, some of this loss is no small matter. Daimyo, I know. The urgent task is to seal the news and make up for the treasury's loss as soon as possible. Shouldn't we immediately dispatch troops to recover the stolen silver? Daimyo glanced at this daimyo envoy with displeasure and said indifferently, the opponent has mastered the space-time ninjutsu flying thunder god technique. Do you think anyone can catch up to him? The flying thunder god technique. That's impossible. Didn't Konoha's yellow flash die already? Could it be that another one has appeared? Daimyo, it's not yet certain. That person wore the clothes of the rogue ninja organization Akatsuki, possessed the Sharingan, and was extremely powerful. Hearing this, the other IWA high-ranking members were also startled and quickly began to debate. Could it be all done by Akatsuki? Impossible. How would such a low-level rogue ninja organization have the audacity to attack the 5 great hidden villages? Moreover, that spy just escaped, and the enemy coincidentally rescued him just like that. If it were merely a rogue ninja organization, they couldn't maintain such a dense spy network. Behind this, it must be the other great villages pulling the strings. The so-called Akatsuki is just a smokescreen. There is even the possibility that Konoha hired Akatsuki to pick up that spy. After all, besides, the other great villages do not have the flying thunder god technique. And don't forget that Akatsuki member possessed the Sharingan, a bloodline limit. Across the shinobi world, only Konoha is the most suspicious. Following this reasoning, the Uchiha clan that recently defected from Konoha is also highly suspicious. Ridiculous. Those guys defected from Konoha and are fugitives in the shinobi world. They probably have enough trouble dealing with themselves. How do they have the energy to scheme against our Hidden Stone village? So it really was Konoha. Daimyo quietly watched their debate, enduring his back pain while feeling helpless, but he had to admit, no matter from which angle, Konoha was the most suspicious. Spy Sharingan, flying thunder god technique. All related to Konoha. If anyone said Konoha had no hand in this, even a dog wouldn't believe it. After a while, Daimyo finally spoke up to interrupt. Everyone calm down. Even if Konoha is involved, without direct evidence, we can't take action. This matter must be investigated. Wait until we find decisive evidence before discussing further. In any case, whoever dares to scheme against me, that's just asking for death. Daimyo stroked his long beard, blew his mustache, and slammed his decision angrily. Then the plan to launch a surprise attack on Konoha. The spy has escaped. The plan has already been exposed, so we have to abandon it for now. Any objections? Daimyo scanned the crowd and demanded. The Hidden Stone village was different from Konoha. Daimyo, who possessed strength, status, seniority, and prestige, had complete decision-making power. It was much better than Konoha's fragmented leadership. No. Then let's leave it at that. Meeting adjourned. At this moment, in a desolate grove over 50 miles from the hidden rock village, Zayama's figure abruptly materialized. Drawing a long breath after teleporting here via the flying thunder god technique, he exhaled deeply. He shook his head slightly to alleviate the nausea induced by the long-distance spatial leap. Evidently, his mastery of this temporal space ninjutsu was still rudimentary and far from refined. It required gradual familiarization. Moreover, the series of fierce battles, extended traversals, and continuous utilization of temporal space techniques had nearly depleted Zayama's chakra reserves. Otherwise, he would have taken the opportunity to thrash that old wretch Inoki as well. Why else would he have left directly? At this moment, under the cover of night, Shimu casually leaped onto a large tree. He quietly perceived the surroundings. After confirming that no one else was nearby, he sat cross-legged, ingested 2 chakra-restoring pills, and rapidly recovered a small portion of his chakra. This was the ninja world fraught with dangers. At all times, Shimu had to maintain a certain level of combat capability and chakra reserves. A ninja without chakra is like a tiger without claws. Even those skilled in taijutsu suffer a significant decline in strength without chakra enhancement. Having watched so many renowned dramas and films in his previous life, Shimu had no desire to experience a sudden downfall himself. A few minutes later, with his combat power restored, he felt somewhat at ease. He then began to inventory the night's gains. First, the acquisition of Kabuto and Nono, both medical ninjas, was naturally a gratifying achievement. Second, the plundering of the Hidden Rock Village treasury, from which he brought back 70 million silver taels, equivalent to 7,000 gold coins. A bountiful haul indeed. Not only could these 7,000 gold coins be spent within the system to bolster his strength, but the sheer 70 million taels obtained without cost would significantly alleviate the economic strain on his own Hidden Flame Village, accelerating infrastructure development and ensuring the clan's basic needs. Of course, these were the tangible material rewards. Beyond the material gains, there were also substantial intangible benefits. Chief among them was having the Hidden Leaf Village and the Akatsuki bear this enormous black pot on his behalf. The night's operation, from attire to actions to all verbal cues. Throughout the entire process, Shimu deliberately disguised himself as a member of the Akatsuki and one with considerable ties to the Hidden Leaf. He even went so far as to expose the Flying Thunder God technique to Inoki, flaunting it in front of them all to direct the Hidden Rock Village's suspicions and fury toward the Hidden Leaf. Given that the Hidden Rock already harbored enmity toward the Hidden Leaf, after tonight their resentment would surely deepen. In the future, with just a slight spark, he could provoke them into a full-scale assault on the Hidden Leaf. Thus he and the Hidden Flame Village could watch the fire from a safe distance and reap the spoils. On the other side, he also exposed the threat and power of the Akatsuki. Presumably in the days to come, a certain Brother Toby, clad in a red cloud cloak and mask, would receive a warm reception once he appeared within the view of Hidden Rock ninjas. Tisk tisk tsk. Let's offer a half-second of silence for Brother Toby. Having sorted through his gains and confirmed nothing was left behind, Shimu immediately set off toward his own Hidden Flame Village. He had been away for over a day. It was time to hurry back, hoping no changes had occurred in the village. By dusk the next day, travel-worn, Shimu finally returned to his village. During those 2 days the village had remained peaceful. Under the guidance of several clan elders, all clan members were enthusiastically constructing the new village, full of vigor and vitality. Visibly, it had already become far more colorful than the barren state when they first arrived. Even the main street now boasted several snack stalls where elderly vendors cheerfully sold various treats and sweets, much to the delight and adoration of the children. Had they remained in the Hidden Leaf, such a warm scene would surely never have occurred. There, any gathering of more than 3 Uchiha would be secretly monitored. No wonder so many Uchiha clan members were driven to rebellion and defection. Indeed, his decision to lead the clan in fleeing the Hidden Leaf was a wise choice. Upon his return, Shimu discovered that Orochimaru, Kabuto, and the others had not yet arrived. This was not surprising, as he traveled alone and at a rapid pace. The other group had 2 deadweights with them, so it was to be expected they would be slower. Moreover, having witnessed the might of his Susanoo paired with a divine sword, Orochimaru was unlikely to harbor rebellious intentions anytime soon. There was no need for concern. Soon Shimu quietly slipped back to his residence. Young clan leader, you're back. Uchiha Hikaru, who was on duty, brightened with joy upon seeing Is the village doing well? Everything is fine. That's good. By the way, what about that fellow Uebing? Shimu glanced around and realized that the little fat pan— Oh, Lord Uebing is taking a bath in the backyard. A bath? You built a hot spring. Well, it was Lord Uebing's request. Also, we thought it would be a nice place for you to relax when you returned, so we built a simple one. Hikaru stammered, a little embarrassed. The village isn't even finished yet, and you are wasting effort on such frivolities. And that Uebing has grown bold, ordering you around. Shimu scolded with a chuckle, though he wasn't truly angry. After all, the clan members meant well. Moreover, soaking in the hot spring upon returning from a long journey was indeed delightful and relaxing. Wasn't this one of the quality of life experiences he sought? Alright, since I'm back, there's nothing to worry about. You can take your leave now. Oh, and for the next 2 days, you and the others stationed outside, including Fuji, don't need to stand guard. Take 2 days off and rest. No. Young clan leader, no arguments. Do as I say. Besides, the village is just starting out. Your families need your help. Stop dawdling. Well, alright. Hikaru felt a warmth in his heart and promptly complied. He then withdrew. After all, they all knew the young clan leader's strength. These guards, though stationed here, were unsure who was truly protecting whom. After seeing Hikaru off, Shimu entered the backyard. As soon as he stepped in, he felt the warm steam of the hot spring, which relaxed his pores and brought an involuntary sense of ease. At the edge of the steaming pool, the palm-sized Uebing was leisurely soaking in the hot spring, nibbling on a tender bamboo shoot. It seemed the epitome of feline contentment. Damn it, this panda is enjoying life even more than I am. Xiaomu shed his clothes and jumped into the hot spring, creating a large splash that drenched Yuebing at the edge, turning it into a drowned rat. Who dares disturb my lordship's bath? Yuebing started flailing its paws and roaring. Darn it, it's you, kid. Back so soon. Lord Yuebing, you really know how to live. Soaking for so long. Are you cooked yet? Xiaomu teased with a grin. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly be cooked? You splashed me all over and haven't even apologized. Yet you dare to be so disrespectful to me. Just wait, I'll come over and tear you apart. Yuebing roared, carefully placing aside the half-eaten bamboo shoot it, then paddled towards Xiaomu, claws out, but being only palm-sized, it grew increasingly exhausted halfway across the pool. Before long, it was floundering and slowly sinking, leaving only a trail of bubbles. Xiaomu glanced at Yuebing, but the soothing hot spring made him too lazy to bicker with this panda, as his summon it couldn't possibly drown. So he unconsciously stretched out, basking in the hot water to relieve his weary body. At the same time, during this moment of relaxation, he immersed his consciousness into the system, preparing to start a new round of spending. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained 700 value points. Would you like to recharge 700 value points and exchange them for 700 gold coins? Recharge successful. Congratulations. You have obtained 700 gold coins. Current balance 7040 gold coins. Host Shimo. Attributes fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, Chakra 9Ka. Ninjutsu Flying Thunder God Technique Strength Spacetime Ninjutsu 8 Gates Formation Strength Taijutsu Spirit Transformation Technique Strength Soul Ninjutsu Dark Road Technique A rank Jinjutsu Triple Rashomon A rank Summoning Technique Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique A rank Ninja Method Shadow Clone Technique Rank Clone Technique Bloodline Limit Sharingan Mangekyō Taijutsu 1000 Years of Death Leaf Whirlwind Special Skill Chakra Extraction Method Special Weapon Kunmo Blade Current balance 7040 gold coins. Xiaomu first sorted out his basic information. Just looking at this dazzling array of personal templates filled him with joy. Who would have thought that 3 months ago he was merely a 10-year-old unranked apprentice ninja who had not even awakened his Sharingan. And now he had mastered 3 Shrank Ninjutsu, 3 A-rank Ninjutsu, and a multitude of other techniques, awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, wielded a divine weapon, and possessed combat power that nearly rivaled that of a Superkage-level powerhouse. All this aside from his own hard work, also thanks to the almighty and powerful system Daddy Right. To accumulate a bit of luck, Xiaomu flattered without any confidence. If the system truly had a consciousness, it would probably be cursing and berating this host, calling him a scumbag. After mastering several high chakra-consuming ninjutsu, and the trip to the Hidden Rock Village, Xiaomu increasingly felt the insufficiency of his own total chakra. If he had ample chakra, he wouldn't have had to trek over 1,000 kilometers back from the land of Earth. With a single flying thunder god, he could instantly teleport back to his own village. How fast and wonderful that would be. So upon entering the system, Xiaomu did not exchange for other items and directly spent 260 gold coins. He exchanged for a chakra limit of 26 Ka, pushing his total chakra to a full 35 Ka. That is the total chakra of 35 elite Jonin. Although this amount still could not compare to that of the Uzumaki clan or the tailed beast Jinchuriki, it was considered above average among cage-level fighters. Calculating based on the fact that 1 Ka can release 6 to 8 A-rank ninjutsu, even the high chakra-consuming Flying Thunder God technique could be used several dozen times for short distances. Moreover, incidentally, his ocular power had also increased by a large margin. From now on, when activating Susanoo, he no longer had to count every second carefully. In short, for the time being, this total of 35 Ka of chakra should be sufficient. Money spending never has a bottom line. In the blink of an eye, 2600 gold coins vanished like flowing water, which pained Xiaomu greatly. Looking at the remaining 4440 gold coins, Xiaomu became much more cautious in his spending within the system shop. After browsing extensively, he only purchased some essential items. Sealing Technique Contract Seal Brank. 200 gold coins can block summoning contracts. Taijutsu 1000 Flame Blade Brank. 200 gold coins Overpowering Blade Technique Formidable when used with a weapon, a 1 high-grade healing pill. 500 gold coins can quickly repair any injury kept as a trump card, 1 high-grade chakra recovery pill. 500 gold coins can instantly replenish chakra kept as a trump card. Total spent 1400 gold coins. Although expensive, it was still worthwhile. After all, with these 2 life-saving pills, even in desperate situations, Xiaomu would have the confidence to turn the tide. Of course, at present in the entire ninja world, the number of formidable enemies capable of truly cornering him could probably be counted on one hand. After the exchange, Xiaomu did not choose to continue spinning for a lottery. After all, the last 10 consecutive draw was too lucky. Even the goddess of fortune, after favoring him, needed a rest. With his luck as a non-chieftain, if he stubbornly tried another 10 consecutive draw now, he would probably lose his underwear. Therefore, he decided to save the remaining 3040 gold coins to be prepared for emergencies, or perhaps wait until another day when his luck was better, then have another 10 consecutive draw. Speaking of which, why does the hot spring water feel a bit cooler? And where did this hot spring come from? Xiaomu stretched comfortably and looked around. Only then did he discover a fire stove behind the pool used to heat the spring water. I see. Fire release, great fireball technique. A torrent of flames shot out and poured into the stove. In no time, the water in the entire pool became warm again, even bubbling up. Dense white mist quickly rose and at the same time a small red panda, apparently scalded and looking cooked, slowly floated to the surface. After soaking for more than an hour, Xiaomu emerged refreshed, wrapped in a towel. He also pulled out the small red panda. Just then a knock came from the front door. Xiaomu opened the door. Outside stood a beautiful woman holding a steaming dinner. It was Kwanmai's mother, Uchiha Hazuki. Her husband and Zayama's father were teammates in the same squad and had a close personal friendship. Unfortunately, one died in the Third Great Ninja War, and the other died in the night of the Ninetales Rampage. Thus, when he was young in Konoha village, Aunt Hazuki often looked after Xiaomu, bringing him various foods from time. She almost treated him as her own half-son. Aunt Hazuki, why are you here? I saw Fuji and Hiyori come home, so I knew you must have finished your seclusion. I guess you probably hadn't had dinner yet, so I made some and brought it over. Now that most of the clan's pressure is on your shoulders, you mustn't neglect your health. The woman said, gently handing him the lunchbox. Xiaomu took the dinner, smelled the tempting aroma of food, and felt warmth in his heart. Who says the Uchiha clan is born cruel and bloodthirsty? That's pure nonsense. And it was precisely to protect this kindness and gentleness of his clansmen that he did not hesitate to raise his blade. Thank you, Aunt Hazuki. Please come in and sit for a while. No need, I still have to deliver dinner to the construction team. You just enjoy your meal. By the way, Kwanmei, Aunt Hazuki called softly, pulling out her daughter, Kwanmei, from behind her. Didn't you have something to talk to Xiaomu about? After you're done, remember to come home early. Don't disturb Xiaomu too much. Okay, mother. Uchiha Kwanmei clutched her clothes corner, answering a bit nervously. Sister Kwan, is there something you need? Looking at Xuanmei, who was only 13 years old, half a head taller than him, and who used to treat him as her little brother, and often tease him, Xiaomu was exceptionally gentle. It was precisely because he regarded her as a half-sister that on the night of the defection, he deliberately ordered his subordinates to kidnap Kwanmai's entire family. Although Sister Kwan probably did not want to leave Konoha, nor did she want to leave Itachi. Now gazing at the youth before him, the one he had once regarded as a younger brother, a boy he intended to protect with all his might, he found himself confronting someone who now possessed such overwhelming power. Not only had he led a majority of the clan in defection from Konohagakure, but he had also built a new ninja village from scratch, forging a new home for his people. How formidable he must be. Meanwhile, he himself had fallen into stagnation since becoming a genin, his duties amounting to no more than trivial tasks like tending to the daimyo's wife's pet or assisting Fire Country officials with their relocations. Idling away his days, his strength grew only sluggishly, a truly shameful state. Natsume-kunai, do you think our clan should not have defected from Konoha's sister Izumi? Natsume asked with a grin, savoring his meal. His dear sister Izumi had not had an easy life either. At age 5, during the Ninetales Rampage, her father died before her eyes, protecting her, awakening her Sharingan. At 7, during a school lunch break, she stood up for Itachi against older bullies and ended up unconscious. At 11, Itachi bluntly told her she shouldn't become a kunoichi because she was a girl. This led to a quarrel between them, ending in discord. At 12, after Shizui's suicide, she braved the rain to visit the clan head's home, seeking Itachi. He was absent, but Fugaku met her and said, Itachi has few friends, I hope you won't give up on him. She agreed. At 13, during a clan gathering, Itachi was ostracized and isolated by his kin, sparking conflict. She found herself torn. Then came the night of the massacre. This sensitive, brave, stubborn, and tender-hearted girl died at her lover's hands, her eyes wide open in death, unable to find peace. Was this not a tragedy? Now Natsume's actions had rewritten that tragedy, but Izumi Uchiha remained trapped in the impossible dilemma between love and clan, a predicament still unresolved. After all, she had always been a staunch supporter of Konoha. Her father was a ninja from another clan, her mother an Uchiha. Having lost loved ones in the turmoil, she deeply understood the pain and resentment the people of Konoha harbored after the Ninetales attack. She possessed considerable talent, but not the dazzling brilliance of prodigies like Shisui or Itachi. Within the Uchiha clan, she had no voice. She supported Konoha, yet stood powerless against the overwhelming tide of rebellion. She hoped Itachi could turn things around, pleading with him to communicate with the clan once more. But Itachi could not sway his enemies, either choosing instead a crueler path. Such was the helplessness of those caught in the cracks, the sorrow of the weak. In this merciless shinobi world, weakness is the original sin. At first I too believed defection was wrong. But during these few days here, I have witnessed an unprecedented fervor among the clan, seen genuine smiles blossom on the children's faces, and beheld a scene brimming with life. Perhaps defecting from Konoha was not a mistake. Compared to before, these recent experiences had matured Izumi considerably. The thriving new village, the Hidden Flame Village, had shaken her long-held convictions. Every sign of vitality here seemed to testify that Konoha was wrong, even evil. That the Uchiha clan should have defected long ago. They should have resisted long ago. Natsume glanced at Izumi. He had thought it would take great effort to convince her. Unexpectedly, the village and the clan's transformation had already won her over. Thus, the only one Izumi truly worried about now was Itachi. So, Sister Izumi, are you worried about Itachi? Natsume-kun, you already know. Izumi started, her youthful cheeks flushing slightly. Natsume shrugged. Do I look that clueless? Besides, Itachi is practically my cousin, or I can see that much. So what about? Natsume waved his hand. Don't worry. Itachi and the clan head won't be in danger anytime soon. Our successful defection constantly threatens Konoha, so they dare not harm the remaining clan members. Moreover, if not for this defection, Itachi would already have raised his blade against the clan. What? How could Itachi? He had little choice. Pressured by Konoha's higher-ups on one side and attacked by the clan's radicals on the other. Consider yourself lucky. If we hadn't escaped successfully, he would now be a criminal stained with his own kin's blood. Izumi stood frozen. The shocking revelations left her barely able to think. She had always known that Itachi caught between Konoha and the clan was in agony, but she never imagined Konoha would force him to such a brutal, bloody decision. If Itachi had truly taken that step, she would have been utterly shattered. Enough, Sister Izumi, don't dwell on it. What you need to do now is take care of Aunt Yuzuki and help build our new village. And strive to become stronger. Only with sufficient strength can you protect your family and your village when crisis strikes. Natsume's words cleared the haze from Izumi's eyes. Yes, if she possessed enough power as formidable as Natsume-kun, she could calmly face any crisis. At the very least, she could become a pillar for the clan. For Itachi, I understand. Thank you, Natsume. By the way, I will arrange targeted contacts with the clan members left and I'll find a way to save them all. Really? Izumi's eyes sparkled with joy. Of course. That's wonderful. Natsume-kun, you're the best. Izumi cheerfully leaned in, and then she turned and left happily. I'll head back now. Eat well. Hey, Sister Izumi, I want teriyaki chicken tomorrow. Sure. Watching her go, Natsume shook his head with a wry smile. He hadn't lied to her. When Konoha later forced the remaining Uchiha to hunt them down, Hidden Flame Village would inevitably come into contact with the clan head Fugaku, Itachi, and the others. Then he would certainly make good use of the opportunity. After all, to destroy Konoha and overturn the entire shinobi world, he couldn't rely solely on himself. Moreover, with Itachi's talent, even without experiencing the night of the massacre, he would still shine brilliantly. Well, I'll think about that later. First, let's eat. Aunt Yuzuki's cooking is as wonderful as ever. Natsume continued happily devouring. Soon after finishing his meal, news came that Orochimaru and Kabuto had returned. A few minutes later, Natsume cleared the tableware and sat cross-legged in his room. Before him, Kabuto and Nono knelt awaiting his judgment. Neither dared to flee, though they had no idea how powerful this youth was, or how he commanded an entire or even managed to have Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, serve him. They knew without doubt that they were no match. Fleeing meant certain death. I am Uchiha Natsume, young lord of Hidden Flame Village. Good evening, you two. Greetings, Lord Natsume. No need to be so formal. Oh, lift your heads and speak. Well, Director Nono, Kabuto. Orochimaru has briefed you on the details, hasn't he? What are your thoughts now? Or what do you think of the betrayal against Konoha? Speak freely. Here your safety is. Natsume raised an eyebrow, asking with keen interest. At this moment, kneeling before Natsume, both Kabuto and Yakushi Nono found their hearts consumed by an indescribable complexity. On the journey back, Orochimaru had revealed the entire truth to them. This included how Danzo had used them to gather intelligence on enemy villages, severed all communication between the two, and deceived Yakushi Nono with fabricated photographs. And finally, to eliminate any risk, he had stooped to the despicable tactic of forcing them to kill each other. Had it not been for Natsume's timely intervention, Kabuto would have mistakenly killed the matron he revered most, plunging into utter despair. For this reason, both of them were utterly horrified, scarcely able to believe it. Yet upon careful reflection, this indeed aligned perfectly with the vile and shadowy nature of Konoha's root. Furthermore, all other evidence corroborated that this was no mere fabrication, but a raw and brutal truth. In an instant, both of them, now aware of the truth, nearly collapsed. They had sacrificed so much for each other and for the orphanage. They had risked their lives to infiltrate enemy villages, endlessly extracting intelligence. Yet they had been living in a web of conspiracy, deception, and betrayal. To be reduced to 2 pawns long since destined for disposal. How could such a fate fail to drive one to despair? I. Recalling the past, Kabuto clenched his fists in fury, but could not utter a single word. Compared to the young Kabuto, the seasoned Yakushi Nono appeared far more composed. Yet she too closed her eyes in agony, consumed by regret. I was wrong. I should have known that Root would forever remain that dark, cold, and unscrupulous place. I should never have placed my hope in it, or in Danzo. I have ruined Kabuto. This wandering nun reproached herself as she wept. Crystal tears trickled down from the corners of her eyes. It was difficult to imagine that this cruel ninja world could actually force such a strong and compassionate nun to tears. What a grievous sin. It's not the matron's fault, we were both deceived. The matron is innocent too, it's all those bastards from Root. They deserve to die. Kabuto hurriedly defended, gnashing his teeth in hatred. Do you think Root's darkness ends here? Natsume spoke again. Yakushi Nono and Kabuto jerked their heads up, a sense of foreboding creeping into their hearts. Let me tell you, even the orphanage you risked your lives to protect did not escape Danzo's clutches. Every young child in the orphanage with ninja potential would be secretly kidnapped by him and trained in the shadows. Have you heard of the Blood Mist Village policy of Kirigakure? Danzo is mimicking that very model, forcing the orphan ninjas he has gathered to slaughter each other, growing stronger, gradually eroding their humanity and turning them into the most ruthless, sharpest blades in his hand. In that moment, the even more bloody and brutal truth unveiled by Natsume struck both of their hearts like 2 heavy hammers, causing them to tremble violently, nearly spitting blood. They had never imagined that Danzo would extend his claws into the orphanage, subjecting the other children to such inhuman training. How could this be? Lord Danzo made no such promise. Yakushi Nono covered her eyes, muttering in near collapse. Meanwhile, Kabuto, already on the verge of madness, suddenly sprang to his feet, roaring in boundless fury, "Beast! How could you do this? Why strike at the orphanage? Those beasts will kill them all." Clearly, the absurd sense of having one's cherished people and treasured possessions trampled in secret was enough to drive anyone to the brink. So what do you intend to do? Charge back alone. Fight Root Hiden. Fight Konoha, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, Hiden. With nothing but your chakra scalpel. How many jonin can you defeat? 1. Or half? Natsume demanded loudly, causing Kabuto to freeze in shock, rooted to the spot, his face flushed red. What the other said was true. With his current strength, even a single jonin would be an extreme challenge, let alone contending with the entire village of Konoha. It would be nothing short of a fool's errand. Kabuto, sit down, don't be rude. Yakushi Nono, having regained some composure, quickly called out softly, halting Kabuto. After all, they were in the young clan leader's village, and their lives were still in his hands. They could not afford to be rude and court death. I can't accept this. Kabuto sat weakly on the floor, his hands dangling, despair in his eyes. Thus a full 10 minutes of silence filled the room. Natsume leisurely finished a pot of tea, giving the 2 ample time to compose themselves. After a long while, Yakushi Nono finally asked in a faint voice, "Lord Natsume, are all these things you've said true? Konoha is right there, and you yourself came from Root. It wouldn't be hard at all to go back and verify these claims, would it?" Yakushi Nono fell silent again for a moment. "Then why did you save us, my lord? Why reveal this intelligence to us? What is it that you truly want?" Looking at the golden-haired nun before him, Natsume felt a hint of admiration. Once she collected herself, this experienced wandering nun was indeed remarkable. So Natsume spoke, "Come work for me. I don't need you to infiltrate any hidden village, nor do I need you to become dangerous spies. I only need you to use your expertise to employ your medical ninjutsu and treat the people of the Hidden Flame Village. How about it?" Kabuto hesitated, tempted. The years of nerve-wracking life as a spy had nearly driven him mad, but he quickly glanced at the matron beside him, deciding to stand together with Yakushi Nono. And Nono fell silent. She had to admit that Natsume's proposal was extremely enticing. What normal ninja would want to live forever in the dangerous life of a spy? Moreover, they had no way back. Once they returned to Konoha, Danzo, knowing they were still alive, would surely not spare. And after all, working for the Hidden Flame Village was surely better than the dark, bloodthirsty Root of Konoha, wasn't it? All right, but I have one condition. Yakushi Nono gathered her courage, ready to add another condition. It's about the orphanage, isn't it? Don't worry, they'll have a new orphanage built in the village. And they'll find a way to bring over the remaining orphans from Konoha's orphanage as well. Are you satisfied now? Natsume had done his utmost to win them over, piling on promises one after another, leaving the wandering nun Yakushi Nono with no reason to refuse. In fact, she even began to wonder if the other party's heavy investment hiding some ulterior motive, such as coveting her own person. But what am I even thinking? This child is still so young. He looks younger than Kabuto. He probably doesn't have such wicked thoughts. Even if he did, sacrificing herself for Kabuto and the orphan's bright future would be a bargain. With that thought, Yakushi Nono readily agreed. Thank you, my lord. I am willing to stay. I am willing too. Excellent. Natsume nodded in satisfaction. The village is undergoing major renovations, so it's hard to arrange lodgings. You two can stay here for now, or there are separate rooms in the back. Once the new orphanage is built, you can move there. Thank you, thank you. Kabuto and Yakushi Nono bowed again in gratitude. It was the first time they had met such a kind superior. And he was only a boy of 10 or so. This hidden flame village was truly astonishing. Having traveled for over a day, Yakushi Nono and Kabuto were both extremely hungry and exhausted. Natsume did not treat these precious medical ninjas whom he had finally won over harshly. He directly had several clan members escort them to prepare some food and change their clothes. Everything else could wait until the next day. For these unfortunate souls who had also suffered under Konoha's tyranny, the Uchiha clan members were exceptionally warm, sharing a sense of camaraderie born of shared misery. They entertained Yakushi Nono and Kabuto with great hospitality, making the two feel a bit embarrassed. Meanwhile, as Natsume watched them leave to rest and return to his room, the elusive Orochimaru, wearing a sinister grin, twisted his body, phased through the wall, and suddenly appeared in the living room. If you don't use the door next time, I swear I'll chop you into 9 pieces and roast you to feed to Mooncake. Natsume shot a glance at Orochimaru, warning him without any goodwill. Don't be angry, Lord Natsume. It seems you've already won them over. What's it to you? Tisk tisk tisk. They are 2 fine talents. What excellent subjects they would make. What a waste. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, lamenting with a dark, gleeful tone. Bah. If you have something to say, say it. If not, get lost. Don't be so agitated. I came to bring you good news. What news? The Hashirama cells are ready. We can begin the transplant anytime. Upon hearing this, Natsume's eyes lit up with excitement, and he trembled with anticipation. Transplanting Hashirama cells to obtain an almost eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. This was a day he had waited far too long for. What are Jujian cells? Simply put, they are sage body cells. A type of super gene cell brimming with immense vitality, regenerative ability, and natural affinity. It can be called the jack of all trades of the ninja world. Once mastered, it can greatly enhance a ninja's physical functions, granting you strength 1 to several times greater than normal. Moreover, this is only for ordinary ninja. For Yuzhibo ninja with the bloodline limit Xiaolun Yin, transplanting Jujian cells can significantly mitigate the side effects of using the Xiaolun Yin. Just like Dai 2. After transplanting Jujian cells, he could use his Wan Huatong Xiaolun Yin almost. After all, the power of the Xiaolun Yin and Jujian cells both originate from the Sage of 6 Paths. The 2 powers are from the same source. It is not surprising that Jujian cells can perfectly control the Xiaolun Yin and eliminate its side effects. This is exactly what Xiaomu has been seeking. Are you ready? Of course. Although we accompanied Lord Xiaomu on a trip these 2 days, my clone has been in the laboratory preparing the experimental injection. Now everything is ready. Just wait for you to step into the laboratory, and we can begin. Deshiwan said respect, but just looking at his slightly trembling fingertips was enough to show how excited and expectant he was. With equal anticipation, Xiaomu did not hesitate. After leaving a shadow clone here, he followed Deshiwan out of the village and arrived at the underground test base located in the Inrin village. Soon the two entered the laboratory prepared for the transplant. In the laboratory stood a young white-haired boy. Lord Deshiwan. Junma LV greeted respectfully. Oh, this is Junma LV, one of my assistants. I know the holder of the Huiyi clan's bloodline limit, sure Gumai right. Xiaomu said indifferently, his expression unchanged. But Deshiwan was secretly shocked. He never expected that this brat Xiaomu could see through Junma LV's background at a glance. Or perhaps he had planted a spy in his ranks. Already knew everything about him. Impossible. Huh. Lord Xiaomu has sharp eyes. This child is indeed the last descendant of the Huiyi clan. What a coincidence, he just turned 10, similar to your age. Originally, I wanted to introduce him to you earlier. At this moment, Xiaomu had no energy to care about anything else. He directly replied, let him leave. He doesn't need to know what happens next. Very well, Junma L. Deshiwan waved his hand, signaling Junma LV to withdraw. As you command. Soon the white-haired, although he was puzzled as to why the Lord Deshiwan he admired so much would be so enthusiastic and respectful to a brat of the same age as himself. He knew very well that he must never ask about what he should not know. Can we start? Of course. However, Lord Xiaomu still needs to choose the transplantation level. The powerful activity of Jujian cells makes them extremely invasive. If the transplant fails, death is highly probable. But even if the transplant succeeds, some anomalies may occur. For example, skin turning white, horns growing on the head, a face appearing on the chest, and so on. If you like Tuanzong, only transplant a part of the body. I have experimental subjects here that can help reduce the risk and confine the anomalies to the transplanted part. But you are not doing a limb transplant, so only injection can be used for transplantation. Therefore, I have prepared 4 types of cell injections: low, medium, high, and extreme high. The content of Zhujian cells increases sequentially. The higher the cell content, the better the effect, but also the higher the risk. Extreme high dose also has a certain chance of helping you master wood release. It's up to you to choose. Xiaomu frowned and asked displeasedly, what is the probability of anomaly? 10, 30, 50, 100. Which ratio can guarantee perfect control of the Xia Luan Yin? The high and extreme high doses should guarantee it. Choose high dose. Xiaomu made a decision. Not everyone in this world can easily obtain power through a system like me. Although the Shiwan's experiments are terrifying, they also represent a different kind of talent. Throughout the ninja world, how many people crave power? Not to mention taking a small risk. Even at the cost of death, countless people would willingly flock to it. Of course, among these countless people, I am not included. Xiaomu would not inject the extreme high dose that has a 100 chance of anomaly. The 50 probability one is worth a gamble. After all, obtaining the Wan Hua Tong Xia Luan Yin with unlimited sustain is important. But Xiaomu did not want to have his appearance greatly changed. He was just over 10 years old and quite handsome. There were still many beautiful female ninjas waiting for him to ruin. TSK. To pursue. If he were forced to anomalize and had to go out with a Baiju face, wouldn't that scare people? In short, he wanted the sage body power from Zhujian cells. But he couldn't lose his handsome face. Otherwise it really wouldn't do. At worst, he could spend a high price to exchange for the Yonghong, Wan Hua Tong Xia Luan Yin in the system store. Good. Lord Xiaomu, please lie down. Leave the rest to me. The Shiwan pointed to the operating table in the center of the laboratory and urged excitedly, his reddened eyes and nostrils breathing hot air. At this moment, the snake lady was almost no different from the mad scientists in movies. Just looking at him made one's scalp numb and heart tremble. Therefore, Xiaomu certainly did not immediately lie on the operating table. Instead, he first cast the shadow clone technique again. He split off a shadow clone and handed the divine artifact Kuan Wu's sword at his waist to this clone. He ordered it to be on full alert, indicating that if his main body was in danger, the clone could go on a killing spree. This was just the first safety measure. Seeing Xiaomu's clone holding the divine artifact, Shiwan also couldn't help but twitch his eyes. His heart felt a bit cold. But soon he discovered that this brat Xiaomu had far more tricks up his sleeve. The next moment, after Xiaomu's main body lay on the operating table, without a word, he suddenly activated another jutsu. Spirit transformation technique. Release. In an instant, a semi-transparent soul phantom suddenly flew out from Xiaomu's main body and hovered quietly in midair, staring at Shiwan. This unbelievable scene startled Shiwan, a soul jutsu, and of a very high level. Lord Xiaomu, what a fine method. Are you so distracted? Shiwan clicked his tongue in amazement. Deep in his eyes, a strong sense of wariness arose. After all, he was not afraid of any physical attack now. Even if his body was cut into pieces, he wouldn't die. But he feared this rare soul jutsu. After all, his soul couldn't molt and regenerate. Once it was erased, he would be truly gone. Therefore, he never expected that this brat Xiaomu actually possessed a soul-type jutsu that could so restrain him. Truly a hidden arsenal. It seemed that he would have to abandon his little schemes for now. Don't get any bad ideas. Start quickly, Xiaomu's clone urged. In fact, the reason Xiaomu exchanged for this rare level soul jutsu from the beginning, besides preparing it to deal with Brother 2Z, was to guard against Shiwan at this moment. After all, no one knew better than him how obsessed the snake lady, this research maniac, was with the Xia Luan Yin. If he truly went in without any precautions and let the Shiwan experiment on him, he bet that the other party would have 100 ways to quietly finish him off. Now, with 2 layers of protection in place, one of which is a soul jutsu powerful enough to threaten Shiwan's life, he should have put away those malicious thoughts. No matter when, Xiaomu would never be foolish enough to put his life entirely in someone else's hands. In short, you can do whatever you want with my body. My soul will be watching beside you. If you mess up my body, you won't survive either. You'll be buried with me. This was the preventive mechanism. Xiaomu left. Are you afraid? All right. Let's start now. The Shiwan wiped the sweat from his brow and restrained all ulterior motives. He quickly began to faithfully perform the transplant operation for Xiaomu. At this moment, inside the dim underground laboratory, the frenzied Orochimaru was circling the operating table, frantically operating on Natsume's original body. Meanwhile, Natsume, who had left his body through the spirit transformation technique, had been watching closely from the side. Separated from his physical form, his soul's sensitivity to time had also decreased significantly. Natsume could not precisely estimate how much time had passed, but he assumed it was already dawn outside. And so time ticked by second. The transplant surgery continued. Finally, after who knows how long, Orochimaru, standing before the operating table, burst into laughter. I was not mistaken. This is it. I see. Hashirama cells can alleviate the backlash of the Sharingan, and the Sharingan can also prevent the active erosion of Hashirama cells. The powers of Hashirama cells and the Sharingan are indeed complementary. No wonder most of my previous experiments transplanting Hashirama cells ended in failure. So it was because I lacked the power of the Sharingan. Orochimaru suddenly laughed heartily, as if he had gone. How to suppress the active erosion of Hashirama cells on living organisms had always been an almost unsolvable problem. Once he thought that by using young children with their abundant vitality and adaptability, he could effectively resist the erosion of Hashirama cells. But he failed. Among dozens of test subjects, only Yamato survived by chance. Afterwards, he conducted many more experiments. In the end, relying on the special physique of Shin by inactivating most of the activity of Hashirama cells, he barely succeeded in transplanting them, and created a right arm for Danzo. However, it was merely a semi-finished product. Although it possessed considerable power, it was far from comparable to the fully active Hashirama cells. At that time, Orochimaru thought it was just a fluke success. But now it seems that only by combining Hashirama cells with the Sharingan can a perfect fusion be achieved. Even ordinary Sharingan is slightly inferior. Only the extremely rare and powerful Mangekyō Sharingan can truly resist the erosion of Hashirama cells and form a perfect balance with this power. A few minutes later, the transplant officially ended. Natsume released the spirit transformation technique, allowing his soul to return safely to his original body. As soon as he returned, he leaped up. Pushing past Orochimaru, he went to the mirror beside the laboratory and took a look, hurriedly checking if there were any abnormal changes in his appearance. Fortunately, his skin hadn't turned pale. No horns grew on his head. No face of Hashirama had emerged on his chest. Everything was normal. Phew! Natsume breathed a sigh of relief. Then he began to carefully examine the changes inside his body. The first sensation was that he had become hard. Of course, not that kind of hard. In fact, his entire body had become rigid. Under the powerful activity boost of Hashirama cells, his bones, meridians, muscles, strength, speed, and so on, had all been greatly enhanced. Conservative estimates put it at least 2 or 3 times greater. Do not underestimate this 2 or 3-fold increase. Although Natsume's physique was not comparable to that of Might Guy and other Taijutsu specialized ninjas, but it was certainly not inferior to ordinary elite jonin. For an average ninja to increase their physique by 2 or 3 times out of thin air without years of arduous training, it would be impossible. Yet these powerful Hashirama cells in just a moment allowed one to surpass others' years of hard training. Moreover, this was only the ability of the transplanted cells. From this alone, one can glimpse just how powerful the god of shinobi Hashirama Senju, who possessed a nearly perfect sage body, must have been. No wonder that even just his cells were enough to be used as a panacea by later generations. Besides the enhancement in physique, Natsume also discovered that under the ample cell activity boost, his total chakra reserves had doubled, from 35k to 70k. However, this was normal. After all, chakra is essentially the combination of physical energy extracted from cells and spiritual energy. With increased cell activity, total chakra naturally increased. But what truly excited Natsume was that he immediately spent 100 gold coins to exchange for 1k of chakra in the system. But he discovered that his total chakra had actually increased by 2k, becoming 72k. That is to say, from now on, no matter how much chakra he exchanged, it would be doubled. Wow. So these Hashirama cells granted him a permanent chakra doubling buff. This buff was too awesome. With only a small amount of Hashirama cells transplanted, the effect was already this ridiculous. When he saved enough gold coins in the future in exchange for the complete sage body, wouldn't that be godlike? Now Natsume finally understood why the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, after activating true several thousand hands, could slap the mighty 9 tails as if it were a chick gripping it in his hand. Compared to his ocean-like chakra reserves, the 9 tails chakra was probably no more than a small pond. Of course, the enhancements in physique, chakra, etc. were merely incidental. What Natsume cared about most was the perfection that Hashirama cells brought to his Mangekyō Sharingan. That was the most important thing. The next moment, his pupil power stirred and a red light flashed. The kaleidoscopic Mangekyō Sharingan instantly manifested. Startled, Orochimaru quickly averted his gaze, not daring to meet Natsume's Sharingan. And this time Natsume, having activated the Mangekyō Sharingan, clearly felt very relaxed and at ease. There was no longer the burning pain from having to resist the side effects of the Sharingan as before. It was as if even keeping the Mangekyō Sharingan active constantly would cause no burden at all. The Hashirama cells transplanted into his body had indeed perfectly suppressed the side effects of the Sharingan. This feeling was amazing. From today, for a long time to come, he no longer had to worry about becoming blind from overusing the Sharingan. With the unlimited Mangekyō active, Natsume looked at his hands and instinctively clenched his fists. This surging sense of power and the overflowing pupil power made him want to unleash a Susanoo to play with. But looking around at Orochimaru's cramped laboratory, he figured that once he activated Susanoo, this place would probably be completely wrecked. Therefore, he had to suppress the urge for now. Lord Natsume, Are you satisfied? Orochimaru rubbed his hands, smiling ingratiatingly as he asked. At this moment, no one knew better than him just how powerful the 10-year-old boy before him was. Numerous high-level ninjutsu, formidable physical power, the unmatched might of divine artifacts, coupled with this virtually boundless Mangekyō Sharingan. And then the most daunting factor, his age. Only 10 years old. And already this terrifying. When he grew to 20-30. How powerful, probably even the entire Hidden Leaf village combined would not be enough to fight him alone. What a pity. Such a perfect body, and yet he couldn't take it for himself. What a pity. Orochimaru murmured in awe and regret. Very good. Feels great. It's a good thing you didn't have any ulterior motives. Natsume said frankly in praise. Orochimaru's advanced transplant technique was indeed commendable. Of course, had he not been on guard, it was hard to say whether the other party would have been so cooperative. Lord Natsume, do you feel any side effects? If so, please let me know. It can also accumulate some experience for my subsequent experiments. Orochimaru asked sincerely. Leaving aside his bad intentions, he was very dedicated on the path of experiments and research. There is indeed a side effect. Although these transplanted Hashirama cells have assimilated with my body, their active erosion power is still strong. Under normal circumstances, there won't be any problem. But if I exhaust my chakra, I'm afraid it will be difficult to control these cells. At that time, these cells will probably heavily erode my body. Natsume mused for a moment, stating his feelings. It was normal for transplanted power to have minor side effects. However, for others it might be a considerable trouble. After all, after a big battle, no one could quickly recover depleted chakra. But for Natsume, who had a large stash of chakra recovery pills, he didn't need to worry about this at all. Even if his chakra was exhausted, he could just take 2 pills. There was no need to worry about being unable to suppress these Hashirama cells. He would never give them a chance to backfire. After listening to Zayama's description, Deshuin's eyes lit up even more. I see. This side effect is much better than the previous experiments. Obviously, compared to before, Zayama's transplant this time was undoubtedly the most successful, with the least side effects. It can almost be considered a great success. It was also a major step forward for Deshuin in transplant surgery. However, he wondered, after this transplant surgery allowed that brat Shimu to perfect his Sharingan, how many terrifying nightmares would it bring to others in the future? Well, anyway, it has nothing to do with me. I'm just a researcher. Deshuin muttered helplessly. If a few days ago going all out could still let him contend with Shimu. But now even several of him combined probably couldn't match this brat. Sigh. Has the ninja world changed so drastically recently? Amazing prodigies appear one after another. I'm afraid I'm falling behind the times. After the successful surgery, Shimu had no need to stay here any longer. To be honest, the atmosphere and smell in this laboratory were unpleasant. Soon Shimu dispelled his clone, retrieved his divine sword, and dressed himself. Of course, before leaving, he specifically asked about the arrangements in Tian country. Is Tian country ready? In other words, his relationship with Deshuin was one of mutual exploitation and exchange. Each getting what they needed was the foundation of this relationship. And his own strength was the bond ensuring this relationship. As long as he was strong and growing stronger, the cunning snake lady, as cunning as a snake and as shrewd as a rat, would never break ties and oppose him. In response, Deshuin immediately replied, of course. Everything has been arranged. I estimate that today that Daimyo will personally issue the official document, recognizing the legitimacy of the Uchiha clan and Yinin village. Shimu smiled. You really made a good puppet. Dashawan, you flatter me, Lord Shimu. I just saw convenience. I haven't harmed the people of Tian country. Besides, most of the test subjects here are bandits and rogue ninjas captured from various places. I don't care if you capture anyone else. But if you dare to reach into my village, you know the consequences. Shimu glanced at the other again. That still crimson Mangekyō Sharingan was truly terrifying. Of course I'll be careful. Deshuin nodded with a smile. He still had a sense of proportion. And so, Shimu quickly left Yinin village and returned to his own village. When he returned, it was already noon. Evidently, he had spent most of the day in Deshuin's base. Of course, Shimu, who had successfully transplanted Hashirama's cells, greatly increased his power and rid himself of the Sharingan side effects. Was in a great mood, quite elated. He didn't even conceal his presence. Instead, he swaggered along the main street, leisurely strolling back. It was also a good chance to see how the village construction was progressing. Young clan leader. Greetings, young clan leader. Big brother Shimu. Young clan leader, these are freshly grilled skewers, please try. These are fruits we just traded from ordinary villagers in the neighboring village, have some. Seeing their young clan leader appear, many simple and enthusiastic clan members gathered along the street, greeting him and offering all kinds of delicious food and fruits. Soon a tall pile accumulated in Zayama's arms. It was evident that although Shimu was young, for the Uchiha clan, who revered the strong, a remarkably powerful young clan leader was worthy of their respect and affection. Moreover, it was the young clan leader who led them away from the Konoha den of devils. Thus almost all clan members now regarded Xiaomu as their benefactor and true young clan leader. If anyone dared to stand up against the young clan leader, others would likely tear him apart before Xiaomu even acted. And so Xiaomu happily greeted everyone. While accepting various gifts, he walked toward his residence. By the time he reached his doorstep, the pile of gifts in his arms was already taller than he was. Just the sight was quite pleasing. At that moment, before Xiaomu could open the door, the wandering shrine maiden Yuneyu, dressed in a maid outfit, ran out. She took over most of the gifts. Headmaster Yuneyu, what's this? Zayama's eyes brightened in slight surprise. Lady Hazuki gave it to me. Since you have graciously allowed us to live here, Lord Xiaomu, I will do my best to take care of your daily needs for the— Please grant me permission. Aunt Hazuki really loves to fuss. Alright, suit yourself. I can't exactly kick you out, can I? Xiaomu waved his hand in permission. And indeed, this shrine maiden looked quite nice in a maid outfit. And I heard they're building an orphanage in the Western District. You want to help? Good. There's plenty of food here, no need to cook lunch. Also take some to Do and the construction workers so you can all eat together. Thank you, my lord. Yuneyu bowed in gratitude. They really are something. Almost all of them followed me in rebellion with nothing but themselves. Their own homes have little surplus food, yet they gave me so much. Looking at the large pile of gifts, Xiaomu smiled ruefully. It also proves that you are deeply loved by your clansmen, doesn't it? Our shrine maiden's so good at flattery. Yuneyu smiled gently and continued, although we haven't known each other long. But the villagers here, and you, Lord Xiaomu, are very different from the Uzibo clan I knew. En route, all ninjas were indoctrinated. The Uzibo are an evil clan, very warlike, very treacherous, and must be constantly vigilant. But now I see only a group of warm-hearted, kind people, all striving to build the village and survive. Maybe this is the real Uzibo clan. Yuneyu sighed from the heart. Here she felt even more relaxed than in Konoha. Of course, no one is born irredeemably evil. Discrimination and prejudice are often one of the sources of evil. Root is like this, and Konoha is the same. From the beginning, it wasn't that we hated Konoha, but that Konoha hated us. Anyway, this place will surely become a new village vastly different from Konoha in the future. Xiaomu stated earnestly. The Uzibo clan is skilled in battle, but does not delight in war. There is a fundamental difference between being skilled and being fond of war. After all, even when the ancestor Uzibo Madara attempted to overthrow the village and seize power by force in the early days after Konoha's founding, many Uzibo clan members opposed Madara, unwilling to lose the hard-won peace. It is clear that those who slander the Uzibo clan as warlike are all spreading lies. And in the future, with the development and prosperity of Yanin village, these slanders will certainly collapse on their own. Afterwards, Xiaomu hastily ate some lunch and then went outside the village. He found an open space and began practicing the new ninjutsu and abilities he had recently mastered. His strength had surged too rapidly these past few days. Without proper training, making mistakes in future battles would cost him dearly. Meanwhile, Yuneyu went out to deliver. In the entire house, only a panda with its legs crossed was lying on the threshold, basking in the sun and taking a nap. However, compared to the peaceful and orderly development of Yanin village, the news that suddenly came from Tian country at noon that day, recognizing the legitimacy of the Uzibo clan and Yanin village, was like a boulder thrown into a lake, quickly stirring up a vast rippling shockwave throughout the entire ninja world. The 5 great hidden villages and countless small hidden villages were all shaken. At this moment, within the conference hall of the Konoha Hokage building, Danzo, seated in a wheelchair with his legs missing, laboriously pushed himself forward with his left hand, arriving before the trio of Sarutobi and his companions. He roared with indignation, Look at this. This is what the Uchiha have done. This is the consequence of your indulgence, Hiruzen." Danzo slammed a document onto the table. The paper clearly recorded that the Land of Rice had openly accepted the Uchiha clan and recognized the legitimacy of the newly established Yanin village. Seeing such news, it was no wonder Danzo was furious. "We already know." "No. And you're still— What is this? It's a blatant provocation against Konoha. The Uchiha clan who defected have built their own Yanin village and want to ride over Konoha. How can this be allowed? It's an utter disgrace." Danzo grew more agitated as he spoke, even wanting to stand up and denounce them. As a result, his hand slipped, and he nearly fell from the wheelchair. This reminded him that he had lost his legs. "Danzo, your leg?" Koharu asked kindly from the side. Oh, I'm fine. That's not what we should be considering now." Danzo straightened himself, his face dark as he continued firmly. Koharu spoke up directly, asking, "Then what do you intend to do?" "Notify the other major ninja villages and join forces. Eradicate this village of traitors as quickly as possible." Danzo clenched his fist and proposed ruthlessly. In his view, only by exterminating all the defected Uchiha in the most brutal manner and grinding the bones of that brat Uchiha Natsume to dust Could he vent the pain and humiliation in his heart? No. Hiruzen directly vetoed. Why? To be honest, the village simply cannot afford a major war right now. How is that possible? Are you still going to indulge the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen? Danzo roared. The third Hokage paused and explained. On the night the Uchiha clan defected, the village's treasury was also stolen. It is initially suspected that the defecting Uchiha were responsible. Now with the remaining funds in the treasury, even if we could barely support a war, the village's economy would regress by a decade or more afterward, or even collapse. Not to mention contacting the other major ninja villages to help us mobilize troops. Konoha simply cannot afford the enormous costs afterward. Hearing this, Danzo was momentarily stunned. Having been treated in the medical ward for days, he was indeed unaware of the treasury theft. This also showed that Hiruzen and the others had done an excellent job of keeping it secret. Bastards. These damn traitors even stole the treasury. But it's just a war fund. We can borrow from the daimyo country. Danzo still refused to give up and offered another suggestion. Hiruzen sighed. You know, serving the nobles and officials of the daimyo country is an ungrateful task. Many such missions were assigned to Uchiha ninjas. Therefore, the daimyo country has a favorable impression of the Uchiha clan. It is said that a genin named Uchiha Izumi was highly appreciated by the daimyo's wife. As a result, the daimyo country has already characterized this incident as an internal conflict of the Uchiha clan. They do not agree with the village starting a war, nor will they fund it. If the village insists on war, they will drastically reduce next year's economic aid to the village. Hearing this, Danzo was dumbfounded. He never expected the Fire Country daimyo's office to take such an attitude. Those corrupt officials are too cowardly. Are we really going to let these traitors continue their arrogance? Danzo calmed down. Koharu and I have already discussed this. We will dispatch the remaining Uchiha ninjas to pursue the traitors. You don't need to worry about this, focus on recovering from your injuries. Danzo was stunned, then realized. You want the Uchiha to fight among themselves? Aren't you afraid the Uchiha ninjas you send will never return? Danzo questioned loudly. Yet he had another concern he didn't voice. In his view, among the remaining Uchiha ninjas, there was almost no one who could defeat that terrifying brat Natsume. Even Itachi might fall short. Sending those mere foot soldiers to pursue would be like lambs to the slaughter. Danzo, we have our arrangements. Don't forget it was your rash actions with the root ninjas that night that allowed Uchiha Natsume to escape. Koharu. Danzo's face flushed red with deep humiliation. Inwardly, he cursed that if Koharu, that old woman, had faced Natsume's Susanoo directly, she would have been slashed down in one blow. She had no right to rebuke him here. Danzo, Koharu. Enough. No more arguing. Hiruzen shouted, stopping them. Hearing this, Koharu gave Hiruzen face and backed down. I understand. She then said to Hamura. Hamura, let's go inspect the treasury. All right. Also, although we cannot wage a full-scale war, those rebels are indeed too arrogant. For the village's prestige, Hiruzen, you must urge the Uchiha ninjas in the village to pursue the traitors as soon as possible. Hiruzen hesitated for a moment, feeling a pang of reluctance. But he had to agree. All right, I will arrange it as soon as possible. Then Koharu and Hamura left the conference hall, leaving only Hiruzen and Danzo. Hiruzen, you shouldn't be so indecisive. Using the Uchiha to deal with those traitors will never succeed. You know the power of that brat Uchiha Natsume. If we let him grow further, the entire village will face the risk of collapse. Danzo stared at Hiruzen and roared. Hearing this, Hiruzen also grew angry. Danzo, and what about you? Do you think you have no responsibility for bringing us to this point? Ordering Itachi to massacre the entire Uchiha clan behind my back. Was it purely for Konoha? Did you have to be so radical? Coveting their Sharingan was your real goal, wasn't it? Danzo was startled. Hiruzen, you saw that evil arm and those bloody eyeballs. Do you think I couldn't see them? Danzo, at your age, are you still indulging in those crooked paths? The will of fire cannot be borne by the sinful eyes on your hand. Hiruzen scolded angrily, showing his genuine fury. Danzo's heart trembled again. He knew well that transplanting Sharingan like this was not the right path. But he was already old. His physique, spirit chakra, all the same as Hiruzen's, were declining. It was difficult just to barely maintain his youthful strength, let alone improve further. Forced to do so, he had resolved to walk this path, cooperating with Orochimaru and extending his claws toward the Uchiha clan who possessed the Izanagi technique. My affairs are none of your concern. Danzo roared, waving his hand stubbornly. Danzo, in any case, do not interfere with the Uchiha matter anymore. Hiruzen said with rare severity. Fine. I can stay out of the Uchiha business, but you must hand over the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to me. That's impossible. You should know that Uchiha Natsume has awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. The Mangekyō can forcibly break the seal inside a Jinchuriki. If he succeeds and controls the Nine-Tails again, do you want to relive the Nine-Tails rampage from before? Danzo roared with righteous indignation. In a short time, he couldn't hope to collect more Sharingan. So he had to turn his gaze to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, who possessed immense power. I will strengthen the surveillance on Naruto and ensure that the tragedy of years ago is never repeated. Hiruzen gritted his teeth in response. Clearly that night 7 years ago was a deep pain in his heart. Hiruzen, Danzo. Soon the conference hall echoed with their fierce arguments. The guards outside were used to it. The third Hokage and Lord Danzo often had their spats. It would end soon. Thus, when news spread that the defecting Uchiha had established a new village in the land of Rice, Konoha took it seriously and argued fiercely. The other 4 major ninja villages also paid close attention. After all, the Uchiha clan possessed one of the most famous bloodline limits, the Sharingan. Even with only half their members, they were not to be underestimated. Their strength was enough to rival many minor hidden villages. Such a formidable force, whether to fight, make peace, or ignore, each major village had to make a decision. Of course, at this moment, a certain hidden rock village in the land of Earth was still frantically dealing with the theft of its treasury and the severe injury of Kitsuchi, temporarily too busy to address this issue. Today marked the 4th day since the land of Tian publicly recognized the Yin hidden village. It was also the 7th day since Natsume and his group had settled here. At this moment, Natsume was seated upright in the living room, inscribing something while listening to a subordinate's report. What is the overt attitude of the major hidden villages? According to the intelligence network of the Yin hidden village, the 5 great hidden villages hold different stances toward the establishment of our Yin hidden village. Among them, the Muyi hidden village's attitude is the most aggressive. They have already issued multiple statements strongly protesting against the land of Tian. They demand that the land of Tian retract the decree and revoke the legal recognition of our village, continuing to adhere to the tradition of one country, one hidden village, and expelling us. But for now, they do not seem to have dispatched any ninja forces to attack. Next, the Yun hidden village and the Sha hidden village hold slightly milder attitudes. They have only submitted diplomatic letters to the land of Tian through the land of Thunder and the land of Wind respectively. They hope the land of Tian can explain the reasons for recognizing our village's independence and respect the honor of the Mu Yi hidden village. Furthermore, the Wu hidden village and the land of Water show unclear attitudes. They still seem to be in a closed state, making it difficult to obtain internal information. Lastly, the Yin hidden village's attitude is somewhat ambiguous. They appear not to mind recognizing our village's independence. In fact, they sent an envoy yesterday to visit our village, currently on the way. Uchiha Ryo reported with meticulous respect. Starting yesterday, Natsume had formed his personal guard, temporarily consisting of 5 members responsible for assisting him in handling government affairs and transmitting intelligence. Among them were Uchiha Ryo, Uchiha Tung, and Uchiha In. Ryo was initially tasked with collecting and organizing intelligence to report to Natsume. Upon hearing this, Natsume nodded slightly. This situation was almost exactly as he had anticipated. Every hidden village must consider its own interests. Even the 5 great hidden villages were no exception. His clan's defection from Mu Yi certainly damaged Mu Yi's reputation. But when waging war would result in losses outweighing gains and the disadvantages outweigh the advantages, then reputation became less important. To be honest, if Mu Yi mobilized its full force to attack their fledgling Yin hidden village, at this stage it would indeed be difficult to deal with. After all, both the 3rd Hokage's dead demon consuming seal and Might Guy's 8 gates released formation were techniques that could threaten him. However, they chickened out after all. Fortunately, he had been clever. Before leaving, he had looted Mu Yi's treasury, otherwise Mu Yi might have immediately organized forces to launch a surprise attack on his village. As for the Yin hidden village, it was even easier to understand. They were probably gnashing their teeth at Mu Yi right now. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Naturally, they did not mind the defected Uchiha clan establishing a village to continue opposing Mu Yi. In fact, they probably yearned to see them and Mu Yi fighting each other. In summary, it seemed that in the short term his village would not suffer any large-scale attacks. Is there any other important intelligence? Yes. As you previously instructed, we have obtained general intelligence on the Mu Yi orphanage. But the situation is not optimistic. You've also obtained intelligence on the Mu Yi orphanage. Is it still through the Yin Ninja Village's intelligence network? Yes. Their hidden village had just started and was severely short of personnel. How could they spare the energy to build a vast intelligence network? However, in this regard, Orochimaru's Yin hidden village had done quite well. Valuing intelligence, Orochimaru had long begun planting his pawns and spies in various hidden villages. To this day, it had achieved significant results. While not capable of stealing top-secret intelligence, it could easily obtain basic information. How could he let such a useful intelligence network go to waste? He certainly had to make good use of the principle of taking and use it to his heart's content. He supposed that his partner, the Snake Lady, would not mind, would she? Very good. Since the village is just starting out, we can make good use of everything available. But we must also be careful to discern the intelligence and not believe it all. Additionally, leave the intelligence on the Muyi orphanage here. Muyi is on high alert now, it's not advisable to probe further. Later, I will go personally to rescue the remaining orphans there. Understood. Natsume took a stack of documents from Ryeo and put them away first. The reason he cared so much about this orphanage was twofold. First, since he had promised Nono and Kabuto, he must keep his word. Second, one must not underestimate the role of this orphanage. After all, although 99% of the Yin Hidden Village consisted of Uchiha clan members, now if they wanted to grow the village stronger in the future, relying solely on these 400 people would certainly be insufficient. Therefore, gradually accepting others was an inevitable test for the village. Starting with the orphanage, letting the clan members first accept the orphanage, and then slowly accept others might not be a bad approach. Thus, Natsume placed great importance on the construction and improvement of the orphanage. Young master, lunch is ready. Outside the door, Uchiha In, eager to eat, rushed in excitedly and called out, "Brother Ryeo, you're here too." "Huh. Young master, what are you writing?" "The village's plan for the next few years." "What's that? Can I take a look?" The free-spirited Uchiha In asked curiously. "Sure." After receiving permission, In quickly leaned in to have a look. Just in time, Natsume was writing the first 5-year plan of the Yin Hidden Village on a scroll with a rustling sound. Year 1, preliminary construction of the Ninja Village. Complete the popularization of handicraft industry. Achieve independence and self-sufficiency. Year 2, recruit talents. Expand the scale of the Hidden Village. Initiate light industrialization. Our research scientific ninja tools. Year 3, develop heavy industry-centered industrial construction. I promote technological transformation. Achieve village enrichment and strengthening. Year 4, annihilate Mu Yi Ao, annex the land of fire. Year 5, annihilate the other 4 great hidden villages, unify the ninja world. After reading the young master's future plan, Uchiha In was stunned on the spot. Is this a future plan? This is nothing but daydreaming, isn't it? Is the young master's ambition really that huge? Unify the ninja world in 5 years. Taking such large strides, isn't he afraid of pulling something? After a long while, Uchiha In stammered in a trembling voice, Young master, aren't these plans a bit too fast? Too fast. It doesn't matter. Plan first, we'll talk about it later. The bolder the man, the more the land. Setting lofty goals gives us the motivation to strive. Natsume patted In on the shoulder cheerfully and encouraged him with a hearty laugh. This only made In respond with a wry smile. But these goals are a bit too frightening. Why not let brother Ryeo take a look too? Natsume nodded. The rather curious Ryeo also came over and glanced at it. The next moment, even Ryeo, who was slightly more composed, couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth and sweating on his forehead when he saw this nearly absurd 5-year plan. He secretly marveled at the young master's grand ambition. Or perhaps wishful thinking. Young master, these goals are indeed a bit astonishing. Although he didn't understand what handicraft industry, light industrialization, and scientific ninja tools meant, he could recognize the words annihilate Mu Yi and unify the ninja world. Isn't that too frightening? It wasn't that they lacked dreams. After all, unifying the ninja world was a long-cherished wish that even the incomparable ancestor Uchiha Madara had failed to fulfill, not to mention their few hundred people. However, with the young master's extraordinary talent, after another decade or two, perhaps there might be a chance. You guys, since you've broken away from Mu Yi, can't you have a bit of ambition? Don't you want to take revenge on Mu Yi in your dreams? Don't you want to destroy that den of evil? Of course we do. Uchiha In affirmed first. Then there you go. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, that day will come sooner or later. Alright, let's stop talking about this. Call Ting in and have him report on the village's economic situation. Natsume deliberately skipped over this topic and began to inquire about the village's financial situation. Understood. From the very beginning, Xia Mu established the power dynamics of the entire Qingyin village. The highest authority, the power of judgment, and military command all belonged to him. All the ninjas within the village were to be dispatched and allocated by him alone. No one else was permitted to interfere with military power. As for other civil rights, Xia Mu was quite lenient and entrusted them to others. Even the financial management of the village was handed over. He generously let go of these responsibilities. After all, building a village involves too many aspects. Just the daily income, expenditures, and allocations were enough to give anyone a headache. Xia Mu did not have the energy to meticulously manage the accounts. He only needed to set the general direction and control the scale of financial expenditures. Thus, even though he had borrowed a total of 148 million silver from the coffers of both Mai and Yini, he did not spend extravagantly. Instead, he deposited this large sum of money entirely into the Qingyin village treasury. He entrusted it to the few clan elders responsible for overseeing the village's construction. Simultaneously, Xia Mu dispatched Uchiha Fuji from his personal guard to supervise and account for the usage of this substantial amount of money. He would not allow anyone to seize the opportunity for corruption. Of course, the overall strategy would still adopt the model of using labor to alleviate hardship. Through a series of operations such as defining projects, recruiting workers, constructing facilities, and distributing rewards, he aimed to help build the village, create jobs, and support the clansmen. Xiaomu naturally would not resort to the foolish approach of merely distributing money, which would undermine the motivation for labor to stimulate the village's economy. Overall, observing the bustling activities in the village over the past few days, the effects should be quite good. Xiaomu received the financial weekly report handed over by Fuji. After briefly browsing through it, he was shocked. The financial expenditure for just 1 week had reached an astounding 3.5 million silver. This far exceeded Xiaomu's expectations and was truly alarming. However, upon closer inspection, every expenditure detailed in the report was orderly and not inflated. It should be noted that the village currently has over 400 people. Excluding the elderly women and children, over 100 able-bodied young men participated in the foundational construction. This even included several ninjas. On average, each worker had to support 4 people. Their daily wages were distributed by the village, ranging between 200 to 400 silver per person. Taking an average of 300 silver for 130 people working for 7 days, they would need to distribute 27300 silver. Moreover, the costs for constructing shops, roads, orphanages, medical facilities, baths, schools, etc., as well as purchasing materials like stone, glass, and equipment, along with various necessities such as pots, pans, firewood, rice, oil, and salt, all added up. Spending 3.5 million silver in a week was truly not excessive. This was still after the clan elders had carefully budgeted to save costs. However, at this rate, the entire 148 million in financial reserves would only last for 42 weeks, not even 10 months. Moreover, as the village expanded and improved further, and with an increasing population, expenditures would only continue to grow. At that time, it would be difficult to sustain even for half a year. This was far shorter than Xiaomu's original predictions. It further corroborated that maintaining and developing a village was no simple task. Military power was merely the first layer of assurance. Without sufficient economic strength, it was impossible to sustain. This is also why even a powerful village like mine must grovel before the land of fire. Even the decision to inherit the Hokage must seek the opinion of the daimyo. After all, they hold your economic lifeline. Relying solely on the ninjas of one village cannot sustain the entire village. Looking at this long list of bills, Xiaomu felt overwhelmed. Now that he thought about it in the novels about Hokage he often read in his past life, the protagonists could effortlessly build a hidden village with just a clap of their hands. It was simply absurd. Here, with all the favorable conditions, even building a small hidden village was fraught with caution and trepidation. Indeed, as the saying goes, it's easy to conquer the world, but difficult to maintain it. In summary, he could no longer sit idly by and consume resources. Even if the treasury could last for more than half a year, he must quickly find ways to generate income. Without sufficient economic income, it would be impossible to establish a prosperous village. All right, I understand, he stated. Fuji, please convey to them to keep up the good work. Moreover, do not be too stingy with financial expenditures. Even if it costs more, it's acceptable. Everything should prioritize building the village as the primary goal. After all, from now on, this is our new home. How could one be stingy with the construction of their own home? Understood. I will definitely relay that. Uchiha Fuji responded with a smile. Right? Uncle Fuji, you should suggest to the elders to plan the bathhouse a bit larger. It would be best to have a mixed bathing pool. That would be comfortable. Huh? You little brat, what are you talking about? Is it you who wants the mixed bathing? Fuji scolded while playful. He then composed himself and turned to Xiaomu, saying, however, young master, consistently spending lavishly is not a solution. This silver will eventually run out. What do we do next? Xiaomu replied, no need to worry. I will think of a way regarding this matter. Young master, are you planning to take action against that village again? Are you preparing to raid their treasury? Slap. Fuji received another playful smack from Xiaomu. Nonsense. That's not called raiding, it's called robbing the rich to help the poor. Xiaomu corrected him seriously. Upon hearing this, Uchiha In's eyes lit up as he realized. He also seemed eager to experience the thrill of such robbing the rich to help the poor. But continuously robbing the rich to help the poor is not a long-term plan. A village that has been robbed once will inevitably strengthen its defenses. Next time it won't be so easy. Xiaomu nodded approvingly, saying Fuji is right. Therefore, pure robbing the rich to help the poor is not sustainable. We must develop our own revenue channels to form a virtuous cycle to achieve the goal of a prosperous village. The primitive accumulation of capital is always cruel and bloody. According to the laws of history, there are generally only 2 methods to complete the initial primitive accumulation of capital, namely plunder and exploitation. The former relies on looting other nations to amass wealth, just like the Western European countries during the Age of Discovery. The latter relies on squeezing one's own people to create wealth, just like a certain 3-land country. And what about our own Yanin village? At this moment it has just started, and the entire village barely has 500 people. With so few people, how can you exploit them? Even if you drive them like mules, they can't create much value. Therefore, to become prosperous and accumulate primitive capital, Natsume had no choice but to set his sights on other villages. And now, having already looted Konoha and Awakens, it was a rob the rich to feed the poor operation once. Indeed, it's difficult to succeed again. At the same time, the other major hidden villages are barely maintaining a balance in the current situation. If we were to loot them again and break this balance, it would only be detrimental to the development of our own village. Therefore, after much thought, only this wave country is the most suitable. Wave country is located southeast of the fire country. It is a small island nation connected to the outside world by only a single bridge. The number of ninjas in the country is nearly zero, the economy is impoverished, and the people live in poverty. Logically speaking, such a small and poor country is not worthy of Natsume's attention. However, Natsume, who is well versed in the world of Naruto, knows very well that although Wave Country is poor, the president of the shipping company that controls Wave Country, Kadwa, is one of the world's few great tycoons. Such a villain who is wealthy but unkind, who made his fortune through private use of gangsters and ninjas to smuggle drugs and contraband, is naturally the most suitable target for robbing the rich to feed the poor. Moreover, after looting such an evil conglomerate, he might be able to take over Kajuo's shipping company and use the prosperous maritime trade to earn an endless stream of funds for his own village. Multiple benefits in one move. Why not? This is the real reason Natsume set his sights on this small. Of course, Uchiha Tongue and the others couldn't grasp the deeper meaning, but they all understood that they just needed to follow their young clan leader. After all, with the young clan leader's wisdom, he would never let them suffer losses. Young clan leader, are you going to that wave country? Yes. He'll make a trip in a few days. I want to go. Don't worry, I do need a few hands this time. He'll decide before we set out, don't rush. Alright. Okay. Tung, you may leave now. Remember my words, don't be stingy, go all out, and make the village's infrastructure as good as possible. As you command. Next, Natsume began to plan the village's construction while preparing supplies for the trip. However, that afternoon the envoy sent by Awakens village also arrived at the village. Out of sympathy for Inoki's old back and gratitude for the generous gift of 70 million silver taels from Awakens village, Natsume reluctantly agreed to meet him. The envoy was a middle-aged ninja, nearing 30, appearing to be only of Chunin level. He probably wasn't very combat-oriented. However, upon arrival, this IWA envoy acted quite arrogantly, looking down on the fledgling village built by the Uchiha rebels. Even after seeing that the leader was merely a kid over 10 years old, he became even more swaggering, acting like a high-level village inspector guiding a low-level one. This so enraged Uchiha Ine and the others that they nearly drew their blades to kill the bastard. But before he could flaunt much longer, Natsume directly crushed several of his ribs with the bony right hand of his Susanoo, giving him a close encounter with death's greeting. After that, he quickly learned his lesson and no longer dared to show off. He humbly and fearfully stated his purpose on orders from the third Tsuchikage. He hoped to form a secret alliance with Yenin village to jointly oppose Konoha. Hearing this, Natsume immediately drove him out without any courtesy. Watching the IWA envoy slink away in disgrace, Natsume's close guards were slightly puzzled. Young clan leader, why not form an alliance with Awakens? Uchiha Ryo took the initiative to ask. In his view, with the village just starting out, an alliance with one of the 5 great hidden villages to jointly resist Konoha should bring more benefits than drawbacks. Natsume glanced at Ryo, quite satisfied. Asking questions when unsure, that's a good habit. Much better than those fools who blindly forge ahead without understanding anything. Alliance? Don't be ridiculous. Would you sincerely form an alliance with a small, unknown hidden village? The Awakens is nothing more than trying to use us to weaken Konoha. No benefits and will be schemed against. It's a secret alliance in the shadows. In short, such an alliance is useless. The village has just started and is indeed weak. But my minimum requirement is at least a public alliance. Not this kind of optional one-up, one-down subservience. An unequal alliance will only lead to exploitation, not mutual help. Natsume explained quietly. Having witnessed the murky history of world struggles in his past life, he had deep insights into these political games. Naturally, he wouldn't be fooled by Awakens village's hypocritical goodwill. When has a wolf ever willingly made friends with a sheep? Unless it just wants to use the sheep to lure more sheep. Or unless the wolf is named Grey Wolf. But of course, who is the wolf and who is the lamb waiting to be slaughtered? It's hard to say. After all, he had just fleeced a large amount of wool from Awakens village not long ago. After hearing Natsume's explanation, Ryo, Ine, and the others seemed to ponder. Though the reasoning was simple, being inside the game made it hard to see clearly. After all, it's truly difficult for a weak village not to be tempted by an olive branch from the powerful 5 great hidden villages. Otherwise, in Natsume's past life, there wouldn't have been so many small countries that were sold out by beautiful country while still counting their money. Moreover, thanks to Nono and Kabuto's long-term infiltration in a Wagakure village, the entire village was like a completely exposed dancer with no secrets before him. At this stage, unless a Wagakure village was truly willing to lower its posture and offer sincere terms for an alliance, Natsume would never agree. Alright, I've already received him. How he reports back is his business. You don't need to worry about it. Also, Ryo-in, prepare yourselves. Set out at dawn tomorrow, target wave country. After sending off the IWA envoy, Natsume began planning the real business and gave orders to Ryo and In. Upon hearing that they could go out on a mission, Uchiha-in was overjoyed and couldn't help but cheer. Great. But is it only the three of us? Natsume will also bring Yueji and Uncle Long. Ryo, as you command. Sister Yueji is coming too. Oh no. This is going to be trouble. In couldn't help but worry. After all, with Sister Yueji's cold and strict personality, there would be no room for indulgence on this trip. Early the next morning, Natsume set out with several team members. Natsume, Uchiha Ryo, Uchiha Yueji, Uchiha In, and Uchiha Long, 5 in total. Among them, Ryo, Yueji, and In were all members of Natsume's personal guard. Yueji was Ryo's elder sister, 18 years old, tall and slender with legs that nearly reached Natsume's shoulders. Ahem. Of course, Natsume had not recruited her into his guard merely because of her legs. Primarily, she possessed formidable strength. At just 18, she already held solid Jonin-level power. She was arguably the youngest and most outstanding female ninja of the Uchiha clan. Though not comparable to prodigies like Kakashi or Itachi, she still had great potential for development. After all, even across all of Konoha, with dozens of clans both large and small, including those hidden or unregistered, the total number of Jonin definitely did not exceed 300. Among the Uchiha clan members, he had brought out those who reached Jonin level numbered less than 10. This included a few elderly clan elders. Thus, every young Jonin was extremely precious. Uchiha Long, age 37, was at Chunin level. His combat prowess was not outstanding. However, he had long been responsible for the trade and transactions between the Uchiha compound and other Konoha clans, possessing rich experience in commerce. The reason for bringing Uncle Long was precisely to leverage this expertise, facilitating the swift takeover of the shipping company and integration of operations after eliminating Gato and his men. As for bringing Ryo and In, it was purely to give them more opportunities for growth. After all, as the village gradually expanded, it would be impossible for him to manage everything day and night alone. He had to cultivate more trustworthy and capable subordinates. Besides, this trip, Natsume was far more composed than the previous one. He had left numerous flying thunder god marks in various hidden corners of the village. Combined with his ample chakra reserves of 72 cards, he could teleport back at any moment. Moreover, even if Konoha made any moves, it would be difficult to escape the intelligence network of the Odogakure and the Uchiha spies he had planted within Konoha. Therefore, the village's security was not a pressing concern for now. The top priority was still to earn money. The Land of Waves lay southeast of the Land of Fire. The distance from the Land of Fields was somewhat farther. However, Natsume's group of 5 all, at least Chunin level, traveled swiftly, reaching their target country in less than 2 days. Of course, if Natsume had traveled alone with his extreme speed, it would have taken less than half a day. The Land of Waves was located on a small island surrounded by sea. The only way to enter was by boat. As for the later famous Great Naruto Bridge, construction had not even begun. Soon after spending a small amount of money, Natsume and his companions boarded a fishing boat headed for the Land of Waves. The rower was a middle-aged man of modest build. Based on the thick calluses on his hands and the fishy smell about him, it was clear he was an old fisherman who had made a living by fishing and rowing for years, unlikely to be a villain. Young master, the fog here is so thick, I can barely see the distance. The 16-year-old Uchiha In leaned over the gunwale, staring around with curiosity. It's normal. Sea countries, including the Land of Water, are often shrouded in thick fog, replied Ryo calmly beside him. Unlike In, who disliked reading, Ryo obviously had a richer store of knowledge. Is that so? But what I want to know is why fog forms. Where does it come from? Brother Ryo, do you know? Well, Ryo was at a loss for words, unsure how to explain. Just then, Natsume, seated in the stern, began to explain. Sea water is moist, it easily evaporates under sunlight. The vapor disperses in the air, forming water vapor. When the vapor pressure increases to saturation, condensation occurs, creating fog. Ryo, In, Yueji, Uncle Long. The rest stared wide-eyed at Natsume, feeling they had understood everything yet nothing at all. Natsume rolled his eyes at them, feeling he was casting pearls before swine. Though he hadn't been a PhD or top student in his past life, he still knew this basic principle. Unfortunately, explaining it to these illiterates was useless. The young master is truly learned. In, stop fooling around all the time and learn some useful knowledge. Uncle Long teased with a laugh, relieving their bewilderment. The boat continued rowing. A moment later Natsume asked proactively, "Boatman uncle, how much longer?" The sturdy boatman wiped a bead of sweat and replied cheerfully, "Almost there. A few more minutes. You folks must be aristocrats or young ladies from a big country, right?" No, we're all ninja." "Huh. How can a young master as young as you be a ninja?" "Don't tease me. We really are ninja," Natsume insisted. But the rowing boatmen remained skeptical as none of them wore the typical ninja headbands. Even ordinary ninja from very small villages would wear their own emblem headbands. This was not unusual. After all, his own Hidden Flame village had only recently been established and had not yet had time to produce exclusive headbands. "Uncle, we really are ninja, and very powerful ones at that." Uchiha piped up. "I don't believe it unless you perform a jutsu. Ninja masters' techniques are truly well, jutsu aren't for performing." Faltered, looking hesitantly at Natsume. After all, using ninjutsu randomly for showmanship was forbidden. It was common knowledge among ninja. Yet none of them expected that Natsume, sitting at the stern, suddenly spread his right palm and began gathering a massive amount of chakra. Within moments, a chakra energy sphere not large, but immensely powerful appeared in his hand, containing at least 2 cards worth of chakra. The vast energy drew the surrounding fog into a huge spiral vortex, creating a commotion that made the burly boatman on the prow's legs go weak, nearly causing him to kneel. "Young master, what are you doing?" Uncle Long exclaimed nervously. In his perception, the chakra in that single sphere alone was several times greater than his entire reserves. If it exploded, no one on the boat would escape. The others were equally tense. Even the cold, taciturn Uchiha looked startled, unable to understand their young clan head's actions. The next moment, Natsume, without explanation, simply flexed his right hand and flicked the fist-sized chakra sphere. It flew to the left of the small boat and soon vanished into the mist. Seconds later, a tremendous boom erupted. A massive column of water shot skyward, then fell as heavy rain. The sheer force of that single strike left the others dumbfounded and inwardly awed. At the same time, cries and pleas for help rang out from the distance alongside the explosion. "That is a band of sea pirates living by plunder," Natsume replied calmly. "Young master, so you just... Their ship is already blown up, but quite a few survivors should remain. These sea bandits commit every evil, murder, robbery. They deserve no pity. Ryo, go and clear out the rest." "Understood." Ryo acknowledged and swiftly leaped out, skimming across the water toward the left, disappearing into the mist to swiftly reap the remaining bandits' lives. Soon more cries of death sounded, but in barely 30 seconds the screams faded. Ryo returned to the small boat, holding 2 bloodied kunai. "Reporting, young master. It was indeed a pirate crew of about 20 men. All survivors have been eliminated." "Good. Sit down." Ryo sheathed his kunai, glanced at his elder sister Yueji on the left, and said no more. Uchiha, however, exclaimed in amazement again. "Incredible. Real pirates. Young master, how did you detect them? And what kind of jutsu was that? You didn't even need hand seals." Natsume smiled faintly. "Just a crude way of using chakra. Consider it a low-budget version of a tailed beast ball. It only requires sufficient chakra and control to master." "Can I learn it too?" "Yes. When your chakra volume increases by about 5 or 6 times, you might barely manage it." Natsume's answer was like a bucket of cold water on Ian's fiery enthusiasm. 5 or 6 times the chakra. How many years would it take to accumulate that? Indeed, the young clan head was monstrous. He could casually unleash a powerful move as if playing. As for how Natsume detected the pirates in advance, that was even simpler. With his strength spirit transformation, he could easily sense all life forms with souls approaching him and discern whether they harbored malice or killing intent. Thus he had long noticed that on the sea surface to the left a band of hostile pirates was quietly tailing and closing in on them. They were simply waiting for the right moment to strike. This also gave him a chance to test the power of his chakra energy. Rest assured, it was definitely not for showing off. At that very moment, the massive explosion, the instantaneous annihilation of the pirates, and the unfathomably powerful ninja, all of this had terrified the boatman, who collapsed onto the deck. Good heavens, he had truly ferried a boatload of ninja. And that youngest boy, what kind of monster was he? In all his life he had never seen such terrifying ninja. "Huh. Boatman uncle, now do you believe we're ninja?" Uchiha teased with a laugh. I believe. Please spare my life, great ninja-sama." The boatman quickly begged for mercy, trembling with fear. Don't scare people for no reason." Natsume stopped him. Uchiha was stunned. How had he scared anyone? He was just speaking. And even if he was scary, it was still nothing compared to the young clan head's terrifying display just now. "All right. Boatman uncle, don't be afraid. We won't harm you. Actually, I have a few questions to ask you." Natsume helped the boatman up, wearing a very amiable smile. "Ask whatever you wish, esteemed ninja sirs. He'll tell everything I know," the ferryman replied, trembling. The Though the ninja all smiled amiably, he dared not let his guard down in the slightest. After all, even those wandering samurai could slay a commoner like him without any consequence. How much more so these exalted ninja lords? Relax. You're from the wave country, aren't you? Shimu asked genially. He was no man-eating beast. Yes. Have you heard of the Kato Shipping Company, or the Kato Group? Yes. That company is on. They arrived suddenly 2 years ago. Seeing that our wave country is surrounded by sea with inconvenient transport, they offered to cooperate shipping goods and trading for us. Now almost all of the island's maritime trade is handled by their company. Oh, what do you think of the company? Honestly, the ferryman hesitated, then said frankly, at first it was fine. Many on the island sold their goods through the company's big cargo ships and market, earning some money. But since last year, Kato's people have been gradually lowering the purchase prices by various means. For instance, the salmon my family often catches used to sell for 20 to 30 silver taels per catty. Now Kato Company has squeezed it down to 8 or 9 taels per catty, sometimes even 5 or 6. And they've outright robbed us several times. Half the fishermen on the island are suffering terribly, barely able to make ends meet. The ferryman gritted out, his voice bitter with resentment. It wasn't just fishing. Nearly every industry in the wave country was being squeezed step by step. Otherwise, after 20 years of fishing, he wouldn't have given up fishing to ferry passengers. He could barely support his family anymore. Meanwhile, Kato Company, buying cheap goods from the wave country and reselling them at several times the price, was raking in a fortune. Upon hearing this, Uchiha exclaimed, first, what? Such low purchase prices. Can't you sell to other? In his uncle's shop in Konoha, even the cheapest bowl of ramen cost 60 taels. Yet here a whole catty of salmon fetched only 5 or 6 taels. This was beyond exploitation. It was worse than a grinder. No channels. The entire island's purchasing channels are controlled by Kato Company. We have no other way to sell. And if anyone is caught selling privately, it's not just confiscation. And the others were shocked. Why don't you resist? Squeezed like this, you'll all die sooner or later. The ferryman gave a bitter laugh. Some have resisted. But the Kato Company hires many wandering samurai. Those armed samurai lords are beyond our strength. Even the lord of the land has been controlled by them. We have no power to resist. The ferryman wept as he said, if they could resist, they would have long ago. How could they have fallen so low? But the enemy was too strong. They simply couldn't fight back. Recently had heard that Kesha was organizing resistance, but it was still a dead end. How can a mere company of few wandering samurai control an entire island nation and oppress countless people? Young master, this is utterly unreasonable. Stood abruptly, looking at Xiaomu with rage rising in his eyes. The Uchiha, who had suffered discrimination and oppression in Konoha, naturally loathed such ruthless exploitation. The others, Ryo and the rest, also wore stern expressions, displeased with the tyrannical company. Sit down. But, sit down. Xiaomu repeated, his young voice carrying an unyielding tone. Had no choice but to sit still, fuming silently. Seeing the atmosphere grow heavy, the ferryman quickly waved his hands and begged, please, sirs, don't be angry. That was all my foolish talk, don't take it seriously. Also, please don't reveal what I said. Otherwise my family's lives won't be safe. Xiaomu soothed him gently, uncle, get up. Rest assured we won't say anything. The ferryman breathed a sigh of relief, then dared to ask, we're almost there. May I ask, esteemed ninja lords, what business do you have in the wave country? If it's convenient, tell me, so I can choose the right port to dock. Xiaomu replied casually. Any port is fine. We're just here on commission to bring back some local specialties. Ryo, Yueji, Longshu. The group fell silent, then lowered their heads to stifle their laughter. Truly the young clan leader was something else. He could lie without even a frown, as if it were the truth. Those specialties would probably cost tens of millions of taels again. Soon the small boat docked. Xiaomu and his group disembarked. The ferryman dared not accept payment, but under Xiaomu's insistence, he tremblingly took a fare. At the port few people were about, but many cargo ships were waiting to be loaded. Villagers carrying goods were watched and driven by several long-sworded samurai. It was as if they were commanding slaves. The whole port exuded a dead, oppressive atmosphere, deeply unsettling. It seems the ferryman wasn't lying. The villagers are indeed being dominated and squeezed. Longshu scanned the area and murmured. Seeing this, In's anger flared again. Young clan leader, why didn't you let me speak out earlier? Such evil forces deserve to be crushed. Xiaomu remained calm, patting In on the shoulder as he walked past him. In talking less and doing more is better. Anger shouted from the mouth is useless. It must be cut out with the blade in your hand. Only when the enemy feels the pain to the core will they understand your fury. If our ancestors and clan leader had cut Konoha deep enough, our clan wouldn't have fallen so low. And now In suddenly understood, steeled his resolve, and quickly caught up with Xiaomu. Young clan leader, what should I do? In, when was the last time you killed someone? Xiaomu asked, squinting. A year ago on my 17th mission. It's been a while. Do you still remember the taste of blood? Never forgotten. Good, then let's go. We'll likely have many to kill today. Be careful not to dull your kunai. Understood. Iin acknowledged with emphasis, a crimson gleam rising in his eyes. The next moment, the group sped toward the Kato Company's base, ready to strike. In less than 10 minutes, the stronghold of the Kato Corporation, which had made the entire wave country tremble, collapsed in a spectacular blaze. Dozens of rogue samurai and several rogue genin from minor hidden villages were all slain. Natsume had not lifted a finger throughout. To personally deal with such small fry would be like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken, an utter overkill. These ruffians, though fierce in appearance and numerous, could only bully defenseless civilians with their blades, and any chunin could have wiped them out with ease. Moreover, since Iin possessed strength at the level of a Tokubetsu Jonin, annihilating such an ordinary criminal stronghold was a trivial task. Soon Iin emerged from the sea of flames and rubble, drenched in blood and radiating murderous intent. In his left hand he held a kunai, and with his right he dragged a burly man. Young clan leader, all enemies have been eliminated. However, the one called Kato was not found. This is the foreman of this stronghold. He's still alive and should be able to provide valuable intelligence. Iin tossed the burly man onto the ground. The man's feet had been crippled, making escape impossible. Moreover, before a chunin, 2 Tokubetsu Jonin, 1 Jonin, and Natsume, whose overall combat power was immeasurable. Even an ordinary person, let alone the 5 Kage themselves, would find it exceedingly difficult to flee. Excellent, Natsume said. I thought you might have killed them all. Good. Maintaining rationality amidst rage and never being consumed by anger. That is the mark of a true shinobi. Watching Iin, who had grown through the baptism of blood, Natsume felt a deep sense of satisfaction. However, the absence of the arch-villain Kato at this location caught Natsume slightly off guard. After a moment's thought, he realized that he himself had been misled by empirical thinking. After all, as the boss of a multinational conglomerate, why should Kato be confined to Wave Country? This Wave Country was merely one of the small nations he secretly controlled. Although the earliest arcs of the Naruto story did take place here, that was 5 years in the future. At present, the Kato Corporation had only recently seized control of Wave Country and had not yet made it their core base. Thus, it was perfectly normal for Kato not to be here. Natsume's expression darkened slightly. Still, fortunately, they had captured this foreman alive, and he should know Kato's exact whereabouts. Who will handle the interrogation? My heart is too kind to torture him, Natsume said with a wave of his hand. In truth, he was afraid he might accidentally kill the prisoner before extracting the information. He'll do it. The usually taciturn Uchiha Yueji spoke. Natsume nodded and led the others away. They left the captive to Yueji. Moments later, from a distance, Natsume and his group heard blood-curdling screams echoing from the ruins. The cries were filled with anguish, heartrending and soul-shattering, as if the most precious asset of a man had been brutally crushed. Hearing this, Natsume and the others felt a chill in their lower bodies and involuntarily clamped their legs together. Even Iin, half-drenched in blood and radiating killing intent, instantly lost his ferocity and trembled inwardly. In less than 3 minutes, Yueji returned with the intelligence Natsume needed: Kato's whereabouts and the location of the company's headquarters. With the target determined, the group set off immediately without further ado. They left behind a large crowd of Wave Country citizens who stared blankly at their departing figures and the ruins still blazing with fierce flames. After a long while, the people finally breathed a sigh of relief, weeping and laughing with overwhelming joy. At this very moment, in the headquarters of the Kato Corporation in the hot water country, Kato smashed his cup against the floor, pointed at the subordinate before him, and roared in fury. The company's stronghold in Wave Country has been destroyed. What happened? The subordinate stammered in terror. The details are unclear. Telegram from there says the base was violently attacked. The assailants are suspected to be shinobi. Communication is now cut off. They may have been annihilated. Kato was startled, then fumed even more. Useless. All useless. So many samurai can't even beat a single ninja. Who is opposing me? Is it those Wave Country people? Did they hire ninja? Impossible. Those paupers don't have the money to hire ninja. Then it must be a rival company. That's very possible. Kato gnashed his teeth in speculation. Unfortunately, he couldn't be certain. In his view, even if it was a competitor's tactic, it was too vicious and too much against the rules. Just like in Natsume's past life, vicious competition between multinational corporations might involve slander, suppression, intelligence theft, or even hiring mercenaries and assassins for elimination. All normal. But directly hiring ninja was simply outrageous. It was like paying a sky-high price to deploy the special forces of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council. Who could withstand that? President, the important thing now is not to find out who did it, but to prepare defenses. What if those ninja come here? That would be disastrous. The henchman, who still had some wits, hurriedly reminded him. Right. We must strengthen defenses immediately. Go release a bounty mission. Hire more ninja. Quick. Kato urged frantically. But President hiring ninja is expensive, and from the 5 great nations they wouldn't allow it even if we tried. It's too late. Kato kicked him hard and yelled, "Damn it. At a time like this, who cares about the cost? Just go and hire them no matter the price. If we can't get ninja from the 5 great nations, there are still plenty of rogue ninja. Why can't we find some?" Yes, I'll go right away. The subordinate scrambled out on all fours to find help. The hot water country lies northeast of the wave country. It is also an island nation surrounded by sea, but its territory is much larger than wave country, and its population several times greater. Among the more than a dozen island nations in this vast sea region, it is second only to the water country of the 5 great nations. Due to its unique location, it is the maritime trade hub of many island nations. Numerous large shipping companies are headquartered here, and the Kato Corporation is no exception. After leaving wave country, Natsume's group commandeered one of Kato's large cargo ships. They sailed toward the hot water country. The voyage lasted a night, and finally early the next morning they arrived at a port in the hot water country. Visible to the naked eye, the port here was far busier than the one in wave country. Nearly 100 cargo ships, large and small, were moored loading and unloading goods. Young clan leader, what should we do? Those crewmen should know where the Kato Corporation headquarters is. Let them lead the way, and we'll go straight there. Good. Soon they disembarked and headed inland. But they hadn't gone far when Natsume suddenly halted them and warned. Many ninja are approaching, all with killing intent. It seems the Kato Corporation already knows we're here. Prepare for battle. At this moment, Hinata, Jin, Tsukihime, and the slightly weaker Uncle Long were all together. Their combined strength was no longer inferior to that of an elite squad from the 5 great shinobi villages Anbu. As for the Gato Company, although they had hired a considerable number of ninjas, over 20 in total, most were merely rogue ninjas who had defected from minor hidden villages. About half of them barely reached the level of a genin, while the rest were only at the rank of trainee ninja. Only the leader exuded chakra fluctuations that vaguely suggested the strength of a chunin. With such a motley crew of weaklings trying to pick a fight with Natsume and his team, it was nothing short of overestimating their own abilities, a suicidal act. Soon the first few assassins who leaped out from the woods on either side fell into pools of blood after a single exchange, instantly dead. Then in less than half a minute the remaining dozen or so assassins were also slain by Hinata and the others. They hadn't even activated their Sharingan, merely releasing a few minor jutsu to clear the battlefield. The thick coppery scent of blood gradually spread, staining the earth red. It terrified the 2 Gato Company employees who were guiding them, causing them to tremble and collapse to the ground. Young clan leader, all cleared. So these are the assassins sent by that Gato Company. With such meager strength they dared to attempt an ambush on us. Truly delusional. Natsume nodded, but did not let his guard down. Instead he cautioned them. This is just the appetizer, the main course hasn't arrived yet. Hinata and the others looked puzzled. And in the very next moment a thick mist began to rise around them, swiftly enveloping everything within sight. Is this morning mist? No. This is no natural fog. It's laced with a faint trace of chakra. This must be a ninja technique. Is it the hidden mist village's mist concealment technique? But how? Are ninjas from the mist village here? Hinata and the others tensed up, quickly going on the defensive. They swiftly gathered around their young clan leader Natsume, ready to counter any attack from the surroundings. Then in the next moment the mist to their right abruptly contracted. Body flicker technique, mist flicker. Hidden mist silent killing technique. A flash of sharp blade light appeared, aiming directly at Hinata. Brother Hinata, watch out! Jin shouted. Fortunately, having been on alert, and with quick reflexes, Uchiha Hinata reacted swiftly. In an instant he activated his Uchiha Sharingan to predict the attack's trajectory, and swung a kunai in reverse to block the fierce slash. A piercing clash of metal rang out. The immense force from the broadsword carved a large gap into the kunai in Hinata's hand, and even sent the weapon flying. But the fatal strike was deflected off course by the kunai's resistance, grazing only Hinata's shoulder and leaving a shallow gash rather than severing his head. You're asking for death. Seeing her younger brother wounded, Tsukihime attacked with furious strength. She threw a punch carrying a domineering fierce force toward the shadowy figure in the mist. With a thunderous boom, her heavy fist was blocked by the opponent's broadsword held flat, but the force sent the figure flying back over 10 meters, vanishing once again into the thick fog. Brother Hinata, are you alright? I'm fine, just a scratch. But the enemy is incredibly strong. This is a different league from those earlier assassins. Hinata quickly used chakra to seal the wound on his left shoulder and warned the others. His right hand, which had just been disarmed of its kunai, still trembled, slightly a testament to the opponent's immense strength. Meanwhile, from deep within the distant mist, a deep male voice soon echoed. What a formidable punch. Impressive strength. Which village do you ninjas belong to? Why aren't you wearing headbands? Wait. Is that the Sharingan? You're ninjas from Konoha? Zabuza's startled cry came from the mist. He had initially thought the mission targets were merely some no-name ninjas from a minor hidden village. But to his surprise, the group's strength was considerable. Not only had they blocked his unparalleled silent beheading in the mist, but they also possessed the famed Kekkei Genkai, the Sharingan. Looks like I've run into a tough bunch. Uchiha clan ninjas are no joke. Damn it, I charged too little. They'll definitely go back and demand a higher price from that bastard Gato. Zabuza lamented inwardly. He was also grateful that he hadn't been the first to strike, instead letting those worthless grunt ninjas test the waters. Otherwise, he might have already fallen here. Can you pinpoint the enemy's location? Uncle Long asked calmly. Hinata activated his Sharingan and scanned the area, then shook his head. No. There's a trace of chakra mixed in this mist that interferes with the Sharingan's lock-on. Mist, blade-wielding formidable. That must be the famous rogue ninja from the Mist Village, the demon of the hidden mist, Momochi Zabuza. Tsukihime, experienced in missions, spoke up instantly, deducing the enemy's identity. Among the Uchiha clan, she was a rare taijutsu specialist. Her punch, just now though not at full strength, was still heavy. Even an average jonin would struggle to withstand it. Yet this demon Zabuza seemed to have handled it with ease. Truly no ordinary opponent. So you've heard of my name. That means you're deeply connected to Konoha. Or perhaps you're the Uchiha remnants who defected from Konoha recently. Never mind. None of that matters. Trapped in my mist, you're all as good as dead. No, since you know my reputation, it'll be merciful enough to leave your bodies intact. The arrogant threat came from all directions through the dense fog. Hidden within the mist, Zabuza was using words to buy time. Simultaneously, he swiftly moved about, searching for weaknesses and gaps in the 5 opponents' formation, aiming for a killing blow with his next strike. This kind of conversation is exhausting. This fog is too thick, it's hurting my eyes. Better clear it away. Natsume rubbed his eyes, yawned, and spoke casually. Then he clapped his hands together. A violent surge of chakra exploded outward from Natsume, sweeping through the area like layers of hurricanes. In just over 10 seconds, it dispersed all the thick surrounding mist. As the wind subsided, everything around became clear. At the same time, in the distance, the so-called demon of the hidden mist stood still, gripping his sword, staring at Natsume with a dazed expression. Good heavens! Although his mist concealment technique was not invincible, this method of forcefully dispelling it with overwhelming chakra was a first for him. Just who the hell is that kid? How does he possess such immense chakra? And he's being protected by the other 4. He seems to hold a high status. Could he be Konoha's Jinchuriki? Zabuza thought in shock. Typically, only Jinchuriki from the various villages would have such vast chakra reserves at a young age. Yet how had he concealed his aura so perfectly? He never expected to misjudge someone like this. He had assumed the youngest and weakest-looking brat would be the most vulnerable. But in reality, he was incredibly powerful. Awesome. The young clan leader is mighty. Seeing the mist disperse and the view clear, Jin cheered excitedly. Indeed, whatever that so-called mist concealment technique was, it was completely outclassed by their young clan leader. Alright, the fog is gone. But in reality, he was incredibly powerful. Awesome. The young clan leader is mighty. Seeing the hone your coordination and try to capture him alive. Natsume waved his hand, giving orders to the rest. Although Zabuza was skilled, he was only at the elite jonin level. If this had been a few days ago, he might have entertained playing with him. But now he had no such mood. After all, what child would seriously fight an adult? Better to let Hinata and the others practice. Understood. They acknowledged, tightening their grip on their weapons and swiftly charging towards Zabuza in the distance. Meanwhile, upon hearing that the brat had called him too weak and not worthy of his attention, Zabuza instantly grew furious, his brows deeply furrowed. In all his life, he had never encountered such an arrogant child. Initially considering retreat, he quickly resolved to kill these reckless ninjas. And that brat too. The fierce battle erupted in an instant. Deprived of his mist and fog, Zabuza did not retreat in the face of the encirclement by Riyao and his 3 comrades. After all, he was once one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, possessing the strength of an elite jonin and a top-tier expert in stealth and assassination. In the entire ninja world, any shinobi whose fame spreads beyond their homeland is not to be trifled with. Moreover, this guy, and by had nearly wiped out Team 7 once. And Team 7 had sealed away Kagaya. By that logic. Of course, that's just a joke. But without a doubt, the strength of this mist demon, when evaluated in this period, was still quite considerable. The number of shinobi he had killed was no less than 3 digits. However, the 4 people opposing him were equally formidable. Longshu, a chunin skilled in long-range attacks. Riyao, a special jonin proficient in ninjutsu bombardment. Yuji, a jonin adept in close combat. And In, a special jonin, well, also skilled. For people, 4 pairs of Sharingan. The lineup was nothing short of luxurious. Even Zabuza found himself struggling considerably in this battle. Water release, water clone. Water release, great waterfall. Fire release, Great Fireball. Fire release, Dragon Fire. Windmill Shuriken. Taijutsu 8 trigrams, Charging Fist. One fierce ninjutsu after another was unleashed, frequently colliding against each other. The two sides exchanged blows, trading attacks back and forth. Although in raw strength Riyao and his companions were inferior to Zaibuzan, relying on their cooperation and the enhancement of the Sharingan, they skillfully blocked all of Zaibuzan's attacks. They even subtly gained the upper hand over him. At this moment, standing at a distance, Xiaomu watched the battle while excitedly shouting instructions. Good, that's it. Uncle Long, aim at his head with your ninjutsu. Yuji, get closer and attack his lower. Don't give him a chance to form hand seals. Riyao, watch the gaps between ninjutsu releases, assist. Yuji, don't misalign. And don't charge too far ahead. Shoot more kunai and shuriken from behind. Don't you know how to play dirty? On the battlefield, don't worry about honor. Use whatever means necessary. Do you hear me? Such vulgar and treacherous commands further enraged Zaibuzan in the middle of the fight, making him howl with fury. He wished he could rush over immediately and slaughter that brat first. But every time he tried to strike back at that brat, the 4 Uchiha ninjas would desperately charge at him, launching fierce attacks. They even exchanged wounds without hesitation, appearing unafraid of death. This forced him to retreat, daring not to attack that brat again. Damn it all. Just what is that brat's identity? How can he make these ninjas fight so desperately and with such loyalty? It makes no sense. Zaibuzan's face darkened as he thought to himself in shock. At the same time, the battle against Riyao's 4 grew increasingly strenuous. Among them, aside from the female ninja and the older man, the other 2 young ones were not very experienced in combat. At first they were quite clumsy, but now the 4 of them were coordinating better and fighting more smoothly. At this rate, the one who would ultimately lose might even be himself. No, he couldn't drag on any longer. He needed to find an opportunity to unleash a large-scale ninjutsu and crush these people in one go. Be careful, everyone. That guy might use clones to hold you off, and then prepare to form hand seals for the water dragon bullet technique. Tie down his main body. Don't give him a chance. From afar, Xiaomu had seen through Zaibuzan's intentions with a single glance and reminded them loudly again. Hearing this, Zaibuzan felt a tightness in his chest and coughed violently. He nearly coughed up blood from sheer anger. Bastard. How does that brat know? How does he know what I'm about? And he even shouted it out. Now how can I perform my jutsu? How can I fight? Can he be any more shameless? At this moment, watching Zaibuzan's frustrated and flustered appearance, Xiaomu was amused. Ridiculous. In his past life, he had grown up watching this guy form hand seals. That water dragon bullet technique with over 40 hand seals, he could recite it backwards, even with his eyes closed. Across the ninja world, he estimated no one knew this guy's combat style and trump cards better than he did. How could he fight? How could he win? And so, after receiving the prompts again, Riyao's 4 abruptly accelerated their assault, giving Zaibuzan no chance to form hand seals or perform ninjutsu. As for Xiaomu, he cheerfully watched from a distance. Thus it was visibly evident that Zaibuzan's disadvantage was gradually widening. After the fierce battle, he already bore more than a dozen wounds, and the overflowing blood stained most of his body, making him look increasingly disheveled. However, just as Riyao and his companions were on the verge of victory, a small puddle behind Xiaomu suddenly trembled, and gradually coalesced into a delicate girl about 10 years old. Shoo! The girl gripped a kunai, dashed out, and arrived behind Xiaomu. She pressed the sharp kunai against his neck. Quick! Tell your people to stop, or I will kill you. Bei's eyes widened as she shouted threateningly. If it weren't necessary, he really didn't want to disobey Zaibuzan-sama's orders by intervening. But he wasn't stupid. Seeing the situation, if the battle continued, Zaibuzan-sama would likely lose, or even lose his life. He naturally could no longer wait, and had to act forcefully. He planned to capture Xiaomu alive, and use him as a hostage to force the other ninjas to retreat. Young master. Riyao and the others all paused, their hearts tightening, and immediately wanted to come to Xiaomu's aid. Focus on the battle. Don't get distracted. Xiaomu rebuked calmly. Yes. Seeing this, Bai grew even angrier, gritting his teeth and threatening again. Do you not value your life? Quickly tell your people to stop. I won't say it a second time. Being a rogue ninja, it's tough, isn't it? Huh. What nonsense are you talking about? If I were you, I would release the kunai and honestly beg for mercy. You might still save your life. Xiaomu smiled faintly, not tense at all. Bai, only 10 years old, trembled slightly, but gripped the kunai tightly. You forced my hand. Bai steeled himself and stabbed directly towards Xiaomu's neck. No matter what, he had to save Zaibuzan. But the next second, the expected blood did not spurt out. Bai only felt his kunai hit nothing with no sensation of striking anything, and he stumbled, nearly falling. Then, focusing his eyes, he looked. He suddenly realized that the boy's body had instantly disintegrated into countless small pandas. Then these pandas bounced around him and rapidly gathered on his right side. They reformed into the boy's appearance again. Bai was greatly shocked. Substitution. Clone. No, it's Jinjutsu. I'm under Jinjutsu. That boy was never real from the start. How? When did I get caught? Why didn't I notice at all? In panic, I dared not hesitate, and immediately activated his own Kekkei Genkai Ice Release, his strongest ninjutsu. Ice Release secret technique, demonic mirroring ice crystals. Soon the jutsu activated. A large number of ice mirrors rapidly formed around him. He himself prepared to quickly dash into the mirrors and launch an attack from there. However, just as he was about to flash into the ice mirrors, he subconsciously glanced at the boy. In an instant, I was shocked again. That's the Mangekyō Sharingan. How? In a split second, over a dozen ice mirrors shattered violently. Boom! With the sound of shattering, I saw a blur before his eyes, and before he could react, a hand about the size of his own had already gripped his throat. It forcefully interrupted his ninjutsu and lifted him up effortlessly. I told you to behave. Looking at the boy's crimson eyes and hearing his cold voice, I trembled all over as if falling into an ice cellar. He felt an unprecedented powerlessness. I surrender. With a sharp whoosh, the scarred Zaibujan thrust his great sword into the ground. One arm hung limp while the other was raised high. Kneeling on one knee, he voluntarily conceded. Seeing this, Ri Yao and his three companions were momentarily taken aback. They ceased their attack, carefully disarmed Zaibujan of all weapons, and bound his hands. After ensuring there was no threat, they gestured to Xiaomu in the distance. Xiaomu laid the unconscious Bai on the ground. He then cast the word binding technique control on Bai to prevent any sudden awakening and escape. Afterward, he approached Zaibujan. Tisk tsk. I thought you'd fight to the death. At the very least, you'd seize a chance to flee and return, but you surrendered so readily. Why? Xiaomu remarked with a faint sardonic smile. Zaibujan kept his head down, merely glancing at Bai lying unconscious in the distance, saying nothing. Though he had wrestled with countless thoughts moments ago, he ultimately chose to surrender. Meanwhile, Yin hurried over, ingratiating himself with flattery. It's obviously due to your awe-inspiring strength, young patriarch. The moment you appeared, you scared him witless. Xiaomu shot Yin a dismissive glare and scolded him without kindness. Enough. Stop your boasting. The four of you fought for so long and still couldn't fully subdue him. And I was guiding you from the sidelines. How embarrassing. At this, Ri Yao and the others hung their heads in shame. What should we do with these two? Kill them? Yuji asked coldly, showing no mercy. Hearing this, Zaibujan immediately spoke up. I know you're not Konoha ninjas. You are the exiled remnants of the Uchiha clan, aren't you? If so, I'm willing to buy my life with money. Please spare me. Zaibujan gritted his teeth and begged. For a hardened man like him, pleading for mercy was no small matter. If not for his unfulfilled ambition and for Bai, he would not have blinked even if a blade were to his throat. Pa, how much money could you have? If you were wealthy, would you endlessly take on such suicidal missions? Trying to buy your life? Shameless. Xiaomu spat contemptuously. Having witnessed the treasuries of two great hidden villages, his standards had clearly been raised. He naturally looked down upon Zaibujan's meager assets. Being mocked by such a young boy, Zaibujan's face flushed red with humiliation. He shouted, 10 million Rio. Is that enough? Xiaomu's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, someone untie him. Good heavens, was Zaibujan really that wealthy? As a rogue ninja, he had already amassed a fortune of tens of millions. Had this guy been a mythical money-hoarding beast in his past life? Young patriarch, should we really untie him? Just kidding. Keep him bound. I still have use for him. Oh, and bring that little one over here too. Next, Ria, you stay here and guard them. If either makes a move, kill them outright. The rest of us will head to the Gado Company headquarters first. I'll come back for you later. Xiaomu swiftly arranged the plan. Though Zaibujan's 10 million Rio was tempting compared to the entire Gado Company, it was but a drop in the ocean. Thus he knew full well which was the priority. If they delayed and Gado managed to escape, it would only cause more trouble. Understood. Ri Yao acknowledged, moved the unconscious Bai, overtied the pair together, and stood guard diligently. Meanwhile, Xiaomu and the other three set off along the road toward the Gado Company's lair. The following journey was uneventful. The group of four easily located the Gado Company's stronghold. They effortlessly fought their way and swiftly dismantled the large conglomerate and put an end to the villainous Gado's life of crime. Notably, when Xiaomu and his companions fought through to the president's office, they found Gado happily engaged in secretary duties, utterly oblivious to their threat. Whether he had faith in the 20-odd amateur assassins or in the infamous demon of the hidden mist remained unknown. In any case, though he was steeped in evil, dying at the peak of ecstasy without a hint of awareness was in a way a stroke of luck. Of course, given his boundless sins, he would surely descend into hell. Thus, after annihilating Gado and his top management along with a host of heartless crime-laden samurai, and Xiaomu and his group did not harm the other company employees. After all, when they later took over this shipping firm, they would need these staff to keep operations running. Moreover, most of these lower-level employees were also victims of Gado's exploitation, toiling away under brutal 996 schedules. They didn't even have time for wrongdoing, a rather pitiable lot. Of course, Xia Mu hadn't traveled all this way just to punish evil and liberate the oppressed workers and the people of the Wave Country. The true goal was to get money, a massive amount of it. So with the experienced Long Shu stepping in to calm the terrified hundreds of employees, Xia Mu and the others under the guidance of a company manager soon arrived before the underground treasury where all of Gado Group's funds were stored. The vault was large and its sturdy door was locked with only Gado and a select few knowing the combination. However, such defenses were useless against powerful ninjas. Xia Mu drew his blade and swung. The Kunwa blade sliced the solid alloy lock in two. The next moment the vault door swung open. A dazzling radiance burst forth, making Xia Mu and the others squint. Before their eyes, countless carts and piles of gold, silver, and jewels lay sprawled in the vault. By conservative estimate, there was over 100 million Rio in cash alone, and with the priceless gems and diamonds the total value had to be several hundred million Rio. Jackpot. A true jackpot. A super harvest. Staring at the entire treasury and the infinite wealth before them, Xia Mu was ecstatic, his little heart skipping a beat. The feeling of a heart attack ensued. 5 million for one scroll. 10 million for two. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I went up the mountain to hunt a tiger. Bah. Wrong. Muttering to himself, Natsume joyfully scooped up the silver coins scattered across the floor. Watching from afar, Uncle Long and the others were astonished. It was the first time they had seen their young clan leader so exhilarated. They almost thought he had gone mad with joy. Wow. Is the young clan leader also this greedy for money? Ian, who was stuffing gold coins into his pocket, joked merrily. Bah. This isn't greed. This is following my heart. Following one's true heart, don't you understand? You lot who don't manage the household have no idea how expensive things are. Natsume turned his head and laughed with a scolding tone. The speed of his hands, however, never slowed. In no time, all the cash in the treasury was packed into his bag. He filled 25 spatial scrolls in total. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Natsume also touched all the cash, absorbing the aura of money, and converted it all into gold coins. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained 117,000 value points. Do you wish to recharge 117,000 value points in exchange for 11700 gold coins? Recharge successful. Congratulations. You have obtained 11700 gold coins. Current balance 14640 gold coins. Gazing at the suddenly surging balance that had broken through 5 digits, Natsume was even more jubilant, feeling as if he were floating on clouds. This was true instant wealth. Moreover, his system had a benefit. After converting the cash into corresponding value points, the system did not consume the money. The cash could still be brought back to his own ninja village for normal use. It was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, there were pros and cons. The system was generous in conversion but strict in its review requirements. Previously, Natsume had tried to use the same money to repeatedly farm value points, but the system simply did not. It only recognized cash that Natsume obtained for the first time and could fully control, could be converted into value points, then recharged into gold coins. Aside from that, valuable jewelry, luxury goods, weapons, and items could not be converted into value points. Otherwise, on the night of his defection, what Konoha lost would not have been just the treasury. Therefore, aside from the over 100 million in cash that could be directly converted into value points, the remaining jewelry, luxury goods, and other valuables worth several hundred million could not be used directly by him. However, it was not a big problem. Later, he could use this fellow's shipping company to slowly sell off the jewelry and convert it all into cash. Although the process might be lengthy, it was stable and reliable. In short, today's harvest was truly ecstatic. Who would have thought that this mere Kato company was even richer than the treasury of the Awakens village, one of the 5 great hidden villages? What an eye-opener. But upon reflection, it was quite normal. The 5 great hidden villages had high combat strength, but each had only a few tens of thousands of people, not even as large as a small town. A large multinational corporation like this had tens of thousands of total employees. In terms of economic scale, it was perfectly comparable to a small town. Of course, if it weren't for the need to maintain such a large company with a massive cash flow, the cash reserves here would probably be several times larger. But now it all belonged to him. This Kato was dead, yet he had given him such a large shipping company, and so it made him feel a bit embarrassed. All right, he would be magnanimous and not desecrate his corpse. After putting away the scrolls, Natsume, Iin, and Yueji left the company headquarters laden with their gains. They handed over the entire company to Uncle Long for reorganization. Later, they would send a few capable clan members to assist him with Uncle Long's abilities. Within at most half a month, the trouble should be eliminated and the whole company reorganized. Within a month, the sea routes could be restarted, bringing real sustainable profits to their village. Indeed, nothing was more comfortable than lying at home and counting money. After leaving Kato Company, Natsume Yueji and In returned to Ryao's side. Zabuza and Bai were still obediently tied up, not struggling to escape. Whether they were exhausted or had accepted their fate was unclear. Zabuza looked up as Natsume and the others returned with radiant faces. He immediately understood. Kato is dead, isn't he? Of course. A tyrant like that would only cause endless harm. I have already sent him to the afterlife. Natsume nodded without denying it. How ridiculous. Zabuza sighed. Such a wealthy merchant and great villain. Had ultimately lost his life because he was too stingy to pay a commission fee and failed to hire enough helpers. As for himself, he had rashly attacked such a ruthless little brat for a mere 3 million Ryo commission. This kid was probably worth a bounty well above rank, wasn't he? He had not fallen in vain. All right, Ryo, you all wait behind. I need to have a private chat with this young clan leader. This guy is very dangerous. Ryo hesitated, worried. Natsume carried the hopes of their entire clan's revival. If something happened to him, the consequences would be unthinkable. What? Do you still think he can be a match for me? Pose a threat to me. Even if I let him use both hands and feet, he couldn't beat me. Natsume rolled his eyes at them and said helplessly. This contemptuous remark darkened the face of the demon. He nearly jumped up in anger to strike, but his intuition told him he was indeed no match for this brat. Ryo and the others exchanged glances and did not insist. They knew the young clan leader's strength well. Not just one bound and disheveled demon, but even 10 full-strength demons would be no match for him. Soon they retreated to a distance, leaving only Natsume and Zabuza alone. What exactly do you want? Zabuza asked through gritted teeth. In his view, after plundering Kato Company and becoming rich, Natsume would likely have no interest in his meager savings. He probably only faced death. It was a pity he couldn't fulfill his lifelong wish. And he had also harmed Bai. How much money have you saved? Natsume's question startled Zabuza. 13,800,000 Ryo. Tisk tisk. As a rogue ninja, you really know how to save. No wonder your clothes are so worn out, yet you still wear them. Natsume clicked his tongue in admiration. In his eyes, anyone who could save money was a tough person, though not as impressive as the money-saving expert Mr. Kakuzu. This Mr. Zabuza was still quite remarkable. Take the money. You can kill me, but if possible, spare him. He's still young. Zabuza lowered his head, clenched his fists, and pleaded in a low voice. This was his last wish. However, Natsume did not execute him. Instead, he flicked a finger, shooting out a strand of chakra that cut the rope binding Zabuza, freeing him. He asked with a smile, "Stop pretending to be tough. It's so cringy. Let me ask you, all these years you've scrimped and saved, accumulating so much money. Was it to gather men and plot another coup to attack Kirigakure?" Zabuza was startled, staring at his freed hands. He couldn't fathom the little brat's intentions. You? Attacking the Kirigakure village, one of the 5 great hidden villages, is at least in rank mission, right? Would any ninja from the other hidden villages dare to take such a mission? Or did you think 13 million Ryo could hire how many ninjas? 5 jonin. Or 10. With such little strength, how can you stage a coup? How can you crush Kirigakure? At this rate, even if you save for a lifetime, it wouldn't be enough. Natsume's mockery enraged Zabuza, making his eyes red with bloodshot veins. This brat could insult him, but he must never insult his lifelong wish, his ambition. Even though Zabuza himself knew that on his own, he could never cleanse his own village in his lifetime. Bastard, you're asking for death. Natsume waved his hand with a smile and continued to tempt. Don't be angry yet. I won't take your reward for nothing. How about this? Give me the 13 million Ryo, and I'll ravage the land of water and wipe out Kirigakure village for you. What do you say? Hearing this, Zabuza's anger instantly dissipated, and he was shaken. He stammered. You want to help me fight back to Kirigakure village? Exactly. What? Do I not look strong enough? Or do you want to try me yourself? Natsume showed his white teeth, smiling like a demon from the abyss. Several hours later, on a wide cargo ship, Zabuza, his right hand wrapped in bandages, sat solemnly on the deck, holding a katana in his left hand, his face grim. Beside him, the slightly built by holding gauze and standing on tiptoe, gently cleaned the wound on Zabuza. The distant bachelors looked on with envy. Lord Zabuza, do you really trust them? I glanced at Shimu and the others in the distance, asking in a low voice with hidden concern. Especially that youth, who was about the same age as himself, was far too strong. Even now, Bai had not recovered from the shock of being instantly defeated earlier. Bai, you've been with me for a few years, haven't you? 6 years, 7 months, and 23 days, Bai answered. Then what do you think? Can I alone ever fight my way back to Wuyin village? Well, very difficult, or rather almost impossible. Bai bit his lip and answered truthfully. Zabuza sighed. Yes, we've barely managed to survive under the pursuit of the village's ANBU. There's no possibility of overthrowing the 4th Mizukage's rule. That kid was right. Even if I saved money my whole life, I could never hire enough ninjas. So what does it matter whether I believe or not? What I need is just an opportunity. He can give me such an opportunity. Let me abandon all cowardice and fight to the death. That's enough. What does he seek? It doesn't matter. Will I die? It's not important either. I am nothing but a sinner who should have died long ago. Zaibujan replied gloomily, a faint, nearly extinguished flame flickering in his eyes. That was the last shred of hope he held for the village. No, Lord Zaibujan, you won't die. You can't die. Death is the only path for a ninja. By after we dock, you slip away quietly. Those people probably won't bother you. If you run fast enough, you might escape with your life. Zaibujan stared at the boy before him and warned in a deep voice, as if making his last testament. To be honest, in his view, this journey was almost a death sentence. Those Uchiha ninjas might be strong, but they could never match the entire Wuin village. I will never leave you, Lord Zaibujan. Wherever you go, I will follow. Bai leaned gently against Zaibujan's broad shoulder, replying with utmost determination. His life was saved by Lord Zaibujan. He would never escape alone. At this moment, on the far side of the deck, watching this cloying and cheesy scene, Xiaomu and the others couldn't help but feel sour inside. Damn it, we should just throw this demon of the mist into the sea to feed the fish, so he stops feeding us dog food. Seeing this, Ian quickly egged on. Clan leader, I think that little sister is quite cute and pretty. How about you? Bah, that's a boy. Keep your filthy thoughts to yourself. It's a boy. But clan leader, didn't you say yourself beauty is all that matters? Don't be too strict about gender. Xiaomu jumped up irritably and gave Ian another smack on the head. Good grief. You don't remember all the maxims I've said, but you just happen to remember this one, huh? But clan leader, to be honest, are we really going to take on the entire Wuin village, Hiruzen? Xiaomu raised an eyebrow. Ian, of course not. It's just with just the few of us, isn't it a bit too shabby? Not only Ian, but even Ryeo and Yueji nearby. After hearing this news, they still felt a bit uneasy. It felt like Zayama's past life. A special forces unit suddenly vowing to destroy one of the 5 great rogue states was equally insane. It was truly hard to be confident. Xiaomu, don't worry, I'm confident. It's time for you to see my true leave the enemy's main force to me. You just need to finish off the stragglers. Xiaomu reassured them confidently. At this moment himself, he possessed a Sharingan comparable to the eternal Mangekyō 3 Shrank Ninjutsu, a legendary weapon, plus a 5-figure reserve of gold coins. Just dealing with a single Wuin village, he couldn't imagine any possibility of losing. Moreover, he was outfitted with a half-deity set of equipment. Hiding timidly at home and being extremely cautious would be too boring. A real man should charge Hiruzen, should take on the challenge directly. Although he was still just a boy. Hearing this, Ryeo and the others exchanged glances. They had no choice but to reluctantly agree, ready to accompany their clan leader in this madness. If it really came down to it, and they couldn't win with the 3 of them stalling desperately, they could probably buy some time for the clan leader to escape. But why choose Wuin village? Ryeo asked in confusion. Xiaomu, because Wuin is easy. Ryeo and the others. Wuin village. Of course, this easy to bully was only relative among the 5 great hidden villages. Except for Konoha, which possessed a treasure trove of forbidden jutsu and numerous geniuses, the overall strength gaps among the other 4 great hidden villages were not too wide. However, because the 3rd Mizukage and 4th Mizukage were both secretly controlled, and the village adopted the Blood Mist Village policy, this caused severe internal strife within Wuin village. In the cruel environment of mutual slaughter, only a few students from each class at the Ninja Academy managed to survive until graduation. Over the years, the number of ninjas in Wuin village naturally declined, sharply, significantly weakening its overall strength. Of course, besides Wuin being slightly weaker, there were other reasons as well. For instance, their own Yanin village had just been established and urgently needed a major victory to boost its deterrence. Nothing would attract more attention and fear than the glorious achievement of defeating one of the 5 great hidden villages, Hiruzen. Moreover, with this demon of the mist, Momochi Zaibujan, as their guide, this war could be fully defined as an internal coup within Wuin village. They were merely the reinforcements invited by Wuin ninjas. It gave them a righteous cause and wouldn't paint Yanin village as warlike and brutal. Furthermore, the treasury of Wuin village was extremely tempting. It was time to rob the rich to help the poor. Finally, if they truly overthrew Wuin village and subdued the land of water Shui, then there would be no more constraints in the entire surrounding sea area. Their own maritime trading company would be able to operate unhindered across more than a dozen surrounding countries, vigorously developing sea trade. They could even expand their market into the populous land of water and make a huge profit. Calculated this way, it was killing 4 birds with 1 stone, or maybe 5. Whatever. In short, there were many benefits well worth the fight. This was the real reason Xiaomu planned to attack Wuin village. It was absolutely not because of short-sighted greed for Zaibujan's 10 million Ryo reward. and certainly not because of the tender, delicate female ninjas of Wuin Village. And so the cargo ship raced at full power across the sea. After a full half-day by dusk, they finally arrived at a port in the land of water. On the dock, all ordinary workers had been cleared away. Only rows of cargo ships were moored silently bobbing. "They're here." Zai Bujan stood up, katana in hand, and looked solemnly toward the distant port. Clearly, with his keen intuition, he had sensed the countless deadly threats lurking on the shore. Who? Wuin Anbu. As expected of Anbu ninjas, they came so fast. "You can still leave now while there's time. Their target should only be me." Xiaomu chuckled, cracking his knuckles. "Come on. You can't even swing a blade anymore. Why are you putting on airs? Get out of the way quickly. Open your eyes wide and watch what real killing efficiency looks like." Xiaomu strode forward a few steps. He reached the bow of the cargo ship, facing the many Wuin ninjas hidden in the port. Then with a grab of his right hand, a short blade solidified from dense chakra appeared instantly in his grasp. Clearly, killing these small fry ninjas did not require the Kunwa blade. The next moment, Xiaomu tapped his toes and vanished instantly. The slaughter had officially begun. At this moment, inside the harbor, a group of Mist Umbu ninjas were lying in ambush within the docked ships, waiting in strict formation. "Attention all teams, the target cargo ship is about to dock. According to intelligence, the rogue ninja Zai Bujan is on that cargo ship. This time we must not let him escape again." As the massive cargo ship gradually approached in the distance, the Mist Umbu captain solemnly reminded his squad members. They had been ordered by the 4th Mizukage to capture the demon Zai Bujan for years. Time and again the target had slipped away, a disgrace beyond measure. Now he was arrogantly sailing toward the Shui country, walking right into the trap. If they failed to capture this rogue ninja today, these Umbu members might as well abandon their jutsu and return to farming. Thus the Mist ninjas held their breath, sharpening their blades in anticipation. Soon the cargo ship was less than 100 meters from the shore. Just then a figure suddenly appeared on the bow of... What's going on? Why is just a brat showing up? Is that kid a ninja too? Is Zai Bujan sending such a child ninja to die? The Mist Umbu were momentarily stunned. They had clashed with Zai Bujan many times. He was not known for such shameless tactics. "Captain, wait. I sense something off about that kid." Something off. They looked again, only to realize abruptly that the youthful figure on the cargo ship had vanished. In the next instant, he had crossed dozens of meters and appeared on the water's surface near the shore. He walked step by step toward the land. With each stride, a violent surge of chakra rippled outwards, stirring the surrounding sea into countless rings of splashes like a gentle drizzle. In the hazy vision, countless droplets fractured the surroundings, as if one had fallen into a gray-white dream where everything became illusory. "This is too strange. Strange or not, attack. We must not let Zai Bujan escape today," the Umbu captain roared, quickly directing his squad to launch an assault. Clearly, all the Mist ninjas realized that the figure advancing through the mist toward them was no ordinary opponent. Thus, in the next second, over 20 ninjas emerged and unleashed their attacks. Countless kunai shuriken and water release techniques flew forth. Hundreds upon hundreds of projectiles surged toward Xiaomu like a tidal wave. Yet none of these attacks struck the youth. They all passed through him, as if through an illusion, splashing into the distant sea and raising more foam. Seeing this, the Mist ninjas were nearly driven to doubt their own eyes, their faces etched with disbelief. What kind of monster was this? How did he evade so many attacks? Is that the body flicker technique? A residual image from high-speed movement? Impossible. Unless it's the Reikage, no body flicker could achieve such a feat. And to dodge hundreds of attacks unscathed. Even the 4th Reikage couldn't do that. What is happening? The scene before them defied all understanding. But in the next moment, a cold whisper exploded in the ears of the Umbu captain, making his scalp tingle. Not a movement after image, but a time after image. With a flash of cold light, swift and violent as wind and thunder, blood sprayed as the captain's life was instantly taken. Since obtaining Hashirama's cells, which greatly reduced the side effects of using the Sharingan, Xiaomu had made significant progress in developing and utilizing his eye power. His left eye had advanced from the original 3rd stage of Shun to the 4th stage. Mangekyō Sharingan, left eye Shun. 4th stage, 16-fold speed boost. With this 16-fold acceleration, Zaima's instantaneous speed approached the sound barrier. Such speed was nearly comparable to a car hurtling at 1,200 km per hour. Without any technique, simply colliding with a person would turn them into pulp. If not for Hashirama's cells enhancing his physique and the vast chakra protecting his body, moving at that speed alone would have crushed him into a flat cake from air resistance. Now seeing a figure suddenly appear beside them. While their captain had already fallen, the surrounding Mist Umbu ninjas were terrified out of their wits. Yet many quickly rallied, roaring and charging at Xiaomu again. "Kill! Attack! The next second the death god moved again, vanishing instantly, leaving 2 deep craters on the deck from the recoil. At the same time, the nearest 3 mist ninjas who had seen nothing were sent flying backward, crashing into the cabin, with shattered internal organs dying on the spot. Charge. Dash. Obliterate. Unstoppable. All enemies before Shimu were instantly dismantled, erased, and terminated. One by one the mist ninjas who rushed forward fell like moths to a flame. The sharp chakra blades sliced through their necks, as easily as cutting through tender tofu, leaving a thin line of blood. Then the wound burst open, unleashing an unstoppable torrent of blood that devoured life. The ghostly figure, moving at an impossible speed, was like a phantom, elusive and predatory. Everyone it touched met instant death. No one survived. This was true efficiency, the art of speed. In the distance on the large cargo ship, Ryeo, Yueji, In, and Zaibujan were all stunned. Brother Ryeo, what's happening? Can you see it? In stammered. In his vision, he only saw explosions flashing on the distant harbor. Mist ninjas were flying backward like frightened chicks, dying instantly. Ships were being torn apart, like houses brutally ravaged and shattered, as fragile as crying girls. Meanwhile, their own young clan leader who launched the attack was completely invisible. Ryeo opened his mouth slightly, his Uchiha Sharingan straining to lock onto the young master's figure. But he could only catch a blurry outline during Zaima's momentary shifts. It's taijutsu. Pure speed. The young master's speed has surpassed the limit your eyes can capture. Yueji, who had always been taciturn, explained while activating her Uchiha Sharingan. Even she could barely follow Zaima's movements. To counter him would be impossible. Before she could react, the young master's blade would have already slit her throat. Was this the true strength of their young master? What exquisite taijutsu! Not only were Ryeo and the others deeply shaken, but Zaibujan, once an enemy, was also astounded. He couldn't believe the youth possessed such speed and power. How many times faster was this than his own mist body flicker? No wonder the brat had been so composed. With such strength, if he had wanted. During their first encounter, he could have slit Zaibujan's throat in a single stroke. And he had been so proud of his silent killing technique. Compared to this speed, his own skills were nothing. So this was the confidence that allowed him to challenge the entire Zaibujan sneered, inwardly struggling to steady his trembling right hand. Just from watching from afar, he felt the taste of fear once more. How ironic. After a moment recovering from the shock, Yueji was the first to leap off the ship and join the "Stop watching, let's move too. If the young master kills them all, what's left for us?" Ryeo pulled out a kunai and said coldly, then jumped off the deck and rushed toward the shore. "Right, wait for me," In shouted and chased after him. Seeing this, Zaibujan and his companion also quickly followed. On that day, after several of them rushed ashore, the battle at the port had evidently concluded. Over 10 cargo ships were rendered useless, and nearly 30 ninjas from the hidden mists lay dead, their bodies severed. All of them were killed with a single strike. There was not a hint of error, precision taken to the extreme. It was as if 30 chicks were tied by their feet, left to be slaughtered. These were ninjas. The terrifying of the hidden mist village. Wasn't this death too swift? Just looking at the bloody scene of carnage left one feeling uneasy and their scalp tingling. With a swift motion, Natsume flicked the blood off the chakra blade in his hand. Afterwards, he hurriedly removed his smoking shoes. His speed just now had been too fast. The immense friction between the shoe sole and the ship's deck generated so much heat that it nearly burned the sole. He had to hurry and take them off. Indeed, he needed to find time to buy a better pair of heat-resistant shoes in the future. Otherwise, every time he used Shinai, he would burn a pair of shoes, which was not cost-effective. Quickly, he took out a new pair of shoes from the spatial scroll and put them on. Only then did Natsume approach Nichiyu and the others. "What are you looking at? Is there blood on me?" "No." Silver gulped nervously. Compared to the young clan leader, the way he had slaughtered that stronghold of the land of waves seemed far too clumsy. Look at him, who had killed so many formidable ninjas. He didn't have a single drop of blood on him. It was truly ferocious. "Alright, stop standing around foolishly. Go check if there are any survivors. By the way, see if they have anything valuable on them to take as well." "But, young clan leader, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Nichiyu asked hesitantly. The Uchiha clan was mostly proud. Doing such things as rifling through bodies was indeed a bit offensive. Narrow-minded. For every 10 tails you find, the village's children can go one less day hungry and have one more meal. Isn't that worth it? You must understand, even the smallest fly is still meat. Natsume advised earnestly. Only those who have truly experienced hunger know how painful it is. Furthermore, they were killed by himself. Even if he took the bodies, it was money earned by his own efforts. Is there a problem with that? Nichiyu was taken aback and suddenly understood. Indeed, compared to the children of his own clan, rifling through corpses was not such an unspeakable act. Soon Nichiyu and Silver quickly spread out. As they checked for any missed fish, they happily rifled through the bodies. On the other side, after landing and looking at this gruesome battlefield strewn with corpses, Even someone as cold-blooded as Zabuza could not help but feel a pang in his heart. To put it bluntly, these 30 ninjas could have easily surrounded and killed him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to hide all this while. And now in just half a minute, they had all perished here. It was truly terrifying. Yet the one who slaughtered them was merely a 10-year-old boy. What kind of monster had the Uchiha clan produced? What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied with something? Natsume approached, rubbing his somewhat sore arm, smiling. Zabuza's expression was somewhat melancholic. He shook his head and said, previously when I was being hunted by these ninjas, I had fantasized countless times about turning the tables and killing them all. But now seeing them dead in front of me, I couldn't help but feel a bit of regret. Natsume, regret what? They came to kill you. Zabuza, they were good ninjas from the village, merely following the orders of the Mizukichi. I never wanted them to die. For everyone that dies, it's a great loss to the village. Natsume, but if they don't die, how will you stage a coup? How will you overthrow the 4th Mizukichi? How will you restore the Hidden Mist village to its former state? Zabuza, I know. So I won't show mercy. Once everything is over, I will come to collect their bodies and give them a proper burial. Natsume glanced at Zabuza, feeling a bit emotional. To be honest, setting aside their positions, he respected such a hard-nosed person. They dared to take responsibility, valuing loyalty and righteousness. Although a bit cold-blooded and foolish. But they were far more reassuring than those old guys from Konoha, those old schemers. With this kind of fighting style, even if the coup succeeds, there shouldn't be many capable ninjas left in the Hidden Mist, right? I understand. Let's make a deal. Natsume proposed with a smile. Zabuza immediately became vigilant, sensing that this little brat was about to trick him again. Having walked this path, he was already very clear. He could not afford to underestimate this little brat as merely a child. What do you want to do? Don't be nervous. My proposal is that after we attack the Hidden Mist village, I will do my best not to kill. I will try to just knock out your ninjas without harming their lives. How about that? Zabuza's eyes brightened. But he remained cautious. What else do you want? I have no money left. I don't want your money, I want your village's money. Let's do it this way. For a Jinin, 0 taels. For a Chunin, 5 taels. For a special Jonin, 0 taels. For a Jonin, 5 taels. For every ninja I save after you overthrow the 4th Mizukichi, you will pay me this amount in the name of the Hidden Mist. How about it? Isn't this deal fair? Natsume suggested again with a smile. After all, whether to kill or not was merely a matter of waving his hand. With a simple act, he could legitimately reap a large sum from the Hidden Mist village. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Zabuza was taken aback and was deeply tempted. In his view, although money was important, but if a coup led to all the ninjas in the village being killed, then no amount of money could save it. The other 4 great hidden villages would surely seize the opportunity to carve up their village. Using that money to save a group of Hidden Mist ninjas and preserve the village's vitality was undoubtedly very cost-effective. But I'm just a rogue ninja with no authority to manage the village's finances. Natsume hurriedly encouraged, hey, don't underestimate yourself. Once you kill the 4th Mizukichi and his supporters, won't you be a big shot in the village? It's even possible that you could sit in the position of 5th Mizukichi. At that time, wouldn't your words carry weight? Moreover, after your village pays this commission, you can also form an alliance with us and gain military support. Ensure that the other 4 great hidden villages cannot take advantage of you. It's just a matter of losing some money which can be earned back later. If at that time the money is not enough, we also support installment payments. Such a beneficial deal without any harm. Missing it would mean it's gone. Natsume's persuasion was like a demon's whisper, gradually eroding Zabuza's resolve. Zabuza shook his head vigorously. He truly could not comprehend how this little brat obsessed with money could be so powerful and skilled at deceiving others. But in the end, he still agreed. After all, he truly did not want to watch the entire Hidden Mist village bleed and be destroyed before his eyes. All right, I agree. A very wise decision. After his scheme succeeded, Natsume felt a surge of joy. He immediately called out, pick up the pace. Prepare to set off, target the Hidden Mist village. In the land of water, in the Hidden Mist village, a secluded ninja village shrouded in dense fog year-round at this moment within the Water Shadow Tower. The 4th-generation Water Shadow Yaocha Shikura sat solemnly on a leather chair listening to reports from 2 ninjas. Reporting to Lord 4th Team 7 Team 10 Teams 12 and 13 are lying in wait at the port, preparing to ambush the traitor Zabuza. This time we will surely eliminate this traitor. Understood. You all have done well. Yaocha nodded lightly, responding with an expressionless face, seemingly indifferent to Zabuza. You may leave. Understood. I take my leave. The captain hurriedly withdrew, wishing not to linger a moment longer. After the captain left, Yaocha turned his vacant gaze to another ninja half kneeling before him. Kisame Hashigaki. At your service, Lord 4th Water Shadow. I have an important task for you. Please instruct me. Look for an opportunity to kill your superior. My superior? Lord Suigetsu. May I ask why? This man has colluded with the enemy, leaking vital information of the village to foreign nations. For the sake of the village, I need you to eliminate him. Kisame was taken aback, but still calmly inquired. Why me? Suigetsu is highly wary with considerable strength. Forcibly capturing him would only lead to more casualties. But he trusts you immensely as a subordinate. As long as you lay a trap and seal his chakra, it will be easy. After completing this task, you will take his place and become my direct subordinate, continuing to contribute to the village. Yaocha narrated coldly. It was as if he had memorized his lines long ago. Kisame fell silent for a moment, then responded quietly, it seems I have no reason to refuse. Although I know there are some unreasonable aspects to this task. Since it is a direct order from Lord Fourth Water Shadow, I have no choice but to accept. Because no one knows better than himself the capabilities of his superior Suigetsu. Since the Water Shadow has already set his sights on him to kill if he does not act, the Water Shadow will send more people to do it. In that case, with Suigetsu's strength, it would cause even greater casualties. More mist ninjas would die tragically. Therefore, apart from himself, no one else could end this farce at the least cost. After all, he was already a person stained with the blood of his comrades. He wouldn't mind bearing another sin. Tisk, what a hypocritical world. Kisame sighed inwardly. Then after a farewell, he prepared to leave and began to plan how to execute this task. However, just as Kisame stepped out of the room, outside the window in the distance from the direction of the main gate of the hidden mist village, a loud voice, filled with thick chakra, suddenly rang out. It startled the entire village. Hey, Moshi Moshi, is anyone there? I'm here to kick the village. That guy Yaocha the Fourth Water Shadow come out and die. Such arrogant provocation made Kisame tremble. He quickly said, could it be that someone has reached the village? Lord Water Shadow, I will go check it out. Saying this, Kisame leaped out of the window, rushing towards the village. Just moments after Kisame jumped out inside the room, the fourth generation Water Shadow Yaocha still sat in his chair with a vacant expression. However, from the shadow behind the chair, a figure wearing a spiral mask gradually emerged. Murmuring to himself this voice. It's Uchiha Natsume. That little brat, how did he end up here? Damn. He actually dares to provoke the entire hidden mist village. But it's also good. Take this opportunity to see if I can eliminate this variable with the power of the mist. With a sinister smile, the figure Tachiko faded back into the darkness. Under his control, the seated fourth generation Water Shadow Yaocha suddenly stood up and began heading towards the village entrance. At this moment, at the entrance of the hidden mist village, Natsume and his group of 6 were quickly surrounded by a large number of arriving mist ninjas. It was clear to see that there were relatively few male ninjas among them. A glance revealed dozens of fair-skinned female ninjas' thighs enticing to behold. It was evident that the hidden mist village was indeed in a state of female dominance over males. It was time to replenish some yang energy. However, the strength of these ninjas was not particularly high. Moreover, there stood the famous mist ninja Zabuza Momochi in front. Thus, the mist ninjas did not recklessly attack. Young clan leader, do you think we are being too high profile? Silver wiped the sweat from his palms, nervously asking. Having grown up this much, it was his first time standing at the doorstep of one of the 5 great hidden villages, the hidden mist village, provoking so arrogantly. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. He just hoped that the young clan leader could display remarkable power and cut through the entire hidden mist village. Soon a major Umbu captain arrived. Suigetsu Hozuki, a chubby figure with orange curly hair, 3 pairs of green stripes tattooed on his face, carrying the big sword Samahata, looking rather foolish. Yet this man was one of the first members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and the original wielder of the big sword Samahata. He was considered a high-ranking, influential figure in the hidden mist village. For years he had been undertaking underground tasks with deep foresight and a strong sense of vigilance, even drawing the attention of Tachiko. After all, this guy had once barely survived against Might Guy, who opened the 8 gates. His strength had already firmly stepped into the threshold of a Kage. At this moment, upon arriving, he recognized Zabuza at first glance and immediately shouted, Zabuza, you traitor, how dare you come back? What about the Umbu ninjas sent to kill you? Zabuza replied indifferently, they are all dead. Wow. The surrounding ninjas were taken aback. After all, the Umbu ninjas sent to hunt Zabuza were quite a number, almost matching 1/5 of the village's Umbu forces. Did they all get killed by Zabuza? Where did he get such strength? In that case, isn't he now blocking the village gate? Bastard. You're seeking death. Suigetsu yelled angrily, gritting his teeth, his expression showing he wanted to rip Zabuza apart. However, he did not draw his sword Samahata. Instead, he secretly gave Zabuza a look that only the latter would understand. Zabuza quickly returned a gaze rich in meaning. The two exchanged glances, and to an outsider it might seem as if they were flirting with each other. Thus, just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as if a great battle was about to break out, several high-ranking figures from the hidden mist village arrived in succession. Is that Master Yuan? Master Yuan is here too. A stir arose in the crowd. Meanwhile, in the distance, an elderly figure leaning on a snake-shaped wooden staff was slowly approaching, supported by 2 people. The figure was none other than the elder of the Hidden Mist Village, Master Yuan. He held equal power and status to the Water Shadow, and managed most of the village's livelihood affairs, with most important matters in the village requiring his consultation. The two people assisting the elder were his trusted aide Ganbai, and a young striking figure, the village's rising ninja Terumi. As they watched the approaching figure with long curly brown hair, emerald green eyes, and a mature graceful figure who would be the future fifth Water Shadow Terumi, Natsume couldn't help but feel delighted. A beautiful female ninja, who wouldn't like that? After all, appreciating beauty is itself an art. Of course, Natsume was also aware that he was here for serious business. How could mere beauty affect him? Absolutely impossible. Zai Bujan, what exactly are you trying to do? Yuan Shi stomped his staff heavily, exuding an imposing aura without anger, and questioned loudly. Similarly, Zhao Meiming, standing beside Yuan Shi, looked at Zai Bujan with an expression of profound beauty. In the past, Zai Bujan had opposed the blood mist policy implemented by the 4th Mizukage, even questioning the 4th Mizukage Yagura himself, thereby launching a coup. After failing, he fled. She was aware of this. Even many like-minded ninjas in the village knew about it. Moreover, they would secretly offer assistance to Zai Bujan, maintain contact with him, and provide information on Umbu movements. Among them, Ziguishin Hatungui was one. Zhao Meiming was also. Otherwise, relying solely on Zai Bujan alone, it would have been impossible for him to evade the relentless pursuit of the Kirigakure Umbu all these years. Thus, Zhao Meiming could not understand. Why did Zai Bujan choose to return to the village precisely at this time, seeking death? Did he truly believe that he alone, along with a few foreign ninjas behind him, could match the entire Hidden Mist Village? Zai Bujan took a step forward, his gaze firm as he looked at Yuan Shi, and said in a deep voice, "Elder Yuan Shi, I have returned to challenge the 4th Mizukage Yagura. Although I once launched a coup, failed, and defected, I am still a ninja of the Hidden Mist. I believe everyone here is aware of the years under the 4th Mizukage's rule. What has become of our Hidden Mist Village? Has it grown prosperous? Has it become strong? No. On the contrary, in these years, harsh governance has prevailed, the number of ninjas has dwindled, and everyone is in fear. If this continues, the Hidden Mist Village will eventually perish. And I today am here to overthrow the 4th Mizukage and rebuild the Hidden Mist Village." Zai Bujan swung his greatsword, declaring with unwavering resolve. He was not a man of eloquence, but these words had been bottled up inside him for years. Today it was indeed time to vent them, even if what awaited him was death. Upon hearing this, the hundreds of Kirigakure ninjas around could not help but darken in spirit. As people of the Hidden Mist, how could they not sense the changes in the village over the years? However, they were all forced into silence by the oppressive policies of the 3rd and 4th Mizukages, daring not to speak out. Now Zai Bujan had openly pointed it out. Recalling the glories of the past, these Kirigakure ninjas felt a bitter ache in their hearts, remaining silent in defeat. At the same time, watching Zai Bujan diminish the enemy's morale with mere words, Shimu could not help but admire. The art of speech is truly formidable. Tisk tisk tsk. Zai Bujan, I never knew you had a talent for oratory. But mere words won't do. Can we start fighting soon? I haven't had dinner yet, and I want to eat after we— Shimu urged, growing impatient. He had been on a boat all day. He was already hungry. He just wanted to finish the fight early and have his meal. Zai Bujan's expression darkened slightly. He felt that this kid was truly brimming with confidence. However, he was not wrong. No matter how much he spoke, in the end it would have to be settled by force. If he could not defeat the 4th Mizukage Yagura, everything would be empty talk. Cough cough. Zai Bujan, I understand your feelings. But unfortunately, the path of coup you have chosen is wrong. Moreover, as a rogue ninja, the village can no longer tolerate you. Surrender obediently. Yuan Shi coughed twice heavily and advised him earnestly. But before he could finish his words, whoosh! With a sound of breaking air, another figure suddenly leaped into the crowd and faced Zai Bujan and his party directly. Without a doubt, it was the 4th Mizukage Goju Shirtsong, who had just arrived. Upon his arrival, his cold and powerful aura suppressed the surrounding Kirigakure ninjas, causing them all to pause in their breaths. At the same time, he merely glanced at Zai Bujan and the others standing far beyond the gate. Then, without a single superfluous word, he coldly commanded, "Kill." As soon as the 4th Mizukage gave the order, dozens of Umbu ninjas lurking in the shadows charged out, without hesitation, heading straight for Zai Bujan and his group. The great battle erupted instantly. Seeing the clash at the village entrance, Zhao Meiming and the others quickly escorted the elder Yuan Shi to retreat. Quan Bingwei, hurry and evacuate the nearby villagers, and notify the barrier team to set up a defensive barrier. This battle does not seem like it will end easily. Elder Yuan Shi quickly instructed. Understood. Quan Bingwei acknowledged the order and hurried off to evacuate the villagers. Meanwhile, Zhao Meiming could not help but whisper, "Elder, this might be an opportunity. Should we join in?" "Not yet. Wait a little longer. The situation is still unclear. Unless the external reinforcements Zaibujan brought truly have the strength to defeat Yagura. Otherwise, if we act now, it will only be a wasted effort. Yuanshi lowered his hoarse voice and whispered to Zhao Meiming beside him. In fact, as an old fossil over 80 years old, Yuanshi had observed the birth and development of the entire Hidden Mist village step by step. He knew each Mizukage like the back of his hand. Therefore, how could he not sense that the third Mizukage and the fourth Mizukage Yagura had undergone a sudden change in temperament overnight, implementing the cruel blood mist village policy? Thus, he had long suspected that the fourth Mizukage Yagura was problematic, but constrained by Yagura's formidable power and his status as Mizukage, and bearing the fate of the entire Hidden Mist, he had always been wary and dared not act. He had been lying low, waiting for a good opportunity to overthrow Yagura's rule in one fell swoop. As for whether now was a good opportunity, it depended on whether Zaibujan and his group could deliver. That guy who dared to challenge the entire village must have some backing, right? All right, then we'll wait a little longer. Zhao Meiming bit her red lips and nodded heavily. She quickly turned her gaze to the battlefield. At this moment, dusk was like ink and the mist was like water. The attacks launched by dozens of Kirigakure Umbu ninjas were like a torrential downpour, blocking out the sky and covering the earth, leaving no place to hide. The myriad of ninjutsu was dazzling and overwhelming, impossible to counter in time. Even Zaibujan and Ryeo felt a slight tremor in their hearts. Clearly, before possessing absolute power, a sufficient number of attacks could still overwhelm an enemy. The saying, ants gnawing an elephant to death, was not without reason. But this time, unfortunately for them, among their ranks was someone with absolute power. Susanoo, activate. Shimu did not hesitate to summon Susanoo. In an instant, the crimson skeletal Susanoo like a demon god rose from the ground once more, and it directly manifested chakra flesh and an outer garment enveloping the skeleton, entering its second form. It covered Shimu, Ryeo, Zaibujan, and the others within it. Boom, boom, boom. Countless ninjutsu kunai shuriken rained down upon Susanoo like a storm. But these attacks failed to shake Susanoo in the slightest. They were like tofu colliding violently against a rock, instantly shattering and crumbling. Susanoo, the strongest defensive technique in the ninja world, was no exaggeration. Moreover, with the support of ample chakra and Hashirama cells, Shimu was now driving Susanoo with almost no burden, far more effortlessly than before. Are you all my turn? Shimu chuckled lightly. Manipulating Susanoo, he waved his giant hand and drew out a massive chakra blade. Of course, he did not use the spiritual Kunwu blade, fearing that its power might be too great and kill the enemy outright. The next moment, Susanoo gripped the blade and swung it fiercely, sending gusts of wind like waves. However, it struck with the flat side of the blade. Slap, slap. 3 Kirigakure ninjas in succession were hit by the massive blade. Instantly, they were sent flying like shot marbles, crashing backward dozens of meters, smashing through several houses and knocking them unconscious on the spot. Fortunately, Shimu had controlled his strength. Otherwise, those 3 would have been pounded into meat paste. This fierce and brutal scene stunned the crowd of Kirigakure Umbu ninjas, causing them to hesitate and halt. Come on, bring more. Don't stop attacking. This strike, 500,000. This strike, this one 5 million. This blow 10 million. Ha ha ha. Making a fortune. In the mist, and under the drizzle, the young man piloting the towering Susanoo like a demon god was wildly swinging his blades, slapping, venting, laughing, and raging. As if he were not knocking out enemies, but harvesting buckets of gold and silver. Countless Kirigakure ninjas were horrified, their scalps tingling and legs trembling. What is this? Mangekyō Sharingan. Susan. In the distance, watching the crimson demonic phantom that manifested its divine might in the rain. Elder Jin of the Mist could not help but exclaim. Nearly 60 years had passed. This scene before him stirred memories of a bygone era. The patriarch of the Uchiha clan in the final years of the Warring States period, Madara. The same terrifying power, the same invincibility. After all these years, had the Uchiha clan produced another such monstrosity? And so young, impossibly young. This is the reinforcement Zabuza brought. There's a chance. Jin's eyes lit up as if he saw hope. He was well aware of the might of the Mangekyō Sharingan and Susanoo. It was absolutely enough to rival the power of a tailed beast. And it seemed that the young Uchiha hadn't struck with lethal intent. Who knew what deal he had struck with Zabuza? But as long as the 4th Mizukage could be overthrown, paying some price was worthwhile. Besides, such a young child probably wouldn't be too greedy. Elder, this? Mei Terumi suppressed the shock in her heart and asked in a low voice. Jin, prepare. When I give the signal, move. Mei Terumi's eyes brightened and she quickly replied, understood. Then she immediately went to make arrangements. Meanwhile, aside from the majority of Umbu who had joined the battle at the 4th Mizukage Yagura's command, a small number of Umbu held back, refraining from rashly joining. Their leader was none other than Ziguishin Hitangue. Captain, is that you, Kisame? You finally made it. Zigwashin turned around seeing Kisame approaching stealthily and felt a slight relief. Captain, aren't we going to fight? Wait. Tell me, do you think you could withstand a single strike from that guy? Zigwashin pointed at the towering Susanoo and asked, still shaken. With such might, even he himself might not be able to block a single blow, let alone Kisame. Kisame fell silent. As an honest man, he would not utter boastful words. He couldn't withstand it, and he knew it. Kisame, let me ask you something. Do you pledge loyalty to the 4th Mizuki or to the village? Zigwashin asked again, his voice heavy. Kisame was taken aback, as if vaguely sensing something. The village, of course. Good. Then follow my orders when the time comes. Understood. Zigwashin reached out a large hand, patted Kisame on the back, and instructed solemnly. The battle was fierce. Within moments, the gates of the hidden mist village and over a dozen surrounding buildings had collapsed under the shockwaves of the skirmish, a testament to the devastating power of Susanoo in combat. Yet the intense fight also ended swiftly. Tempted by the promise of 1 million per Shamu controlled Susanoo to unleash a ferocious assault, striking with exhilarating abandon. In less than half a minute, he had swept through dozens of Umbu ninja. Of course, he deliberately restrained his strength. Apart from 1 or 2 careless ninja, who collided with Susanoo's blade and died instantly. The majority of the Umbu were merely knocked unconscious by the blunt edge of the blade. None were fatally wounded. After all, every surviving ninja meant silver coins that the mist would have to pay him. How could Shimu possibly quarrel with money? As his own Umbu forces crumbled rapidly, the 4th Mizuki Jigura, under mental control, remained expressionless. He seemed utterly indifferent to the fate of those Umbu ninja. Or perhaps he intended to use them to exhaust. On Zayama's side, after dispatching the small fry, he wasted no words. He raised his blade once more and aimed directly at the distant 4th Mizuki Jigura. Mizuki-jessama. Lord 4th. Voices cried out from the crowd, warning him. Clearly, even the most tyrannical ruler. As long as there were benefits to be gained, there would never be a shortage of lackeys willing to fight for him. The next moment, just as the blade was about to fall, a massive surge of chakra erupted from within Jigura. Undoubtedly, it was the chakra of the 3 Tails Isabu. In an instant, the dark red chakra of the 3 Tails enveloped Jigura's entire body, sending him into a partial tailed beast transformation, revealing 3 dark red tails, drastically enhancing Jigura's overall combat prowess. With a resonant clang, the partially transformed Jigura roared to the heavens, extending a pair of claws to directly block Susanoo's slash. A metallic clash erupted, shaking the surroundings. The tremendous recoil generated a gale that spread outward. The partially transformed Jigura was forced to slide back over 10 meters, leaving long trenches in the ground. Yet thanks to the formidable defensive power of the tailed beast coat, it managed to withstand the blow, suffering only minor shock damage. This demonstrated the immense strength of a tailed beast. Interesting, it actually blocked that strike. It seems this blade isn't sharp enough. Then let's switch to another. Shimu raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. If there was something that couldn't be cut, it only meant either your strength was insufficient or your blade was not good enough. Zayama's own strength was certainly sufficient. Moreover, he happened to possess a divine blade capable of spiritual weaponization. The next moment, the chakra greatsword dissipated. Then a crimson radiance blossomed in Susanoo's hand. The divine artifact Kunwu blade instantly transformed, becoming a spiritual weapon longsword over 20 meters in length. Again, try this slash. A brilliant blade light descended like a falling meteor, too fast for Jigura to react. Under the blade, the partially transformed Jigura let out a strange cry. Once again, he swung his claws, preparing to endure. But this time the sharp blade light far surpassed the previous strike. Clang. The incredibly hard and astonishingly defensive tailed beast coat, which could even resist the piercing of the Kusanagi sword, crumbled under the edge of the Kunwu blade. It could not hold for even half a second. The blade severed the claws, cutting off one of its tails, and the entire blood splattered everywhere. The entire scene was stunned into silence. Although in the later stages, when cheaters run rampant, the tailed beasts may appear weak. Yet in normal times, each tailed beast with its full power unleashed possesses at least the strength of a peak cage level. Otherwise, the tailed beasts would not have been distributed among the villages to maintain balance. And the 9 tails, even half of it, likely boasted power beyond the threshold of transcendent cage level. Otherwise, half-tailed Naruto would not have forced the 6 paths of pain to change their fighting style drastically. Therefore, a Jinchuriki and a perfect Jinchuriki are fundamentally 2 different concepts. The gap is even larger than that between an ordinary Kage and a peak Kage. Hence, even a half-tailed Jigura, the 4th Mizukage, possessed strength close to the upper tier of cage level. His indestructible dark red-tailed beast cloak rendered most ninjutsu ineffective. There was simply no way to break through it. This was why, despite the mist ninja's deep resentment toward Jigura's tyranny, no one could rebel against him. However, at this very moment, they never imagined that someone could actually tear through the tailed beast cloak's defenses and sever Yagura's left arm and tail. Gazing at Yagura in the distance, Natsume let out a contemptuous snort, barely deflecting the blade with his claws. If not for that single slash would have cleaved him in two, not just severing an arm and a tail. But a Jinchuriki's vitality is already formidable, further protected by tailed beast chakra. Though the injury was severe, it likely wouldn't prove fatal. Sure enough, before the dust had even settled, Natsume clearly sensed an even larger surge of chakra rapidly gathering within the haze. The next moment, the rapidly condensing high-density chakra sucked away the surrounding dust, revealing the half-tailed Yagura, who was indeed forming an ink-black energy sphere in his mouth. Damn, it's the tailed beast ball. Several remaining mist ninjas nearby cried out in alarm. The tailed beast ball was no joke. It was a sphere formed by compressing tailed beast chakra in a specific ratio, possessing immense density and energy. Once fired, it could cause devastating destruction with an extremely wide blast radius. Ordinary ninjas caught in its path would face certain death. TCH. Firing a tailed beast ball right at the village gate. What madness. Natsume sneered. Then he glanced back at Ryeo and the others sheltered within his Susanoo. On his own, he could easily dodge the tailed beast ball. But then he couldn't protect Ryeo and the others, or the unconscious mist ninjas scattered around worth tens of millions of Ryo. No choice but to withstand it. Hiden. Summoning technique triple Rashomon. Natsume swiftly weaved hand signs. Just before Yagura released the tailed beast ball, 3 colossal Rashomon gates rose from the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 massive gates landed, blocking Natsume's path. Simultaneously, the tailed beast ball erupted. A blinding light engulfed everything in its line of fire, including the 3 Rashomon gates with their astonishing defensive power. At the same time, countless mist ninjas fled in panic. After all, a tailed beast ball of such might. If they were too slow and got caught in it, they would be utterly annihilated. Seeing Yagura disregard the village's safety and even unleash the tailed beast ball, Terumi Mei and the other mist ninjas felt even more disillusioned and resentful. Elder. Terumi Mei began to speak, but she genuinely wondered who could withstand such a devastating blast. Don't worry. The defense of Rashomon combined with Susanoo is not so easily broken. That Uchiha brat shouldn't be dead yet. Yuan Shi replied calmly, though even he had no certainty of the outcome. Soon the intense light faded, revealing the aftermath of the tailed beast ball's impact. A colossal trench stretching hundreds of meters long and dozens of meters wide appeared before everyone's eyes. Yet the towering Susanoo still stood firm in place. I'm not dead. My eyes hurt so much. They're stinging. Ian lay on the ground, alternating between surprise and pain as he rubbed his eyes. He wore an expression of relief at having narrowly escaped death. Just moments ago, as the tailed beast ball came roaring and devouring everything, he had thought his end had come. Yet he had survived. Quickly he used his dojutsu to soothe the stinging pain in his eyes, and looked up. Only then did he see that the 3 Rashomon gates summoned by the young clan head had all been shattered, and the Susanoo of the young clan head, which had shielded them, had its cloak and flesh torn away by the residual power of the tailed beast ball, reduced to a skeletal frame protecting them. That it could break through 3 Rashomon gates and still strip away most of Susanoo's defense was testament to the terrifying power of this tailed beast ball. If they had been fully exposed to this attack, they would have been utterly obliterated. Still alive? Natsume asked Ryeo and the others. Alive? Yuji was the first to rise, grabbing Ryeo and Ian, who had fallen to the ground, and yanking them up. On the other side, Zabuza held tightly to Bai behind him. If you're not dead, retreat at once. This battle is beyond your level. Go around and move those unconscious mist ninjas away. Those are all valuable bounty heads. Yuji rolled her eyes in exasperation. Her young clan head was truly ruthless. Even in the midst of such a fierce battle, he still had his mind on money. But she obediently followed his orders. Immediately, she led Ryeo and the others out of the Susanoo's protection range and withdrew to a safe distance. Seeing Yuji retreat, Natsume once again fixed his gaze on Yagura, the 4th Mizukage, in the distance. That tailed beast ball had certainly made him look rather haggard. No more dilly-dallying, it was time to end this quickly. Natsume took a step forward, channeling the power of his eyes and his chakra, restoring Susanoo's skeletal frame with muscle and cloak, returning it to its second form. At the same time, with the chakra boost, the spirit weapon Kunwa blade in his hand swelled to over 30 meters in length, towering as high as a 10-story building. Then, with murderous intent thick enough to choke, he charged straight at Yagura in the distance. In an instant, even the enemy who had withstood the tailed beast ball now felt the threat of death from Natsume. This time Yagura dared not hold back his remaining strength. With a savage roar, he fully released the seal on the 3 tails Isabu, beginning complete tailed beast transformation. In moments, a colossal turtle dozens of meters long, covered in spikes, and sporting three tails descended with a thunderous crash. The mere chakra hurricane it kicked up pressed down on many distant mist ninjas, nearly forcing them to their knees. And the fully tailed three tails Isabu, once revealed, immediately opened its massive mouth, once more preparing to fire another tailed beast ball. A mere little turtle putting on airs. Die! Natsume roared, and how could he give the three tails another chance to fire a tailed beast ball? He swung his blade horizontally. A flash of light streaked across, instantly severing half of the three tails' lower jaw, interrupting its tailed beast ball formation. Then the towering Susanoo threw a heavy punch, slamming fiercely into Isabu's shell. Boom! The gargantuan turtle let out a pained roar and was smashed to the ground, shaking the entire area. But it wasn't over yet. Natsume struck again. He twisted his massive blade and slashed at Isabu's three tails. Shoo! The blade cut through the air and three enormous tails shot into the sky, severed cleanly. Thus a mighty-tailed beast was toyed with like a mere chick. Such a frenzied spectacle left countless mist ninjas stunned, frozen in place, utterly at a loss. With its tail severed, mouth injured and firmly suppressed by Susanoo, the once formidable three-tailed Isabu now seemed hollow, its strength diminished to less than a tenth of its former might. It lay prostrate on the ground, as if resigned to slaughter. Simultaneously, Isabu desperately flailed its four massive legs, attempting to contract its body and retreat back into the Jinchuriki's seal. Damn. The outside is too dangerous. I'm not coming out again. Let me back. That brat Yagura is trying to doom me. Such a fierce enemy. I can't beat him either. Isabu roared, inwardly cursing and despairing. He felt that if he didn't shrink back soon, he would die here. Though after death, he would eventually reform and revive. Still, it was unbearable. If not necessary, it was best to avoid death. Yet just as he struggled halfway, he noticed the figure of Susanoo before him gradually dissipating, slowly revealing the true form of that young Uchiha. Is he ready to stop? Has that brat truly been intimidated by my kingly aura? Isabu felt a flicker of joy, then elation. But before he could fully revel, his eyes met those of the young. Damn, it's Mangekyō Sharingan. I've been caught. Isabu jolted in alarm. But before he could finish, the entire tailed beast's consciousness was enveloped and dominated by the infinite Jinjutsu power of the Sharingan. Admittedly, tailed beasts were mighty, but their mental resistance was weak. With sufficient ocular power, even the formidable nine tails could be controlled by the Mangekyō Sharingan. Although Natsume's Sharingan was not oriented toward Jinjutsu and could not match Itachi's Tsukuyomi, controlling a severely wounded average-strength three-tailed Isabu was still feasible. No problem at all. As for why he didn't use the Mangekyō to release the fourth Mizukage Yagura's mind control from the start, he had already tried. In a short time, he simply couldn't break it. After all, the Sharingan differed from the Byakugan. It couldn't directly sever the control of ocular power. One had to use stronger ocular power to overwrite and erase the mental domination of the controlled. Yagura had been under Obito's control for years. Each application of the technique deepened the control. If stacking buffs, it must have reached 99 layers. Even if Natsume could break these ocular chains, it would take an inordinate amount of time, more loss than gain. It was better to launch a fierce assault and force the three tails out of Yagura's body. After all, Yagura's Jinjutsu was tough to unravel, but controlling Isabu was not difficult. Soon Isabu, now subdued by Natsume's Mangekyō Sharingan, ceased struggling. It lay quietly at the entrance of the hidden mist village, motionless. But Natsume could clearly sense a stubborn power within the three tails, still resisting his ocular might. Evidently, Yagura, as the Jinchuriki, continued to resist, attempting to provoke Isabu into breaking free from Natsume's control. Given enough time, his dominance as a perfect Jinchuriki over the tailed beast might indeed allow Isabu to break free. But Natsume naturally would not give him that chance. Perfect, let's try this jutsu. Sealing technique, contract. Natsume formed hand seals and pressed them onto Isabu, executing the technique instantly. The contract seal was one of the unique seals created by the Uzumaki clan. Once performed, it could effectively sever the contractual bond between an enemy and their summoning beast. The fourth Hokage had once used this jutsu to free the nine tails from Obito's control. Although the relationship between a Jinchuriki and a tailed beast differed slightly from that between a ninja and a summon, it still relied on seals and contracts to dominate the beast. Whether it worked or not, trying would reveal the answer. In a distant shadow, Obito, who had witnessed the entire battle, could not help but exclaim inwardly, "Contract seal. That brat even knows the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Crap. He intends to extract the three tails from Yagura's body. Damn it, I have to stop him." He himself had fallen victim to this very technique, allowing Minato Sensei to sever his control over the nine tails. How could Obito forget? Initially, he had planned to use the entire hidden mist village and the power of the three tails to exhaust Natsume, then strike at the opportune moment for a lethal blow. But he never imagined that in just a few days Natsume's strength had skyrocketed yet again. Now he could easily defeat dozens of ninjas, and even a tailed beast. The brat's growth rate was truly terrifying. And at this moment, he even intended to separate the tailed beast from its Jinchuriki. Every tailed beast was a crucial pillar of the Moon's Eye plan. How could Obito stand by and do nothing? Yet just as he prepared to act, he saw that brat hundreds of meters away, while restraining the three tails, turn his... That glance carried fierce, killing intent and outright threat. A warning that said, if you dare come out, be prepared to die. Obito sharply inhaled and retracted his foot. That kid has sensed me. Damn it. Was it an accident? Or has he known all along that I was controlling the fourth Mizukage? Impossible. How could... Obito shook his head vehemently, filled with doubt. Strangely, he felt an absurd sensation, as if even the color of his underwear were exposed to the opponent. This feeling was too terrifying. And since the brat already knows of my presence, any sneak attack I attempt will be difficult to succeed. Damn, must I abandon the hidden mist village? Abandon the three tails? Obito ground his teeth in frustration, deeply displeased. At this moment, witnessing Isabu pummeled to the ground and stripped of resistance, the assembled ninjas of the mist, including Jinji Terumi, Mei Suikazen, and Kisame, were all astounded. Then came an overwhelming surge of joy. The opportunity is here. The opportunity is here. Hurry, act now, Jinji ordered, leaning on his staff. Yagura's devastating defeat and the three tails crippling. There could be no better chance. This was the one and only opportunity to overthrow the fourth Mizukage's tyranny and liberate the entire hidden mist village. For this, the long-prepared Jinji and Suikazen instantly struck, seizing the moment to purge the remaining violent supporters of the fourth Mizukage within the village. However, the dramatic turn in the battlefield's center once again left the mist ninjas dumbfounded and had under their horrified gaze as the contract seal's incantation appeared. The link between the colossal three-tailed Isabu and its Jinchuriki, the fourth Mizukage Yagura, rapidly severed. The contract seal took effect. Vast amounts of tailed beast chakra began to be stripped from Yagura. In no time, the entire three-tailed Isabu was completely extracted. The contract seal took effect. Vast amounts of tailed beast chakra began to be stripped from Yagura. In no time, the entire three-tailed Isabu was completely extracted, collapsed in a puddle of water, barely alive. Thus, the strongest combat power of the entire mist village had finally fallen. This battle to overthrow the regime, which would surely shake the ninja world, had come to a temporary close. The rain kept pouring and the wind howled incessantly. The desolate dusk gradually descended. Although the great battle at the village entrance had come to a close, the localized skirmishes within the village were still ongoing. Numerous ninjas, long dissatisfied with the village's tyranny, swiftly launched a purge against the remaining loyalists of the fourth Hokage under the directives of the higher-ups such as Yuan Shi and Shigua Mountain. There was no doubt that today the entire Wuin village would undergo a significant transformation. As for how many ninjas would remain to preserve the village's fresh blood, that was no longer a concern for Natsume. Regardless, he had already secured his own profit. Nichiyo-jin. Here, Nichiyo and a few others quickly jumped over. Go and count the number and strength of the Wuin Umbu ninjas I knocked out. Not a single one should be missed, those are all precious silver coins. Natsume quickly instructed. Lives could be lost, and everything else could be negotiated. But this money must not be overlooked. Understood. The few of them acknowledged the order and immediately got to work. Then Natsume waved towards Zabuza in the distance, observing the battlefield, which looked like a horrific scene after a hurricane. At this moment, Zabuza was somewhat dazed. He never expected that the Uchiha boy had actually succeeded. He truly managed to single-handedly take down a large portion of Wuin and the fourth Hokage Yagura. This was outrageous. He had even previously thought about killing this little brat with a single strike. In hindsight, it was already fortunate that the other party hadn't crushed him with a single blow. But why was he coming? Could it be that he was about to turn hostile? Zabuza, with a nervous heart, gestured for Haku behind him to step aside, and then walked towards Natsume alone. Master Natsume. Zabuza stammered slightly. Having been accustomed to a life on the run for years, he clearly wasn't used to using such respectful terms. Unfortunately, for the sake of the village, he had to lower his stance a bit. Don't be so formal. After all, we are in a solid commission and cooperative relationship. Let's go and meet your Lord Hokage for the last time. Natsume chuckled and walked away with Zabuza. Soon the two arrived beside the fourth Hokage Yagura. At this moment, Yagura was covered in blood, with his left arm severed and his breath was weak. He was indeed on the brink of death. However, thanks to the immense backlash from the tailed beast's extraction, his consciousness finally broke free from the control of the illusion, gaining a fleeting moment of clarity. This was evident from his now non-vacant eyes. Zabuza. Yagura opened his eyes slightly, recognizing the visitor. Lord Yagura too. Upon seeing Yagura return to normal, Zabuza instantly broke into tears, making even this hardened warrior shed tears. It also made him unable to help but reminisce. Years ago, that man who stepped forward during the shadow of the third great ninja war, voluntarily sealing the tailed beast to become its Jinchuriki, and who first ascended to the position of Hokage, leading the entire Wuin village towards revival and prosperity, Lord Yagura. At that time, Yagura was the hope of the entire village, the object of admiration and aspiration for all students in the Ninja Academy. Zabuza, Terumi, Meikisame, and other newcomers were all eager to follow the fourth Hokage and revive the entire Wuin village. Unfortunately, after that day, everything changed. The once industrious and vibrant Lord Yagura underwent a drastic personality shift overnight, reinstating the blood mist policy of the third Hokage. Once again, the village was shrouded in a mist of blood. It was then that Zabuza, forced to slaughter all his peers from the same graduating class, chose to betray and instigate a coup. Until the coup failed, he escaped the village and wandered until now. Now he returned with help and overthrew the brutal rule of the fourth Hokage. All of this was truly lamentable. Yet regardless of everything, the respect Zabuza held in his heart for the once fourth Hokage Yagura had not faded away. I'm sorry. It was I who was controlled and harmed the entire village. Zabuza, you did very, very well. Yagura rasped, struggling to speak as he clung to his last breath. Regret, sorrow, pain, resentment, relief. Various complex emotions filled his face. Who knows how Natsume discerns so many emotions? At that moment, from a distance, the elderly Yuan Shi, the alluring Terumi Mei, and the composed Quan Bingwei, and others also approached. As they watched the fourth Hokage Yagura finally regain his senses before his death, everyone was misty-eyed and deeply moved. Yagura. Yuan Shi tightly gripped his cane, expressing his regret. After all, it was he who had pushed the most valued and talented boy Yagura to the position of fourth Hokage. Lord Yuan Shi, I'm sorry. Zabuza, Terumi Mei, and Lord Yuan Shi. The future of the village is in your hands. To truly apologize. As soon as he finished speaking, Yagura breathed his last breath. The fourth Hokage officially declared his death. The rain continued to fall softly. The sky was almost completely dark. The surroundings were shrouded in a sorrowful and painful atmosphere. Natsume had never liked to comment too much on the dead. People are complex. Life is complex, and the human heart is even more complicated, to the point of giving one goosebumps. To have persecuted Wuin village to such a state today, Yagura was guilty, Obito was guilty, and even all Wuin ninjas were guilty. At this moment, probing into who was right and who was wrong was already meaningless. Moreover, if it weren't for Wein's weakness and being easier to bully, he probably wouldn't have chosen to strike against Wuin village. And now, since victory had already been achieved, why bother considering those troublesome matters? The most important thing was to swiftly and thoroughly enjoy the fruits of victory. You are the elder of Wuin village, Yuan Shi. Natsume glanced at the old man and asked. Indeed, it is this old one. Yuan Shi nodded kindly in response. At the same time, Zabuza immediately leaned in, whispering a few explanations. Yuan Shi's heart jolted, and he suddenly understood. But he quickly suppressed his emotions and complimented. So it is Lord Natsume from the Enkai village. I have heard of your great reputation, and didn't expect you to be so young. On behalf of the entire Wuin village, I sincerely thank Lord Natsume for your assistance. Natsume waved his hand, interrupting. All right, let's skip the formalities. Considering your current state, you probably had plans for a coup long ago. Besides, you have a lot to deal with now, right? So let's discuss the main matters after you finish handling everything and elect someone capable of making decisions for the village tomorrow. Yuan Shi nodded his evaluation of this young man, rising a few notches. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Natsume. But now, Natsume raised an eyebrow and said directly, now hurry and bring out the best service your village has. The best hot springs, the best food, the best massages, the best service. Not a single item can be missing. Understood. In short, in Natsume's view, having finally conquered one of the 5 great hidden villages, he must enjoy the taste of victory. Today, he wouldn't leave Wuin village without fully enjoying it. All right. I will have someone arrange it immediately. Lord Natsume, please come inside. Yuan Shi's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed, quickly inviting. He wasn't worried at all about this little brat being extravagant. He only feared that the other party wouldn't be greedy and lustful. After all, such people would demand even more. So much that the current Wuin village would be unable to bear it. Instead, it was these worldly desires that were the cheapest and most presentable services for the village. Thus, upon hearing Natsume's worldly requests, he relaxed and felt a bit relieved. Otherwise, if the remaining villagers combined probably wouldn't be a match for this Uchiha Natsume. As Natsume and the others entered the village, Yuan Shi quickly arranged for a few people beside him, saying, Zabuza, Quan Bingwei, you come with me. There are still many matters to attend to. Shigua Mountain, you are temporarily responsible for taking over the Umbu. First, do your best to tally the casualties and stabilize the Umbu situation. Understood. Zabuza and the others all acknowledged the order, not daring to hesitate. Then Yuan Shi turned to Terumi Mei and earnestly instructed, May, set aside what you're doing for now. You will be in charge of receiving that young lord. Huh, me, Whatever he requests, do your utmost to fulfill it. Given the village's current situation, you absolutely must not make an enemy of him. Besides, that kid, while strong, looks to be just over 10 years old. I doubt he will make excessive demands. It's all on you. Can you manage it? I will do my best. Terumi May bit her lip and said firmly. For the sake of the village, she had to make it happen. At this moment, within the most luxurious private hot spring of the Mizukage in the fog-hidden village, in a steam room thick with mist, 2 naked figures were enjoying themselves with great contentment. Phew. Ian exhaled a long breath, his cheeks flushed, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. How comfortable. No wonder it's the finest hot spring in the fog-hidden village. The sensation is absolutely divine. Brother Rieo, let's build one back in our village too. Once you've been here, you never want to leave. Rieo, he wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel. Though he inwardly despised Ian's decadent thoughts, he had to admit, objectively speaking, the steam room here was indeed excellent. The intensely invigorating hot steam accelerated blood circulation and completely relaxed every muscle in the body. It not only swept away fatigue, but also soothed the tense spirit, offering great benefits. If only after every mission and battle they could come for a steam bath. It would truly be delightful. Back in Konoha village, the members of the Uchiha clan were not only barred from the finest hot springs, but even the most ordinary pools in the village refused them entry. How infuriating. Nothing like the comfort they now enjoyed in the fog-hidden village. Such treatment, even an envoy from the land of water's daimyo might not receive better. Indeed, as long as one's fist was strong enough, everything would improve. Stop daydreaming. Even if we were to build one, we'd need the young clan leader's approval first. This time, if not for the young clan leader defeating the Mizukage and cutting through the fog-hidden village, we wouldn't have the chance to enjoy such luxury. Rieo said, sternly admonishing Ian, already bearing the demeanor of a mature ninja. Right. Of course the young clan leader is the most formidable. Speaking of which, he's been soaking in the hot spring for over 2 hours now, hasn't he? Why hasn't he come out yet? Could it be? Ian teased with a mischievous grin brimming with excitement. Tisk, I saw that female ninja from the fog-hidden village with long reddish-brown hair accompanying the young clan leader into the hot spring. And honestly, that female ninja is very beautiful with a great figure. 2 hours, enough time to do smack. Rieo gave Ian a sharp knock on the head and warned sternly, don't let your mind wander. The young clan leader is still young. Stop talking about such dirty things, lest you lead him astray. Lead him astray? He's even worse than me. Rieo. Ian quickly waved his hand. No, I spoke out of turn. Actually, I meant brother Rieo, aren't you worried that the fog-hidden village might use a honey trap to seduce the young clan leader? Rieo paused, then said hesitantly, that shouldn't happen. After all, the young clan leader isn't so easily tempted. Right. Ian burst out laughing. Brother Rieo, you actually believe that? Don't worry, sister Yueji is also near the bath. How could they succeed? I was just joking. You little rascal, you're asking for a beating. Rieo lunged and pulled off Ian's towel. Soon the two were playfully locked in combat. Honestly, this was the most comfortable and refreshing night Shimu had experienced since being reborn into the world of ninjas. The finest hot spring, the best cuisine, the most exquisite oils, and the most beautiful female ninjas from the fog-hidden village attending to him throughout. It was a life of utter bliss. Shimu was so tempted to seize the entire fog-hidden village for himself, to savor it slowly. Of course, that was merely a passing thought for now. After all, annexing the fog-hidden village at this point was neither the right time nor the right conditions. One couldn't become fat in a single bite. Even if he truly occupied the entire fog-hidden village with his own village's small population, how could he govern it? How could he defend it? What a pity. Such a beautiful and delightful piece of fat could only be enjoyed for a short while indulging his hands and eyes. The next morning, Shimu slowly woke from the silky velvet bed. Soon several beautiful female ninjas from the fog-hidden village filed in meticulously, helping Lord Shimu dress and freshen up. Indeed, being neighbors to the sea, the people of the water country's fog-hidden village were so delicate and tender. These female ninjas were all fresh and soft. In the future, he could encourage the single wolves of his own village to interact more with these female ninjas, fostering pure friendships. Before long, Shimu pushed open the door and stepped out. Rieo and the others had been waiting at the entrance. Good morning. How did you rest? Shimu greeted cheerfully, full of energy. Not bad, not bad. Rieo and the others nodded awkwardly. They couldn't very well admit that they had been sparring too late into the night and barely slept. Just then Terumi May, who was fully responsible for attending to Shimu, quickly approached. Good morning, Miss Terumi. Your technique last night was fantastic. They'll call on you again next time. Shimu gave a thumbs up and praised unreservedly. Rieo, Ian, and Yueji were all stunned, as was Terumi May herself. What had happened? Hadn't she just gritted her teeth and scrubbed the little brat's back in the bath last night? How did that become fantastic technique? Please don't say such ambiguous things. It would cause so many misunderstandings. Hey, you little brat. Terumi Mai's face flushed red as she cursed inwardly. She never expected that this young Xiaomu would be so troublesome at such a tender age. If he grew up, wouldn't he devour all the female ninjas in their village? But even so, she couldn't show her anger. After all, the fate of the entire fog-hidden village now hung on this little brat's whim. Lord Xiaomu is joking. Breakfast is ready. Please follow me. Terumi Mai forced a warm invitation, holding back her irritation. Soon breakfast was served. More than a dozen exquisite dishes filled the large table. They were delicate and thoughtful, clearly showing that despite the village's wounds, they dared not slight Lord Xiaomu. Half an hour later, after a hearty meal, Xiaomu stretched lazily, feeling utterly content. However, though the comfort zone of the fog-hidden village was pleasant, it wasn't his home. He had already been away for some time on this trip. It was time to handle the affairs here and return to his own hidden village. All right, time to discuss some serious matters. Whether it's Elder Yuan or others, have someone who can represent the ninja village come out for a talk. Xiaomu said to Terumi Mai beside him. She felt a jolt and quickly went to report. After all, the negotiations that would decide the fate of the fog-hidden village were about to begin. 10 minutes later, in the conference hall of the Shuiying building located in Wuyin village, two groups were engaged in intense negotiations regarding the future of the entire Wuyin village. Xiaomu sat on the left side, protected by Ri Yao and Yu Ji behind him. On the right side was Elder Yuan, flanked by Terumi Mai, Quan Bingwei, Zaibu Zhan, Shiguishan, and several other unfamiliar clan leaders from Wuyin. To put it bluntly, despite the number of people on the opposite side, if Xiaomu were willing, he could easily erupt and eliminate all of them in a short time. In fact, if everyone on the opposite side were to die, the destruction of Wuyin village would not be far off, and it could even lead to its self-dissolution. However, annihilating a Wuyin village filled with fun would bring no benefits to himself or his village, which was why Xiaomu had refrained from taking action. It was certainly not because he was indulged in the pleasures of last night. Soon the negotiations began, with Elder Yuan maintaining a highly serious demeanor throughout. Although Terumi Mai reported that last night she had greatly satisfied the Lord Xiaomu, no one knew whether this formidable Uchiha brat would be the kind of person to betray them once he got what he wanted. Thus, in this negotiation, they had to put forth their utmost effort to preserve the interests of their Wuyin village as much as possible. Yes, they no longer expected to send off Xiaomu, this deity, unscathed. They only hoped that the price they paid would be as low as possible. Rest assured, I have no intention of harming your. I have two conditions, both quite simple. As long as these two conditions are met, I will leave immediately and will not interfere in your village's internal affairs. Xiaomu took the lead in speaking. Upon hearing this, Elder Yuan and the others at the long table secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there were conditions, discussions could happen. First, Wuyin village must publicly announce to the world that it is officially allied with Yin village to advance and retreat together and to resist enemies. First, Wuyin village must publicly announce to the world that it is officially allied with Yin village to advance and retreat together and to resist enemies together. Xiaomu laid down his first condition. To be honest, given Wuyin's current dilapidated state, Xiaomu did not expect them to actually fight alongside him. What he needed was merely to borrow the title of Wuyin village, one of the 5 great hidden villages. After all, the other hidden villages were unaware of Wuyin's true circumstances. Once the other party allied with his Yin village, any hidden village that wished to act against them would have to weigh their options carefully. Moreover, once allied, his maritime trade company could operate more openly within the land of water. As allies, isn't it normal for me to earn a little from you? Isn't that too much to ask? Soon there was a fierce discussion on Wuyin's side regarding this. Some agreed and some opposed, each expressing their views and arguing incessantly. However, within a few minutes, the most esteemed Elder Yuan ultimately made the decision. He agreed to this condition. Although Wuyin village, as one of the 5 great hidden villages, was allying with a small hidden village that had just been established and had defected from Konoha, there would surely be many downsides, and they would incur significant losses. However, Elder Yuan's sharp gaze was not focused on Yin village at all. What he truly valued was merely Uchiha Xiaomu, who possessed tailed beast-level combat power. As long as they could form an alliance, as long as their village was useful to Xiaomu, then it would compensate for the most lacking top-tier combat power in Wuyin village at this moment. If Wuyin were to encounter danger in the future, it would be easier to call upon this top-tier strength for assistance. And as long as they could endure these few short years, their village would surely cultivate new shadow-level combat power. At that time, everything would be worth it. Very well, let's move on to the second point. Ri Yao report. Xiaomu nodded and waved to Ri Yao behind him. Ri Yao nodded, stepped forward, and unfurled a scroll. He quickly reported, according to statistics, in this battle the young clan leader spared a total of 65 Wuyin ninjas. Among them there were 7 Jinin, 28 Chunin, 21 Special Jonin, and 9 Jonin. In total 102. For million Rio, please pay. Upon hearing this, Zaibujan on the opposite side couldn't help but twitch his mouth, lowering his head and averting his gaze. The other high-ranking members of Wuyin were instantly in an uproar. That was over 1 billion Rio, although it seemed insignificant compared to the several hundred billion value of the entire village. But market value and cash have fundamentally different meanings. Just like a company valued at several hundred billion could collapse overnight due to a cash shortfall of a few million. Moreover, due to the village's closure and strict policies over the past few years, the treasury in the village hardly had any reserves left. How could they come up with 1 billion Rio? Of course, if they were really ruthless enough to sell off some village assets, cut some ninja task commissions, and borrow from the major ninja clans in the village, it was still possible to gather 1 billion Rio. However, doing so would disrupt the already fragile economic balance of the village after the Great Battle, possibly leading to a complete collapse. If the economy collapsed, villagers would be unable to afford food or necessities. Then Wuyin village would not be far from disbandment. More importantly, who the hell proposed this condition? Exchanging the lives of Wuyin ninjas for money, was that insane? Who the hell agreed to this ridiculous idea? Ahem. One of the Wuyin ninjas coughed awkwardly with his head down. This instantly attracted the attention of several other high-ranking Wuyin members, who all looked towards Zaibujan, gritting their teeth and glaring. At this moment, Zaibujan was also filled with sorrow and powerless to explain. Initially, under the temptation of that brat Xiaomu, he thought it was very worth it to spend money to preserve some ninja bloodlines for the village. However, upon returning to the village, he found that their treasury was nearly empty. The entire village's economy had been thrown into disarray by the 4th Hokage, and it was extremely tight. They simply couldn't come up with much compensation. Moreover, following a great battle, there were many places in the village that needed to be pacified and repaired. There simply wasn't enough money to go around. Upon seeing this, Xiaomu raised an eyebrow and threatened bluntly, "What? Do you want to default on the payment? Are you saying that you want to fight again?" He had an attitude of, "Once I get what I want, I won't recognize you." This made Terumi Mei on the opposite side grit her teeth in anger. It is important to note that negotiation is a deeply skilled art. Whether in the past or present, there have always been those who have used sharp negotiation skills to secure interests far beyond what was originally expected. Unfortunately, Xiaomu was not particularly skilled in negotiation. Or perhaps he simply couldn't be bothered to play mind games with his opponents. After all, his strength was the heaviest bargaining chip on the negotiation table. Disagree? Then let's fight. Not suitable? Then let's fight. Not paying? Go to hell. In short, if Xiaomu's demands were not met, then the entire Wuyin village might as well perish. It was simple and brutal, and that was the effect he wanted. At this moment, seeing Xiaomu's intimidation, the high-ranking members of Wuyin were all startled. They couldn't help but recall the horrifying strength of this Uchiha brat when he battled the Three Tails yesterday, and they all felt a shiver down their spines. "Lord Xiaomu, please forgive us. We do not intend to default on the payment, and we are very grateful for the precious ninjas that Lord Xiaomu saved. It's just that the current situation of the village is not good. For the time being, we simply cannot gather that much money." Elder Yuan quickly tried to ease the atmosphere and explained rapidly. But he was well aware that this enormous cost was unavoidable for them. The first reason is that they had already made an agreement with Zaibujan, and their side had no military force to tear up this deal. The second reason is that if they were unwilling to spend money to protect the lives of the ninjas in the village, it would necessarily lead to a significant blow to the village's standing in the hearts of the people, causing a substantial collapse of the leadership's credibility and giving rise to more issues. Thus, both emotionally and rationally, Wuyin village had to bear this loss. "It's alright, pay whatever you can. The rest can be paid in installments. After all, we are already allies." "I won't be too harsh on allies, right?" Xiaomu grinned and proposed quite generously. "I left quietly, just as I came quietly. I waved my sleeve, taking not even a wisp of cloud. I only took away the 30 million specialties of Wuyin village." Indeed, after a fierce negotiation, Wuyin village ultimately fully conceded. They had to agree to the two conditions from Zaima's side. They formally decided to form an alliance with Yanin village, and honestly paid the ransom to redeem the lives of those 65 missed ninja. Of course, since Wuyin village truly couldn't afford much more, Xiaomu allowed them to pay 30 million taels. The remaining over 70 million taels would be paid in installments over 4 years. As for why 4 years, it was only because Xiaomu feared that the entire Wuyin village might not survive the final year of his 5-year plan. That was it. Carrying 30 million Wuyin local specialties and many beautiful ocean pearls and gems, Xiaomu and his companions returned fully loaded again. Some always think the 5 great hidden villages are too poor. Actually, that's not the case. These 5 ninja villages, to put it bluntly, are just 5 towns of tens of thousands of people. Moreover, they are old-era towns whose development level hasn't even fully entered industrialization. Suppose the village has a total tax revenue of 1 billion annually. if calculated based on crank missions with a medium reward of 30000. To achieve 1 billion tax revenue, at least 3400 missions need to be completed, and most ninjas can only manage drank missions. Moreover, a tax that extracts 1/5 of the mission reward is already quite high. That is purely from mission rewards. The number of missions would need to be quintupled, meaning 1700 crank missions annually. Even if a ninja village had 1,000 ninja squads working day and night without rest, and without accounting for any mission failures or losses from ninja casualties. On average, each squad would need to complete 170 missions per year, almost one mission every 2 days. Is that possible? Is that reasonable? Therefore, even the most prosperous my village, with an annual profit of 1 billion, is already extremely massive. And this is barely achieved through various land deeds, commerce, and aid from great nations. But with an income of 1 billion, they still have to pay salaries to the Hokage and numerous civil servants, take care of village development, provide pensions for fallen ninjas, fund the Ninja Academy orphanage, and other institutions. Therefore, aside from these large expenses, the village being able to retain 1 to 200 million as emergency cash reserves is already quite remarkable. As for higher a rank and rank missions, although the rewards are extremely high, they are also extremely dangerous. Looking at a village, how many such high-risk missions can there be in a year? Even if there were, how many ninjas could survive to complete them? It's like in the real world, giving you 1 billion to assassinate the President of the United States. Can you do it? It was precisely because he knew well that Wuyin village was so poor that they had no money. Indeed, they truly could not afford to pay more ransom at once. Therefore, Shimu mercifully agreed to installment payments. After all, the hot springs and service here were indeed very attentive. When free, Shimu wouldn't mind coming here more often to taste the superb skills of a certain future 5th Mizuki. If they had directly caused Wuyin to collapse, they wouldn't be able to come here often to have fun. At this moment, in the conference room of the Mizukage building in Wuyin village. Has he left? Yuanshir asked hoarsely. They've left. I saw them off at the village gate. Reported an ANBU ninja. Phew. Hearing this, all the senior mist officials present let out a long breath, relieved. After all, no matter how young that Uchiha brat was, his terrifying strength alone was enough to suffocate the entire Wuyin village. And now, despite paying a heavy price. But at least they had sent away this great deity. Their own village could finally breathe. What about the three-tailed G taken away by them? What? That's our village's tailed beast. How could he just take it away? Then go get it. Aye. With such strength and a tailed beast, that Uchiha brat and Yanin village will surely become our great enemy in the future. Zigwashin Hiitengue said grimly in warning. Having long lived in darkness, handling dirty work for the village, his view of things was inevitably more venomous and dark. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Yanin village's potential was huge. Who didn't know that? But the problem was that their own Wuyin village had no choice now. If they had a choice, why would they have compromised like this? What are you afraid of? That brat is strong, but after all, he's only one person. Moreover, the entire Yanin village consists of Uchiha defectors at odds with my like fire and water. With my bearing the brunt, it should be Yanin village that can't sleep at night. A Mist clan head sneered, analyzing with convincing logic. And this voiced the thoughts of everyone. From a village's perspective, there was never eternal friendship or alliance, only interests and advantages. If an opportunity arose when Mai and Yanin village were locked in a mutually destructive struggle, Wuyin would definitely not hesitate to stab from behind. The ninja world is just that realistic. Dong dong dong. Suddenly Yuanshir stomped his cane, squinting his eyes, and warned sternly. Stop discussing this. The village has just overthrown the rule of the 4th Mizukage and ended his tyranny. This is a good thing. At this moment, and for a long time to come, Yanin village is our reliable ally. There must be no more such words that undermine the alliance. I urge everyone to bear this in mind. Clearly, the experienced elder Yuanshir had a longer vision than the rest. Understood. Everyone nodded, assenting. Elder Yuanshir regarding the selection of a new Mizukage. Let's put this on. Prioritize the village's recovery as the primary goal. The matter of selecting a new Mizukage will be discussed later. Yuanshir made his decision. In fact, he was more aware. The enemy who had controlled the 4th Mizukage and lurked in the shadows had still not. If they hastily elected a new Mizukage now, wouldn't that give the enemy a new opportunity to let them control the new Mizukage again and replay the previous drama? It was better to not elect a Mizukage for now to disperse the village's power. Prioritize rebuilding the village. Otherwise, as a Mist elder with power rivaling the Mizukage, he would have long ago centralized power and ruled the entire village. With Yuanshir having spoken, everyone actively avoided that topic. After all, currently no one truly had enough strength and prestige to take the seat of the new Mizukage. Then Yuanshir slowly spoke again. This time Zaibuzen's performance was excellent. He successfully led the wolf. No, led reinforcements to break through the darkness, shrouding the entire village. I suggest that we quickly revoke his wanted order and restore his status as a mist ninja. What do you all think? I second. I agree. I also agree. Everyone voted in favor, unanimously agreeing to restore Zaibuzen's identity as a mist ninja. You know, at this moment, any elite jonin was precious to the village. Moreover, nominally Zaibuzen was the hero who was upright and fearless, bravely challenging the darkness and overthrowing the tyranny of the fourth Mizukage Shirtsong. We can't let the hero's heart grow cold, right? And we can't let other villages use this as an excuse to interfere with Mist. Thank you, Zaibuzen replied dryly. He felt no gratitude towards most of the Mist high-ranking officials present. After all, the reason Wuyin had become what it was today was inseparable from their earlier repeated concessions and compromises. His return to Mist today was definitely not because these people had shown great mercy or had a change of heart. The fundamental reason was still their fear of that brat Zaima's strength. Indeed, strength was the ultimate measure of everything. He had actually relied on a 10-year-old brat to fulfill a lifelong wish. This truly made him sigh and feel ashamed. Brat, next time we meet, I will definitely surprise you. Zaibuzen clenched his fist and swore silently. There is one more matter. For convenience, I propose that we also send 1 or 2 people to station in Yanin village for intelligence liaison. Yuanshi proactively proposed this, and this proposal quickly received unanimous approval. After all, in the eyes of Mist, the threat level of that brat now far exceeded that of a tailed beast. Although the two sides had formed an alliance, not sending someone to keep a close watch on the other's movements would make them unable to sleep peacefully. But who should we send? Choosing the wrong person will only cause discontent over their right. Everyone hesitated, weighing who was most suitable for this mission. Yuanshi swept his gaze around. Finally, he fixed his eyes on Zaibuzen and Zhao Meiming. These two. One was resolute, loyal to the village, and had extensive contact with that Uchiha Shimu, even in a cooperative relationship. The other was exceptionally beautiful with outstanding abilities, and even had a one-night affair with Shimu, so they were also quite familiar. Both were good candidates. It was indeed a difficult choice. After leaving the Misty Shadow village, he swiftly shook off the tailing pursuers. Finding a secluded spot, Shimu immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique with Ryeo and the other two. In an instant, they traversed thousands of kilometers and returned to his own blazing shadow village. At that moment, the superiority of the Flying Thunder God technique became evident. The marvelous ability to teleport through space and bring people directly home was incredibly satisfying. Once he had journeyed across the entire ninja world and left more marks, he could go wherever he pleased. He could even indulge in. How delightful. After returning to the village, Shimu first dismissed Ryeo and the others. They had gained considerable rewards during the trip. Just from looting corpses, they had likely obtained a large sum of silver, so they deserved to go home and show off. After all, if they didn't flaunt their gains, how could it demonstrate the benefits of following him on adventures? How could it attract more clansmen to join him? And how could his magnificent exploits along the way be quickly spread? He couldn't very well boast about it himself. That would be too embarrassing. Master Shimu, you have returned. Soon behind Shimu, a nun in a habit radiating sanctity, Yaoshi Yaniyu knelt respectfully and greeted him. Is it only you? Where's Do? That child is still helping at the orphanage construction site. Shimu, he is quite devoted. Yaniyu indeed. He seems to be channeling his anger and helplessness into carrying bricks. Let him be. Shimu nodded. To be honest, he was curious to see what heights Do, freed from hatred and distortion, could reach with his talent. All right, you may go now. By the way, prepare some lunch for me. As you wish. Yaniyu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly withdrew. After sending everyone away, Shimu eagerly set about his important task, exchanging and drawing lots. This trip had made him incredibly wealthy. He had to spend lavishly, or he would be doing a disservice to all the gold coins he had accumulated. First, Shimu touched the ransom he had legitimately obtained from the Misty Shadow village and converted it all into gold coins. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained 300 value points. Would you like to recharge 300 value points for 300 gold coins? Recharge successful. Congratulations. You have obtained 300 gold coins. Current balance, 17640 gold coins. Host Shimu. Attributes fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, chakra 72k. Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, strength, space-time, 8 gates formation, strength, taijutsu, spirit transformation technique, strength, soul ninjutsu. Bloodline limit, Sharingan, Mangekyō. Taijutsu, 1000 years of death, leaf, whirlwind. Special skill, chakra extraction method. Special weapon, Kunwa blade. Current balance, 17640 gold coins. Goodness, nearly 18,000 gold coins. If he included the jewelry and treasure sold by his shipping company, plus the installment payments from the Misty Shadow village, his gold coins would soon soar to hundreds of millions. Indeed, eliminating Kato and allying with the Misty Shadow Village were absolutely correct choices. Without further ado, after confirming his balance, Shamu immediately immersed his consciousness in the system shop, searching for exchanges. Items worth over 10,000 gold coins were considered high-end in the shop. There were only about 20 items. Among them, several had long been anticipated by Shamu: the Sage Body, Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Evil God Body, and Tailed Beast Body. Their exchange prices were all 10,000 gold coins. Sage Body grants perfect Sage physical power, greatly enhancing physical strength, recovery, chakra capacity, and mastery of Sage arts. Very practical. Evil God Body grants an immortal body, no matter what damage is suffered, death does not occur. Similar to Haydn, but with fewer restrictions, even without eating one remains alive. Tailed Beast Body allows one to shed the physical form and turn consciousness and chakra into a tailed beast, greatly increasing chakra capacity and granting immunity to death. Like other tailed beasts, even if destroyed, one can reassemble and revive after some time. Finally, the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, needless to say, it offers supreme ocular power, perfect techniques, and unparalleled strength. You deserve it. Long ago, Shamu had repeatedly compared the pros and cons of these four abilities. Clearly, each had its own strengths and weaknesses. Sage Body is indeed powerful, greatly enhancing overall strength. Almost perfect. But lacking immortality is a slight pity. Evil God Body and Tailed Beast Body both grant immortality. However, the former offers little improvement in strength, while the latter has the drawback of being easily sealed or captured by the Death God. Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan greatly enhances strength, but lacks immortality. Nevertheless, it can maximize one's innate talent and serves as the foundation for obtaining the Rinnegan. After all, its original price was 15,000 gold coins. It was only cheaper because he already possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan. In the system shop, Sage Body would style 2,000 gold coins. Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan 8,000 gold coins for 9 tails, chakra 2,300 gold coins. Thus, the standalone value of the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan is higher than that of the Sage Body and would style. Therefore, after much hesitation, Shamu ultimately chose to exchange for the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan first. After all, a discount of 5,000 gold coins was not to be missed. Moreover, he had already transplanted some of Hashirama's cells, effectively possessing a half-Sage Body. Thus, once he obtained the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, there might be a chance to directly evolve the Rinnegan. Just like Madara, wouldn't that be a huge gain? So he had to give it a try. Of course, the reason he didn't choose the Evil God Body or Tailed Beast Body, which grant immortality, was because Shamu felt that with the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, there was almost no one who could kill him at this stage. However, if by any chance someone like Madara or Hashirama were revived through impure world reincarnation, he would prioritize acquiring an immortal body for survival. Soon Shamu confirmed the exchange. The next moment, 10,000 gold coins, worth 100 million ryo, vanished like snowflakes. Under the system's influence, a vast surge of ocular power flooded into Zaima's eyes. In no time, the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan was his. Whoosh! Natsume opened his Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, which held the vastness of all phenomena. The immense ocular power poured forth like a river of stars. And this time, after awakening, the Eternal Mangekyō Natsume felt his vision exceptionally clear, without any irritating side effects. Even Hashirama's cells seemed inert. There was absolutely no need to rely on them to repair the damage from using the Mangekyō Sharingan. So this is the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. It feels amazing. Natsume murmured with delight, for he knew that the Eternal Mangekyō was far superior to the ordinary one. The simple truth was that merging two pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan was not as straightforward as 1 + 1 = 2. The prevention of blindness was merely a basic benefit. The ocular power multiplied visual acuity, improved exclusive abilities of both eyes, the might of Susanoo, all received a significant boost. After all, without the Eternal Mangekyō, Sasuke struggled against Danzo. But with it, he became roughly equal to Naruto as a perfect 9-tails Jinchuriki. Thus, the gap between the Eternal and ordinary Mangekyō was akin to the difference of half a 9-tails. The enhancement to combat strength was remarkably evident. In simple terms, if it were the previous Natsume without the 8 gates, even using every trick, he could at most contend with a powerhouse at the threshold of Superkage level, and even then he might lose. But now, having acquired the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Natsume's overall strength had solidly entered the Superkage tier. Of course, compared to outliers like Madara and Hashirama, there was still a slight gap. But looking at the current ninja world, breaking into the top 5 and contending for the top 3 was not out of reach. In short, he could now traverse most of the shinobi world with relative ease. Ecstatic about his new Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Natsume glanced at the remaining fortune of 7640 gold coins. He generously decided to try a 10 pull again, betting on his luck. Do you wish to spend 888 gold coins for a 10 pull? Confirmed. Whoosh! Another 888 gold coins vanished like flowing water. In Natsume's mind, the 10 treasure chests once again radiated a brilliant light. Following the previous double golden legendary pulls, Natsume didn't expect much this time. He only hoped for a meager guaranteed item. That would have been good enough. But as the 10 chests opened one after another, Natsume's expression darkened like stagnant water. This 10 pull was exceptionally unlucky. It brought Natsume 2 chakra recovery pills, 1 medium healing pill, 2 medium space scrolls, 3 low-grade healing pills, 1,000 ordinary kunai, 1,000 ordinary shuriken. Seeing this, Natsume immediately abandoned any thought of continuing the draws. Not a single guaranteed prize. Instead, he had drawn a huge batch of ordinary weapons like kunai and shuriken, which were of little use. After all, not everyone could wield kunai with the same divine skill as Danzo. What use would he have for so? Was he to open a weapon shop? With such bad luck, it was likely that Lady Luck had gone off gallivanting. Perhaps he should wait until she returned her favor to him. Then try again. Natsume sighed, abandoning the idea of further draws. Although he hadn't gotten any, just 888 gold coins were nothing for him now, as he was flush with funds. He decided to save the remaining 6,752 gold coins. Once the shipping company resumed operations, he could sell the first batch of jewelry and other valuables from the company vault before long. Thus, within a month, he would surely reap another substantial sum of silver. By then, he could accumulate 10,000 gold coins and exchange them for a sage body or a demon body. Wouldn't that be splendid? Natsume withdrew his consciousness from the system, organized his gains, and deactivated his Sharingan. Meanwhile, Nono had prepared lunch. Starving, Natsume wolfed down the food. Of course, he meant the meal, nothing else. 4. Savoring delicious food while admiring a beauty. What a delightful thing. And indeed, having a pretty housekeeper at home made life much more convenient. Truly, his decision to trick Nono and the other two into coming back had been incredibly wise. At that moment, kneeling beside him, Nono silently watched Natsume eat, her heart filled with anxiety. On one hand, since learning of Konoha's deception, she constantly worried about the remaining children in the orphanage. On the other hand, she understood that everything she now had, including her very life, was given by Lord Natsume before her. She had no right to urge him. If she angered this young lord, she and Kabuto combined wouldn't even be enough to fill his teeth. Lord Natsume, is the meal to your liking? Not bad. Director Nono's cooking is excellent. Natsume didn't hold back his praise. That's good. And Nono hesitated, worried about the children at Konoha's orphanage. Want me to take action sooner, right? This? Yes. Nono was startled, bit her lip, and frankly admitted. Indeed, though Lord Natsume was young, his ability to read people was astonishingly sharp. All right, get ready. We'll set off tomorrow morning. Nono set off. Fight back to Konoha and rescue those orphans. What, you don't want to go? I do. Very much. Nono was stunned for a moment, then quickly agreed, her voice trembling slightly. Thank you, Lord Natsume. The next morning, Nono, who had packed early, waited with a nervous heart. Though she knew Lord Natsume's strength was extraordinary, she wasn't sure exactly how strong. In her view, defying one of the 5 great shinobi villages, Konoha, and saving the children from Root's hands would be no easy task. When Kabuto learned of this, he insisted on coming along. But Nono ultimately vetoed it. How could she let Kabuto take such a risk? It would be safer for him to stay behind. Soon Natsume woke up yawning. To be honest, the bed at home was too hard and uncomfortable. He missed the soft swan-down bed in Kirigakure. Ready? Let's go, Natsume asked while looking at Nono. Wait, you. What is this? He noticed that the pharmacist director had deliberately worn a tight black leather outfit today. It perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure, alluringly tempting. Good heavens. They were going to rescue people, not to murder or set fires. Did she have to dress so tempting? Or so nervous? This outfit didn't feel bad, though. Lord Natsume, is something wrong with this outfit? No. Let's go. Natsume quickly waved his hand. Then the two immediately set off, rushing swiftly towards Konoha. Hey, have you heard? Something big just happened in the Wuin village. What big thing? It seems their 4th shuing died suddenly. What? How? Who did it? The details are unclear. All I know is that the Wuin village seemed to have an internal conflict. Many ninjas gathered and overthrew the rule of the 4th shuing. Such a huge event. Who did it? It said it was a Wuin rogue ninja named Momochi Zabuza. Of course, he was aided by several other ninjas within the Wuin village. In any case, the Wuin village has undergone a major change, and it might even affect our village. Don't you know? That rogue ninja Zabuza enlisted the help of the newly established Yanin village in those Uchiha who defected. Now, with the coup successful, the Wuin village has publicly announced an official alliance with the Yanin village. Next, they might join forces to attack us in Mai. What? Will war really break out? Who can say for sure? Sigh. The higher-ups really pushed the Uchiha clan too hard back then. Now look, they rebelled, built a new village, and allied with Wuin. and now they're eyeing us hungrily. If you ask me, the higher-ups are just meddling. Chill. Don't say it. Catching sight of a few Umbu ninjas flashing by in the distance, the villagers on the street who had been heatedly discussing these topics immediately fell silent. Despite Mui's open atmosphere, if such disrespectful remarks were reported by the Umbu, those who spoke out would still face consequences. Moreover, there was an even more dreaded organization than the Umbu, the Jin. In short, no matter the era or the nation, some topics remained off-limits. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha clan's compound, Itachi, who had just returned from an Umbu mission, was reporting to Fugaku. You've done well. These past days, your mediation between the village and the clan has saved many of our remaining members. By the way, have you heard about what happened in the Wuin village the day before? I've heard. Itachi nodded in response. As a member of the Mai Umbu, the information he could obtain was naturally far more accurate than street gossip. Though some details remained unclear, he already knew the gist. What do you think? It must be cousin Nat, Itachi affirmed. Indeed, the fourth Shuing is said to be a rare perfect Jinchuriki with formidable power. Few are capable of defeating such a strong opponent. Moreover, the alliance between the Wuin village and the Yenin village would not have been possible without his efforts. That kid never ceases to amaze. With this, the Uchiha and the Yenin village can live in peace for a long time. Fugaku nodded in approval. Originally, the Mai higher-ups were deeply divided over whether to launch a military strike against the Yenin village. Now, with their alliance with the Wuin village, any military action would likely mean fighting on two fronts. Moreover, the Yenin village's ability to help defeat the fourth Shuing at least demonstrated that their overall strength far exceeded that of a small hidden village. Thus, if war broke out, even if victory were eventually achieved, the cost would be far more devastating. Surely the Mai higher-ups would not be foolish enough to pursue such a path. Therefore, for the foreseeable future, the safety of the Yenin village and its Uchiha members should be assured. In such a short time, his nephew Natsume had accomplished so many remarkable feats. Truly astounding. Reflecting now, he realized his own vision had been too narrow. Had he abandoned Mai earlier and established a separate village, perhaps the Uchiha clan would not have ended up in its current state. Itachi, father, is there anything else? Fugaku, yes. Since Natsume and his group left, I've noticed a few clan members starting to grow restless. In fact, a handful have already made contact with the Yenin village. They seem to be planning another defection tonight, and the Yenin village will likely send someone to guide them. Itachi, you understand our clan's current predicament in Mai. We maintain a fragile balance only because the village still uses us to hunt down rogue ninjas. That fragile balance must not be broken. If more clan members successfully defect, the rest of us will face annihilation. For the village, for the clan, and for your younger brother, Itachi, you must go tonight. Do your best to stop those defectors and bring them back safely. Uchiha Fugaku commanded in a grave tone. With Itachi's skills, he could swiftly knock out the defectors and bring them all back before they escaped Mai. Hearing his father's order, Itachi paused briefly. Then he nodded without a word. Understood. He turned and left swiftly, as resolute as ever. After Itachi departed, Fugaku let out a soft sigh. Yashiro, come out. Soon Uchiha Yashiro stepped out from the shadows, and he is sharp. He might have already sensed my presence here. Fugaku shook his head dismissively. That doesn't matter. Itachi already knows you have ties with the Yenin village. Uchiha Yashiro nodded, staring in the direction Itachi had left, and said softly, he will soon relay this information to the Mai higher-ups, won't he? Just like the time he informed on us before. Fugaku closed his eyes and sighed. That childlike Shisue has made a harsher choice between clan and village. And I have failed as a clan head. Otherwise, these children would not have to bear such burdens. Yashiro, that is one reason why I chose to follow young Master Natsume. Clan head, I am sorry. Fugaku, enough of that. Yashiro, tell me, will many die tonight? Yashiro, once Itachi reports this to the Mai higher-ups, young Master Natsume's plan will be mostly complete. There will not be heavy casualties tonight. Moreover, tonight's target is not Mai. Fugaku nodded again, somewhat reassured. That's good. That's good. I hope this time Itachi will truly see how decayed the village higher-ups he serves really are. Also, after tonight, I will likely be quickly dispatched to lead a punitive campaign against the Yenin village. This will be a good chance to see what kind of paradise that kid has built. Meanwhile, on the other side, over 20 minutes later, in a dimly lit secret chamber, Itachi, wearing a tanuki mask, knelt before Danzo, who was in a wheelchair reporting critical intelligence. Of course, he did not know at the time that this so-called critical intelligence was deliberately leaked to the Mai higher-ups as part of the plan. At this moment, after hearing such vital intelligence from Yutuanzong, was greatly startled. There are still people who want to defect. And that traitor village even dares to send someone to rendezvous. Really? Is the information true? You nodded in confirmation. Seeing this, Tuanzong took a deep breath, his left hand gripping the armrest of the wheelchair tightly, and his heart instantly burned with excitement. This is a perfect opportunity. No matter who Yin'in village sends to rendezvous, he can set up an ambush and wipe them all out. If that brat Xiaomu dares to walk right into the trap, all the better. Then he can tear him limb from limb. On the other hand, Tuanzong did not doubt the veracity of this intelligence too much. Not because he wasn't suspicious, but because the one reporting it was you. After all, would you doubt a subordinate who voluntarily reported his own clan and made the cruel decision to slaughter his own kin? Moreover, Yu's parents and his most beloved younger brother were still within they were still in his hands. Therefore you would never betray you. What do you plan to do? Everything is for Lord Tuanzong to decide. Yu lowered his head and replied respectfully. From his tone alone, one could not discern his true inner thoughts. Tuanzong did not dwell on this. After all, the pressing matter was to consider where to set the ambush, how many personnel to deploy, how to lay the trap, no matter how many people that traitor village sends. This time they will never return. Tuanzong clenched his left fist and swore fiercely in his heart. Moreover, he could use this opportunity to seize a few more Sharingan eyes to replenish his stockpile. However, due to the fatal danger from last time, Tuanzong had learned his lesson this time. He planned that during the ambush, unless victory was certain, he would never show himself again. Time passed bit by bit. On the surface, appeared peaceful, but at this moment in the shadows, turmoil was brewing. Large numbers of Anbu and root ninjas were secretly recalled, secretly arranged, and prepared to act. Of course, as the Hokage, Yuan Fei was the first to notice the unusual deployment of many Anbu ninjas. However, having just had a fierce argument with Tuanzong, he simply thought it was Tuanzong putting on a show after throwing a tantrum. After all, Root had just submitted an emergency drill application. Moreover, there had been no major incidents around the village recently. Yuan Fei temporarily ignored it. Soon dusk faded and night fell. At this moment outside my hidden village, two figures were secretly lurking. Naturally, these two figures were Xiaomu and Yinayu, who had made their way here. At this moment, Yinayu, dressed in tight leather, leaned against a large tree, accentuating her graceful curves. The sight made Xiaomu's blood boil, and he couldn't help recalling the pole dance from his past life. Hiss, when I get back I can promote this. Lord Xiaomu. Lord Xiaomu. Huh. Oh, Yinayu's call pulled Xiaomu back from his pleasant fantasies. What are we waiting for? Waiting for an opportunity. Xiaomu looked up slightly toward the sky above Ma. He continued to explain, during the previous Shinobi World War, I established a sensory unit led by the Shanzhong clan. This unit deployed a large spherical barrier above and below the village, allowing them to sense the chakra of all ninjas entering or leaving. It also has some defensive capabilities. Apart from ordinary villagers and ninjas with clean records, only those who know the password to pass through the barrier can freely enter and exit. Otherwise, trying to break the barrier by force or forcibly entering would be instantly detected. Although this kind of barrier can't stop me. But once discovered, it would alert the entire Mai. By then, rescuing all the children from the orphanage would not be, Root's ruthless ways. We must be wary of them lashing out and harming the children. Moreover, after the previous defection, Mai will definitely change the barrier password. The passwords I knew before are also invalid. Hearing this, Yinayu couldn't help but be stunned. As a former root ninja, she naturally knew that entering and leaving Mai required passwords to pass through the barrier. But even root ninjas couldn't know more details. It was hard to imagine that this little guy Xiaomu knew even more clearly than she did. Then what should we do? Wait. I've already made arrangements. Just wait a moment. All right. Yinayu nodded slightly, having no choice but to trust. Gradually another half hour passed. Finally, with a few rustling sounds in the distance, several dark figures came into their sight. Is it the Yuzhibo clan? Yinayu was secretly shocked. It must be known that within the Yuzhibo clan, except for a few members on missions or in ANBU, the rest were strictly prohibited from knowing the barrier password. Stealing the password or forcibly leaving the village would be quickly detected by the sensory unit and branded as rogue ninjas. Last time, those 400 clansmen were exposed the moment they escaped Mai. If not for the battle between Xiaomu and Fu Yu capturing the attention of most Mai ninjas, the sensory unit would have notified a large number of ANBU ninjas to intercept and kill them. Therefore, Yinayu was curious why several Yuzhibo clan ninjas were now fleeing so frantically. Keep calm, don't reveal yourselves, Xiaomu reminded in a low voice. Soon the two watched as those clansmen fled into the distance. But Xiaomu remained still. Just like that, after a few dozen seconds, swish, swish, swish. Dozens of sounds of air being split followed one after another, quietly chasing in the direction the Yuzhibo ninjas had fled. These Mai ninjas all wore masks. Without a doubt, they were Mai Anbu ninjas. At this moment, they were preparing to tail those defecting Yuzhibo ninjas to find their rendezvous point. The timing is about right. Xiaomu murmured, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, he suddenly vanished from his spot. A few seconds later, Xiaomu returned to Yinayu's side. However, he now held an ANBU ninja by the neck. Clearly, Xiaomu had struck boldly and captured the last straggling Inbu ninja. Indeed, a 10-year-old boy holding a defenseless adult ninja. This scene looked extremely incongruous. However, time was pressing, so they couldn't care about oddness. The next, relying on the powerful ocular power of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Xiaomu easily controlled this Inbu ninja with Jinjutsu. And from the ninja's mouth, he extracted the latest barrier password. Seeing this, Inayu finally understood. So this was Lord Xiaomu's plan. This was the opportunity he was waiting for. With this new password breaking through the barrier and entering Mai would cause no disturbance. They would be able to quickly rescue the children from the orphanage. Good, the password is obtained. Let's go. But Lord Xiaomu, what about those clansmen just now? Don't worry, I have arrangements. First, rescue the people from the orphanage. All right. Inayu felt a warmth in her heart and quickly agreed. The next moment, the two leaped out using the knight and the password to pass directly through Mui's barrier. They rushed into my hidden village. After entering Uchiha Natsume and Nono continued to stealthily move toward the orphanage, concealing their tracks. Not that Natsume wished to remain low-key. He simply preferred not to draw undue attention. After all, both the blue beast of Konoha and Sarutobi's dead demon, consuming seal, posed a certain threat to him. This was not cowardice, it was a frank choice to follow his heart. By waiting merely 2 or 3 months, he could accumulate another 10,000 gold coins and attain an immortal body. At that time, even withstanding the 8 gates would be no issue. For now, there was no need to risk fatal danger for a momentary display of arrogance. After all, his village and the Mist Village still had so many wonderful services awaiting his return. He could not afford to capsize in a gutter. Under the night sky, Natsume and Nono kept leaping and darting through the village, soon arriving near the orphanage. Careful, stay hidden. Natsume stopped Nono behind him and instructed, I'll go in first to check. Once it's safe, you follow. According to intelligence, this orphanage had an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance of becoming a secret base of root used to conceal tracks and train personnel. Therefore, there might be root ninjas stationed inside. It was safer for him to enter first, even if an ambush awaited. Nono, only a chunin in strength, could hardly risk her safety barging in. He couldn't risk the beautiful shrine maiden beside him for a group of little brats who hadn't grown up yet. Okay. Nono nodded, having fully trusted Natsume. Just as Natsume prepared to enter, a sudden shout erupted from within the orphanage. Who's there skulking around? 2 masked figures leaped out from the orphanage. One of them sported a Byakugan, shouting at the spot where Natsume and Nono were hiding. As expected, root ninjas were indeed lurking there. The Byakugan user had detected Natsume and Nono first, and quickly appeared to warn them. A few seconds later, 2 crisp footsteps sounded. A relatively short figure emerged from the shadows at the corner and confronted the 2 root ninjas. Who are you? Another root ninja, not of the Hyuga clan, barked harshly. But before he could finish, a bewitching crimson glow flickered in the darkness. Sharingan. The cry was cut short. Vast pupil power gushed forth instantly, invading the ninja's consciousness. Jinjutsu of the dojutsu type was notoriously hard to resist. Locking eyes with it almost invariably meant falling prey, especially to an eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. It's Jinjutsu. Damn. The Hyuga ninja, sensing danger through his Byakugan, averted his gaze half a second earlier, barely yet he was even more shocked internally. 3 Sharingans were rare enough. Moreover, the Uchiha clan had recently lost most of its members to defection. Which remaining Uchiha could wield such a potent 3 Sharingan capable of controlling an Anbu ninja in an instant? Simultaneously suppressing his horror, he turned to his dazed teammate, activated his Byakugan, and struck the back of the teammate's head with a sharp blow. The powerful palm strike sent the opponent crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, using his Byakugan's ability, he severed the chakra flow and freed his teammate from the Jinjutsu. Watching from a distance, Natsume was slightly surprised. He noted inwardly, not bad. He released my Jinjutsu control over his teammate in just 3 seconds. Of course, it was also because he had only activated the 3 Sharingan, deliberately holding back instead of using the eternal Mangekyō. Even so, with his abundant pupil power, a mere 3 Sharingan Jinjutsu should not have been so quickly dispelled by an ordinary Jounin. This root ninja with the Byakugan, who seemed barely at Jounin level, managed to break the Sharingan's Jinjutsu in a short time. This demonstrated his adept use of the Byakugan and further highlighted the Byakugan's superior resistance to illusions. As one of the 3 great dojutsu, if the Sharingan's strength lies in attack like Amaterasu and confusion like Tsukuyomi, then the Byakugan's power lies in perception and prediction. Moreover, it must be admitted that the Byakugan is highly effective against the Sharingan's Jinjutsu capabilities. Otherwise, the Mist Ninja AO would not have been able to undo Obito's Jinjutsu control over the 4th Mizuki Jigura with just a single Byakugan, nor would he have seen through Danzo's Kodoame Tsukumi on Mifune at the 5 Kage Summit. All these instances sufficiently prove that the Byakugan, which can see the flow of chakra in an opponent's body, is indeed a powerful counter to Jinjutsu. After all, the essence of Jinjutsu is to use one's own chakra to interfere with and confuse the enemy's brain. My face hurts. How did I end up on the ground? Was I caught in a Jinjutsu? The root ninja, who had been slammed to the ground and now regained consciousness, mumbled in a daze. His Byakugan-wielding companion, however, warned him, as if facing a great enemy. That's right, it was Jinjutsu. The enemy is an Uchiha. Send a signal. Be careful, his illusions are strong. Don't look him in the eye. The down ninja blinked, then realized. He immediately tried to pull the alarm flare and give a warning. But at that moment Natsume chuckled. Interesting. Mangekyō Sharingan Shun. Activate. Third level 8-fold speed boost. Having acquired the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Natsume had fully adapted to the third level of Shun's 8-fold speed amplification, which no longer put any notable strain on his body. He could activate it at will. In an instant, Natsume's greatly accelerated form disappeared from where he stood. Is that? Body flicker. Where did he go? The Byakugan wielder was horrified. Even with his Byakugan, he could barely track the vanished figure. When had the Uchiha produced a ninja so proficient in the body flicker? Or was it taijutsu? Before he could react, a scream came from his side. The teammate he had just rescued had already been struck. A dull thud sounded, and a sharp pain erupted in his abdomen. The small figure had appeared right before. With extreme speed, finishing these root ninjas at close range felt simpler than killing a chicken. Gathering chakra in his right hand, he gave a light flick. He slit the throat of the root ninja on his left, ending a life. Then he instantly appeared before the Byakugan. A gentle poke to the abdomen delivered immense force, causing the opponent's muscles to spasm and lose all combat capability. With a flick of his finger, he struck the Byakugan user's forehead. The force shattered the mask and sent the ninja flying several meters before he crashed heavily to the ground. As the mask broke, the root ninja's original face was revealed. Shadow Clone Technique. Instantly, Xiaomu performed the technique, creating 2 clones that rushed into the orphanage. These clones would certainly be able to swiftly eliminate the remaining root ninjas inside the orphanage. Meanwhile, Xiaomu's true self stepped forward, arriving before the already defeated Byakugan root ninja, preparing to take the opportunity to thoroughly persuade. Ahem, to have a heartfelt talk with him. After all, techniques like the Byakugan are rare. Ninjas capable of utilizing the Byakugan to such a level are even fewer. They indeed possess certain recruitment value. Since there was still some time left, Xiaomu didn't mind giving it a try. Of course, if his opponent remained unyielding, he would have no choice but to resort to lethal measures. The defected Uchiha Xiaomu. He never expected that this individual, already classified as an Shrank Rogue Ninja by Konoha, and with a bounty of 30 million, the defected Uchiha Xiaomu. He never expected that this individual, already classified as an Shrank Rogue Ninja by Konoha, and with a bounty of 30 million, would appear here. How dare he infiltrate Konoha again? Moreover, he hadn't been discovered by the village. At the same time, he suddenly understood. No wonder the enemy possesses such formidable strength and illusion capabilities. After all, this person had unlocked the Mangekyō Sharingan and defeated the prodigious Uchiha Fugaku. It was hardly surprising that he could defeat the 2 of them in an instant. However, it seemed that the village's intelligence was indeed accurate. This kid was incredibly strong and excessively young. It is I. Xiaomu nodded. Are you a member of the Hyuga clan? Or perhaps a branch family member? Xiaomu glanced at the opponent's forehead and asked softly. After all, once the mask shattered, the distinct blue cross and 2 reverse hook patterns on his forehead were unmistakable. Caged Bird Curse Seal. The Hyuga clan uses this seal on branch family members to restrict their Byakugan abilities and control their lives, representing ultimate domination and submission. This curse seal not only partially seals the abilities of the Byakugan, but can also control and damage the neural pathways of branch family members, even forcing them to sacrifice themselves for the sake of the main family. In any case, with this mark, there was no doubt that he was a ninja from the Hyuga branch family. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Shinkawa immediately furrowed his brow. He had always despised the distinction between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan. Initially, it was precisely because he was dissatisfied with the control of the Caged Bird Curse Seal that he did not want to be treated like a beast by the main family. Thus, he voluntarily joined the Umbu donned a mask and concealed the curse seal. Now, having his true identity revealed by a mere kid, he felt deeply resentful. As a result, he remained silent, appearing completely uncooperative. Seeing this, Xiaomu was not surprised. After all, he knew very well what kind of place the roots were. Even the most cheerful ninja, after spending enough time inside, would be subtly changed. It was almost impossible to break through these guys' psychological defenses with just a few words. Moreover, Xiaomu certainly wouldn't use verbal tactics. The system store didn't even have an option for verbal. Thus, from the very beginning, Xiaomu had already devised a plan. So it turns out you are just a defective product of the Hyuga branch family. No wonder you are so weak. Xiaomu intentionally mocked. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Shinkawa's brow furrowed even more, and he clenched his teeth tightly. It's true I've heard that the Byakugan of branch family members is incomplete. There are flaws, there are weaknesses. It seems that you probably haven't mastered the Byakugan completely, have you? If you were from the Hyuga main family, your development and utilization of the Byakugan would surely far surpass yours. TSK. Truly pathetic. Soon Xiaomyu's mockery and humiliation took effect. Hyuga Shinkawa grew angrier and more frustrated with each word. Finally, unable to contain himself, he turned red in the face and shouted, You are talking nonsense. My Byakugan is much better than the main family's waste. His mastery and proficiency with the Byakugan had always been a point of pride for him. He had surpassed the vast majority of his clan members in this regard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to quickly break Xiaomyu's illusion just moments ago. At this moment, being insulted about his strength by an enemy, he naturally found it hard to bear. What? You think your utilization of the Byakugan is better than that of the Hyuga main family? Of course. Is it useful, eh? No matter how well you use your Byakugan, as long as that caged bird curse seal is in place, aren't you still a dog of the main family? The main family can kill you whenever they want, can't they, eh? You piece of trash. Xiaomu taunted mercilessly. His words were filled with the utmost sharpness akin to blades piercing into the opponent's heart, causing blood to splatter. I will kill you. The extreme unwillingness and humiliation drove Hyuga Shinkawa nearly to madness. He even endured the pain throughout his body to struggle and rise, attacking Xiaomu. He wanted to tear this mocking brat to pieces. What? Am I not speaking the truth? Or do you not want to change all of this? Change. Hyuga Shinkawa smiled self-deprecatingly. If he could change, if there was a chance to change, so many members of the Hyuga branch family wouldn't have been oppressed by the main family all along. Over the years, the branch family had once produced many geniuses. Countless branch family members had toiled and researched the caged bird curse seal, yet not a single one had succeeded. He didn't want to change. It was simply impossible to change. What if I could erase this curse seal, eh? Xiaomyu's devilish whisper of temptation echoed once more. This made Hyuga Shinkawa tremble, suddenly halting his struggle. He looked at the young man before him with a mix of suspicion and anticipation. To be honest, Xiaomu had long wanted to mock the Byakugan, one of the three major eye techniques, alongside the Sharingan, clearly possessing outstanding potential and immense strategic value. Yet it had been completely dulled by the idiocy of the Hyuga clan, nearly rendered useless. It could be considered the most wasted eye technique without exception. The basic Byakugan generally has three major abilities: distant vision, X-ray vision, and insight. The third point aside, just the first two abilities grant the Byakugan perfect long-range vision, allowing one to see far even through obstacles. What is this eye technique most suitable for? It is for sniping. With the enhancement of the Byakugan, even among snipers, it is a godly existence. Imagine during a battle a group of ninjas walking through a forest. Suddenly an arrow with an explosive tag or another weapon shoots in from several kilometers away. No matter where you hide, you will be clearly seen and hit. You want to know where it is. Even if you do, you can't hit the opponent. You want to sneak up. Sorry, the Byakugan sees it clearly, and before you can get close, they have already fled, even retaliating while fleeing. You want to retreat. Sorry, the opponent can easily follow up, increasing the intensity of long-range attacks, and mercilessly beating you while you are down. You cannot advance or retreat. A Byakugan sniper can restrain an entire squad effortlessly, leading to your annihilation. What can you do? If 3 or 4 Byakugan snipers surround you and launch various ranged attacks, it is nearly invincible. It can be said to be defying the heavens. But what has the Hyuga clan done with the Byakugan all these years? Merely practicing punches, and then that's it. Such a great eye technique, yet used for close combat and knife fighting. Clearly holding an 8 times magnifying glass, yet insisting on engaging in melee combat. That is simply foolish. Thus, from this point alone, it is clear that the Byakugan is the most wasted eye technique. If only I could persuade and recruit some members of the Hyuga clan and improve things. I could definitely create a long-range sniper unit that would terrify the entire ninja world. This, after all, is Xiaomyu's true intention in attempting to deceive this Hyuga branch ninja. However, to succeed, he must first resolve the absolute control issue of the caged bird curse seal. Otherwise, even if he recruits and subdues the branch family ninja, it would be useless. If the main family merely thinks about it, the branch family members would instantly perish. What use would that be? Does Xiaomu currently have the ability to lift this caged bird curse seal? No. However, Xiaomu does not. But the system does. Although it is still uncertain, it is worth a try. If it succeeds, wouldn't that be a huge gain? After all, it's not expensive. Basic recruitment order: 500 gold coins with a certain probability to recruit a ninja, clear all their negative status effects, and cause the target to develop a significant favorable impression toward the host and affiliated factions. Intermediate recruitment order: 2,000 gold coins with a higher probability to recruit a ninja, clear all their negative status effects, and cause the target to develop a significant favorable impression toward the host and affiliated factions. Advanced Recruitment Order 5,000 gold coins with a relatively high probability to recruit a ninja clear all their negative status effects and cause the target to develop a significant favorable impression toward the host and affiliated factions. These were the items Xiaomu had selected from the system. It might be the exchangeable item to break the caged bird curse mark. In truth, this recruitment order is akin to a weakened version of Konoha Tsukumi. As long as there is sufficient chakra, Konoha Tsukumi can directly invade the opponent's brain without being detected altering their will. It is hailed as the ultimate genjutsu. Meanwhile, recruitment order can also imperceptibly twist the target's thoughts, making them develop a huge favorable impression toward the host and affiliated factions, thereby turning them to one side. However, the success rate differs with the grade of recruitment order. It can never achieve nearly a 100% success rate like Konoha Tsukumi, but it does have advantages like a low price and no exchange limit. Of course, what Xiaomu valued most was the so-called clear all negative status effects effect, although Xiaomu wasn't entirely sure whether the caged bird curse mark on the Hyuga branch family ninjas qualifies as a negative status. Still, a try wouldn't hurt. If it succeeds, he could gain a ninja with promising Byakugan potential. Moreover, this recruitment order would become the key to break the caged bird curse mark, a super ace against the Hyuga main family. If it fails, he would lose only 500 gold coins. At worst, he could drop by the leaf gold vault again before leaving to pick up a souvenir. It wouldn't be a loss. Meanwhile, after a brief shock and anticipation, this Rishiang Shinchuan's heart quickly sank back into gloom. He roared indignantly. Evil Uchiha Shimu, don't you try to fool me. Fool you about what? Claiming you can remove your curse mark. Even if I can't remove it, does it affect you? Your life is in my hands, and do I need to bother deceiving you? Zayama's soul-piercing question shook Rishiang Shinchuan once again. That made sense. There was simply no need for him to deceive. Even if the other party truly coveted the Byakugan or the Hyuga clan, they would approach the family higher-ups, not fool a root ninja like him with no influence. What if he was and really had a way to remove the curse mark? Then he would be willing to give everything for it. What exactly do you want? What I want isn't important. What matters is whether you want to remove the curse mark. You really have a way. Trying will tell. Rishiang Shinchuan hesitated, but he was clearly tempted. What's there to hesitate about? Or do you want to remain a dog of the main family for your whole life, forever living under the glory of the main family? Xiaomu further humiliated him. Rishiang Shinchuan's face flushed red, gritting his teeth. He finally agreed. I'm willing. Come on. If it were anyone else proposing such a mad scheme, he would have scoffed. But this was the Uchiha prodigy, a 10-year-old who had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan and successfully rebelled against his clan. That brat had already made many miracles. Why not one more? Excellent. You will be immensely grateful. Xiaomu nodded in approval. The reason he had heaped so much mockery and humiliation was to stir up rage in the other's heart, evoke emotional turmoil continuously, wear down his mental defenses, and make him willingly accept the recruitment, thus increasing the success rate of recruitment, though he wasn't sure if it would work. In the novels from his previous life, it was always written this way. No harm in trying right. It only took a few words of insult. It cost nothing. Confirm exchange of 500 gold coins for basic recruitment order. Confirmed. In the next moment, a golden light flashed and a delicate pale gold token appeared in Zayama's hand. Then with a thought, he quickly activated the recruitment order. In an instant, the token dissipated, transforming into an invisible force that rippled outward and completely enveloped the Rishiang Shinchuan before him. There was no light, no special effects, no awe-inspiring phenomenon. The basic recruitment order spent for 500 gold coins vanished like a fart. Zayama's heart sank, almost thinking his 500 gold had gone down the drain. But mere seconds later, something miraculous happened. Under the influence of the invisible force, the green caged bird curse mark on Rishiang Shinchuan's forehead rapidly faded, dissolving into nothingness, as if it had never existed. At the same time, Rishiang Shinchuan's eyes snapped open. His previous defiant expression was gone, replaced by intense fervor and adoration as he gazed at Xiaomu. The burning look in his eyes made Xiaomu flinch, stepping back half a pace, feeling a tightness in his rear. Thank you, Lord Xiaomu. The curse mark is gone. Finally gone. I am free at last. This is wonderful. The true Byakugan with no blind spot. So amazing. So incredible. Rishiang Shinchuan exulted and thanked him with radiant joy. Like a sparrow that had truly escaped its cage, he was filled with delight and vitality. Nothing brings more relief and happiness than regaining freedom than holding one's own life in one's hands. Seeing this, Xiaomu was also delighted. The state of Rishiang Shinchuan had fully proven that recruitment order can indeed remove the caged bird curse mark. In this way, all ninjas in the Hyuga branch family dissatisfied with the curse would become targets for his persuasion. With recruitment order corrupting the entire branch family was within reach. At this moment, Shimu could hardly wait to possess his very own elite long-range sniper unit. Moreover, once recruitment order took effect, the targeted ninja would naturally lean toward him and the Yannin village. He estimated that for a short while there was no need to worry about these recruited ninjas harboring deceit or betraying him. How he adored this recruitment order. Except its success rate seemed a bit low and needed careful handling. The 2 shadow clones Shimu had sent out earlier rushed back. I cleared 3 on my side. I cleared 4 on the 2 clones reported. Rixiang Xinchuan, does the number match? Are there any other root ninjas in the No, it's all 9, all cleared. Rixiang Xinchuan answered truthfully. From that moment on he was no longer a ninja of the Leaf Hyuga clan. After all, once the caged bird curse mark was removed, the Hyuga main family would never let a branch ninja who was beyond their control live. They would never tolerate an unstable element who knew how to undo the curse. As long as he was alive and the main family learned of it, he would be relentlessly hunted by the Hyuga main family until death. After clearing the root ninjas inside the orphanage, Natsume immediately sent a few of his clones to accompany Nanoyu into the place to search and rescue. As much as possible rescue the children from the orphanage. Meanwhile, Natsume's main body continued to deceive Hinata Shinkawa. How does it feel? Very good. What are your plans next? I am willing to serve Lord Natsume. Without hesitation, Hinata Shinkawa knelt half down and solemnly swore to Natsume. This is not surprising. Firstly, he had always been dominated by the caged bird curse mark and had little fondness for the Hyuga clan and Konoha. Secondly, the effect of the recruitment order greatly increased his goodwill towards Natsume and the Hidden Flame village. Thirdly, with the curse mark removed, the Hyuga clan could no longer accommodate him. Therefore, apart from supporting Natsume, he had no other choice. Moreover, he willingly served out of gratitude. This was fundamentally different from being forced to serve the clan due to the curse mark. It goes without saying which, very well, welcome to the team. With his scheme succeeding, Natsume revealed a broad smile and continued to ask, by the way, will the clan know once your caged bird curse mark is lifted? Hinata Shinkawa replied, they will. Once the curse mark disappears, the clan will immediately sense it, making it hard to conceal. Natsume said, that's not a big issue. After we finish here, I will set fire to the entire orphanage and all the corpses to destroy the evidence. In that case, the clan will only believe you died here and will not investigate further. Thank you, my lord. Hinata Shinkawa was slightly taken aback, then pleasantly surprised. With the death of the branch family member, he could naturally escape the clan's pursuit and completely bid farewell to his former self. Then Natsume continued to arrange, you stay within Konoha for now. You are very familiar with the operations of the Umbu and the Roots. I hope you can stay here and find out all the specific locations of the Roots' secret bases. Understood. Hinata Shinkawa touched his finally complete Byakugan and replied firmly. As long as he broke free from the caged bird restraints, he was confident that he would never lose to any Hyuga clansman again. Moreover, such tasks of intelligence gathering and searching for secret bases were quite suitable. For someone with the Byakugan's perspective ability, it was indeed very fitting. As long as you don't actively expose yourself, the Hyuga clan will hardly discover you have survived and lifted the curse mark. Therefore, I still need you to quietly contact those branch family ninjas who harbor resentment and dissatisfaction with the clan. I believe there must be many branch family ninjas who are already tired of the curse mark, tired of the main family. As long as you are an example for freedom, for the true glorious future of the I believe those branch family ninjas will make the right choice. Natsume smirked and shamelessly commanded. Even geniuses like Hinata Shinkawa and Hinata Niji of the branch family found it hard to resist the temptation of lifting the caged bird curse mark. Hard to resist the yearning for freedom. I imagine other branch family ninjas will be even more eager. If all goes well, establishing his Byakugan long-range sniper team is already a done deal. This digging the wall is indeed a beautiful thing. How delightful. The only difficulty is that I fear there might be too many Hyuga branch family ninjas dug in. I might not have enough gold coins to exchange for the recruitment order. After receiving the order, Hinata Shinkawa quickly put on a mask and concealed his figure. He went to execute the tasks of intelligence gathering and digging the wall. To be honest, having been dominated by the caged bird curse mark for so many years, living in resentment and fear, at this moment liberated, he naturally wanted to take the remaining branch family ninjas and escape together. He even wanted to see the terrified expressions of the clan when they discovered all branch members had broken free from control. Therefore, he was naturally very proactive and worked hard on this task. As he saw this piece leave, Natsume also revealed a satisfied smile and continued with his business. He rushed into the orphanage in front of him. Soon upon entering, sure enough, although the entire orphanage appeared normal on the surface, it had long been infiltrated and transformed into a secret base by the Roots. Underneath the orphanage, a vast blood-soaked killing ground had been excavated. Any orphans of appropriate age with a certain talent for ninjutsu brought into the orphanage. would be selected in advance and secretly sent to the underground base. They were secretly trained with methods that were exceedingly cruel and bloody. Looking around, there were at least dozens of child skeletons piled in the corners of the base. Not to mention this was merely one base. The actual number of those who died tragically during training was likely several times higher. It is enough to see how many heinous crimes the Roots have committed over the years. Therefore, when seeing the bloody killing ground hidden beneath the orphanage, the bloodstains everywhere, and the countless, even the mentally strong Nanoyu nearly broke down. Unable to hold back tears, she embraced several skeletons, crying uncontrollably and blaming herself repeatedly. If it weren't for her trusting the Roots, if it weren't for her incompetence as a director, so many poor orphans would not have fallen into the clutches of the Roots and Danzo. She is guilty. After a long time under a round of comfort from Natsume's clone, Nanoyu slowly calmed. Together with a few clones, she brought out the remaining 30 or so orphans in the orphanage. Most of these orphans had no aptitude for ninjas. Among them, only a few recognized the former director Nanoyu. The other 20 or so were new orphans taken in over the past few years. However, many of the children bore clear bruises from beatings, enough to show that they had also suffered inhumane treatment in this orphanage. One can only imagine how cruelly those gifted orphans were treated. Once the children were rescued, Natsume showed no hesitation. He swiftly threw another already deceased Root ninja's corpse onto the floor of the orphanage. Then a massive fireball technique erupted, instantly engulfing the entire orphanage in flames, beginning the cremation of the corpses. The dazzling firelight and intense chakra fluctuations quickly attracted many Konoha ninjas. However, by the time they arrived, the area was already deserted. Only an old orphanage continued to burn fiercely. At the same time, over 100 miles away from the Hidden Leaf Village, Natsume had instantly appeared here with a group of children and Ninu at a Flying Thunder God mark he had previously set. 100 miles is quite a distance. Even for ninjas, it would take some time to catch up. Sufficient time for Nanoyu to lead these children away from Konoha's sphere of influence. Of course, Natsume could also teleport everyone back to the Hidden Flame Village 1,000 miles away. However, moving dozens of people over a long distance at once, even for Natsume, it would consume quite a bit of chakra. Next, he still had to return to Konoha for a round and deliver some souvenirs. Saving some chakra would naturally be best. Thus, he only sent Nanoyu and the others here. Thank you, Lord Natsume. Thanks to you, Nanoyu said with reddened eyes, expressing her heartfelt gratitude continuously. If you want to thank me, repay me with your actions in the future. Now you should lead these children to retreat. They'll go back for a bit. They'll meet you again shortly. Natsume waved his hand and quickly instructed. Then he left a normal clone for. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique again and teleported back to Konoha. With the Flying Thunder God technique, Xiaomu could come and go as he pleased, unstoppable by anyone. After seeing off Yi Naiyu and the group of children, Xiaomu instantly flashed back to Konoha. In truth, this revisit to Konoha served three main purposes. First, to fulfill his promise to Yi Naiyu and rescue the orphans from the orphanage. Second, to design a trap to eliminate a wave of Root operatives, further weakening Konoha. Third, to take a look around and see if he could bring back some souvenirs. Recruiting a Byakugan-wielding ninja from the Hyuga clan and verifying the powerful effect of the recruit card were merely unexpected bonuses. If that Hyuga Fugaku could truly undermine the entire Hyuga branch family from within, that would be ideal. If not, it would not be a great loss. After all, it was nothing more than a casual move not worthy of excessive concern. At this moment, what Xiaomu cared about most was the alluring, irresistible treasury of Konoha. Since he had come all this way, he might as well take another stroll through the treasury and bring back some souvenirs. Moreover, he currently had over 6,700 gold coins and needed only 3,300 more to reach the goal of 1,000 coins. Although once the shipping company was established, within a month he could sell jewelry again and gather a huge sum of money. But if he could take another look inside Konoha's treasury, he might earn tens of millions tonight and directly reach the 1,000 coin target. Wouldn't that be delightful? Just like that, once done, twice familiar. Soon after returning to Konoha, Xiaomu wasted no time. Concealing his presence, he dashed straight toward the treasury. The sudden fire at the orphanage had drawn the attention of many ninjas, allowing Xiaomu to proceed smoothly. He quickly arrived beside the Konoha treasury. After the previous theft, Konoha had clearly learned its lesson, replacing the 2 Chunin guards with 2 skilled jonin. Unfortunately, this level of defense was nearly as bare as nothing in Xiaomu's eyes. The 2 jonin fell instantly, succumbing to his Sharingan Jinjutsu without a fight. Soon Xiaomu pushed open the treasury door and stepped inside. But instead of the expected glint of silver, all he saw was emptiness. Evidently, Konoha had already moved all the silver from this treasury, leaving behind only a bare hollow treasury. Well, they've certainly gotten smarter. They've already emptied this vault. Xiaomu sighed. He was not overly disappointed. In fact, he had anticipated as much. If someone's home were burgled, they would naturally change the locks and move their valuables. If they didn't know even that and foolishly waited for the thief to return again, then Konoha would truly be beyond hope. Oh well, it seems I won't be getting this souvenir. Xiaomu sighed, preparing to leave. But just then, several sounds of piercing wind came from outside the treasury's attic. The next moment, a unified shout echoed from all around: Ninja Art Barrier, 4 Azure Ceiling Prison. Xiaomu stepped out of the door and saw 4 Umbu ninjas standing at the 4 corners, jointly executing a barrier-type jutsu. They had enveloped the entire treasury. This 4 Azure Ceiling Prison was a semi-defensive, semi-restrictive barrier commonly used by the Umbu. It required at least 4 jonin with considerable chakra reserves to cast together, forming a highly defensive barrier that trapped the target securely. Breaking out from within was extremely difficult, unless one possessed destructive power comparable to a tailed beast. However, it was relatively easy to break from the outside. Thus, Umbu ninjas often used it to contain powerful enemies while waiting for reinforcements. Thud, thud, thud. A series of heavy footsteps sounded. An elderly woman appeared from the distant shadows, accompanied by 2 Umbu ninjas. It was Konoha's high-ranking advisor Zhuanqin Xiaochun. Uchiha Xiaomu. You came again after all. You bypassed the village's barrier without a sound. It seems you've obtained the new barrier codes, haven't you? Squinting, Zhuanqin Xiaochun addressed Xiaomu with a cold sneer. You knew I was coming. Not sure. Zhuanqin Xiaochun shook her head. To be honest, she wasn't certain whether Xiaomu would return. But since the treasury was already empty, she didn't mind turning it into a trap. She deliberately assigned 2 guards to create a facade, while the other Umbu ninjas lay in ambush ready to strike. Even if they couldn't catch Xiaomu, they could capture any other audacious criminals who still dared to target the treasury. After all, she had lived for decades and served as a high-ranking advisor for a long time. She possessed such small tricks and schemes. Yet she never expected that tonight would be so coincidental as to ensnare the super renegade ninja Uchiha Xiaomu in one fell swoop. What incredible luck! Maintain the barrier at all costs. Do not let him escape. Notify the others to rush reinforcements. Also be careful not to meet his eyes. Beware his jinjutsu. Even in her triumph, Zhuanqin Xiaochun did not underestimate him. She quickly reminded the surrounding ninjas. After all, she had been a ninja for decades and was once a member of the second Hokage's personal guard. Moreover, since Danzo had already suffered a crushing defeat at this brat's hands, she dared not be careless. However, from her perspective, although Uchiha Xiaomu was strong, breaking through this specially designed suppression barrier would not be easy. He was already a turtle in a jar. Even if he could break the barrier, the time spent would be enough for her to contact the village and summon sufficient reinforcements to capture this great renegade once and for all. After today, relying on this great achievement, she as an advisor would surely rise to fame, once more surpassing old fogies like Danzo and Sarutobi. Zhuanqin Xiaochun envisioned this delightfully. Unfortunately, her thoughts were pleasant, but reality was brutally cruel. Before she could savor her triumph for even a few seconds, Xiaomu spoke again from within the barrier. It seems not all of Konoha's advisors are useless. Zhuanqin Xiaochun, you contributed no small part to the clan's annihilation back then, didn't you? But do you really think you've got me, eh? Zhuanqin Xiaochun frowned and cursed harshly. Damned Uchiha brat, still stubborn even at death's door. As expected, your entire clan is a scourge. All of you deserve to die. Xiaomu smiled faintly, unruffled. Instead, he sneered and continued in a calm tone. We do deserve to die. But who dies first is still hard to say. As his words fell, the Xiaomu inside the barrier suddenly burst into a cloud of white smoke, vanishing without a trace. Seeing this, Zhuanqin Xiaochun and the others were greatly shocked. It's a shadow clone. Damn, that wasn't the real body. Impossible. Where is his real body? Protect the advisor. Several Umbu ninjas fell, and even Zhuanqin Xiaochun herself felt a jolt of panic, realizing the dire situation. But before she could react, that familiar icy voice echoed from behind her once more. Farewell. That icy, well-wishing sound at this moment sounded to Zhuanqin Xiaochun like the voice of a death-summoning spirit, causing her scalp to tingle and her heart to tremble with fear. She instinctively wanted to dodge and counterattack. Unfortunately, compared to Zaima's lightning speed, she was still too slow. Although decades ago, when she was a member of the second Hokage Fijian's personal guard, she had the solid strength of an elite jonin. But now, in her old age and faded beauty, her power was a ninja's strength is largely tied to taijutsu and ninjutsu. At her advanced age, her bones were brittle as want crushed ice. Her cellular vitality had greatly declined, and she could barely extract much chakra. How much strength could she still retain? This decline in power was also one of the reasons Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shuahuman Yin became advisors. In short, with her current strength, this old hag couldn't possibly evade Zaima's attack. As for Shimu, he had no mercy for this disgusting old hag who had secretly slandered the Uchiha clan countless times and incited many higher-ups to target them. Without a trace of mercy, he instantly activated the third-level 8-fold speed of Shunna, appearing behind her. With a single hand chop, he shattered Zhuanqin Xiaochun's lumbar spine and crippled her arms. He stripped her of all ability to resist. Advisor, Lady Zhuanqin. The surrounding Anbu ninja were instantly horrified and cried out in alarm. They all prepared to attack Xiaomu. But how could Xiaomu let these Anbu lackeys off? The next moment his divine blade was unsheathed. A scorching red light flashed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several sharp sounds of air being cut rang out. In an instant, including the 4 ninja maintaining the barrier. A total of 6 Anbu ninja all fell dead on the spot. Every single one was struck in the throat without exception. This attack by Xiaomu was swift and decisive. Without any hesitation. It was chillingly cold and efficient. Of course, the reason he used Shunna and the Kunwo blade instead of ninjutsu was to minimize fluctuations in chakra usage so as not to alert the other Konoha ninja. At this, with her spine shattered, arms crippled and miserably paralyzed on the ground, Zhuanqin Xiaochun felt unprecedented terror. As a ninja, she had faced many life-threatening crises in her life. But never before had she felt so hopeless and powerless as at this moment. Especially after witnessing the brat before her slaughter several Anbu ninja in an instant. Such terrifyingly powerful strength made her tremble inside, knowing she was beyond help. Tap, tap, tap. After dealing with the Anbu ninja around him, Xiaomu once again stood before the dying Zhuanqin Xiaochun. You. The excruciating pain throughout her body made it impossible for the old hag to speak a complete sentence. She could only glare at Xiaomu with hatred, as if she wanted to tear him apart. Don't look at me like that. Compared to your hatred, I have many clansmen who would wish you a fate worse than death. Bastard. You. Xiaomu kicked her hard again, and continued, still waiting for your backup. Do you know why my real body appeared so late? Don't worry. The ninja you sent to send word have all been caught up by me and secretly eliminated. After you die, tonight no one will know that I did all this. After all, Xiaomu had been raised in his past life with the cultures of infernal affairs and Machiavellian teachings. So from the very beginning, Xiaomu had no intention of risking his real body. After all, clones were such useful tools, it would be a waste not to use them well. Therefore, after seeing his clone fall into the trap, he immediately went to deal with those loose ends who were delivering intelligence. This caused a slight delay. Of course, even if his real body were trapped inside the barrier, he had left many flying thunder god marks outside, so he was utterly fearless. At worst, it was just a matter of an instant to flash out. Moreover, it was doubtful whether that barrier could even withstand the sharp edge of the Kunwo blade. To put it bluntly, if one ignored the third Hokage Yuanfei, Might Guy of the 8 Gates, and the hidden trump cards Konoha might have, by himself Xiaomu could basically plow through most of Konoha. Who knows where that old hag Zhuanqin Xiaochun did she really think she could capture him alive? You still want to? Xiaomu chuckled lightly. Take it easy, take it easy. You've moved the silver from the treasury to another place. That place must be even more secret. I figure that the new storage location is only known to a few of Konoha's high-ranking officials. However, since you set up an ambush here, and with your status as an advisor, I suppose you should know where the new treasury is, right? Obviously, the reason Xiaomu spared her life was to extract the location of the new treasury from the old hag. Otherwise, he would have killed her with a single blow just now. You're dreaming. I will never, don't worry. I didn't think you'd cooperate. I've heard your Jinjutsu skills. Would you like to try the power of my Mangekyō Sharingan's Jinjutsu? Before she could finish the word, Xiaomu opened his crimson eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. A surge of powerful ocular power poured out instantly, overwhelming Zhuanqin Xiaochun's will. Soon Xiaomu obtained the information he wanted, learning the location of the new treasury. You sure know how to pick a place. If not for the Jinjutsu, I might not have guessed that spot. Alright, thanks for your... I figure others will be arriving soon. Finally, help me cover this up, and make yourself useful one last time. Xiaomu's eyes focused, and his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan carried a surge of ocular power, once again injecting a vision into Zhuanqin Xiaochun's brain, forcibly altering her memory. Then he drew his blade, and swung it directly, cutting the old hag in half. With such a severe injury, she was as good as dead. Then he vanished from the spot in an instant, speeding toward the new treasury. Barely 10 seconds after Xiaomu left, many Konoha ninja rushed over due to the conspicuous barrier ninja. Seeing the gruesome battlefield, these ninja were all greatly shocked. At the same time, they quickly discovered the dying Zhuanqin Xiaochun. They hurriedly used chakra to keep the advisor's last breath alive. Soon after, the third Hokage Yuanfei also arrived. Upon seeing his old friend Koharu in such a miserable state, he was filled with rage, his hair standing on end. Koharu, who did this? Zhuanqin Xiaochun, with her last breath, recalled the phantom memory in her mind and informed 2 people. Red cloud robes. It's them. Risen. The village. Before she could finish, she breathed her last, truly dead. The administrative department is the organization assisting the Hokage in managing Konoha's affairs. Its highest chiefs are Shuei Hu Min Yin and Zhuanqin Shaochun, whose statuses are equivalent to village elders. The advisor's duties firstly to assist the Hokage in his work by providing correct opinions. Secondly, to serve as a bridge between the Land of Fire and Konoha, conveying national information, receiving the financial budget allocated by the country to the village, and also reporting to the daimyo about the village's conditions and situation, and so on. Frankly speaking, except that the actual power they wield is slightly inferior, Shuei Hu Min Yin and Zhuanqin Shaochun's status in Konoha is almost no less than Tuan Song. They are the indisputable high-ranking officials of Konoha. At this moment, the sudden death of such a high-ranking advisor has indeed brought a tremendous shock to Konoha. After all, even during the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, not a single high-ranking advisor in Konoha had met such an untimely demise. Moreover, Zhuanqin Shaochun was Yuan Fei's old comrade with a deep bond of friendship. At this moment, witnessing Shaochun's death with his own eyes is undoubtedly a huge shock for Yuan Fei Rizhan. It shakes his mind and kindles his rage. A dignified high-ranking advisor died right in front of the village's own treasury. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly be another heavy blow to the entire Konoha. Suppressing his fury, Yuan Fei muttered, "A two-man team, Red Cloud Cloak. Is it that Akatsuki organization? How dare they make a move on Konoha? And how did they slip through the village's barrier without a sound? Why did they choose to start a fight right here?" Countless questions surged from the depths of his heart. Unfortunately, no one could answer for him. Although Shaochun left some clues before her death out of caution, Yuan Fei could not immediately believe them. After all, it cannot be ruled out that someone is deliberately impersonating Akatsuki, trying to divert the blame. Moreover, as an experienced man, he even suspected whether Shaochun might have been controlled by Jinjutsu. However, after a brief pause, Yuan Fei quickly dismissed this conjecture. He was well aware of Shaochun's skill in Jinjutsu. Although not as accomplished as the young Jinjutsu prodigy, Shi Rihong, it was still quite remarkable. To think of controlling her without a trace and altering her memory is nearly impossible to achieve. Even the Mangekyō Sharingan, hailed as the pinnacle of Jinjutsu, would find it difficult to accomplish this. Proficient skill and immense eye power are both indispensable. Yuan Fei had also suspected that all this was the work of that prodigy Uchiha Natsume, who had already defected from the village. However, although that brat had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, he was still too young, and his chakra and eye power upper limits were not high. Therefore, it was unlikely. Of course, if he had known that within a mere 10-odd days that Brat Siamu's chakra and eye power had surged dozens of times over, he might not think so then. The Umbu were highly efficient. After investigating the scene and gathering intelligence, they began collecting the bodies. Yuan Fei personally closed Shaochun's eyes and covered her with a white cloth. There was fury in his heart, but having been Hokage for decades and having witnessed countless partings, he did not lose his reason. Instead, suppressing the heat in his heart, he asked coldly, "Has the on-site investigation been completed?" In response to the third Hokage, "We have examined the surrounding corpses. Except for Lady Zhuanqin, all were killed in a single blow. The attacker is extremely formidable. Is there any way to track them?" "No. The opponent is experienced. Not only did they quickly withdraw from the battlefield, but they also concealed all traces and scents. Even the ninja dogs cannot track them. We need more time before we might find their trail." The Umbu squad leader lowered his head and replied shamefully, "A comrade was killed, an advisor died suddenly. Yet they could only stay here helplessly with no clues at their wits' end." For the Umbu, this was undoubtedly a huge blow. Of course, he could not be blamed. After all, who could have imagined the perpetrator being so powerful, so audacious and arrogant? They almost treated the entire Konoha as their backyard. Moreover, the perception squad there remained silent, offering no warning. Truly useless. Yuan Fei did not curse, though he also wanted to let out a few angry words to vent. But in the end, he held it back. It wasn't that these Umbu ninjas were too weak, rather the enemy was too strong. 6 Jonin. If they attacked together, they could easily flatten some small hidden villages. Yet before this enemy, they were effortlessly slaughtered like chicks. Speaking of which, such a ruthless enemy. Why didn't they kill Zhuanqin Shaochun instantly? Presumably, it couldn't be out of consideration for her advisor status, could it? They must have ulterior motives. At this thought, Yuan Fei suddenly realized, damn, their target is still the silver that was transferred out of the They tortured Shaochun to force the location of the backup treasury. Yuan Fei's expression drastically changed, not daring to hesitate. He immediately dashed toward the direction of the backup treasury. He lost all semblance of Hokage composure. After all, the silver in the treasury was the very lifeblood of the village. Half of it had been stolen last time. If it were emptied again this time, even the salaries of those Umbu civil servant ninjas might become unpayable. How could Yuan Fei not be agitated? A few minutes later, outside Konoha village, a figure suddenly flickered into existence. At this moment, looking at the 8 spatial scrolls in his arm, Xia Mu revealed a brilliant smile. Yes, that kind of very simple smile. A full 40 million taels of souvenir. Konoha is truly generous. So generous that Xia Mu didn't want to leave. On the other hand, honestly, after suffering once, Konoha had indeed learned its lesson. Not only did they move all the money from the original treasury, but they even stored it in 3 temporary secret backup treasuries to guard against accidents. However, no matter how much Konoha calculated, they absolutely never anticipated that the high-ranking advisor Zhuanqin Xiaochun, who knew the locations of the secret backup treasuries, would be directly captured by Xia Mu. Moreover, under Xia Mu's Jinjutsu control, she revealed the addresses of the backup treasuries in detail. With such hospitality, how could Xia Mu waste it? He immediately acted and directly broke into one of the backup treasuries, the one set in a natural cave beneath the Hokage rock sculptures. He emptied all 40 million taels stored in that backup treasury. Not a drop left. Presumably at this moment, the belatedly aware 3rd Hokage Yuan Fei, looking at that one empty backup treasury, might just be fainted from anger, right? Besides that, the other 2 backup treasuries, one is set beneath the attic of the original treasury, and the other is set beside the Hokage's office. Konoha had indeed practiced truths like the darkest place under the lamp, and the most dangerous place is the safest. This further shows Konoha's boldness and meticulousness. If not for extracting intelligence through Jinjutsu, Xia Mu might not have been able to quickly find these backup treasuries. Of course, due to time constraints and the high risk, Xia Mu did not touch the other 2 backup treasuries. He had taken 40 million taels of souvenir tonight, which was already generous enough. No need to drain Konoha's foundation and force them into a desperate fight. Moreover, compared to instantly destroying Konoha, Xia Mu preferred to watch Konoha slowly collapse, step by step fall into the abyss, struggle desperately, grasping at a faint illusory hope in despair until death. Isn't that much more enjoyable? The climax is often just a fleeting moment. Once it passes, there is emptiness. Only the delicate foreplay and main act keep one endlessly entertained with an aftertaste that lingers. Ding, congratulations. You have earned 414000 value points. Would you like to redeem 414000 value points for 4140 gold coins? Redemption successful. Congratulations, you have obtained 4140 gold coins. Current balance, 10892 gold coins. Watching his balance once again break through the 10,000 gold coin threshold, Natsume felt a surge of joy, utterly delighted. What's more, he had 892 gold coins beyond 10,000. Enough to splurge on a 10 draw again. Of course, though, his heart leaped with excitement. Natsume did not hastily enter the system to start redeeming and drawing. After all, a major matter still awaited him. Of tonight's 3 objectives, Natsume had already achieved 2. He had even exceeded them. Not only had he gained a Byakugan-wielding ninja, but he had also disposed of that irksome old woman Koharu Utatane. Now only the final objective remained, namely devise a plan to ambush the root forces and further weaken Konoha. And now he figured the time was ripe. Time to go take a look. Meanwhile, outside Konoha village, a large group of Umbu and Root ninjas were quietly tailing several Uchiha clan members wandering along. Gradually, a few Umbu ninjas began to grow impatient. Captain, something feels off. Are those guys really planning to defect? It looks like they've already circled the village twice. If they were planning to defect, they wouldn't be dawdling like this. Shut up. Just follow orders. No matter what they're up to, we only need to complete our assigned mission. Follow them, surround them at the rendezvous point. The squad leader whispered sternly. Both Root and Umbu held executing orders as their foremost principle. As the blades hidden in the village's shadows, they needed only to aim at the target and strike with full force. As for whether it was right, whether it could go wrong, that was for the blade wielders, the Konoha higher-ups, to consider. Besides, to avenge past humiliation, Danzo had spared no expense this time, except for those currently on missions and the immature seedlings. He had deployed every Umbu and Root ninja he could mobilize. A full 100 people, divided into 2 groups. One group, as the vanguard, secretly tracked those Uchiha to their meeting point. The other group lurked on the village's outskirts awaiting orders. Once the signal was given, they would charge out fiercely. Forming a pincer, they would catch the turtles in the jar and eliminate those Uchiha traitors in one fell swoop. Because they had been operating outside the village, this detachment had no idea what was happening inside. They didn't know that one of Root's orphanage strongholds had been destroyed, nor did they know that a high-ranking advisor had also met a sudden end. Otherwise, they would not have been so calmly tailing those Uchiha ninjas. Their home had been ransacked. Who would have the mood to chase traitors? Though a few Konoha ninjas grew restless, the vast majority of professionally trained Root ninjas remained composed. Or rather, they were cold-blooded enough to have ample hunting patience for their prey. And so time ticked by. After those supposed fleeing Uchiha ninjas had circled Konoha 3 times, they finally deviated from the path and headed north. Seeing this, all the root ninjas perked up and hurried. In just a few minutes, the 5 Uchiha ninjas stopped in a relatively sparse patch of woodland and waited. Excellent. This must be their rendezvous point with the defectors from Rinnegan village. Quick, notify the others. Assemble here. Be careful, don't blow our cover. If this operation fails, Danzo-sama will surely have our heads. The root captain leading the 50-odd men commanded sternly. Everyone was well aware of root style. Once a mission failed, even if one survived, they would lose at least a layer of skin. With Danzo-sama already in a foul mood after losing the use of his legs, no one dared to incur his wrath. They all hastily and cautiously acknowledged. Meanwhile, the Uchiha ninjas waiting in the forest were also puzzled. What time is it now? 9 sharp. Right on time. So this is the place the clan head told us to come to. Doesn't seem particular. Who exactly is the clan head expecting us to meet here? So secretive. I don't know. But if we don't get back soon and the village's patrols catch us, we'll be in trouble. TSK, don't jinx it, you. Sigh. I should have just defected with those clansmen earlier. Even if it's hard and dangerous, it's better than staying in this suffocating village. What, you think the same? Who doesn't? I heard that Natsume-kun led the clansmen to build a new village and even allied with Kirigakure. I'd really love to see what a village of our own clan looks like. At least it must be better than Konoha. Of course. In my opinion, the clan head should have defected with us long ago. I wonder why he still stays in Konoha. Shoo. Don't speak ill of the clan head. He must have his reasons. Alright. When things truly get he'll just defect and go to that Rinnegan village. Good, count me in. Me too. Just wonder if they'll take us in since we refused to defect once before. These Uchiha ninjas chatted and laughed heartily. Compared to inside Konoha, out here they were truly free to speak their minds without restraint. Still, they couldn't help worrying a little. Worrying that even if they defected, Rinnegan village might turn them away. Just then, before their words had faded, a cheerful laugh suddenly emerged from the forest shadows not far away. Ha. Don't worry, Rinnegan village will never reject you. That place is the true home of our clan. Startled, they quickly turned toward the sound. Only then did they see a young boy holding a small turtle, slowly stepping out from the shade of the trees. Shemu. It's Mr. Shemu. The clan leader wanted us to meet, and it's actually Mr. Shemu. Are we supposed to coordinate with the Rinnegan village? At this moment, the 5 Uchiha ninjas were first startled and then overjoyed upon seeing Shemu. After all, in the past few days, the good news about the alliance between Rinnegan and Wuin had spread throughout as members of the Uchiha clan, just as they had hoped, who wouldn't want to visit the new village established by their own people. Thus, after receiving the personal confirmation from the renowned Mr. Shemu, the several were even more thrilled and could hardly wait to go. However, before they could happily step forward, a sudden change occurred. Seeing Shemu, who was holding a small turtle in one hand, was actually using the other hand to form a single-handed seal and perform a ninjutsu. Shadow clone technique, water clone technique, transformation technique, word binding technique control. The next moment, dozens of figures of varying appearances and heights emerged one after another from the forest shadows behind Shemu. At the same time, 5 sharp kunai shot out sharply from the woods, aimed directly at them. The 5 Uchiha ninjas were startled. They simply couldn't understand why Mr. Shemu would suddenly attack them. However, at this moment, they were all instantly immobilized by Zayama's word-binding technique, unable to move. They could only watch helplessly as the 5 kunai shot through the air. Swoosh, thud, 5 muffled sounds rang out. The 5 blades precisely pierced the chests of the 5 men. Moments later, the 5 fell to the ground with a thud. At the same time, a group of my root ninjas lying in ambush in the distance were also stunned by this sudden change. Report target has appeared. They are in contact with Uchiha ninjas. Only one person can't see the face clearly, but it should be a traitor sent by Rinnegan village to rendezvous. Excellent. The fish has taken the bait. All squads' attention, speed up. The encirclement mustn't let them escape. Wait. Target is more than one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Damn. A large number of unknown ninjas have appeared behind the target. Enormous numbers. Something's wrong. Where did Rinnegan village get so many ninjas? Are they planning to counterattack my A? Watching the dozens of figures suddenly springing up in the distance, this root squad leader couldn't help but change expression dramatically. Obviously, the sudden change had far exceeded his expectations and control. But before he could react, he suddenly saw the scene of the 5 Uchiha ninjas being hit by kunai and instantly falling to the ground. They killed the 5 Uchiha ninjas. Damn, are they crazy? Aren't they Uchiha rogue ninjas from Rinnegan village? Why are they killing each other? Not good, the intelligence is wrong. They might not be ninjas from Rinnegan village. Could be ninjas from other hidden villages. It's an enemy attack. Quickly inform Lord Tuanzang. The root squad leader roared. At this moment, he didn't care about being exposed or not. If those dozens of ninjas were indeed enemies from other hidden villages attacking, then Mai would be in danger today. At a time like this, who would care about those few insignificant Uchiha traitors? Baryon. Who is Baryon? Quick, tell me what's over there. Which village's ninjas are they? Hearing this, among this group of root ninjas, the only two with Baryon quickly activated their eyes and looked into the distance, taking in the scene over a kilometer away. At the same time, relying on the special chakra sensing ability of Baryon, these two root ninjas quickly perceived the truth. They discovered that the dozens of figures were not real. It seemed that a large part of them were clones created by the clone technique. This is a trap. They are bluffing. All illusions. Those are not real people. One of the Baryon ninjas shouted, but before he could finish, he suddenly saw something extremely terrifying. It made him instantly freeze, and his face changed dramatically. He screamed in terror. Not good. It's a tailed beast. Run. Seconds earlier, watching the 5 men fall before him, Shimu slightly curled his lips, seemingly very satisfied. Next, he lifted the 3 tails Isabu in his arms with one hand and patted its little head, commanding, "Hey, you understand me, right? Quick, spit a tailed beast ball over there. Hurry up. If you're slow, I'll make soup out of you tonight." The 3 tails Isabu. Obviously, Isabu had no right to refuse. It immediately opened its small mouth aggressively and began to gather a tailed beast ball. Soon, under the threat of soup, in just 3 or 4 seconds, Isabu had condensed a thick and massive tail. The next moment, Shimu lifted Isabu, aimed, and directly fired the tailed beast ball. Too fast, too surprising. The group of root ninjas in the distance never expected that the opponent actually had a tailed beast, and without any warning, it shot a tailed beast ball at them. That was the ultimate technique of a tailed beast. A single shot could destroy one or even several mountains. In the early Naruto, this was a finishing move that even the 5 Kage couldn't block. As a result, this large group of root ninjas had no time to react, let alone dodge. That purple-black giant-tailed beast ball rapidly traversed over a kilometer in an instant. It exploded directly above the group of root ninjas. The next moment, an orange-red crimson light erupted like a sun falling to earth, instantly engulfing everything around. The intense light was blinding. The violent shockwave spread outward, uprooting countless trees and raising a boundless hurricane. The tremendous roar and tremors could be clearly felt even over 10 kilometers away. The might of the tailed beast ball was no exaggeration. Moreover, this was the full power outburst of a certain little turtle under threat of its life. Naturally, it was spectacular and terrifying in power. At this moment, looking at the huge orange-red fireball rising in the distance and the enormous mushroom cloud that followed, Natsume felt quite satisfied. He reached out and patted the head of the 3 tails, Gifu, praising it. "Tsk, well done," he said. "You are still useful after all." The 3 tails quickly rubbed its head against him, appearing very obedient. After all, it knew clearly that the consequences of disobedience would be dire. Moreover, this human brat possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan. Even if it disobeyed, it would still be controlled by Genjutsu and forced to comply. It simply had no right to resist. As the saying goes, since you can't resist, you might as well enjoy it. Perhaps by cooperating a bit and changing positions, it might feel even better. The aftermath of the distant-tailed beast ball explosion was still spreading. Of that batch of over 50 root ninjas, except for a few lucky ones who had spread out early to stand guard, the rest were all engulfed in the center of the explosion. Not to mention certain death, they would definitely not even have their bones left. After all, these were all the elite core of Root. After this wipeout for the next few years, Root would inevitably be severely weakened and unable to stir up trouble. And this was exactly the effect Natsume wanted. It was not in vain that he had deliberately designed this, using these 5 Uchiha ninjas as bait to hook that old villain Danzo. Otherwise, gathering over 50 root elites together and taking them all out in one fell swoop wouldn't be easy. In any case, he had to thank that Lord Pachado for his full support. Unfortunately, that old villain Danzo had learned his lesson and didn't show up in person this time. Otherwise, the tailed beast ball earlier might have taken him out too. That would have been even better. Of course, in fact, with Natsume's current strength, even without relying on the 3 tails or the tailed beast ball, he could have swiftly annihilated that group of root ninjas. The reason he deliberately used the tailed beast ball for the attack was merely to conceal his identity and continue framing others. After all, Natsume was well aware. Although his actions inside Konoha village had just succeeded, they were not completely watertight, whether it was the fire at the orphanage or the theft of the backup treasury. If Konoha investigated deeply, he and the Rinnegan village would still be the prime suspects. If he were to reveal his true form outside the village, now activate Susanoo and massacre the root ninjas, that would be an admission of guilt. But if he used the tailed beast and the tailed beast ball to attack, the situation would instantly be different. After all, it was well known. Only the 5 great hidden villages and the Longing village possessed tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. How could their Yinin village have a tailed beast? Therefore, once Konoha was attacked by a tailed beast, they would naturally shift suspicion to the other major hidden villages, greatly reducing the suspicion on his own village. Afterward, with a little instigation, a new round of hidden village wars might soon erupt, allowing his own village to sit back and watch the fire reaping the benefits. Isn't that wonderful? And this was the fundamental reason Natsume used the three tails to unleash the tailed beast ball attack. After all, no one in Konoha village knew he had the three tails. As for the numerous clones he had just created, they were also meant to deceive the Konoha ninjas and divert the blame. Now it seemed the whole plan had gone very smoothly. Seeing the plan succeed, Natsume did not hesitate. He immediately had his clones help up the 5 Uchiha ninjas in front of him and released the control over them. The next moment, the 5 took a deep breath and quickly got up. They looked at Natsume in confusion, then at the huge explosion behind them, their hearts filled with doubt. Clearly the scene of these 5 Uchiha ninjas suddenly falling dead had just been an act by Natsume. Those kunai had not struck their vital points at all. Their dramatic collapse was also an illusion created by Natsume using the word binding technique. With time running short, Natsume couldn't bother explaining to the 5. He directly took out 5 substitute corpses he had prepared in advance from a space scroll and threw them on the ground. These corpses had their eyes gouged out, and their bodies were charred beyond recognition. They were perfect for disguising as these 5 Uchiha clan members. Then, without hesitation, Natsume immediately performed the Flying Thunder God technique and took the 5 still-dazed clansmen away. He teleported away again, leaving the place. The explosion of the tailed beast ball was so massive that within Konoha village the ground shook violently, waking countless sleeping villagers. The dazzling light of the explosion illuminated the sky over most of the village in a bright orange. Such a sudden change made many people instantly recall the terrifying night 7 years ago, recalling the rampaging nine-tailed fox that had dealt a heavy blow to Konoha. At the same time, on the watchtower at the village's outskirts, looking at the earth-shattering explosion rising in the distance and sensing the vast, terrifying chakra of the tailed beast, Danzo, sitting in his wheelchair, couldn't help but twitch his mouth, his expression drastically changing. That is a tailed beast attack. How can there be a tailed beast? That brat Itachi gave false information. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Those Uchiha rogue ninjas cannot have a tailed beast. Could it be another hidden village's surprise attack? Wait. Damn. Then my people are all gone. Danzo was horrified, his teeth clenched, and he guessed in terror. For this operation he had staked all his remaining resources. That first echelon of over 50 people included nearly half of them as jonin. If they were indeed wiped out by a tailed beast for no reason, he would be losing so much that had spit blood. Of course, amid his shock, Danzo also secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he hadn't rashly gone out, otherwise he might have also perished in that tailed beast ball explosion. Shush. Soon 2 figures quickly landed in front of Danzo, looking around nervously. Lord Danzo, quickly take me back to the village. Also have the second echelon retreat completely. A suspected attack from another village. Retreat to the village first, then plan. Danzo steadied his breath, pretending to be calm as he commanded. Regardless of what happened to the first echelon, whether they were wiped out or not, since there was a tailed beast attack, he couldn't let the remaining personnel take risks. If he lost all his men, how would he compete for the Hokage position later? He had been lying low for so many years, he was quite experienced in the art of cowardice. Matters as big as a tailed beast invasion should be left to Yuan Fei to handle. Yes, sir. These 2 loyal root ninjas did not hesitate at all. They immediately carried the wheelchair with Danzo and retreated into the village. Similarly, in a corner of Konoha within the ruins of the Uchiha clan's compound, Fuyue was also woken by the tremor and quickly jumped onto the roof. Looking from afar at the brilliant orange explosion rising outside the village, the great clan leader Fuyue was momentarily stunned, his heart startled. He also thought it was an enemy village attack. Then, after a moment's thought, he suddenly understood and couldn't help but give a faint smile, secretly sighing, that kid is too crazy. This really stirred things up. But it's not bad. Perhaps with the war the village won't have time to target our clan, and they might even have to rely on us heavily. At the same time, in the temporary wooden house, Juzi, who had just gone to bed and been woken up, came out drowsily. He looked up at Fuyue curiously and asked, Dad, why are you standing on the roof? What are you looking at? Fuyue looked down at young Sasuke. In a good mood, he even rarely joked, watching fireworks. Someone is setting off big fireworks outside the village. Sasuke was delighted and shouted excitedly, I want to see too. I want to see too. The commotion in my lasted an entire night. Both the fires within the village and the explosions beyond its borders left countless villagers restless and trembling with fear throughout the night. Desperate conjectures arose, was war imminent? Fortunately, the tumultuous night passed. The village faced no further assaults. This brought a modicum of relief to many. However, as the flames at the orphanage subsided, the hidden darkness it concealed was laid bare once again, stirring a wave of upheaval. After all, in any hidden village the mortality rate of ninjas was exceedingly high. During wartime, it would multiply several times over. Consequently, countless orphans were created. Originally, these orphans were uniformly taken in by the village or the orphanage, serving as a safeguard and assurance for the fallen hero ninjas. But now, the orphanage was burned down, exposing the bloody laboratory beneath it. Only then did the villagers realize this was no orphanage at all. It was nothing short of a devouring demonic lair. As the skeletal remains of children were unearthed one by one, the onlooking villagers' eyes turned red with rage. They were furious. No ninja could bear to see that while they fought and bled for the village, their children after their deaths were sent to the orphanage only to become experiments for the root, tortured and trained to death repeatedly, or molded into emotionless pawns. Who could tolerate such? Soon many ninjas launched a fervent protest demanding a thorough investigation of the orphanage and severe punishment for the masterminds behind it. After all, the battles outside the village were distant, and since the village had suffered no major casualties, they held little significance for most villagers. The orphanage issue, however, struck close to home concerning the safety of every ninja's offspring. Compared to the distant skirmishes, the villagers naturally paid more heed to the latter matter. Meanwhile, while the lower-level villagers were seething with righteous indignation, the upper echelons of Mai were also in a frantic state of disarray. Too many major incidents had occurred the previous night: the destruction of the orphanage, the theft of the reserve treasury, the death of a high-ranking advisor, and a suspected attack by a tailed beast from another village. Any one of these would have been enough to give Mui's administrative department a severe headache. Now they were all compounded together. This was simply a catastrophe. At this moment, the white-haired, grim-faced, and dejected third Hokage Yuan Fei sat alone in the Hokage's office, sighing softly. He could not understand why so many disgraceful incidents occurred during his tenure. It was only because he had grown old. Had he possessed the prestige and power of the first Hokage, who would dare? Sigh. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. An Umbu ninja entered, knelt on one knee, and removed. Oh, it's Kakashi. Have you compiled the statistics? What are the casualties among the Umbu and the root? Yuan Fei composed himself and asked, feigning calm. Kakashi lowered his head and reported swiftly. Within the village, 11 Umbu ninjas were killed. Outside the village, 8 Umbu ninjas and 46 root ninjas were killed. Yuan Fei sucked in a sharp breath, his face darkening further. Such losses were the most severe since the Third Great Ninja War. The Umbu aside, this time the backbone of the root had likely been shattered. Tuanzong probably now had less than half of his usable forces. Any leads on the thieves who stole from the reserve treasury? No, Kakashi shook his head. The Umbu had searched the treasury and the reserve treasury inside out, digging 3 feet deep. They had also deployed various tracking dogs and beasts to assist, yet still found no clue. It was as if the thieves had vanished into thin air. Hearing this, Yuan Fei frowned deeply. This was the second theft from the treasury. Yet this time, they didn't even know who the thieves were. They could only vaguely infer that the Akatsuki organization might be involved. On top of that, they had lost a high-ranking advisor in the incident. Such humiliation would disgrace the entire Mai. How could he not be furious? Sigh. What about last night's attack outside the village? Kakashi promptly handed over a stack of reports. They contained a detailed reconstruction of the entire event compiled by the Umbu and the root along with the surviving ninjas from the previous night. Yuan Fei took the reports and read them carefully. After a long while, he exhaled a turbid breath, his expression complex. Judging from the reports alone, the attack last night was utterly absurd. Yu's voluntary betrayal, the secret defection of the Yuzhibo ninjas Tuanzong, and the root's ambush, and the sudden appearance of a tailed beast attack. These events strung together were more absurd than a ninja world war. There were far too many coincidences. Yuan Fei had initially suspected that the group attacking from outside the village might be closely connected to those who stole the reserve treasury. But now the connections behind these events were becoming increasingly murky. Most crucially, after a whole night's effort, they still couldn't identify any of the enemy forces. It was far too passive. Kakashi, what do you think? Do you believe these attacks are related? Yuan Fei actively sought Kakashi's opinion, hoping to use his sharp mind to untangle the relationships. I cannot analyze the orphanage incident, Kakashi replied. But the theft of the reserve treasury and the attack outside the village were likely not the work of the same group. If they were the same group, given that they could infiltrate the village silently, they wouldn't need to launch an attack out. They could have simply brought the Jinchuriki or the tailed beast into the village for a surprise attack, causing far greater casualties. Therefore, I suspect that the group outside was an assault force from another hidden village. They happened to encounter the Yuzhibo members who were preparing to defect, and quickly silenced the 5. Then they discovered that a large number of root ninjas were following behind them. Assuming their surprise attack was exposed, They hastily launched a tailed beast ball attack and retreated swiftly. Kakashi presented his deduction, which he considered the most plausible explanation. After all, they had no knowledge that someone had mastered the flying thunder god technique, allowing them to effortlessly leap between the village and the outside. Hearing this, Yuan Fei nodded slightly. In his view, this was indeed a very reasonable speculation, clearly explaining the puzzling aspects of the anticlimactic attack. Yuan Fei, are you certain the 5 were Yuzhibo ninjas? Kakashi, I cannot be certain. Their bodies were severely burned, making facial identification impossible. But both eyes of the 5 were gouged out. Unless someone was collecting Sharingan, it would be unusual to deliberately remove the eyes of corpses. Very well, I understand. Yuan Fei nodded and fell silent, tapping the wooden desk while racking his brain, mentally matching the suspects among the 5 great hidden villages. Since a tailed beast was involved, the suspicion was undoubtedly narrowed down to the other 4 great hidden villages and the Takigakure. The Yuzhibo's Yin hidden village was directly excluded as the most suspicious. Next, although Takigakure possessed a tailed beast, it was a minor hidden village. Unless they had the audacity of a bear's heart and a leopard's gall, they would not dare to offend Mai. Thus their suspicion was also low. Then Yuan Fei had considered the Mist hidden village, which was allied with the Yin hidden village. However, the upheaval in the Mist hidden village had occurred 3 days ago, and the news had only reached the village yesterday. A major hidden village undergoing a coup, the death of the Mizukage, a shift in power. Such events would inevitably involve a mountain of administrative affairs to handle. How could they possibly have organized forces deployed a Jinchuriki and attacked Mai without pause? 2 days with an ocean in between. The Mist ninjas simply couldn't have arrived at Mai in time. Therefore, Yuan Fei excluded the Mist hidden village from suspicion. The remaining ones with the greatest suspicion are the Rock Cloud and Sand hidden villages. Damn it, which one is it? Yuan Fei frowned deeply, muttering speculatively to himself. Accompanied by 5 newly joined clansmen as well as Ineyu and other Xiaomu directly teleported back to the distant Yanin village. Since the battle had already concluded, there was no need to worry excessively about the consumption of chakra. Upon returning to his own village, Ineyu naturally joyfully sent the rescued orphans to the newly built orphanage for placement. The 5 new clansmen were also taken care of by Xiaomu's subordinates. However, it seemed that the shock brought to them by tonight would take quite a while to settle. After sending these people away, Xiaomu finally set down his burdens and made his way to the hot spring pool in the backyard. With 2 fire techniques, a pot of spring water quickly warmed up, releasing swirling white steam. Xiaomu leapt in and lay down in the pool. At the same time, a little sea turtle quietly wriggled out of Xiaomu's grasp, swimming to the edge of the pool, trying to hide a bit further away. After all, if Xiaomu kept rubbing against it, its turtle skin would surely be rubbed raw. Ah, so comfortable. Truly, it feels so good. Xiaomu soaked in the hot water, letting out a hearty laugh, feeling exceptionally at ease. He couldn't tell if it was the comfort of the hot spring or the satisfaction from the smooth operation of tonight's actions. TSK. I suppose the people in Konoha must be terrified by now. The tailed beasts are right in their faces. They should be in a bit of a panic. Xiaomu mused cheerfully. Leaving aside the later developments during this period, the deterrent power of the tailed beasts was still significant. He then recalled the entire process in detail. After confirming there were no mistakes, Xiaomu excitedly closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into the system, preparing for another round of indulgence. Host Xiaomu attributes fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, chakra 72 cards. Ninjutsu Flying Thunder God Technique S-Class Space-Time. Ninjutsu 8 Gates of Doinjia Formation S-Class Taijutsu. Spiritual Transformation Technique S-Class Soul Ninjutsu. Bloodline Limit Sharingan Eternal Mangekyō. Taijutsu 1000 Years of Pain 1000 Flames Blade. Special Skill Chakra Extraction Method. Special Weapon Kunlun Blade. Current balance 10892 gold coins. Seeing this substantial sum of gold coins, Xiaomu once again beamed with a brilliant smile. Indeed, Konoha is the best. The leading village among the 5 great hidden villages is indeed overflowing with wealth. One of the 3 reserve vaults contains a full 40 million ryo. Not to mention the 70 million ryo I previously sneakily took. It's clear that they are far wealthier than Awakens. Once Konoha is wealthed, I can continue to reap the benefits. After some reflection, Xiaomu did not hesitate. He directly entered the system store and exchanged for another powerful ability he had long desired. Would you like to pay 100 gold coins to exchange for Sage Body? Confirm. Originally, Xiaomu had hesitated over whether to exchange for the immortal powers of the evil god body or the tailed beast body. However, considering the prevalence of sealing techniques in the ninja world, in the end he chose the Sage Body, which would enhance his overall strength much more obviously. The next moment, 10,000 gold coins scattered like snowflakes. At the same time, the system's transformation of Xiaomu's body began instantaneously. Under an indescribable great power, The cells of Xiaomu's entire body rapidly transformed, evolved, and sublimated. Cell vitality, bone hardness, muscle toughness, and so on. All experienced explosive growth far exceeding the time when Orochimaru had transplanted Hashirama cells into him. Even the few incomplete Hashirama cells within him were entirely assimilated and devoured, transforming into pure sage body cells unique to Xiaomu. In fact, the abilities of the sage body are quite simple, comprising only 3 points. 1. A massive chakra reserve comparable to that of a tailed beast. 2. Strong vitality and recovery ability. 3. Exceptional physical strength. Moreover, with these 3 enhancements, any ordinary ninjutsu can work wonders in the hands of the sage body. The power of ninjutsu can indeed be linked to the quantity of chakra. However, merely relying on the amount of chakra to measure combat power is absolutely fallacious. For instance, in the early stages of Naruto, if Naruto had a chakra level of 10 and the 3rd Hokage had a level of 5, could Naruto defeat the 3rd Hokage? The 4th Raikage also possesses a tailed beast-level chakra and surpasses Hashirama in speed, but can he defeat Hashirama? Furthermore, the 1st Hokage Hashiramas would release apart from being extremely effective against tailed beasts does not really excel in offensive or defensive capabilities. Its main strength lies in its rich functionality, strong control, and overall capability. Later on, Madara also acquired wood release abilities. However, when they fought seriously, Hashirama used wood release, while Madara used Susanoo. Thus it proves that strength does not solely rely on wood release, but rather on the 1st Hokage himself and his sage body. In simple terms, even if the same ninjutsu consumes the same amount of chakra, the power exhibited by the sage body will inevitably far exceed that of an ordinary ninja. This is the most terrifying aspect of the sage body. This full body transformation took considerably longer than before. It lasted nearly 10 minutes before it finally concluded. As soon as it ended, Xiaomu clearly felt the terrifying increase in strength and chakra within his body, and that cellular vitality that exceeded normal beings by dozens of times. He felt that in his current state, he could go for 10 times in a night. 7 times should still be manageable. Simultaneously, the terrifying boost in strength made Xiaomu unable to resist wanting to try it out. The next moment, Xiaomu slightly curled his finger and flicked it. Zhang. The raging chakra burst forth, directly scattering all the spring water in the entire pool, causing it to float up. It formed a vast, hazy, and ethereal array of colorful floating snowflakes. Then an endless number of snowflakes quickly gathered into a massive water ball, spiraling rapidly. Clearly, after acquiring the sage body, Xiaomu's mastery over the transformation and properties of chakra had skyrocketed. With just a thought, he could easily control the changes and transformations of chakra. It was truly absurd. Such a magical scene, along with Xiaomu's suddenly surging terrifying aura, made a certain 3-tailed creature hide at the bottom of the pool, trembling in fear. Splash! Xiaomu dispersed this chakra. The huge water ball fell, transforming back into a pool of spring water. Then Xiaomu hurriedly and excitedly opened the system personal panel to check. With an immortal body and the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Natsume estimated that his overall strength had reached an upper middle level above the cage class. Even compared to Hashirama and Madara at their peaks, he shouldn't be too far off. Of course, when truly measured against those two who dominated the Warring States period with unparalleled combat experience and superb skills, those cheats of their era, there was still a considerable gap. Even with equal power, the 10-year-old Natsume likely would not be a match for. This was not about boosting others' morale and damping his own. It was simply speaking the truth. Only by acknowledging his shortcomings could he better compensate for his shortcomings and improve himself. However, overall, with his current strength, roaming the entire shinobi world was more than enough. Next, he should settle down and familiarize himself with the recent surge of power. However, before settling, he had gone through great trouble to stir up trouble in Konoha, making the Akatsuki and the other great hidden villages take the blame for so many things. He had to at least make these attacks serve some purpose. The shinobi world in this era was still too peaceful. For his hidden village to rise, he had to stir up the entire shinobi world, disturb the stagnant pond. Only then could he ride the wind and seize the opportunity. Surely Konoha must be seething with anger and on high alert now. It only needed his final push for everything to erupt. As for that final push, it should have already reached Konoha. Just as Natsume had predicted, the situation in Konoha at this moment was indeed not optimistic. A large number of protesting villagers gathered in front of the Hokage's office building, demanding the truth be uncovered and the mastermind behind the orphanage be severely punished. Instantly, the pressure on Konoha's high-ranking officials multiplied. Originally, if it were just the orphanage scandal, the impact wouldn't have been this huge. But with the advisor's tragic death, the treasury theft, the tailed beast invasion, all the way to their village gate, and a series of other shocking incidents, directly put most of Konoha on edge, filled with fear and unease. afraid that war might break out again at any moment. Moreover, once fighting began, it would inevitably lead to deaths and more orphans. Seeing Konoha's current state with the orphanage turned into a den of evil, who would dare fight desperately on the battlefield? Aren't they afraid their own sons will also be sent into that den? The children of the major ninja clans were luckier. After their parents fell, the clan could raise the orphans. But the vast majority of civilian ninjas didn't have such treatment, did they? Once they died, their sons and daughters would still be sent to the orphanage, left to be bullied by others. Hadn't they seen how even the son of the once renowned fourth Hokage Minato was now ostracized? Therefore, in the eyes of many civilian ninjas, uncover the truth and severely punish the mastermind naturally became the top priority. Otherwise, they couldn't even feel secure fighting. In response, many major ninja clans adopted a wait-and-see attitude. After all, in recent years, the expansion of Konoha's Umbu and Root, as well as the suppression of many ninja clans, had been excessive, and the split and tragic state of the Uchiha clan served as a stark warning. Thus, these large clans didn't mind taking the opportunity to pressure Konoha's high-ranking officials and add some stress. At this moment, inside the Hokage's office, the aged third Hokage Sarutobi stood by the window looking down at the large crowd of impassioned protesting ninjas below, listening to the chaotic accusations and curses. "How many people are down there?" Sarutobi asked with furrowed brows and a pained expression. This was the first time in all his years as Hokage that he had witnessed such a large-scale protest. "Over 700 people." An Umbu member quickly replied. "Hokage-sama, should we disperse them?" Sarutobi shook his head. "No need. Their demands are reasonable. Regarding the orphanage issue, they indeed deserve a proper explanation. Moreover, this involves Root and Umbu. If you go, it will only escalate the conflict." Sarutobi still had basic judgment. He did not resort to violent means to disperse the protesting villagers lest it provoke a larger uprising. In short, Konoha was now like a powder keg. It could not withstand any more provocation. "Hokage-sama, then what should we do?" "Sigh." Sarutobi sighed and ordered, "Have the Hokage's assistant come here." "Yes." The Umbu ninja immediately withdrew to invite Lord Danzo. Obviously, after the orphanage scandal erupted, Sarutobi had immediately known. The mastermind behind it had to be Danzo. Only he had the ability, the opportunity, and the ruthlessness to commit such cruelty. In the past, a minor punishment and warning might have sufficed. But this time the orphanage issue had too great an impact. It had incited public outrage. The fury of so many people could not be easily quelled. That was why Sarutobi had been hesitating. But now it seemed that to appease the masses he had to severely punish Danzo and Root. Soon Danzo, seated in a wheelchair, was pushed into the Hokage's office. Then the other guards withdrew and closed the door behind them. In just a moment, the familiar sounds of argument emanated from the office. "Danzo, Hiruzen." The quarrel lasted nearly 10 minutes before it finally ended. Moreover, compared to before, Sarutobi was noticeably angrier this time. If it hadn't been for Danzo's crippled legs and unhealed injuries, he would have wanted to beat Danzo up. After all, Danzo and his Root had indeed handled much of the village's dirty work and taken the blame for many things in the past. But look at recent events. It was he who forced the Uchiha clan into rebellion, it was he who caused the deaths of dozens of Root elite ninjas, and it was he who secretly corrupted the orphanage, inciting this massive protest. At this point, Sarutobi could no longer shield him. "Danzo, this incident has gone too far. I can no longer indulge you. From now on, I officially relieve you of your position as Hokage's assistant." "But Hiruzen, Danzo was jolted, extremely unwilling, and immediately tried to defend himself. But this time Sarutobi was resolute. He directly barked, "No more excuses. This is for your own good. Also stop those inhuman training practices in Root. Furthermore, without my orders, Root is not to participate in any operations. I will personally handle the appeasement of the people and the reconstruction of the orphanage. Your punishment will be formally announced to the entire village afterward. Until then, you will be confined to your home and reflect on your actions." Sarutobi was, after all, the Hokage. He had nearly absolute authority over Danzo, who was his assistant. With a few words and orders, he could directly strip Danzo of most of his real power. After all, Sarutobi knew well that no punishment could cause Danzo more pain than the deprivation of actual power. It was foreseeable. After losing the position of Hokage's assistant and the actual command of Root, Danzo would for a long time be like a crossbow, without arrows, unable to cause further trouble. However, although this punishment was severe, it was also for Danzo's own good. Otherwise, the hundreds of furious protesters outside would likely tear Danzo apart. Last night, Sarutobi had already lost Koharu. He truly didn't want to lose another old comrade. Upon hearing Sarutobi's severe punishment for him, Danzo's face nearly turned green with rage. He who had always been ambitious and yearned to ascend to the position of Hokage. What he could not bear most was the loss of his authority. That was his lifeline. But as always, as long as Sarutobi remained, he had no choice but to passively accept it. To suppress Sarutobi and sit atop him was utterly impossible. The attacker remains the attacker, the receiver remains the receiver. This could never change. But to actually accept the punishment and willingly relinquish all power was even more impossible. He had not yet become Hokage, nor had he avenged himself by killing that brat Natsume. How could he let go? Yet judging by today's situation, Hiruzen seemed determined to target him. Mere words would no longer suffice. He needed to take concrete action. Then, gritting his teeth, Danzo made a decision. I know who attacked the village last. As Danzo spoke, he immediately captured Sarutobi's attention. From the perspective of the entire village, calming the rage of the protesting villagers was indeed important, but uncovering the identity of last night's attacker to prevent another assault was even more critical. After all, the former could cause chaos in the village while the latter could potentially topple it entirely. The relative importance was self-evident. Thus, as Hokage, Sarutobi was more eager than anyone to learn the attacker's true identity. It's a Awakens. Awakens. Do you have evidence? Sarutobi exclaimed, frowning in doubt. Without evidence, he would not readily believe it. Danzo shifted his weight on the wheelchair, pulled a scroll from beneath him, and handed it to Sarutobi. Sarutobi recognized it at once. Such a finely encrypted scroll was undoubtedly used by Root to transmit top-secret messages. It was sealed with complex ninjutsu barriers accessible only to those who knew the decryption method. Forcibly opening, it would destroy the secret message within. It was one of the most effective and reliable methods for transmitting confidential intelligence in the ninja world. The scroll had already been opened once, so no further decryption was needed. Sarutobi pulled it open and read. Soon as he grasped its contents, his expression shifted in shock. This is a message sent at the risk of death from one of my spies in Awakens. It records intelligence that Awakens plans to launch a surprise attack on our village. The scroll reached me only this morning and is intact. Aside from me, no one knows the decryption method. This essentially rules out the possibility of false information. Danzo explained calmly. In fact, the scroll had been prepared by Kabuto. After learning of Iwagakura's plot, he had immediately sealed it, intending to send it to Konoha. However, he was rescued by Natsume. The unopened scroll naturally fell into Natsume's hands. Only the day before yesterday, Natsume, through Orochimaru, secretly returned it to Danzo. Thus, from Danzo's perspective, this was clearly Orochimaru fulfilling their agreement by eliminating Kabuto and Nono and bringing back the scroll. Therefore, upon seeing this intelligence, Danzo almost died of rage. In his eyes, it was those damned Iwanin who had ruined his plans. Otherwise, last night, he would have ambushed those Uchiha traitors and captured them all. Now, not only had he gained no benefit, but he had gotten nothing but trouble. His route had lost over half its forces. How could he not be enraged? After hearing the explanation, Sarutobi fell silent. He stared at Danzo, his expression stern, his gaze fixed. After a long moment, he averted his eyes. He acknowledged that Danzo had many minor flaws. But when it came to matters of the village's safety, he had never deceived him. He loved the village just as much as Sarutobi did. Otherwise, over all these years, Sarutobi would not have allowed Danzo to serve as Hokage advisor and granted him such substantial authority merely because of their old acquaintance. Moreover, unless Danzo's head had been hit by a door, he would never have sacrificed over 50 root elites to fabricate such a false message. Thus, it was almost 98% certain that Awakens was the true culprit. Additionally, rumors suggested that Awakens had a mutually exploitative relationship with the Akatsuki organization. Though unverified, considering the many details, the identity of the true culprit was all but certain. With that thought, Sarutobi furrowed his brows, anger rising within him. 8 years ago, during the Third Ninja War at the Kanobi Bridge, Konoha and Awakens had already forged a deadly enmity, and his talented great-grandstudent Obito had died in that battle. Unexpectedly, after all these years, instead of Konoha seeking trouble with Awakens, they had been the first to attack. How despicable! Sarutobi wished he could immediately muster troops and march on Awakens to avenge the past. But peace had lasted so long that he truly did not want to drag the village back into the mire of war. No one understood the cruelty and bloodshed of war better than he did. However, just as Sarutobi hesitated, Danzo suddenly shouted loudly, "Hiruzen, will you continue to endure this? Will you remain cowardly? They have already reached the village gates. Next time, that tailed beast ball might explode right in the village. What are you still hesitating about? Do you want to see Konoha destroyed?" Clearly, Danzo was inciting and urging Sarutobi. It was for the village, but also for his own power. After all, once war broke out, his root would have its use, and he would not lose his influence. Even through a great war, he might ascend to the position of Hokage. Danzo's shout indeed pushed Sarutobi, compelling him to make a resolute decision. It was the first time in his life he had made such a reckless decision to take the initiative, Of course, the main reason was that Awakens had gone too far. They had led a tailed beast right to the village gates. If he endured any longer, Konoha might cease to exist. Even the most good-tempered person could not tolerate being humiliated so thoroughly. For the sake of pride, to uphold the village's reputation, and for future peace, he had to strike back forcefully. Otherwise, he would not be able to divert the villagers' current fury. Deploy personnel to spread the word, and get Jiraiya back immediately. Tomorrow I will personally go to Mangekyō to discuss an alliance. When I return, we will immediately launch an attack on Awakens. Since they want war, then let there be another great ninja war. Sarutobi gritted his teeth and made the decisive proclamation. The series of sudden upheavals forced Konoha to make changes. That noon, the third Hokage Sarutobi personally stepped forward. He delivered a series of important speeches and granted subsidies to all protesting citizens. Only then was the public's anger quelled, and the throng of demonstrators gathered before the Hokage's office were sent home. Meanwhile, early the next morning, the administrative department of Konoha, in conjunction with the Hokage's office, issued a new notice providing a detailed explanation of the orphanage scandal. It also severely punished the deputy commander of the route, the mastermind behind the incident. At the same time, Danzo, the Hokage's assistant who had failed to supervise his subordinates, resigned in accountability and was ordered to remain under house arrest. Moreover, the proposal to build a new orphanage was swiftly approved, and all villagers were permitted to oversee the process to prevent similar incidents from occurring. Of course, those with discerning eyes could see that the so-called deputy commander of the route was merely a scapegoat. After all, even Danzo, the scapegoat shadow, could not bear such a colossal burden. Whoever bore it would die. However, throughout the entire process, the protesting masses received compensation and the new orphanage was rebuilt. The observing ninja clans were pleased to see the route suffer and took the opportunity to suppress the higher-ups. The Konoha leadership also quelled public anger, demonstrated fairness and justice, and gained a small wave of popular support. Each faction obtained what they sought. Thus no one went out of their way to investigate who the real culprit was or what punishment they received. Of course, starting from that day, compared to the common villagers, the middle and upper echelons of Konoha became frantically busy. One decree after another was issued from the Hokage's office. They distributed death benefits, raised war funds, prepared logistical supplies, recalled ninjas on missions outside, and repositioned village outpost sentries, and so on. The entire Konoha resembled a colossal war machine that had begun to churn. In essence, these hidden villages were nothing but instruments of war for the great nations. It was only through the efforts and construction of generations of ninjas that they had come to resemble villages, especially the defenses outside the village. Sarutobi dispatched more than half of his remaining Umbu ninjas, setting up one alert line after another around the village. In short, such a disgrace as last night's must never happen again. An enemy had brought a tailed beast right up to their doorstep, and they had failed to detect it in time. If it happened again, that tailed beast ball would land in the village. Therefore, such negligence must be rectified. Defenses must be heavily reinforced. Soon after, a series of decrees were issued, and the entire Konoha began to operate. Sarutobi quickly set aside his administrative affairs. Taking only 2 guards, he secretly left the village, heading for Mangekyō in the Wind Country. Waging war against Awakens was a policy he had already decided upon, or it had to be fought. Yet Sarutobi did not act rashly, blindly plunging into war without consideration. In previous ninja world wars, the other villages often launched surprise attacks, forcing Konoha into a chaotic and costly defense. This time, to secure victory and avoid dragging the village into the quagmire of war for too long, Sarutobi naturally needed to prepare thoroughly. Alliance was one of his strategies. After all, once war began, allies would prove useful regardless of whether the situation was favorable or unfavorable. Even if they could not send troops to assist, they could still intimidate the enemy and boost morale. Look at the newly formed Rinnegan. It had allied with Hiruzen. Now its reputation had soared across the ninja world, making it difficult for Konoha to strike against Rinnegan. This time, if Konoha and Suna could form an alliance, then at least when they pummel Awakens, they would have fewer worries about their rear. Of course, the reason he did not choose an alliance with Kumo was twofold. First, Kumogakure was farther away and inconvenient for coordination. Second, it was the traitors of Kumo Kinkaku and Ginkaku who had killed the second Hokage Tobarama, whom Sarutobi deeply revered. Thus, both emotionally and logically, Sarutobi was reluctant to ally with Kumo. However, considering the deep enmity between Konoha and the Suna elder Kyoba over the death of her son, this alliance trip would certainly not be easy. Fortunately, the current ruler of Mangekyō was the 4th Kazekage Nachiyo. Therefore, there was still a chance. The theft of the reserve treasury, the death of a senior advisor, the attack by a tailed beast outside the village. These major incidents were cleverly concealed under Konoha's layers of censorship. Although rumors and whispers spread, most villagers and ordinary ninjas remained ignorant of the truth. However, such critical intelligence coupled with the recent undercurrents in the village made it nearly impossible to keep secrets from certain major ninja clans. The most famous among them were the Hyuga clan, the three Ino-Shikacho clans, the Aburame clan, and the Inuzuka clan. Also the marginalized Uchiha clan. They all clearly sensed the impending war. They began quiet. These great ninja clans which had survived since the Warring States period were not to be underestimated. Of course, the decline of clans like the Senju and Uchiha resulted from a combination of various factors and coincidences. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan's compound in the mansion of the clan head, Uchiha Fugaku was secretly conversing with Uchiha Yashiro. Yashiro was the tailed beast attacked 2 nights ago, the work of that boy Natsume. Clan head, I do not know. You do not know? Yes. Young Master Natsume never disclosed any related information to me. He only instructed me to deliver that message to you. Yashiro shook his head and answered truthfully. Fugaku nodded and did not press further. He only chuckled and sighed. That boy is indeed cautious. But this time he made quite a stir. A tailed beast was deployed. Which major hidden village has he dragged into the mire? It seems the village has been thoroughly frightened. Soon war is likely to break out again, isn't it? Neither Fugaku Yashiro nor any Uchiha feared war. After all, compared to being surveilled, discriminated against, and antagonized in the village, they would rather shed blood on the battlefield. At the very least, even if they died in combat, they would earn honor. That was far better than being secretly executed. Moreover, it was because of the High Command's orders that their clan did not participate in the battle on the night of the 9 Tails, which led to resentment from many villagers. If war truly breaks out, clan head, what should we? Yashiro asked in a low voice. To be honest, the majority of the clan members had little goodwill left for Konoha. Thus, he truly did not wish to fight for Konoha anymore. Fugaku frowned slightly, also hesitating. Having witnessed the ruthlessness and cold-bloodedness of Konoha's leadership toward the Uchiha clan, he too had lost his last shred of goodwill toward the village. Otherwise, this time, he would not have cooperated with Natsume's actions by sending 5 clansmen as bait. However, just as Fugaku was about to make a resolute decision to never contribute to Konoha again. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded. The filial son Itachi pushed open the door and entered. Seeing this, Yashiro immediately fell silent and gave Itachi a very nuclear smile. After all, without this filial son's betrayal, the previous operation would never have succeeded, let alone annihilated the root elites in one fell swoop and broken the root's backbone. Such a great contributor certainly deserved praise. Itachi, is there something? Fugaku asked with a stern face, still appearing fierce. Itachi stepped forward, glanced at Yashiro, seemingly having forgotten the great deed he had accomplished. He directly handed a sealed scroll to Fugaku. Father, this is a secret decree from the Hokage to you. Oh, so it has come after all. Fugaku took the scroll, squinting as he mused. Without even looking, he could guess the general content of the secret order. The content of this secret order was quite simple. It commanded Fugaku to begin reorganizing the remaining Uchiha ninjas from this day forth. Then within the stipulated time, he was to rush to the Yanin village, established by Uchiha renegades, and launch an attack against it. He must slay no fewer than 20 Uchiha traitors and bring back their corpses. If not, the tone and demands of the secret order were extremely harsh, vastly different from the usual style of 3rd Hokage Yuan Fei. Evidently this time, the death of Shao Chun and the attack of the enemy village's tailed beast had truly ignited his fury. Thus he had specially issued this secret order. Its purpose was to use the remaining strength of the Uchiha clan to block the actions of the Yanin village during the Great War between Konoha and Awakens, lest during the battle, that brat Natsume directly steal the heart of Konoha. Moreover, the hard target of at least 20 corpses was Yuan Fei's whip to spur Fugaku and his men. With this target in place, he had no fear that they would not clash fiercely with the Yanin village. Otherwise, Konoha would not hesitate to deal harshly with the Uchiha clan members remaining in the village. Fugaku put away the secret order, his expression unchanged, as if he had long anticipated it. Instead, he calmly looked at you and asked, You are aware of the battle that took place outside the village the night before, are you not? I am fully aware. This time I used you. I know, you replied with a flat expression. Fugaku was slightly startled. You deliberately informed the higher-ups. Yes. However, this should not be your intention, father. Do you know who it is? You glanced at Yashiro on the left, but did not answer. Yet it was already self-evident. Fugaku raised an eyebrow and pressed, Then shouldn't you go and inform again? No. Why? I wanted to give it a try, to give the root another chance. To see who is more formidable. And the result. The root is crippled. And then, I want to choose again. Have you made a choice? Not yet. The cryptic exchange between Fugaku and you left Yashiro increasingly bewildered. Yet the logic behind it was not complicated. In short, you wanted to test through the scheme and counter-scheme of the previous night, which was more formidable. Whether it was the root or Lord Danzo, or his cousin Natsume. As for the result, naturally Natsume had won decisively. He had even crippled more than half of the root. Thus the root that had pressed upon the Uchiha clan and upon his own shoulders had withered away. So you naturally had to reconsider his choice. Would he continue to serve the village unto death, or would he return to the clan's stance? In fact, from the perspective of the clan members, you who decided to slaughter his own kin to protect his younger brother in Konoha was indeed detestable, truly hateful. There is no whitewashing this. Yet human nature is complex. No one is simply black or white. Put anyone else in Yu's position caught between clan and village threatened by the root and Danzo. They might not have done any better. Of course, part of the reason was his own fault. After all, as Yu himself said, at that time he had only recently awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Indeed, under the influence of the Sharingan, he had grown arrogant, believing he could resolve everything alone, allowing emotions to cloud his rational judgment. Thus tragedy ensued. But now, having witnessed the strength of his father and his cousin Natsume, and having seen another path to resolution, he had gradually relinquished his former obsession. Simply put, he had been humbled. After all, even if he still followed Danzo's orders and slaughtered all the remaining clan members, it would not affect the Rinnegan village or Natsume and his comrades. Moreover, the crimes exposed at the orphanage had further diminished Yu's regard for the root. He could not bear to imagine that if he slaughtered his clan, leaving only Sasuke alone, and then Sasuke fell under the root's claw and was corrupted, that would be too horrifying. Clearly, after this series of upheavals, Yu's choice between the village and the clan had begun to waver. After a heart-to-heart talk, a rare silence fell between this kind father and filial son. After a full few minutes of silence, Fugaku finally spoke again. "You, take a rest for a while. Then prepare yourself and come with me to attack the Rinnegan village, to hunt down those traitors who betrayed the clan and the village, and to see for yourself what kind of hidden village your cousin Natsume has established. After that you can make your decision." Fugaku did not pressure you. Instead, he once again gave the choice to you. Of course, on the condition that they first go to the Rinnegan village together. "As you command." "Thank you, father." You knelt in gratitude, then rose and left without lingering. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga main house, inside the spacious training hall, a small adorable figure was practicing the gentle fist alone. Beside Hinata, the main house head Hiashi Hyuga and his father were chatting and watching Hinata's training. Hiashi said softly, "War is coming." "Yes. This time the Hokage is very resolute. Perhaps it is because of the death of advisor Koharu." "Shoo. Some things, even if you know, do not speak of them." Hiashi nodded and quickly changed the subject. "Last night we lost 4 clan members. Their bodies. Only one was recovered. One was near the orphanage. Too many charred bodies there to distinguish. The other 2 were reduced to ash by the tailed beast ball. Be careful not to lose the Byakugan again. Hiashi, the connections of the 4 caged bird seals have all vanished. They are confirmed dead. Sigh. It is fortunate they were all branch family ninjas. In any case, if war breaks out again, be vigilant. We must not allow the Mist Village to seize our clan's Byakugan again as happened last time. Hiashi, when you must be ruthless, do not hesitate." Hiashi understood. Just then, in the center of the training hall, Hinata, unable to control her chakra flow, stumbled and fell to the ground. Thud. The pain in her buttocks made the 7-year-old Hinata's nose sting and her eyes well up, nearly causing. But seeing her father and grandfather's stern expressions, she forced herself to endure the pain and quickly stood up. To be honest, her talent in taijutsu was quite ordinary. She had never been very interested in taijutsu training. After all, aside from her status as the main house's eldest daughter, she was just an ordinary girl, next door mediocre in every aspect, though very adorable. Thus, she harbored a certain resistance to the harsh training regimen of the main house. Now, watching his eldest daughter Hinata's mistake, Hiashi sighed inwardly, then continued to put on a stern face and scolded. "Keep practicing. Training alone yields little progress. Hiashi, find someone to spar with Hinata." "Very well." Hiashi nodded, stepped out of the training hall, and soon returned with a boy slightly older than Hinata, Niji Hyuga. Niji bowed his head and followed the clan head Hiashi Hyuga into the training hall. "Let's begin sparring." "Yes." Niji replied respectfully, then assumed a stance, turning his gaze toward his cousin Hinata standing before him. He suppressed the resentment in his heart as much as possible, not letting it show. "Nejini isn't sorry for the trouble." Hinata, somewhat flustered, quickly responded politely. Soon the two began sparring. For over 1,000 years, the Hyuga clan had adhered to the rule of prime. Hisashi Hyuga and Hiashi Hyuga were twins, but simply because of a slight difference in birth time, Hisashi became a branch family member, doomed to never rise. Yet when it came to Hinata, Hiashi Hyuga had more than once considered deposing the eldest in favor of the younger, wanting Hinata's younger sister Hanabi to succeed as the main family head. Why do you think he wished to depose the eldest and install the younger? Why would he defy the clan's ancestral teachings? Surely it couldn't be because Hinata's talent was too exceptional. Thus it was evident how poor Hinata's talent was in her father's eyes. There was an amusing joke that aptly described the geniuses in Naruto, roughly categorized as follows. Sasuke Fireball. Fugaku, as expected of my son, he learned it after seeing it once and practicing diligently. Itachi Fireball. Fugaku, as expected of my son. He learned it after seeing it once. Neji 8 trigrams Revolving Heaven. Hayashim. Who taught him? Of course, this isn't to assert that Neji's talent is necessarily greater than Itachi's. It only proves that as a branch family member with the Byakugan restricted and left almost to his own devices, Neji, before the age of 13, had mastered the 8 trigrams 64 palms without any instruction. Meanwhile, Hinata, the main family's eldest daughter, enjoyed the best resources and the most superior guidance. Yet at the 4th Great Ninja War, spurred by Naruto's encouragement and Neji's dream visitation along with a host of other setups, she finally performed the 64 palms. And didn't kill even a minor enemy. The disparity in talent between the two was evident. Thus, in over a dozen sparring sessions, Neji had effortlessly defeated Hinata every single time. In fact, he deliberately held back most of his strength to avoid truly injuring the young lady of the main family. Unknowingly, an hour passed. Finally, Neji grew weary. He could no longer bear to waste his precious training time playing house with Rinnegan, clan head. Surely someone else can take over as the sparring partner. Please allow me to proceed with my own training. After all, ever since his father's death 4 years ago, only the rigors of training could calm his heart somewhat, preventing him from dwelling excessively on the hatred between the main and branch families. No, not yet. Continue. Hayashi Hyuga said coldly, folding his arms. Please, Rinnegan. Hinata quickly entreated. Kind-hearted, she didn't want to see Neji argue further with her father. Neji snorted inwardly, the long-accumulated discontent quietly rising within him. I understand. In the next round, Neji easily broke through Hinata's attack with a single palm strike, pushing her back. Unable to resist, he taunted. What's wrong? Lady Hinata, this isn't a game. At the same time, he initiated his own assault, shattering Hinata's defense with a few casual moves. With only this much ability, can you truly bear the destiny of the Hyuga main family? Neji now shouted while intensifying his attacks. Soon he struck Hinata hard on the shoulder and jaw, sending her to the ground. Without any pause, he continued to swing his palm. However, just as Neji's final palm was about to hit Hinata, the clan head Hayashi Hyuga intervened. He grabbed Neji's hand, flipped him over with ease, and slammed him heavily to the ground. Then, without hesitation, he activated the caged bird curse mark. In the next moment, Neji on the ground clutched his head, his eyes trembling, his expression distorted, writhing and screaming in extreme agony. My head. My head. In the grip of pain, Neji tore off his forehead protector, revealing the glowing green pattern of the curse mark. Under the erosion of the caged bird curse mark, he felt as if countless ants were gnawing inside his skull, an unbearable torment. Such pain was beyond what human will could withstand or endure. Otherwise, generations of branch family shinobi would not have remained subjugated to the main family's dominion. Thus, in no time at all, the intense agony gradually consumed Neji's consciousness, causing him to fall unconscious. Hinata, hiding behind her father, watched in terror, at a loss. Fool! Hayashi Hyuga scolded. Then he said, today's training is suspended. Hinata, go and practice further on your own. Yes. Hinata nodded timidly. But father, what about Rinnegan? You need not concern yourself. Carry him back, he won't die. Soon a few clan members entered the training hall and carried the unconscious Neji out of the main family residence. When Neji awoke, it was 10 at night. The vast estate was empty save for himself. For years ago, his father had been forced to die in place of the clan head Hayashi. Not long after, his mother had passed away from grief, leaving Neji alone to guard the entire house. So he trained relentlessly, attempting to numb the pain in his heart through practice. At the same time, he concealed the deep resentment and dissatisfaction he harbored toward the main family. But unexpectedly today, he had let his anger get the better of him and been a bit too harsh on Hinata, and thus suffered fierce punishment from the main family. Even now, his brain, still aching from the curse mark's corrosion, throbbed with lingering pain. Damn it, they'll have to be much more careful from now on. Neji muttered through gritted teeth, struggling to stand and head to the kitchen for some food, lest his body collapse. But before he could take 2 steps, a sharp pain in his head made his steps falter, and he swayed and fell to the ground. The cruelty of the caged bird curse mark was thus evident. Just then a voice suddenly rang out behind Neji. How pathetic. Who? Neji, startled, quickly rose and braced himself warily. What, Neji, don't you remember me? A masked figure emerged from the shadows of the dark courtyard, stepping. You are Fugaku. Recognizing the familiar voice, Neji suddenly understood and guessed the visitor's identity. Though he and this senior Fugaku were not very close. As fellow branch family shinobi under the main family's curse mark, they felt a shared sympathy. Moreover, in the 2 years after his father's death, Senior Fugaku had looked after him several times. But after joining the Umbu 2 years ago, they had been in touch less and less often, not returning to the Hyuga estate for months on end. To be honest, Niji felt a hint of envy. At least after joining the Umbu, one could largely distance oneself from the clan without constant worry about the curse mark on his forehead. In essence, if possible, after passing the Chunin exam, Niji also intended to try joining the Umbu. Fugaku-san, why are you here? Wait, you're still alive. Everyone said you died in the commotion last night. Niji lowered his voice. The quick-witted Niji guessed that Fugaku-senpai's visit at this hour must be significant. Fugaku smiled faintly and replied, yes, I am indeed dead. At least in the eyes of the Hyuga clan, that Fugaku has truly passed away. Niji. Fugaku did not answer directly, but instead asked sharply, Niji, how many times has the main family punished you with the caged bird curse mark? 4 times. It's excruciating, isn't it? Niji looked at the senior before him, hesitated, then admitted, yes, it's agonizing. Full of resentment and hatred, aren't you? Yes. Utterly unwilling. Want to change all this? Niji laughed bitterly. I do. I dream of it. But I can only dream. If there were a chance to remove this curse mark, Niji, what would you be willing to sacrifice? Fugaku continued to tempt, having seemingly learned a trick or two from that Lord Natsume. Everything, all that I have. Niji gritted his teeth. His father's death, the degradation of being a branch family shinobi, and today's pain all filled him with bitterness. If he could truly remove the curse mark and change his fate, he would spare no expense. Unfortunately, he knew it was nothing more than a wishful thought. Hearing this, Fugaku got the response he wanted and couldn't help but smile slightly. Niji, there is a chance. Look at me. With that, Fugaku removed his mask, revealing a smooth forehead. Seeing this, Niji was utterly shocked, holding his breath, his eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, within the Leaf Village's bathhouse, a group of female ninjas drenched in sweat frolicked joyfully in the steamy pool. No one noticed. In the distance, behind a tiny gap in the wooden fence, a wide-open toad, I gazed unabashedly at the breathtaking scene within. Not bad, this one's really good. That one has a fine body too. Inspiration strikes, more material for my novel. A string of lecherous laughter escaped the white-haired middle-aged man's lips. The crimson nosebleed and the swaying rear end were testament enough to Jiraiya's excitement at this moment, until a hand suddenly patted his shoulder. Stop it. I'm busy. Jiraiya waved his hand, dismissing the interruption impatiently. Lord Jiraiya, Kakashi called out. Upon recognizing his grand disciple and loyal reader, Jiraiya instantly rose and turned. Yo, Kakashi, long time no see. How did you find me? Heard you're back in the village, so 10 to 1 you'd be near the bathhouse. Kakashi spread his hands, responding as if it were obvious. Indeed, indeed. Only here is the holy land of intimacy, the wellspring of my inspiration. So how's the latest issue? It's my magnum opus. Jiraiya wiped away his nosebleed, boasting with self-satisfaction. When it came to Make Out Paradise, Kakashi perked up at once. Of course, I've perused it 10 times over. Truly a rare gem. Is the next issue ready yet? Patience. It'll be done soon. I'm gathering material, aren't I? Jiraiya lifted his nose, looking thoroughly pleased. Though his methods of gathering material were somewhat sordid, he possessed genuine literary talent. His ongoing adult novel Make Out Paradise, rated as restricted, was a bestseller across more than a dozen countries. Even some rulers of small nations were devoted fans. Moreover, he had amassed considerable royalties from, thus he enjoyed both fame and fortune, swimming in wealth. Of course, despite his reputation as one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya seemed somewhat carefree, lecherous, and unreliable. Yet when it came to major issues and matters of urgency, he always had a good sense of proportion. After only another half-hour of material gathering, once the young female ninjas had finished their bath and been replaced by a group of middle-aged women, Jiraiya ended his session of his own accord. He moved to a small tavern and began discussing serious matters with Kakashi. Lord Jiraiya, when did you return? Just today. The third Hokage really went all out. Dispatched so many ninjas to hunt me down, spread rumors, put bounties on me. I thought something huge had happened in the village. Jiraiya sipped his sake and chuckled ruefully. He had rushed back without pause upon hearing the news, almost expecting the leaf to be on the verge of destruction. As for the defection of the Uchiha clan, he had heard rumors, but he hadn't paid it much mind. After all, Konoha was composed of over a dozen major ninja clans. Losing one Uchiha clan was hardly a catastrophe. Moreover, given the leaf's harsh treatment of the Uchiha, he had long predicted trouble. In truth, it was precisely his weariness with the village's power struggles and the departure of his only 2 close friends that had driven him to leave the village and embark on a journey. Rest assured, not solely to seek more diverse material. What about you, Kakashi? Still in the Umbu? Yes. The Umbu isn't for you. Staying in that, you'll never find release. Jiraiya advised softly. In the ninja world, there were no psychological counselors, no systematic post-war trauma care. All pain had to be endured alone. If one couldn't bear it, collapse followed. Simple as that. So throwing oneself into relentless training or busy Unbu missions was merely a form of escape. Kakashi hesitated, offering no rebuttal. He knew his current path was unsustainable, but the pain in his heart couldn't be dispelled by a few words. It's alright, you're still young. Change slowly. You're Minato's prized student. You'll find your way eventually. By the way, how's Naruto doing these days? Naruto. Kakashi paused, uncertain how to phrase it. After all, he couldn't very well say that Naruto lived in a bear house utterly alone, subsisting on a meager allowance from the third Hokage, surviving on expired instant noodles and sour milk. Frankly, Naruto's hard life was even worse than the orphans in the orphanage. Kakashi didn't understand why the third Hokage insisted on creating such a harsh environment for Naruto. Even as a trial, it seemed too cruel for a child. Well, he's still alive. That's good. Jiraiya chuckled, not thinking further. In his view, given Minato's status and contributions, the village would hardly mistreat the son of a hero. When the time was right, he would train Naruto and see if the boy wanted to follow in his father's footsteps and become a— By the way, Lord Jiraiya, the village is preparing to go to war, right? You already know. It's obvious at a glance. Jiraiya smiled lightly. After all, he had grown up in the village and lived there. He knew the village inside and out. Upon returning, just by observing the external defenses, internal personnel movements, resource allocations, he easily detected the impending scent of war. So, who are we fighting? I don't know, but based on speculation, it's the Hidden Rock Village, one of the 5 great shinobi countries. Sarutobi Sensei has made a truly mad decision. Jiraiya sighed. In his memory, as his equally lecherous teacher aged, his style had grown increasingly conservative and steady. He wouldn't readily initiate a war among major hidden villages just because of a single attack. 2 weeks ago that night, Lady Koharu also perished in the invasion. The suspect is the Akatsuki organization, which has deep ties to the Hidden Rock. What? Lady Koharu died too. Jiraiya was startled. The Leaf's information lockdown was evidently effective. At the same time, it was no wonder Sarutobi was so enraged. After all, they were comrades who had fought side by side in their youth. If Tsunade or Orochimaru had been killed, he too would have sought revenge without hesitation. Though Orochimaru was extremely unlikely to die. Now, is the third Hokage still in the village? When does the war begin? He called me back, surely not to send me as the vanguard. Kakashi, the Hokage, left in secret 2 weeks ago to head for the Hidden Sand Village, seeking an alliance. If the alliance goes smoothly, then when the Hokage returns, the Great War will commence. Hearing this, Jiraiya downed a hefty swig of sake, looking somewhat gloomy. Sigh, war again. War only breeds more hatred. Kakashi, if we don't fight, the enemy village will only become more aggressive. Jiraiya, his face flushed, muttered drunkenly, I know. I just hope this time the casualties are fewer and it ends quickly. In his mind, what was war compared to watching voluptuous female ninjas bathe, sparking inspiration and writing novels? Why couldn't the entire shinobi world abandon conflict and sit down to appreciate his masterpieces? Romance was the true way. However, as the two chatted freely and grew slightly tipsy, an Unbu ninja burst into the tavern, reporting to Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, the Hokage has returned and orders you to report to the Hokage building for a meeting immediately. Hearing this, the two were jolted, their intoxication vanishing in a shiver. They exchanged a glance, both understanding that this great war was about to commence. More than 2 weeks have passed since that night when the village was attacked. It is palpable. Lately, the atmosphere in the entire Mai has grown increasingly tense. Even the pedestrians on the streets are becoming fewer. At this moment, even the most obtuse person can sense that something is wrong. Such a stringent atmosphere is far too reminiscent of the vigilance before a great war. As a result, many spies planted by other hidden villages within Mai are trembling with fear, attempting to transmit intelligence. Unfortunately, it is still too late. Ever since the third Hokage Yuan Fei Risen secretly left Mai 2 weeks ago, the entire village has activated a level 1 alert. They have elevated the barrier covering the entire village to its maximum power. During this period, only entry is allowed, no exit. This has eliminated any possibility of information leakage. This war is no child's play. If we fight, we must strike unexpectedly and win with one blow. Otherwise, before our own surprise attack arrives, Yanin will have already received the news and prepared defenses. That would only increase casualties further. Thus, although these spies and infiltrators hiding in Mai are already jumping in anxiety, but they are still helpless and can only sit and wait for death. Thus it went until that night, the very night of the third Hokage Yuan Fei's return. The entire Mai sprang into action. Without any delay, all logistical preparations were completed within these 2 weeks. This fully demonstrates Mui's resolve to go to war. Soon in the darkness of night, a large group of shinobi divided into 3 routes rushed out of Mai. The first group, personally led by the 3rd Hokage Yuan Fei Risen, heading straight for Yan'in. 800 shinobi in total, including half of the elite Umbu reinforcements from the major clans and more than half of the civilian shinobi. This group boasts an extravagant configuration and is Mui's strongest main force. The second group, led by the renowned Sannin, Toad Sage, Zillai, numbering 21 people in total. Aside from Zillai, the rest are elites drawn from Umbu and civilian shinobi, all of Jounin level strength. They can be called a razor-sharp spearhead squad. However, their movements and mission remain unknown. The third group, the Yuzhibo squad, led by the great clan leader Fu Yue, about 50 people, all Yuzhibo shinobi. Target, Yan'in Village. In order to stall the group of rogue shinobi of Yan'in Village during the war. As for the rest, naturally, they leave enough personnel to defend my village itself. All of them are placed under the command of advisor Shuda Minyan. Meanwhile, for safety, Sake Yuan Fei lifted Tuanzang's house arrest, though he did not restore his position as Hokage assistant. He only allowed him to lead the remaining personnel of the route to assist Shuda Minyan in protecting the village. Naturally, Tuanzang was pleased with this. Regaining his authority over Root was enough to let him do many things. Although Root, having been nearly annihilated earlier, and its backbone almost broken, had already suffered a great loss in strength, a starved camel is still larger than a horse. Root still has its foundations. Moreover, their absolute loyalty to Tuanzang alone is a great advantage. Therefore, as long as he himself is present and the attackers are not some tailed beast, Tuanzang is quite confident in defending Mai. In fact, he couldn't help but secretly hope that he could lead Mai to victory in the war, greatly enhance his own reputation. At that time, the position of Hokage would be within easy reach. Of course, it was merely a fantasy. This time, they had mobilized all the shinobi among the remaining Yuzhibo clan members, except for a few overly young genin. Those left behind were only some women, children, and the elderly. This fully demonstrates the determination of the Yuzhibo clan. As soon as they left the village led by Fu Yue, the group quickly headed north. Before long, Yu quietly sped up and came to Fu Yu's side, asking in a low voice, "Father, will Mai win this war?" "Yes," Fu Yu replied without hesitation. "You." Fu Yue, don't underestimate that old ape, the 3rd Hokage. He is extremely shrewd. 2 weeks were enough for him to prepare everything. With Mui's comprehensive strength, ample preparations, and an unexpected surprise attack. This war's outcome was decided from the very beginning. The only concern is the scale of losses. For Fu Yue, who had also experienced the 2nd and 3rd Shinobi World Wars, he knew all too well Yuan Fei's strength and tactics. Even though Yuan Fei is now advanced in age and his combat power has declined, he is still absolutely worthy of the title Professor of Ninjutsu. With him personally leading the attack, the odds of victory are certainly not low. Then are we really going to fight to the death with Yan'in Village? Have you awakened the divine powers, Susanoo? Yu paused for a moment, then nodded. Stimulated by the great battle a month ago, he had been heavily focusing on developing his Mangekyō Sharingan during this period. Just a few days ago, he finally manifested the 3rd power and successfully activated Susanoo. However, due to lack of proficiency, he could only stably use its initial form and could not even maintain the complete 2nd form skeleton frame. Fu Yue, then do you think you can beat that brat Xiaomu? Yu shook his head. Fu Yue, what about the 2 of us joining forces? Do we have a chance? Yu was silent for a moment, as if weighing, if we fight desperately, there is an opportunity. But we might also die. Fu Yue, well said. That kid's strength is indeed astonishing. However, your assessment was based on a month ago, wasn't it? With his monstrous talent, his strength has likely surged by a large margin by now. Do you think our chances of victory are still high? Yu. Then we won't fight. But those 2 at the back. You glanced back at the rear of the formation. There were 2 masked Umbu shinobi following. They were sent by the Mai High Evil to monitor the Yuzhibo clan. If in the ensuing battle our side shows passive fighting, deliberate stalling, or other such behavior, they would report back to Mai and punish the Yuzhibo clan members inside the village. In simple terms, they were 2 overseers. With them present, it was difficult for them to feign and fight passively. Fu Yu shook his head, not taking the 2 at the back seriously. Fight we must. But which side to fight is still uncertain. I imagine your cousin Xiaomu won't be unprepared either. We'll see the details when we reach Yan'in Village. Don't worry, I will never abandon Sasuke and your mother. Hearing this, Yu finally felt relieved. Apparently his greatest fear was that his father would recklessly and headlong defect to Yan'in Village as well, thereby putting his mother and younger brother Sasuke, who remained in Mai, in danger. Now, after receiving his father's promise, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for that cousin Xiaomu, he should be able to see him before long. He hoped that this time he could bring more surprises to him and the clan again. The reason Konoha chose to strike at night was to stealthily evade the scattered spies from various villages surrounding Muyi. Although before this, The Umbu had repeatedly taken action, eliminating batch after batch of spies outside the village. Yet it was hard to guarantee that none had survived by chance. But by taking advantage of the night, they could bypass those spies and sprint all the way to their destination. As long as they arrived before the spies could relay word back to the Hidden Rock village, the assault would remain undetected. The initiative would still be in their hands. Similarly on the side of Fuyue and Yu, once they left the village under the urging of the two Umbu supervisors, they also accelerated and rushed toward the land of Tianjigua to the north of the land of fire, Huajigua. Since the land of Tian was not far from Konoha, and the group traveled at full speed, they spent less than a day and arrived at the borders of the land of Tian by dusk the following day. They then continued advancing toward the Hidden Flame village, Yanin village. As they drew closer to the village, the Uchiha shinobi grew increasingly conflicted. After all, this was a new ninja village built by their own clansmen who had risked their lives to defect. Their acquaintances, their friends, even those they secretly admired, were all living there in peace. And now they themselves were going to destroy it, bringing pain and disaster back to them. As Uchiha clan members, how could they not be torn and conflicted? But they had no choice. They had to fight. Their own families and children were being held hostage in Konoha. If they did not harden their hearts, now death might befall their loved ones. At the same time, seeing the anguished expressions of the clansmen behind him, Fuyue, leading at the front, could not help but feel a pang of sorrow and reluctance. In the end, the reason the Uchiha had come to this point was not only due to the oppression and hostility of Konoha's higher-ups, but also largely because of himself as the clan head. If he had hardened his heart earlier, staged a coup sooner, or planned an alternative path, the clansmen would not have to endure such inner torment. Alas, it is pointless to regret now. I must think of how to overcome the coming ordeal. Fuyue sighed mournfully in his heart. By now their entire unit was very close to the Hidden Flame village, with a straight-line distance of no more than 1,000. They could even see plumes of smoke rising in the distance. Clearly the village with many families cooking dinner. Everyone maintain silence. Spread out and await my orders. The experienced clan head Fuyue immediately halted the group, preparing to adjust their formation and approach slowly. To be honest, he did not know the current stance of the Hidden Flame village, or that brat Shimo. If they charged in recklessly and the other side chose to uphold justice, cutting down all his clansmen with a single strike, he would be left weeping without tears, and he would have no way to explain to the rest of the clan in the village. Therefore he had to be careful. Still, Fuyue was relatively composed. Compared to his caution, the two Umbu supervisors at the rear of the column were trembling with nervousness, their palms sweating profusely. Helpless, they had been present on the night Shimu and the others defected. They had witnessed the explosive spectacle of two Susanoo gods fighting each other. Once the battle began, that brat Shimu might show mercy to other Uchiha members, but toward the two of them as outsiders, he would certainly be ruthless. With their flimsy bodies, they could not even withstand a single punch from Susanoo. Death was certain. How could they not be afraid? So much so that they began to consider whether to find a place to hide. But before they could make up their minds, a sudden change occurred. Several figures flashed out from the distant forest, blocking the entire unit's path ahead. Naturally, these 5 figures were Uchiha Shimu and his 4 guards. Yo, Uncle Fuyue, a long time, Shimu greeted cheerfully, having apparently been waiting here for some time. Kid, you knew we were coming. Fuyue was slightly startled. After leaving the village, they had traveled non-stop. Logically, even if discovered, no spy could have sent word back ahead of them, right? Of course I knew the moment you set out. Shimu smiled calmly. After all he had provoked and escalated, how could he be unaware of Konoha's movements? At the same time, Shimu nodded with a smile toward you, who stood. Last time, if not for this filial son actively reporting secrets, he would not have been able to so effortlessly eliminate the root elites in one fell swoop, nor smoothly push for the outbreak of this war. This cousin had indeed rendered remarkable service. Unfortunately, his head was not quite clear. It was filled only with his beloved little brother. You, on the other hand, felt his scalp tingle and became uneasy under the gaze of this younger cousin. Good lad. So you had everything under your control. Fuyue sighed, feeling increasingly old. More or less than you. Fuyue wanted to ask more. But at that moment, the two Umbu at the rear had to steel themselves and remind him, clan head Fuyue, mind your words. Do not converse too much with the traitor. They were also afraid that if the conversation dragged on, emotions would develop and the battle would become unnecessary. Are you teaching me how to act? Fierce-eyed Fuyue turned back with a glare and a roar, terrifying the two Umbu into quickly shaking their heads and retreating, not daring to say another word. Joking aside, right now both inside and out it was all Uchiha clan members. If they angered the great clan head, they would be dead for sure today. Seeing them yield, Fuyue turned back to Shimu and continued, you want to start the fight? No rush. Can you tell me how you knew in advance? Fuyue deliberately stalled. Every moment he delayed gave Shimu a little more preparation time, or gave himself a little more time to hesitate over the final decision. That's simple. Shimu chuckled, then waved his right hand. A kunai shot through the air straight at Fuyue in the distance, startling the Uchiha behind him, who thought a fight had begun. But in the next moment Fuyue caught the kunai easily with his left hand and signaled the others to stand down. Still he was puzzled. Why did Shamu suddenly throw a kunai at him? Was there something special about it? Until his eyes swept over the blade, he suddenly noticed an intricate familiar mark carved into it, one that his old friend Minato had been most adept at using. This is... Fuyue's heart jolted, and he almost shouted. But before he could finish, a figure flickered before his eyes, appearing right in front of him. Shamu grabbed the kunai handle and pulled it back. So Uncle Fuyue, now you understand. He waved the kunai with a hint of triumph. Seeing this, Fuyue's eyes flashed with insight. He suddenly grasped everything. Now he knew why Shamu was so audacious. It turned out he already had a countermeasure. At the same time, he finally knew what choice to make. Whoosh! Fuyue took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and exhaled the turbid air. The next second, Fuyue's eyes snapped open. The Mangekyō Sharingan, symbolizing myriad phenomena, suddenly emerged. Surging dojutsu and chakra burst forth, instantly forming a towering Susanoo. However, this Susanoo was not meant to deal with Shamu. Instead, when everyone least expected it, Fuyue directed the Susanoo to turn and strike, savagely hammering the two Umbu into flattened meat pies. This sudden upheaval genuinely startled everyone. No one knew why their always indecisive clan leader had suddenly become so resolute and utterly unyielding at that. Without a second thought, he rebelled outright and immediately struck down the two Umbu ninjas sent to monitor them, leaving no room for compromise. The other clansmen were utterly dumbfounded. Even Itachi, standing beside him, was taken aback. He could not fathom why his father's attitude had undergone such a complete transformation, even to the point of killing those two Umbu ninjas as a token of allegiance. Was his father truly prepared to sever all ties with Konoha? Had he not previously expressed concern for his mother and younger brother who remained within the village? Raising his Susanoo-clad fists, Fugaku confirmed the deaths of both Umbu before withdrawing. To be frank, when compared to his dear friend Minato, who had willingly sacrificed himself for Konoha, Fugaku knew he was not a good clan leader. However, if he could not be a good leader, at least he could strive to be a good father. It was precisely his constant concern for his family, Mikoto Sasuke, and the others, that had left Fugaku constrained and passive at every turn. But now when he discovered that young Natsume had actually mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, all his worries instantly vanished. No one understood the terrifying utility of this strength technique better than he did. Though its destructive power did not rival offensive forbidden arts, it was undoubtedly the most flexible, practical, and difficult to learn among all strength techniques. With the Flying Thunder God technique, one could almost achieve an invincible stance. It enabled swift defense, distant pursuit, and even escape from defeat. Minato had once dominated the entire ninja world with his fearsome reputation as the Yellow Flash, unmatched in his era. It was a pity that Minato had passed away too soon. Otherwise, not only the Uchiha clan, but likely the entirety of Konoha would never have produced rogue ninja. No wonder young Natsume had such intimate knowledge of Konoha's movements. He had likely been lurking inside Konoha with this technique all along, leisurely monitoring their activities. From now on, under the threat of this young man's incredible speed, the entire ninja world would probably tremble for decades to come. Fugaku did not dwell on where Natsume had learned this technique. That was irrelevant. What mattered was that the young man had truly mastered it. Most importantly, with the Flying Thunder God technique, there was no need to worry about how to rescue the remaining clansmen still trapped in the village. He could simply zip over and then zip back with people. Thus, freed from the burden of rescuing his family and clansmen, Fugaku was naturally exceptionally defiant. Why hold back any longer? He had long grown weary of Konoha and had no desire to endure. Thus he rebelled, fiercely killing those two Umbu ninjas as a gesture of commitment. At this point, any hesitation would be sheer foolishness. With a deep exhale, Fugaku deactivated his Susanoo and Mangekyō Sharingan, then turned to look at Natsume. Uncle Fugaku, welcome aboard. Natsume greeted him cheerfully. The two, one older, one younger, exchanged a knowing glance, their understanding unspoken. You're a truly impressive kid. This surprise really caught me off guard, Fugaku remarked with a sigh. After Minato, he had believed no one could ever master the Flying Thunder God technique again. Yet today's encounter had genuinely stunned him. It's nothing, just in strength technique, Natsume said casually, effortlessly showing off. And Natsume was not at all surprised by Uncle Fugaku's change in attitude. After all, before coming today, he had prepared thoroughly. The Flying Thunder God technique was merely the first act. If Fugaku had still refused to abandon the darkness, then what came next? Tailed Beast's eternal Mangekyō Sharingan sage body would have been unveiled. He would have made him experience utter despair and the absolute might of power. That would have compelled Fugaku and all the Uchiha ninjas to surrender without resistance. But unexpectedly, Fugaku had been so cooperative. He had surrendered without a second word and even prepared a token of allegiance. Could he not have shown a bit of restraint? Did he have no dignity as the former clan leader? Oh, never mind. Still, subjugating so many clansmen without bloodshed was a good thing. After all, his flame-hidden village was desperately starved for manpower. Natsume had been longing for fresh blood to infuse into the village. If Konoha had delayed the war any longer, Natsume would have simply resorted to forcefully taking people. Of course, even though Fugaku had abandoned the darkness for the light, he could no longer retain his position as clan leader. After joining the flame-hidden village, he would at most serve as a nominal elder tasked with guarding the village. He would certainly not be granted any real authority. Natsume was not foolish enough to repeat Konoha's mistake of actively sharing power and creating a root faction to vex himself. As for Itachi, he had entirely different plans. Natsume. Cousin. Yo, you traitor, how are you? Itachi. Natsume, never mind. Long time no see, brother Itachi. Sister Izumi really misses you. Izumi. Is she well? She's fine. Itachi breathed a sigh of relief and, eyeing the kunai in Natsume's hand, speculated, was that a space-time jutsu? Yes. The Flying Thunder God technique. You've heard of it, right? I have. You actually mastered it. Itachi's heart jolted with astonishment. As an Umbu ninja, how could he not have heard of this legendary strength technique? Even his former captain Kakashi had praised it with admiration and longing. Yet despite being the disciple of the fourth Hokage Minato, the exceptionally gifted Kakashi, who became a jonin at 12, could not learn it. This spoke volumes about its difficulty. Natsume, what exactly? Natsume waved his hand, cutting off Itachi's question. We'll talk later. Right now, Uncle Fugaku and I need to go back and rescue people. Fuji, Hiyori, take these clansmen back to the village first. Understood. Fuji and the others stepped forward and responded in unison with imposing presence. As the young clan leader's personal guard, they would not let their flame-hidden village's prestige be diminished before these new clansmen. Hearing that Natsume and his father were going back to rescue his younger brother and the others, Itachi grew excited and quickly said, I'll go too. Cousin, you stay here and keep an eye on everyone for me. Natsume instructed. After all, bringing this brother-obsessed man back for a rescue mission might invite unforeseen trouble. Moreover, Natsume was still uncertain whether Itachi had truly abandoned Konoha. Hearing this, Itachi hesitated, glanced at his father, and ultimately did not insist. Listen, everyone, behave. If anyone stirs up trouble in our flame-hidden village, don't blame me for disregarding clan ties. Natsume swept a sharp gaze across the Uchiha ninjas, issuing an unceremonious warning. Although most of the Uchiha loathed Konoha, among these clansmen who had previously refused to defect with him, there might still be a few who harbored loyalty to Konoha. A preemptive warning was necessary. If anyone proved foolish later, Natsume would not hesitate to kill them as a warning to others. Stay in line and obey orders. We're going back to rescue all remaining clansmen, including your families. Don't make things more difficult. Fugaku added with a roar, his voice heavy with warning. Understood. The other Uchiha ninjas exchanged glances and hastily agreed. Good, let's go. With that, Natsume activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished, with Fugaku flashing back to Konoha. After all, now that Konoha's main forces had marched out, the village was at its most vulnerable, making it the perfect time to bring out the remaining clansmen. Of course, if there were still clansmen unwilling to leave, Natsume would have no choice but to leave them to their fate. Across the entire ninja world, unless an individual's personal power has reached its pinnacle, a transcendent cage level capable of rivaling 10,000 soldiers alone, in ordinary times, war remains a brutal game of intelligence, numbers, and strategy. After all, even the formidable second Hokage Senju Tobarama fell to the combined assault of Kimogakure. Though there were various coincidences involved, it sufficiently proves the importance of war strategy. Indeed, with proper coordination, a dozen elite jonin still have a chance to wear down and kill an ordinary cage-level opponent. Moreover, the conflict between great hidden villages is far from a simple matter of trade-offs. Otherwise, the two sides would simply compare their numbers and ranks, and the one with fewer would concede. What would be the point of fighting? Therefore, this time Sarutobi personally led the charge, pushing forward at full throttle. Nearly 1,000 Konoha shinobi marched relentlessly day and night, even expending chakra. Their sole aim was to reach Awakens at utmost speed, catching the enemy off guard. They even went so far as to equip each shinobi with soldier pills to recover the chakra consumed during the forced march. Thus, the journey from Konoha to Awakens, which originally took nearly 3 days, was compressed into less than 2. By the dusk of the third day, they had already charged into the land of Earth and arrived outside Awakens. Pant pant. The aged Sarutobi, after such a prolonged and demanding march, was clearly struggling. He halted the troops and caught his breath. Everyone rest here. Barrier squad set up a concealment barrier. Scout unit spread out and recon the enemy's sentries. In half an hour we launch a full assault. Sarutobi issued orders methodically. As a seasoned veteran, despite his many flaws, he was indeed adept at military campaigns. If he hadn't been overwhelmed by his beloved disciple Orochimaru and died prematurely, Konoha might never have had to thrust a gambling addict onto the Hokage seat. Lord Hokage, have something to eat. Kakashi approached and offered some dry rations. Clearly the elderly Sarutobi, whose digestive system was failing, was not suited to consuming too many soldier pills. If he got an upset stomach and had diarrhea before battle, the fight would be lost. Kakashi, do you think this war is the right course of action? Sarutobi chewed his rations and asked with a faint sigh. As the great-grandson of his own disciple, the third Hokage trusted Kakashi deeply. Moreover, the Hitaki clan had always been loyal throughout generations, a respected shinobi family within the village. Of course, he wasn't really questioning his own decision. He merely wanted to chat with someone he trusted before the great battle. The older one grows, the emptier the heart becomes. Lord Hokage, we have no retreat. Kakashi replied honestly. Along the way, although they had eliminated many of Iwagakure's scouts, some were bound to have escaped notice. Thus, even if Konoha retreated now, once those scouts returned, Iwagakure would still learn of this operation. Then Konoha would face a second attack from Iwagakure, only worse. In Kakashi's view, Konoha had no way back. Only by striking hard, by crippling Iwagakure's ability to resist, could they withdraw successfully. Indeed, we have no retreat. Sarutobi nodded, his resolve hardening. By the way, Lord Hokage, can Sunagakure truly be trusted? Kakashi pressed. The night before, when Sarutobi had just returned to the village, he had learned of Sunagakure's decision to ally with Konoha. However, he also knew well that his own father Hitaki Sakomo had personally killed Sasori's parents during the Second Shinobi World War. The hatred had festered for years. Surely it would be difficult to resolve. Rest assured, right now Sunagakure may be even more eager for victory than we are. Sarutobi reassured him calmly. When he had secretly gone to Sunagakure seeking an alliance, he had initially been met with cold shoulders. Many of Sunagakure's elders, led by Chiyo, vehemently opposed it. But in the end, when Sarutobi revealed the fourth case immediately changed his stance, overruled the entire village, and agreed to the alliance. That trump card was simple. Sarutobi resolutely promised, after this war we will share half the war profits with Sunagakure and provide an additional subsidy of 50 million ryo. Such a massive inducement was like heavenly manna for Sunagakure impoverished in the desert. Moreover, Konoha's demands were not excessive. All they required was for Sunagakure to coordinate with Konoha during the coming battle, and should Konoha be invaded, assist in its defense. Sunagakure didn't even need to send troops to fight against Iwagakure. They could sit at home and rake in tens of millions, even over 100 million ryo. How splendid! Sunagakure had no reason to refuse. Naturally, they agreed readily. Hearing that, Kakashi was astounded, marveling at Sarutobi's audacious gamble. He knew that following the repeated thefts from Konoha's treasury, only about 5 or 6 million ryo remained. And appeasing the protesting villagers and preparing this war had already consumed a large portion. How could they possibly afford to pay Sunagakure 50 million ryo, raise taxes, borrow from the major ninja clans? Either choice would only further impoverish the already struggling Konoha. Lord Hokage, can the village afford it? Sarutobi shook his head. Then don't worry. The money is right over there waiting for us to collect it. Sarutobi gazed into the distance toward Iwagakure. From the start, he had never intended to squeeze money out of his own impoverished shinobi. Since he had gone to the trouble of initiating a great war, the money he would earn was from Iwagakure itself. Thus, he could both recoup the treasury's losses and pay off Sunagakure. This was exactly why he had personally led the assault. That was also the foundation of his bold gamble to lure Sunagakure into an alliance. All right, we've rested enough. Time to move. If we delay any further, we might be discovered. Everyone charge. Sarutobi brushed the dust off his robe, stood up, removed his Hokage hat, and tightened his wrist guards. Pointing straight at Iwagakure, he issued the cold command. The next moment, countless Konoha shinobi surged forward, charging directly at Iwagakure. Swoosh. Within, my two figures materialized in an instant. Though I had repeatedly altered the barrier's passcode to restrict entry of all outsiders. Unfortunately for Shimu, who had long left multiple Flying Thunder God technique markers across the entire village, had already become his personal garden. A place where he could come and go as he pleased. At this moment, teleported over 1,000 miles away and directly back into my Fuyua, couldn't help but feel a sense of daze as he gazed at the familiar surroundings. This was truly the space-time ninjutsu. How many years had it been? At last, someone from his own Uchiha clan had mastered such a space-time technique. When he eventually descended to the underworld, if he met that fellow Minato, he could truly boast about it. Uncle Fuyue, go to the clan compound first and gather everyone. Those who are unwilling to leave can stay. The rest assemble at the shrine in 30 minutes for departure. Shimu swiftly arranged. He had brought Fuyue back precisely to leverage the former patriarch's influence to rally the remaining clansmen. After all, a large portion of the remaining members would still heed Fuyu's commands. Alright, Fuyue immediately set off. At this critical moment, he dared not delay. Seeing Fuyue begin to move, Shimu also did not idle. He made a direct beeline for the barrier central platform of Mui's perception unit. After the previous incident, Mai would inevitably strengthen the barrier's surveillance over the entire village. Teleporting one or two people like himself and Fuyue was hard to detect. However, if he attempted to teleport the remaining several hundred Uchiha clansmen away simultaneously, there was a high probability that the perception unit would notice. And the secret of his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique must never be exposed to Mai lest Mai develop countermeasures in the future. Therefore, before leaving, he had to destroy Mui's barrier central platform. As the core site maintaining the village's barrier, the location of the barrier central platform had always been top secret. Aside from Mui's high-ranking officials and the Yamanaka clan, no one else knew where it was. However, when he had used Genjutsu to control Koharu last time, Shimu had extracted from her the vast majority of Mui's secrets, including the location of the barrier central platform established by the perception unit. Soon Shimu arrived at his destination. It was a 6-story building disguised as a civilian in only 100 meters or so away from the Hokage's office. And the barrier central platform was hidden on the topmost floor of that building. A group of Yamanaka clan ninjas were inside maintaining and controlling the barrier. Now having arrived, Shimu did not hesitate for a moment and launched an attack directly. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. The next moment, a gargantuan hill-sized crimson fireball roared forth. Enhanced by a chakra reserve of 1,800 cards and amplified by the immortal body, Shimu finally unleashed his most practiced ninjutsu with a sense of world-shattering power. It was akin to Lord Ban's Great Fire Annihilation having broken through its threshold to become almost another forbidden technique. Indeed, it could no longer be called a fireball. It was nearly comparable to a small sun dwarfing even the boom. A sun-like blaze engulfed everything, instantly consuming the entire building. The perception unit ninjas inside were wiped out on the spot. The entire barrier central platform shattered as well. The large barrier that enveloped the whole village of Mai rapidly dissipated. Thus Mui's eyes were officially blinded. Even if the barrier central platform could be rebuilt and the barrier restored, it would require vast amounts of time, manpower, and resources. The intense chakra fluctuations and the massive fireball that had erupted within the village immediately drew the attention of Mui's remaining forces. All the ninjas were startled and hurriedly looked toward the source of the explosion. What happened? What's going on? Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. The barrier central platform has been hit by an unknown assailant. What? Where did the attack come from? How many enemies are there? It's a fire-style attack, extremely powerful. It's definitely not the work of a single person or two. The enemy is at least a squad. A large number of my ninjas began to stir, shouting and raising their guard. They all rushed toward that direction. After all, the fireball's range was too vast, horrifyingly vast. It didn't seem like an attack that could be unleashed by just one or two ninjas. Thus, according to estimates, the attacking force must be substantial. Damn it. The Hokage and his squad had only just departed, and now the enemy was already attacking. Could someone have leaked the information? Or had a spy exposed it? For a moment, the remaining Mai ninjas were all filled with anxiety and unease. After all, a village with the Hokage present and one without him were two entirely different concepts. As for the current defense overseer's advisors Hamura Mitokado and Lord Danzo, let's not even mention them. However, at this moment inside the Hokage's office, Danzo, who had been glaring at Hamura upon hearing the explosion and discovering that the village was under attack again, was not worried but rather delighted. Excellent. This is my chance. With Sarutobi away, this is the perfect opportunity for me to make my move. If I can repel this attack and annihilate the enemy, my prestige will surely rise to new heights. Danzo anticipated excitedly in his heart. He quickly pulled a kunai from behind him, preparing to lead the charge. But as he straightened up, he accidentally tumbled headlong from his wheelchair. Then, lying on the ground, Danzo could only stare at his empty legs, lost in thought. After destroying Mui's barrier central platform, Shimu did not linger and left immediately. The commotion here would be enough to occupy Mai for a while and also make it easier for the remaining clansmen to gather together. As for the remaining reserve funds in Mui's treasury, Shimu did not become overly greedy. After all, if Sarutobi was not foolish, he would have already moved the remaining silver elsewhere. And this time, only Sarutobi himself would likely know the new storage location. Therefore, going back to loot the two previous backup treasuries would be utterly pointless. Instead, he might fall into a trap again, which would be a loss outweighing the gain. One must know when to be content. Mai had already been generous to him twice. He'll let the leaks take a breather and grow again. Instead, he might fall into a trap again, which would be a loss outweighing the gain. One must know when to be content. had already been generous. The remaining Uchiha women, children, and elderly who had stayed in the village had gathered here. It was evident that Fugaku, the former patriarch, still held some influence. At the same time, the sudden congregation of several hundred remaining Uchiha clansmen at the shrine naturally drew the attention of Mui's Umbu. However, due to the large-scale war with the Wagakure, the Umbu had already been stripped of many personnel. Moreover, the explosion that had just occurred in the village had diverted additional attention. Therefore, only about 6 or 7 Umbu ninjas were monitoring the Uchiha gathering. Upon his arrival, Shimu acted swiftly. In just a few seconds, he effortlessly eliminated these few Umbu surveillance ninjas. Seeing Shimu, the remaining Uchiha Yashiro immediately approached, his face beaming with excitement. "Young Master Shimu." "Oh, it's Yashiro. Is everyone here?" "Most of them, but a very few are unwilling to leave." "Never mind them." Shimu frowned and waved his hand, not forcing the issue. Any large clan would always have a few spineless individuals who still clung to thoughts of Mai. However, people always have to pay the price for their choices. Good or bad, it was their choice after all. Of course, only about a dozen chose not to leave. A small number, not significant. Then Shimu glanced around and realized that Fugaku was not there. Yashiro, where is Uncle Fugaku?" "Yashiro, Captain," he said, "there is a very important ancestral stone tablet in the shrine's basement. He should be digging up that stone tablet right now." "Shimu, go. Tell him to come out immediately and stop moving that stone tablet," Shimu said, darkly urging Yatsushiro. That damn stone tablet had long been altered by Kurozetsu, that filial son, into a fairy tale of rescuing mother. He also wondered why no one from the Uchiha clan had ever suspected it. Was it truly because they believed everything their ancestors said without question? This was absolutely infuriating. Hearing this, Yatsushiro immediately rushed into the shrine to hurry Fugaku along. At the same time, Shimu caught sight of Uchiha Makoto and Sasuke nearby. Sasuke was currently hiding behind his mother, secretly watching Shimu. After all, in his memory, this cousin always found excuses to give him a beating. Although the beatings were never too severe and he would buy him candy afterward, it still made Sasuke both love and fear this cousin. He didn't dare get too close. Of course, from Zaima's perspective, how could he let such a golden opportunity slip by? After all, this was Sasuke, the reincarnation of Indra's chakra and one of the destined protagonists of the Naruto world. If he didn't bully him while he was still young, once he grew up, it would be much harder to mess with him. "Hello, Aunt Makoto," Shimu greeted politely. Back when he lived in Konoha. Besides Aunt Hazuki, Aunt Makoto had also often looked after him. Therefore, Shimu understood the basic principle of repaying kindness. "You child, you're so bold. But thank you as well. Without you, Itachi would have already fallen into the abyss." Makoto expressed her sincere gratitude. She had the typical Japanese housewife personality, devoted to her family and always supporting Fugaku's decisions. However, she was well aware that if not for Shimu, Fugaku might still be trapped in daily struggles and pain, and Itachi could have been burdened by blood debts from which he could never extricate himself. "By the way, Sasuke, come say hello to your cousin. I remember you two used to play together often, didn't you?" Uchiha Makoto pulled Sasuke out from behind her and urged him. "Good evening, cousin Shimu." Sasuke stammered, his face full of reluctance. At only 7 years old, he didn't understand the danger at hand or what his father and Shimu were doing. "Good evening, second pillar." Shimu chuckled joyfully. He only wished he had a camera to record this moment. Then 10 years later, when Sasuke grew up, he could show him. It would surely embarrass the aloof second pillar of that time. Just thinking about it was amusing. However, at that moment, Fugaku and Yatsushiro came out of the shrine together. The former clan head Fugaku had indeed pried the entire stone tablet from the basement and carried it on it. Who knew if any Uchiha ancestor witnessing this scene would jump up in fury and give this unfilial descendant a thorough beating. But since it had already been dug out, Shimu couldn't be bothered to agonize over it. He would just take it as a souvenir to leave with. Later, it could serve as evidence to expose the absurdity and flaws of the Moon Eye plan. "Alright, let's go. If we dawdle any longer, the other Konoha ninjas will show up," Shimu urged. Soon Fugaku directed the clan members to join hands, ready for the transfer. In no time, Shimu led the prepared clansmen and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly vanishing from the spot. Transporting nearly 400 people over 1,000 li from Konoha to Flaming Shadow Village was no easy. It was even more exhausting than Shimu using the Flying Thunder God technique 400 times consecutively. If he hadn't already attained the Sage Body and multiplied his chakra 50-fold, he definitely wouldn't have been able to endure it. Even so, it consumed nearly a quarter of Zaima's chakra. The sudden relocation from Konoha to Flaming Shadow Village startled the Uchiha clansmen. But as members of a ninja clan, their adaptability was decent. With the reassurance of Fugaku and others, they quickly calmed down. Next, Shimu handed over the task of receiving and settling the new clansmen to several elder clan members. Although these elders were not as prestigious or powerful as Fugaku back in Konoha, They had participated in the Shinobi World Wars when young were all at least Jonin level and had all awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Over the past month, they had been in charge of civil affairs and made significant contributions to the construction and development of Flaming Shadow Village. They were all trustworthy. With both strength and prestige, they were more than capable of properly settling these. Of course, the main reason was that Xiaomu still had other matters to attend to, so he couldn't spare time for such. But as always, if anyone dared to cause trouble in Flaming Shadow Village, whether they were Uchiha or not, Xiaomu would show no mercy. Soon he sat cross-legged, swallowed a handful of chakra recovery pills. After quickly replenishing his expended chakra, Xiaomu moved again. He once more activated the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting directly from Flaming Shadow Village to outside Awakens. How could he miss such a spectacular show as Konoha vs. Awakens? This chaos was the perfect opportunity for him to fish in troubled waters and reap the benefits. After all, nearly a month had passed since their last encounter. It was time for Awakens, that fat leek, to be ripe again and submit to the baptism of his scythe. Meanwhile, at nightfall inside the Tsuchikage building of Awakens, the elderly third Tsuchikage Inoki was busy reviewing various documents. Recently, the shinobi world seemed to be stirring with winds. The Uchiha defection from Konoha, the attack on their own Awakens, and the coup in Kirigakure not only caused endless ripples across the shinobi world surface, but also filled Inoki's heart with unease. He felt as if something major was about to happen. Yet when he looked deeper, he found no clues and had to give up. Of course, there was good news as well. Under the village's relentless treatment over the past month, his son Kitsuchi had recovered most of his health. He should be fully healed in another month. Moreover, there would be no major aftereffects, which was indeed a silver lining. However, his granddaughter and his beloved disciple Deidara were becoming more troublesome by the day, especially Deidara ever since he lost to that unknown enemy's Sharingan last time. He had recently been trying every method to enhance his mental resistance, pestering the few Jinjutsu specialists in the village for sparring every day, causing chaos and a stream of complaints. It was fortunate that Inoki only had back problems, not heart issues, or he would have died of rage long ago. But objectively speaking, Deidara's talent and drive were truly outstanding. Otherwise, Inoki wouldn't have taken him as his final disciple. Just as Inoki was rubbing his sore back, and suddenly an Umbu ninja burst into the office and urgently reported, "Report to the Tsuchikage-sama, we've spotted a squad of foreign ninjas about 2 kilometers southeast of the village." Suspected Konoha reconnaissance team acting suspiciously. Inoki was startled and immediately cursed. "Konoha? Reconnaissance squad? Is Konoha launching an attack? We haven't settled the score from last time, and now those damn Konoha ninjas dare to come on the offensive." Obviously, Inoki was full of rage toward Konoha, but at the critical moment he suppressed his anger and calmly judged, "No, that's not it. If it were Konoha's main force, they couldn't have arrived this quickly. Our spies and informants in Konoha would have given no warning either. How many are there? Umbu ninja, 5 or more, but less than 10. Then it's probably not the main force, just a probing party sent by Konoha. But daring to creep right up to our village's doorstep is sheer audacity. If we don't teach them a harsh lesson, they'll think Awakens is an easy target. Pass the order, have the 3rd and 5th Guard squadrons join forces with the Umbu's 7th and 11th platoons and move out together. Try to capture this reconnaissance squad alive. If necessary, permission to kill. Of course, if something unexpected happens, be sure to retreat immediately and send word back." Thinking of his paralyzed son Kitsuchi and the heavily looted treasury, Inoki's fury flared up again. He gave the order, ruthlessly determined to annihilate this Konoha reconnaissance squad and use it to gauge Konoha's intentions. To be safe, he dispatched 2 squadrons plus 2 Umbu teams, nearly 30 men in total. That way, even if trouble arose, they could cover each other and retreat. After all, Inoki still didn't believe that Konoha, having just suffered the Uchiha defection, would dare start a full-scale war before recovering its strength. After the order to attack was issued, the 3rd Tsuchikage did not worry too much. After all, as long as Konoha didn't launch a full-scale invasion, it was nothing serious. Soon after, a clear childish voice rang out, and a lively young girl pushed open the door and rushed into the Tsuchikage's office. "Grandpa, why are you here, you little rascal?" "Grandpa is busy," Inoki said with his mouth, but his heart was filled with joy. This was his most beloved granddaughter. He hurriedly put down the official documents in his hands, intending to lift Kuratsuchi onto his lap for a warm hug. But then, a crack sound. The crisp sound from his lower back made Inoki change color instantly. "Grandpa, you've strained your back again. I told you not to sit here all day. It's bad for your back." Kuratsuchi tiptoed on her long legs, lightly hopping over to Inoki's side. While gently tapping her grandfather's lower back, she giggled and scolded him. It was well known throughout Awakens that her grandfather had a bad back. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only one son, her father Kitsuchi. "Good granddaughter, gentle, gentle. Inoki, clutching the wooden desk, shouted through gritted teeth. If Kuratsuchi kept tapping like that, his waist would surely break. By the way, where is that boy Deidara? Dietaranii. He's still training his resistance to Jinjutsu. He hasn't been practicing ninjutsu with us lately. Kuratsuchi pouted and said resentfully. She could understand that her self-proclaimed genius brother Deidara was unwilling to accept his crushing defeat last time. But recently he had been too crazy. He trained almost day and night, who knew when he might drop dead. However, from another perspective, Deidara, busy training his Jinjutsu resistance, had indeed rarely caused explosions in the past month. It brought a rare tranquility to the village. For this reason, Inoki had even pardoned him to move back into the village from outside. That kid, so I let him do as he pleases. Failing once isn't necessarily a bad thing. Right, my good granddaughter, why are you here? Kuratsuchi. I came to find senior brother Akatsuchi. Grandpa, isn't he with you? Kuratsuchi glanced around curiously. She indeed didn't see Akatsuchi, as her grandfather's disciple and personal guard Akatsuchi was usually stationed around the Tsuchikage's office. Oh, Akatsuchi. He went on a mission, just left. So late. What mission? A squad of Konoha scouts appeared outside the village. I sent Akatsuchi and the others to check it out. Best to capture them all alive and interrogate them. Kuratsuchi froze stunned. Konoha. Scouts. Has Konoha attacked? Inoki, holding his waist, sat back down and smiled reassuringly. Probably not just 5 or 6 reconnaissance ninja. Nothing to fear. But what if? What if what? Kuratsuchi, what if these few ninja are all bait and Konoha's main force is hiding behind them? Then wouldn't senior brother Akatsuchi and the others be lambs walking into the tiger's den? Anyway, if it were me, I would definitely do that. Otherwise, why would those Konoha ninja reveal themselves so easily? Inoki. No, it can't be that coincidental. How could Konoha have the energy to launch a war now? Otherwise, last time they wouldn't have used the Akatsuki organization for a surprise attack. Moreover, there's the Yenin village blocking their throat. Inoki's forehead beaded with fine sweat as he stammered in self-consolation. As an old fossil of a Wagakure, he had experienced 3 great ninja wars, and indeed had rich experience and keen insight. But it was precisely his rich empiricism that hindered his judgment. After all, in his eyes, Konoha had never taken the initiative to attack over the years. In the 3 great ninja wars, it had always been on the defensive. Even the renowned first Hokage and second Hokage had never started a war, let alone the now elderly third Hokage Sarutobi. He would surely not dare to launch an attack, right? Of course, there was also a lack of intelligence. If he had known that Konoha had suffered another attack half a month ago and mistakenly believed a Wagakure was responsible, Inoki would never have been so careless. Grandpa, right or wrong, you can't risk senior brother Akatsuchi's life. If it's true, the whole village will be in danger. Hearing this, Inoki's face darkened even more. Thinking carefully, his granddaughter was right. At a time like this, one cannot gamble. Even if there is only a 1 in 100,000 or 1 in a million chance, if they lose the gamble, it would be a catastrophic disaster for a Wagakure. Grandpa miscalculated. Quick, go home first. Take care of your father. Leave the rest to Grandpa. Inoki urged her and sent Kuratsuchi out of the Tsuchikage's office. Then, without another word, he directly pressed the alarm button under his desk. Soon a piercing alarm resounded throughout Iwagakure. It woke up families who were about to sleep or already. Iwagakure Level 1 combat readiness, indicating that a large number of ninja from other villages are invading. At this moment, about 2 kilometers southeast of Iwagakure, on a rocky expanse, a one-sided massacre was unfolding. Over 100 elite Konoha ninja were besieging 30 IWA. Without a doubt, these 30 were the combined force that Inoki had dispatched earlier to devour the Konoha reconnaissance squad. Unfortunately, how could they have imagined? What was lying in ambush here was not a small Konoha reconnaissance unit, but a large main force. Consequently, the 30 stepped directly into the encirclement and were instantly overwhelmed by the Konoha army. Lord Hokage, the target has been completely annihilated. Kakashi quickly reported to Sarutobi. Good, well done. Sarutobi felt a slight joy in his heart, but still praised with a calm expression. As Konoha's first proactive strike, he naturally would not charge in recklessly. Otherwise, even if they won recklessly, Konoha would suffer heavy losses. Therefore, long before departure, Sarutobi, along with Nara-Shikaku and the other dark-minded strategists, had devised several battle plans, striving for maximum victory with minimal casualties. At this moment, luring out and annihilating these 30 IWA ninja. It was merely an appetizer. Just after eliminating this batch of IWA ninja, Konoha reconnaissance ninja sent from the front immediately reported, Lord Hokage Iwagakure has sounded the alarm. It seems they've discovered us. So fast. That old man Inoki is indeed sharp. But Nara-Shikaku should be arriving by now. Clean up the battlefield, begin executing Plan B. Sarutobi ordered in a deep voice. This time he was determined to take a huge bite out of Iwagakure. At this moment, outside the Yenin village, To the south, behind a large rock about 100 meters away, approximately 20 my ninjas were hidden. Their leader was none other than the Toad Sage, one of the legendary 3 ninjas Zillai. At this moment, Zillai had summoned 3 toads to create an auxiliary barrier that could conceal perception and aura. All of them were enveloped within, thus evading the reconnaissance of one Yinin ninja after another. As the vanguard squad of this great battle, they lay in ambush here, naturally entrusted with a special mission. However, the time was not yet ripe. They needed to wait patiently for a while longer. Lord Zillai, the alarm in Yinin village has sounded. Have they discovered us? No, I don't think so, Zillai asserted confidently. He had great faith in his barrier. Unless a powerhouse of the 3rd Tsuchikage's caliber approached, other ninjas would hardly be able to see through it. Moreover, within Yinin village there was no bloodline limit like the Byakugan that excelled in reconnaissance and penetration. Then what do we do? Keep waiting. Zillai suppressed his restless heart and continued to lie in wait. No matter whether he liked war or not, since he was caught in it, as a member of Mai he could not afford to fail. Because he knew very well that once he failed he would pay not only with his own life, but also with the lives of the 20 teammates behind him, and even affect the direction of the entire battle. Failure would cost not only his own life, but also the lives of these 20 comrades behind him, and even sway the course of the entire war. Less than a minute after the alarm sounded, huge explosions and roars accompanied by dazzling ninjutsu barrages erupted from the western side of Yinin village. Amidst them were mixed screams and cries of agony. It seemed a fierce assault had broken out there. Zillai continued to lurk. He knew well that the attack was launched by the 2nd unit led by the Mai military strategist Naruto, totaling nearly 200 Mai ninjas. This was also the plan formulated long ago by Mai. First, if Yinin remained unaware after the annihilation of their reconnaissance unit, then the main Mai forces would swarm in and directly storm Yinin village. Second, if they were luckily discovered, Plan B would be immediately activated. The 2nd unit led by Naruto would launch a fierce assault from the west, first tearing open Yinin's great barrier and drawing the main Yinin forces to defend the western side of the village. Then the main 1st unit led by Sarutobi would charge in from the southeast direction like a heavy hammer, crashing straight toward the Tsuchikage building, assuming a posture of annihilating Yinin. In short, tonight the flames of war would surely engulf the entire Yinin village. At this moment, as the barrier on the western side of the village was abruptly torn apart and bursts of battle fire erupted, Anoki, suspended above the Tsuchikage building, instantly realized the situation. Bastards! Mai is really attacking. Wretches! How can they be so shameless? We haven't even settled accounts with you for the last incident. Anoki cursed furiously while swiftly issuing orders. He began to deploy personnel to resist the invasion and direct the villagers to evacuate quickly. No matter what, Anoki could not allow Yinin village to be destroyed on his watch. Of course, since the last time he was easily lured away by a decoy, Anoki had learned his lesson. This time he continued to hold his position at the Tsuchikage building and did not rashly rush to the western side of the village to fight, to avoid falling into another trap. However, seeing the flames on the western side growing larger and more intense, Anoki felt immense pain and anguish. Before, when invading other villages, it always felt exhilarating. Now, when it was his own village being invaded, the pain came immediately. He had to split his forces to fight, and also send people to assist ordinary villagers in taking refuge. This required twice or thrice the manpower. In contrast, the enemy had no such concerns. A single ninjutsu could destroy several houses and cause massive casualties. It was truly infuriating. Now Anoki deeply regretted that when the 4-tails Jinchuriki Rashi and the 5-tails Jinchuriki Han left the village, he had neither stopped them nor brought them back in time. It was all because of the so-called political discord and lingering grudges. As a result, now that Lus was injured, the entire village, apart from himself, did not have a single decent cage-level powerhouse. Otherwise, just placing any one Jinchuriki on the western side would have been enough to delay and block most of the enemy forces. Then they wouldn't be so passive. The fierce battle on the western side of Yinin village continued. Although Yinin had sounded the alarm more than a minute earlier, waking many ninjas, the time was still too short. Many hadn't even put on their pants yet. Some were so frightened on the spot that they were still in shock. Moreover, the Mai offensive was extremely fierce, advancing rapidly, and soon inflicted considerable casualties on Yinin village. To enhance the effect, the Mai 2nd unit, consisting of only 200 people, deliberately created hundreds of clones for a feint. This created the illusion that a main force of over 1,000 ninjas was attacking fiercely from the west. It further caused Anoki to misjudge and continuously send reinforcements to the western side. In no time, he had dispatched more than half of the village's capable ninjas there. After a few minutes of continuous defeat and the sacrifice of over 100 lives, Yinin, under Anoki's strategic orchestration, gradually stabilized the downturn. Relying on numerical superiority, they began to suppress the advance of the Mai 2nd unit. After all, defeating 1,000 ninjas with just over 200 was still very strenuous. But at that moment, a burst of flames erupted again from the southeast direction of Rinnegan village, shocking Onoki into a shiver. The My Main first unit had entered the battlefield, and their assault was even more ferocious. 8 gates release 5th gate of opening. Open. 5 elements great combo technique. Lightning cutter. Might Guy glowing with green energy Sarutobi, casting a large-scale composite explosive ninjutsu, and Kakashi unleashing and strength lightning release technique. These 3 alone charging ahead tore through the weak defenses on the southeast side of Rinnegan village. No one could stand against them. They were unstoppable, especially that green glowing beast who was exceptionally fierce. Any Rinnegan ninja he collided with was either injured or killed without exception. Seeing this, the remaining Rinnegan ninjas were all terrified and hesitant to advance. After all, as the foremost of the 5 great shinobi villages, the average quality of my ninjas was still slightly superior to that of other villages. Moreover, they were attacking a Rinnegan village that was already stunned and had deployed most of its forces to the west, leaving it vulnerable. Witnessing this scene, especially seeing Sarutobi, Hiruzen himself, Onoki instantly realized that the Mai forces in the west were only a feint. The assault from the southeast was the main attack. The enemy intended to trick him into redeploying Rinnegan's defenses, creating an opening for them to advance in one go and strike deep into the village's heart, to destroy that Tsuchikage building and break the backbone of Rinnegan village. My Sarutobi Hiruzen, you deserve to die. Onoki roared, his teeth grinding in fury. He never imagined that my witch had never taken the initiative to attack would be so dirty and ruthless once they struck. One scheme after another, so vicious. At the same time, Onoki in his rage once again severely twisted his old waist. But at that moment he could not afford to care about the pain. He had to quickly gather his forces to stop the My Main unit's raid. They must not be allowed to break into the village's heart. Fortunately, he had remained here and had not been fooled into going to the west to fight. Otherwise, Mai's treacherous scheme would have succeeded. The battle continued. Mui's offensive was indeed fierce. In just 10 minutes they advanced over a kilometer and killed hundreds of Rinnegan ninjas. Meanwhile, Mui's casualties were only 50 or 60 people. This was already a great achievement. After all, this was the very headquarters of the Rinnegan village. That Mui with fewer than 1,000 troops could fight against thousands of Rinnegan ninjas and achieve such results was truly remarkable. Of course, the main reason was their surprise tactics and the ferocity of their elite forces, which gave them the upper hand. Soon, just as Mui's ninjas were about to storm into the heart of Rinnegan village to destroy the Tying building, which symbolized Rinnegan's spiritual pillar. Third Tsuchikage Yimu also joined the battle with his personal guards and Umbu ninjas. Admittedly, although Mui's surprise attack was fierce, but this old man Yimu's strength was not to be underestimated. Even without counting his unique bloodline elimination, the dust release, his overall strength was not much inferior to the third Hokage Yuan Fei Rinnegan. If counting the lethal power of the dust release, he might even have a slight advantage. However, Yuan Fei Rinnegan was also not one to be trifled with. Although with age his strength was no longer at his prime. But if he truly used his trump card jutsu and fought to the death, the outcome was still uncertain. Moreover, Yuan Fei had personally admitted that he had witnessed Yimu's dust release. This was enough to prove that in the previous several ninja world wars the two must have crossed paths. As the village leaders of both sides, if they encountered each other and could kill the enemy commander, it would be a huge boost in both strategy and morale. Therefore, whether it was Rinnegan or Yimu, they would go all out to take each other's lives, never showing mercy. Yet to this day both were still alive and well. This also indicated that the gap in strength between them was not too great. Of course, it was also possible that Yimu, unable to defeat the younger Yuan Fei, had fled in disgrace. After all, with the flight technique and the long-range wide-area instant kill technique, dust release, as long as Yimu wanted to leave, no one in the ninja world at that time could stop him. But this time it was different. Behind Yimu was the heart of his own village, the Tying building. He had no room to retreat. Yuan Fei Rinnegan, you bastard. Are you trying to start another ninja world war? Yimu shouted angrily while performing techniques. One after another, giant rock golems created by the earth release golem technique rose from the ground, joining the battle and blocking the Mui army. It's you who are the worst, taking advantage of the chaos. Words are useless today. I will destroy your Rinnegan village. Yuan Fei roared loudly. Thinking of Shao Chun's tragic death and the fallen Mui ninjas, he was burning with rage. How could he have time to argue with Yimu? Combination ninja art, Earth Dragon Flame Flow. Combination ninja art, Thunder Water Dragon Bullet. Ninja art, Shuriken Shadow Clone. Summoning Monkey King Enma. One after another, combination ninja arts honed to the extreme in chakra nature transformation erupted from Yuan Fei and his shadow clones, instantly engulfing a large area around them. Dozens of Rinnegan houses collapsed instantly. Though Yuan Fei was always indecisive in his own village on the battlefield, he never showed soft-heartedness. If he were soft-hearted on the battlefield, he wouldn't have survived until now. Yuan Fei Rinnegan. You're asking for death. Dust released detachment of the primitive world. Seeing the enemy ravaging freely and the village casualties escalating, Yi Mu was nearly mad. He recklessly used his bloodline elimination, the dust release, hoping to severely damage this group of Muyi ninjas. Admittedly, once this old man Yi Mu went berserk, he was truly terrifying. That dust release, which could destroy almost anything, swept lightly and took the lives of several Muyi ninjas along its path. Although using such a wide-range lethal jutsu in his own village could easily cause collateral damage at this critical moment, he could not afford to care. Thus, Yi Mu alone managed to hold back most of Muyi's fierce offensive. Seeing this, Yi Mu's heart filled with joy. After all, he had realized that the number of Muyi's surprise attackers was not large, absolutely no more than 1,000. If he could block this wave of attacks, and then redeploy forces from the west to reinforce, he could certainly turn the tide. Even wiping out Mu Yi was not impossible. However, at this moment, a change on Mu Yi's side made Yi Mu dumbfounded again. The opponent, the third Hokage Yuan Fei, who had been fighting the fiercest and most violently, suddenly stopped his offensive. He directly led a group of Muyi ninjas and began to retreat. Without a moment's hesitation or any procrastination, several hundred Muyi ninjas retreated out of Yan'in village while covering the rear, leaving behind only a mess and vast ruins. Seeing Muyi retreat so decisively, Yi Mu, after all, if they could delay a little longer and let the main force of Yan'in village surround them, this group of Muyi's main forces would have no escape. But now the enemy had simply retreated. Did Muyi retreat? Could it be that they saw through my plan? No, it doesn't matter whether they saw through it or not. I must not let Muyi get away so easily. Yi Mu roared in his heart, his face dark. They came and went as they pleased and caused such great casualties to the village. If he really let Muyi escape easily, then his own Yan'in village might as well disband. And he might as well resign as Tsuchikage. No matter what, Muyi must pay the price. In his rage, Yi Mu did not hesitate. He immediately organized his men and led a group of Yan'in ninjas to pursue in the direction of Muyi's retreat. He had considered that this might be a lure the tiger away from the mountain scheme by Muyi. But since nearly half the village had been destroyed, there was nothing left to lose. On the other hand, Muyi was unlikely to have any hidden troops. Therefore, if he could lead thousands of Yan'in ninjas to annihilate Muyi's main force and the third Hokage Yuan Fei, it would be a complete win. He might even gain a great profit to compensate for today's losses. How could Yi Mu not be tempted? Behind an inconspicuous rock on the southern side outside Yan'in village, Jiraiya and his team, who had been lying in ambush, finally saw their opportunity. What's the situation? Reporting to Hiruzen, Lord Nai Liang Lujio's unit has withdrawn from the west. From the southeast, Lord Hokage's unit has also withdrawn. But there are a large number of Yan'in pursuers behind them, about 3,000 or more. A ninja from the Rixiang branch family, using the Bai Yin, gazed into the distance and quickly reported. Jiraiya asked, "Can you identify the leader of the Yan'in pursuit unit?" "Not very clear, but he appears short, and he's flying in the sky." Hearing this, Jiraiya rejoiced. Flying in the sky. That must be Yi Mu. Yuan Faizensai and the others have indeed lured the third Tsuchikage out. Excellent, it's time for us to act. Everyone prepare to attack. Remember the order: if you encounter enemy ninjas, aim for a quick kill. Do not engage them to avoid exposure. Understood. With the order, the strike team, led by Jiraiya, instantly launched out. All concealed their figures and charged into Yan'in village once again. 2 days ago, before the Konoha army set off, the third Hokage Sarutobi had a secret conversation with Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, do you know why I decided to provoke this war? Is it to gather resources from Awakens? Damn, what are you talking about at this time?" Sarutobi: "Is it for Lady Tsunade? Or, that's part of the reason. But the main reason is for the future of the village. I am growing older and my strength is no longer what it used to be. Though Konoha still holds the top position among the 5 hidden villages, its reputation has diminished greatly over the years. The previous defection of the Uchiha was merely a fuse igniting the covetous eyes of Awakens. The fact that they even resorted to using tailed beasts speaks volumes. Therefore, I am preparing to take the initiative while I am still capable of fighting, to strive for the next decade or two of peace for Konoha." Sarutobi sighed, yet his eyes burned with a fierce will. "Master Sarutobi." Jiraiya's heart trembled as he gazed at his once lecherous teacher, who had peeked at women's baths with him. At this moment, Sarutobi's face was lined with wrinkles, and he carried a heavy aura. He felt a deep unease within. "Jiraiya, I have not sought the consent of the daimyo for this war. Regardless of the outcome, even if I return alive, I will undoubtedly be held accountable by the daimyo. At that time, I will take full responsibility, willingly accept punishment, and resign from my position." Jiraiya, after that Konoha will be entrusted to you. Jiraiya was taken aback, once more hastily declining, but am not cut out to be Hokage. Master Sarutobi, you know my personality. Moreover, if we are to choose Tsunade, who is more capable than the lazy me, would be a better fit, right? The ones he loved were unattainable, those he trusted turned against him, and those he taught either betrayed or perished. This was the tragic life of Jiraiya. Though he had earned the illustrious title of one of the legendary 3 ninjas, Jiraiya did not recognize himself as such. He considered himself a failure. In his eyes, being Hokage represented a high status, and he felt he was still far from it, having no confidence in succeeding the position. It was certainly not because becoming Hokage would allow him to brazenly engage in power for sex transactions. For a refined gentleman, where is the thrill in being brazen when one can simply peek? Jiraiya, can only the Hokage protect Konoha? Whether you inherit the Hokage position or Tsunade, in any case the future of Konoha is entrusted to you. You must guard it well for me. Sarutobi entrusted solemnly. Perhaps in his youth he too had coveted power and made many mistakes. But at this age what he could not let go of was still the village. Jiraiya stroked his white hair and pouted. Okay, I will. But Master Sarutobi, don't say it as if you are handing over your last wishes. Before leading the elite team into a Awakens once again, Jiraiya could not help but glance southeast. Clearly his mission had long been decided. Whether it was Plan A, Plan B, or subsequent Plan C, D, E, and F, there were only 2 goals. 1, to destroy Awakens as much as possible and eliminate its fighting forces. 2, to lure out the ninjas within Awakens to create opportunities for Jiraiya and the others to raid the Awakens treasury. In battle, aside from gaining prestige, one seeks to reap benefits. In this great war, Konoha had nearly staked everything they had. If they could not reap a significant harvest from Awakens, even if they ultimately defeated Awakens, Konoha's own economy might just collapse. Thus Konoha formed such an elite strike team, personally led by the capable Jiraiya, specifically to take the opportunity to empty Awakens' treasury. For this, Sarutobi did not hesitate to take the field himself, using himself as bait to lure out Inoki and most of the Awakens ninjas. Although faced with the pursuit of over 3,000 Awakens ninjas, Sarutobi and his team were undoubtedly in grave danger. Their lives were hanging by a thread. As long as they could empty Awakens' treasury, they would stand to make a fortune, reaping great rewards. The risks and benefits are often proportional. Konoha's plan was not particularly brilliant. However, at this specific time, with Awakens completely caught off guard, it succeeded surprisingly well. The vast majority of Awakens ninjas followed Inoki in pursuit. Moreover, after the recent battle, Awakens was left in utter disarray. Injured soldiers were everywhere and villagers awaited rescue. The remaining Awakens ninjas were simply insufficient. They were frantically searching for those trapped, treating the wounded, and clearing the ruins. They had no awareness that a small team of completely concealed Konoha elites had infiltrated the village, once again racing towards the location of Awakens' treasury. Along the way, a few sharp-eyed Awakens ninjas did detect their presence. Unfortunately, under the peak power of 1 Kage level and 20 Jonin level ninjas, these fortunate Awakens ninjas were instantly annihilated. They had no time to raise an alarm. Just like that, Jiraiya and his companions sped towards the heart of Awakens almost without obstruction. Thanks to the long-term infiltration of spies like Yanai Kabuto and others within Awakens, they had essentially mapped out the entire layout of Awakens. Thus, guided by that detailed map, Jiraiya and the others quickly arrived at the location of their target treasury. It was situated deep within Awakens, behind its Tsuchikage building, untouched and well-preserved. However, it was evident that nearly 20 Awakens ninjas were stationed around the treasury, with the weakest among them being Chunin and 5 of them being Jonin level. Moreover, each person's positioning was meticulously arranged. They supported each other with no blind spots, eliminating any possibility of stealthy infiltration. This demonstrated just how rigorously Awakens guarded their treasury after having suffered a loss. Hiss! Are the people of Awakens all hoarders? Their village is in such chaos, yet they still guard their treasury so tightly. Now sneaking in is impossible. It seems we can only launch a direct assault. Jiraiya frowned and sighed inwardly. If possible, he truly did not wish to attack Hiruzen. Otherwise, once exposed, his entire team would be in peril. Lord Jiraiya, let me do it. At that moment, a capable female voice rang out. Kurenai Yuhi stepped out of the team. With her long black hair and captivating crimson eyes, this beautiful Jinjutsu master from Konoha took the initiative to volunteer. Though she was a woman, she showed no fear on the battlefield, embodying the essence of a ninja. Are you confident? I can give it a try. Kurenai replied earnestly. Among these 20 elite Jonin, she was the only special Jonin, and her overall strength was almost at the bottom. Yet as a rare Jinjutsu genius in Konoha, at only 22 years old, her skills in Jinjutsu were indeed outstanding. She even seemed on the verge of surpassing Sarutobi, to become Konoha's top Jinjutsu master, not counting the Uchiha clan. At this moment during such a stealth operation, if she could use Jinjutsu to quietly subdue those guarding the treasury, it would be the best outcome. Alright, give it a try. If it fails, we will launch a direct attack. Jiraiya quickly decided. Kurenai immediately focused her mind preparing to cast her Jinjutsu. However, at this moment, neither they nor the Awakens ninjas were aware that within the tightly guarded Awakens, a young boy was already sitting on the eaves of the attic sipping watermelon juice, eagerly watching the grand performance that was about to unfold below. P.S. Happy Lantern Festival to everyone. Please urge for updates and tips. After bringing the entire Uchiha clan back to his own hidden flame village, Shamu activated the Flying Thunder God technique and teleported again to the outskirts of the hidden rock village in the land of Earth. He happened to witness the main forces of Konoha preparing to launch an assault. Then Shamu attempted to sense whether the Flying Thunder God mark he had left inside the rock hidden treasury on his previous visit still existed. To his surprise, he instantly teleported directly into the rock hidden treasury. Evidently, for some unknown reason, after Zayama's last visit, the rock hidden side had not thoroughly re-inspected the entire vault. They completely overlooked the marked kunai concealed on the beam of the treasury, choosing instead to heavily reinforce the outer defenses, putting the cart before the horse. Logically, Daimu, who already knew Shamu could use the Flying Thunder God technique, should not have been so foolish. But this was a good thing. The dumber the rock hidden side, the easier it was for Shamu to act, and he welcomed it. Since he had taken 70 million Ryo as a souvenir last time, the treasury now looked somewhat empty, with only about 40 million Ryo remaining. The extra 10 million or so was presumably the reserve funds newly sealed into the treasury by Rock Hidden in the past month. Clearly, although Rock Hidden was not as wealthy as Konoha, there was still some juice to squeeze. At this moment, his gaze shifted downward to the center of the first floor where a stern-looking Rock Hidden ninja sat. Shamu recognized him, a member of the explosion corps of the Hidden Rock Village. He possessed the rare Kekkei Gunkai explosion release and was of elite Jonin level with outstanding overall combat ability. When he fully exerted his explosion release, its destructive power was no less than that of some cage-level attacks. Moreover, using explosion release in the confined space of the treasury would amplify its power. No wonder Rock Hidden had stationed him to guard the vault. With him, even a cage-level powerhouse would find it difficult to raid swiftly. Instead, they would only be exposed by the deafening sound of explosion release, drawing the entire Hidden Rock Village into a trap. Unfortunately, no matter how well Daimu planned, or how meticulously Rock Hidden arranged, they had miscalculated. After all, they could never have dreamed that the villain raiding the treasury this time was no mere cage level, but a super cage level freak possessing both the sage body and the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. In the current ninja world, a freak of such power could no longer be stopped by any scheme. Thus, when Sho, sitting in the treasury, sensed an unfamiliar presence and began to rise to investigate. Whoosh! A figure appeared before him, and what met his eyes was the eerie crimson light of the Sharingan. To be safe, Shamu activated his Mangekyō Sharingan, and with overwhelming ocular power instantly trapped him in Jinjutsu. Poor Sho, a rock-hidden Jonin, hadn't uttered a single word before he was caught in Jinjutsu, his mind dazed. Shamu gave him a gentle push, and he sat back in his chair. Under the control of Jinjutsu, Shamu erased that brief memory and made him fall asleep. When he awoke, he would likely find the treasury completely empty. After subduing this rock-hidden ninja, and confirming that no other guards outside had been alerted, Shamu cheerfully began his robbing the rich to feed the poor routine. 40 million Ryo. Another huge income. Although not as much as Konoha's wealth, it was still considerable. Since he rarely came, it was only natural to take a souvenir back, right? Consider it protection money from Rock Hidden. After all, if he really went all out, most of the Hidden Rock Village would be destroyed, and the loss would far exceed this 40 million. Before long, the entire 40 million Ryo had fallen into Zayama's pocket, leaving only an empty warehouse that would make even a rat weep. Originally, Shamu had planned to leave a little behind, but considering that Konoha's scapegoat squad was on its way, there was no need to hold back. After all, it was Konoha that emptied the rock-hidden treasury. What did it have to do with him? Thus, as soon as Shamu cleared the treasury, the Konoha squad, led by Zillai, arrived outside the attic. To be honest, Shamu was quite interested in this famed Konoha pervy sage. Setting aside his personality, his mastery of the sage mode inherited from Mount Myaboku alone held many merits. After all, only the sage mode from the three great sacred lands was a power derived from the ninja world itself, distinct from the chakra system of the divine tree. Therefore, in good spirits, Shamu quickly moved to the top floor of the attic, sat by the window, concealed his presence, and leisurely drank watermelon juice while watching the impending battle outside the treasury. Thanks to the sage Buddhist utility, when motionless, Shamu could perfectly blend with his surroundings without leaking even a trace of chakra, deceiving the rock-hidden guards outside the treasury and allowing him to watch the show. Ninjutsu Taijutsu Jinjutsu. As one of the three pillars of a ninja's arsenal, Jinjutsu has always been the most elusive and mysterious. Jinjutsu usually targets the five senses, and to evade it one must seal them off. Simply put, it can be divided into two categories: ocular Jinjutsu and non-ocular Jinjutsu. The former, represented by the Sharingan, activates quickly and has powerful effects. Once eye contact is made, one is almost certain to fall under the spell. Of course, the drawback is obvious. By closing one's eyes, sealing one of the five senses, avoiding eye contact, or using a blinding jutsu, like the Dark Knight technique, ocular Jinjutsu can be largely countered. The latter has no representative Jinjutsu. Auditory Jinjutsu, like the Demon Flute of Taiya; olfactory Jinjutsu, like the second Mizukage's Great Halley. Each has its own uses. Compared to the former, these types activate more slowly and have slightly weaker effects, but they are stealthy, versatile, and hard to defend against. In short, each has its strengths and weaknesses. At this moment, Shirihong, a Jinjutsu prodigy from Konoha, was an outstanding representative of non-ocular Jinjutsu. Although people often compared her to Itachi, the pinnacle of Jinjutsu, as a Jinjutsu ninja, losing to him was still an honorable defeat. After all, if someone won a provincial basketball championship and then challenged Kobe Bryant, losing wouldn't mean they were bad at basketball. Now, hiding in the distance, Shirihong quickly formed hand seals to cast a large-scale Jinjutsu that could simultaneously control over 20 ninjas, a significant challenge even for her. Demonic Illusion, Tree Bind, Death. Jinjutsu, Cherry Blossom Flicker. These two techniques alone drained most of her chakra, as she naturally had very little. Being a special jonin, her chakra reserves barely matched those of an average chunin, not even half a Kakashi, clearly unsuited for prolonged battles. Although far inferior to ninjas of the same rank in ninjutsu and taijutsu, Shirihong's Jinjutsu was indeed exquisite and silent. Unbeknownst behind these yanin guards, she conjured 20 illusory vine trees that tightly bound them, and quickly cast them into an enchanted slumber. Quick, act now. I can't hold on much longer. Shirihong urged. Being able to incapacitate so many yanin ninjas at once was a great strain on her. For her, it was an immense burden, even an extraordinary feat. Thus, with her chakra reserves less than half a card, she could at best trap these yanin ninjas for about 10 seconds. As for the few yanin jonin, it was uncertain if they could be subdued for even 10 seconds. Therefore, they had to strike quickly, eliminating them before these yanin ninjas awoke. Attack. Try not to use flashy ninjutsu. Zirai barked, dispelling his invisibility and chart. Ninja art, Wild Lion's main technique. In an instant, Zirai's white hair rapidly elongated, forming 3 lion head shapes that coiled around 3 yanin ninjas. Under the immense twisting force, it snapped the necks of those 3 yanin ninjas on the spot silently. Meanwhile, the other elite Mai ninjas rushed out. They all deliberately used ninjutsu or taijutsu that produced minimal noise to avoid detection. Moreover, since most enemies were subdued by Shirihong's Jinjutsu, they offered no resistance. Thus, in a single clash, over a dozen yanin ninjas perished instantly. However, just then, right before the entrance of the yanin treasury, 2 figures, one large and one small, forcefully broke free from the Jinjutsu's control and awakened one after another. Seeing this, Zirai was slightly startled. The older one appeared to be a yanin jonin with strong mental fortitude, likely skilled in Jinjutsu as well. Breaking Shirihong's Jinjutsu within seconds was to be expected. However, the youth beside him, barely over 10 years old, was probably not even a genin. How could he break free from the Jinjutsu so quickly? Did Yanin village possess such an exceptional Jinjutsu prodigy? Jinjutsu. Jinjutsu again. I broke free. This time you want to defeat me with Jinjutsu. Eyes bloodshot and mentally exhausted from breaking the Jinjutsu, Deidara couldn't help shouting excitedly. All his crazy training over the past month was not in vain. It finally came in handy at the critical moment. They're my ninjas. Their target is the treasury. Damn it. He'll hold them off. Deidara, send the distress signal. The yanin jonin, shocked, roared hastily. He immediately struck, blocking 2 Mai jonin charging from left and right. Luckily, the Mai side did not want to expose themselves and refrained from using high-powered ninjutsu. Otherwise, a single volley of ninjutsu from these 20 Mai ninjas would have overwhelmed this lone, surviving yanin jonin. Facing the immense pressure from Zirai, one of the Sannin, and 20 elite Mai jonin, even the arrogant Deidara had to back down a notch. This was not a game in the village. When he caused trouble in the village, the ninjas who knew him would go easy. But the enemy would show no mercy and would cut him down without hesitation. Thus, not being foolish, Deidara did not recklessly step forward. Instead, he made use of the time bought by that yanin. He quickly began molding clay bombs, intending to use their explosions to attract more yanin reinforcements. Unfortunately, the experienced Zirai would never give him such an opportunity. Seeing someone had broken free from the Jinjutsu, Zirai immediately began preparing another ninjutsu. Ninja art, Toad Mouth Binding Technique. The next moment, a vast expanse of pinkish, slimy, elongated fleshy wall appeared, instantly trapping that Yinin Jonin 2 my ninjas and Daidala, who had just released his claybird bombs. Do not underestimate this toad mouth binding technique. It summons the stomach wall of the great toad of Mount Mayaboku, serving multiple purposes, defense trapping opponents, and slowly digesting them. Unless one possessed power surpassing the great toad, or had a special counter ninjutsu, basically no. Of course Zillai's true purpose in using this toad mouth binding technique was to trap that Yinin Jonin, to prevent them from using ninjutsu, and alerting the entire Yinin village. Just as the two were trapped, several muffled explosive booms came from within the elongated stomach wall. Boom boom. Clearly Daidala's clay bombs had detonated. Unfortunately, such explosions still could not breach the toad's stomach wall, and moreover they compressed the sound and range, perfectly avoiding exposure. Soon more muffled sounds of combat and explosions came from within. Then in just over 10 seconds the fighting abruptly ceased. Clearly Zillai had won. After all, he was one of the legendary Sannin. If he entered Sage mode, even against Daimyo, it would be a close match. Now dealing with an ordinary Yinin Jonin, and the still developing Daidala was naturally a cinch. Whoosh! Zillai reversed the summoning of the long toad stomach wall, appearing before everyone with an unconscious Daidala held in his left hand. As for the other Yinin ninja, he had been killed. Lord Zillai, aren't you going to kill this brat? Zillai lifted Daidala slightly, and replied, this brat is called Daidala. If I recall correctly, he is the disciple of the third Tsuchikage daimyo. Keeping him alive, we can later demand a hefty ransom from Yinin village. That's much more profitable than killing him. Of course, on the other hand, Zillai, who disliked killing, had no intention of slaughtering such a child anyway. I see how insightful, my lord. You all quickly clean up the battlefield, and set up a concealment barrier to buy as much time as possible. Zillai ordered swiftly. Understood. The rest of you follow me inside to loot the treasury. Zillai handed the unconscious Daidala to Shiri Hong, then hurriedly led the others charging into the Yinin treasury. After all, looting the Yinin treasury to compensate for the losses of this great battle and make a fortune was the core mission of their strike squad. But the next moment, when Zillai excitedly pushed open the treasury door and took a look, he was suddenly dumbfounded. Where's the money? Shouldn't this treasury be piled with silver? Where did those bastards of Yinin village hide the money? They didn't keep it here, yet had so many ninjas guarding outside. Were the people of Yinin village insane? Not only Zillai, but also the other my ninjas who followed him. They had never imagined that Yinin had already emptied this treasury, leaving only an empty shell here. After all their careful approach and life and death struggle to reach this point. And in the end they got nothing. Damn Yinin, how shameless. But before Zillai and the others could react. At that moment the Yinin ninja named Sho, who had just been knocked unconscious by Shamu, slowly regained consciousness. Awakening Sho had no memory of Zaima's earlier assault. He only thought he had fallen asleep from exhaustion. But now opening his eyes, he found the entire treasury empty. Instead, a group of my ninjas stood at the entrance. Sho glanced at his empty treasury, then at Zillai and the others. His expression shifted from confusion to realization, and finally to fury. At this sight, who the thieves were was obvious. My Yinin. With two furious roars, an explosion erupted instantly. It blasted the entire treasury building into pieces. Watching the sudden eruption of battle between Konoha and Uchiha Natsume on the top floor of the attic laughed heartily. To be honest, one cannot blame both sides for being foolish. After all, people instinctively believe in what they see with their own eyes. As for the secrets hidden behind this fact, few would pay attention to that. Moreover, in such a fierce battlefield where it's a life-or-death struggle, who has the leisure to ponder deeply? Of course, it is also because the Flying Thunder God technique is too outrageous. No one could have guessed that Natsume could pass through layers of guards and silently appear inside this treasury. The laughter from the top floor startled Jiraiya, who quickly turned to look. To his surprise, he found it completely. Logically speaking, if someone were truly present, it would be impossible for them to escape his perception, and there was nothing he could do. Jiraiya could only consider it a figment of his imagination. After all, he was staring at the empty Awakens treasury, his plans in ruins. He was indeed agitated, which could lead to hallucinations. However, at this moment, he had no time to carefully sort through the information. The Awakens ninja immediately activated his bloodline limit explosion release. A violent explosion instantly destroyed the entire treasury attic, blasting Jiraiya and the others out. Simultaneously, the astonishing sound of the explosion quickly drew the attention of a large portion of Awakens. It is believed that it wouldn't take long before more IWA ninjas stationed within the village would surround them. Jiraiya gathered his long hard hair. Had it not been for his technique ninjutsu Needle Earth Shrine extending his hair to shield everyone. Perhaps several of his teammates had already been injured by the explosion. In a confined space, the power of explosion release was truly formidable. Everyone tightened the formation retreat immediately. Jiraiya shouted without hesitation, since the mission had already failed and they had been exposed. Continuing to delay would only put the entire team at risk of annihilation. It was better to retreat quickly and preserve their strength. Fire release Great Fireball. Jiraiya concentrated his chakra into oil and suddenly spewed it out, igniting it with his fire release ninjutsu. In an instant, a vast sea of flames poured down, instantly engulfing a large area ahead. Its power was far greater than that of a regular fire release fireball. Using it for a rear guard was very appropriate. Explosion release Landmine Fist. The Awakens ninja struck the ground with a punch, using the power of explosion release to blow countless stones from the ground, barely blocking the surging sea of flames in front. These flames contained oily substances that were difficult to extinguish once contaminated, making them extremely dangerous. Despite the danger, the IWA ninja did not wait for the fire to die down. He lifted a large stone, breaking through the sea of fire, and pursued them. He had no choice. In his view, it was precisely because of his negligence, because he had fallen asleep, that Konoha had seized the opportunity to steal from his treasury. For this, he would do everything he could to capture those damn Konoha thieves. As Jiraiya held the rear guard, he followed the team in retreat. Unfortunately, more and more Awakens ninjas were surrounding them. Get that brat. Everyone else disperse and retreat, gather at the number 3 marker outside the village. Jiraiya ordered as he took Deidara from Kurenai. Since they had already been exposed, if more than 20 of them gathered together to retreat, they would be too big of a target. If the Awakens ninjas completed the encirclement, none of them might escape. It was better to disperse and escape using their own means. Hearing this, the Konoha ninjas quickly complied and scattered to flee. They were all high-ranking ninjas, skilled and experienced. They likely had a good chance of breaking through the encirclement and escaping. Even if there were still losses, it was better than being completely wiped out here. At this moment, Jiraiya with Deidara in tow was blocking the pursuing enemies while buying time. Seeing the Konoha team members starting to scatter and escape, he no longer held back his strength. Ninjutsu Summoning Technique. In the next moment, a giant toad Fugaku appeared, crashing heavily to the ground, raising a huge cloud of dust, looking quite imposing. Jiraiya, you bastard. Why did you summon me? The giant toad Fugaku, holding a large pipe, shouted angrily. He had been busy before being suddenly summoned by Jiraiya. How could he not be angry? He. Fugaku, I'm sorry, but I need your help again. This isn't Konoha, is it? Are you fighting again? Fugaku looked around and frowned. We'll talk later. Fugaku, use oil first. Alright. Fugaku nodded. The bond between them had long established a tacit understanding. As Jiraiya lifted his buttocks, Fugaku understood what he was about to unleash. Fire release, toad, oil fireball. Fugaku took a deep breath and spat out a large mouthful of black oil, combining it with Jiraiya's fire release, instantly forming a gigantic oil fireball. This technique was dozens of times more ferocious than the previous great fireball. The resulting sea of flames even engulfed an area of over 1,000 meters ahead. It consumed countless Awakens ninjas that had surrounded them. The high temperature of over 1,000 degrees instantly incinerated many IWA ninjas. Only a few skillful high-ranking ninjas could barely withstand for a moment in the sea of flames. In any case, it significantly delayed the speed of the Awakens encirclement, buying more time for Jiraiya's teammates to escape. Fugaku, thank you. I'll bring you some good tobacco next time. Jiraiya, you bastard. Before Fugaku could finish scolding, he was summoned back to Miyaboku Mountain by Jiraiya. Taking advantage of this gap, Jiraiya quickly hid his presence. Ninjutsu Toad Concealment Technique. In the next moment, Jiraiya along with Deidara jumped into the mouth of a small toad, concealing all traces. Using this inconspicuous little toad, they stealthily hopped to the right. One must admit that Jiraiya's toad evasion technique was indeed very effective. This inconspicuous little toad easily passed through layers of Awakens encirclement. It delivered Jiraiya to a regular building in the heart of Awakens. It should be noted that the toad concealment technique also had a time limit and could not remain inside the toad's belly indefinitely. Rather than fleeing outside the village and continuing to evade the pursuit of a large number of Awakens ninjas, it was better to go against the tide and hide in the heart of Awakens. Once the situation calmed down a bit, they could escape more easily. Thus, after Jiraiya crawled out of the toad's mouth with Deidara, he immediately infiltrated the building, preparing to subdue the villagers inside for a brief hideout. However, as soon as he darted in, he saw a robust man lying on a large bed covered in bandages. Given his appearance, he seemed to be more than just an ordinary villager. He was a ninja as well. But this ninja seemed to be severely injured. What kind of injury would require his entire body to be wrapped up? Woo-woo. As a ninja wearing a Konoha forehead protector rushed into the house, the child on the bed, Huangta, suddenly became alarmed and struggled to warn. Unfortunately, in order to recover quickly, his whole body was tightly bound with gauze and wooden boards, and even his mouth was blocked, making it impossible for him to speak clearly. He could only keep making muffled warnings. Daddy, what are you calling for again? Are you missing Mommy? Don't worry, Grandpa is here, Mommy will be fine. Outside, Kuratsuchi, who was brewing medicine, responded loudly, thinking that her father was once again worried about her mother and the battle outside. But when she peeked into the room, she discovered that an oddly peculiar middle-aged man with white hair was now in, and her senior brother Daidara was being held by this person. The pursuit from the hidden rock ninjas was relentless. After all, it was the dead of night. They had been relaxing in bed when with a crash the enemy broke in before they could even pull on their pants. They were battered and disoriented, suffering heavy casualties. Anyone would find it hard to swallow such an outrage. Although the third Tsuchikage had already led the main force to pursue the core of the hidden leaf forces, the remaining rock ninjas were seething with fury. Now seeing that leaf ninjas had infiltrated the village, looted the treasury, and were preparing to escape, the remaining rock ninjas erupted in rage and chased after the 20 elite leaf ninjas with reckless abandon. Although Jiraiya's squad consisted of the most elite and skilled ninjas, facing enemies several times, or even dozens times their number, inevitably led to casualties. After all, not everyone possessed Jiraiya's strength, his summoning techniques, or his stealth skills. Thus, the weakest member, Yuhi Kurenai, who had already expended most of her chakra, was the first to falter. After using illusion techniques to slay 4 pursuing rock ninjas in succession, she was on the verge of escaping the village. But she was surrounded and knocked to the ground by over a dozen rock ninjas. Tall stone golems hoisted her up. Sharp stone spears tore through her clothes, exposing large patches of snow-white skin. Mixed with the crimson blood flowing from her wounds, it added a touch of tragic beauty. There was no helping it. She had given her all, but her chakra was insufficient, and the enemies were too ferocious. Seeing a female leaf ninja captured alive, a group of burly rock ninjas closed in, their rage-filled eyes brimming with unbridled aggression. After all, in the midst of a ninja war, what happens to captured enemy female ninjas was common knowledge. Especially one as young, beautiful, and talented as this leaf elite. The cruelty of the ninja world was beyond ordinary imagination. Quick, she's trying to kill herself. Don't give her the chance. Soon a rock ninja shot a kunai coated with paralytic poison, striking Yuhi Kurenai. She collapsed, paralyzed, losing even the ability to end her own life. Captain, this leaf female ninja is quite attractive. Bah, don't hide it. Do you think I don't know your intentions? Haha, Captain, then we. Humph. This accursed leaf village has cost us so many brothers tonight. Now it's time to make their women pay blood for blood. The captain is wise. I understand. With permission granted, a group of bloodshot, murderous rock ninjas pounced on the fallen Yuhi Kurenai. Like a pack of hyenas starving for half a month, they were impatient and despicable. Seeing this, Yuhi Kurenai in despair closed her eyes in utter reluctance. She awaited the endless torture from hell. But instead of grasping claws, what came was a splash of warm blood. Yuhi Kurenai opened her eyes and suddenly found everything around her seemed frozen. Moments later, the gears of time turned and everything resumed motion. Then in the next instant, all the dozen-plus rock ninjas around her simultaneously had their necks slashed, blood spurting forth. They collapsed in unison, dead on the spot without exception. Yuhi Kurenai's heart trembled, her pupils contracted. Apart from large-scale high-damage ninjutsu, she knew of no technique that could take the lives of over a dozen ninjas in the blink of an eye. That was too terrifying. Who did this? Someone came to save me. Does the leaf have such a powerful... As the rain of blood fell, a young boy stood before Yuhi Kurenai holding a kunai, perched atop the pile of corpses. Natsume did not use his blade to avoid leaving obvious wounds that might reveal clues. After all, in theory, he had never visited the hidden rock village tonight. Everything here was unrelated to him. The reason he saved Yuhi Kurenai was not to play out a cliché, hero saves beauty. He did not consider himself a hero. If anything, he was more like a growing demon, lord, a great villain. Nor was it because of lust. It was simply a pity to let such an excellent and beautiful female ninja be defiled by these filthy rock brutes. He might as well bring her back to his own village. His village was far more humane than the hidden rock. They generally did not mistreat prisoners. Moreover, a Nando Jutsu illusion master could accomplish many things. In the future, his village's development would require her expertise in Nando Jutsu illusions. Not a leaf ninja. Out of the frying pan into the fire. Seeing no familiar leaf forehead protector on Natsume, Yuhi Kurenai sighed inwardly, but felt a bit relieved. Even if she was still in danger, being taken by a somewhat handsome young man was far better than being brutalized by a gang of rock brutes. You? Who are you? Natsume glanced at her, a flash of crimson light in his eyes. He had no time to explain slowly, nor any interest in convincing this leaf illusion master. Saving her was already an exception. So he activated his Sharingan and put her to sleep. Then lifting her, he used the flying thunder god technique and vanished. In an instant, thousands of miles away in Natsume's residence in the hidden flame village. Nono, dressed in a maid outfit, was dutifully arranging Natsume's bedding so that he could sleep comfortably whenever he returned. A gust of wind sounded from the living room. Nono hurried over and saw Natsume carrying a blood-soaked, slender, young female ninja. "Lord Natsume, you're back. Do you recognize her? This is Yuhi Kurenai of the Leaf." Nono was startled. Having once been en route, she had heard much about this rising illusion star in the village. It was said that Danzo had personally recruited her, but she had refused. Now she had been brought back by Lord Natsume covered in wounds. Natsume pointed at Yuhi Kurenai and "Since you know her, treat her. Don't let her die. She's a valuable future tool for the village." "A tool, eh?" Natsume waved his hand, offering no further explanation. He had captured her solely for her Nando-jutsu illusions, which had strong potential for civilian and cultural applications. He had no intention of using her as a combat asset. His own Sharingan already stood at the pinnacle of illusions. Why would he abandon the route for the branch and covet her mediocre techniques? Besides, if he wanted to train illusion prodigies, the entire Uchiha clan was in his village, nearly 1,000 people. Any number of potential illusionists could be found. Therefore, capturing Yuhi Kurenai was purely to use her as a tool. Would she be willing to serve? Ridiculous. If Uchiha Obito's Sharingan could control the fourth Mizukage so thoroughly, his own eternal Mangekyō Sharingan could easily handle a special Jonin. By the way, you know her illusion abilities. Don't let your guard down. Keep her unconscious until I return. That's not difficult for you, is it? Understood. Nono nodded. For a medical pharmacist, making someone sleep longer was extremely simple. The next moment, the moment Nono blinked, Natsume had vanished from the living room again, evidently teleporting away once more. She immediately followed his instructions and began treatment.